My name is Shen Jasue. I woke up to someone calling me, feeling pain in my chest. When I looked up, I saw my maid, Baiji. She asked if I wasn't going to see young Master Lu, who had come to propose marriage. I was confused because, in my past life, I had died together with Lu Yunzheng. But now I was back home, standing in a familiar corridor. Feeling shocked, I ran to the hall where Lu Yunzheng was speaking to my parents. He was proposing to marry Xizhi, not me. In my past life, today was supposed to be the day he asked for my hand. I realized something. He must have been reborn too. My father was furious, reminding Lu Yunzheng that their families had agreed to my marriage long ago. But Lu Yunzheng insisted that he only saw me as a sister and loved Xizhi instead. He claimed that the engagement was his father's decision, and he had no say in it before. My mother, angry and hurt, scolded him for being dishonorable and questioned why he didn't break the engagement earlier. She reminded him that Xizhi was like a daughter to our family and would never betray me. Meanwhile, I hid my true feelings and pretended to be shocked, trying to figure out my next move. Lu Yunzheng seemed determined to marry Xizhi, believing she was his true love. But I knew the truth. I had loved him deeply in my past life, and now things had completely changed. I leaned against my mother, tears streaming down my face as I remembered how we had to say goodbye in my past life. My mother was standing up for me now, but I felt both grateful and pained because she still trusted Xizhi completely. I once trusted Xizhi too, treating her even better than my own brother. After all, without her father's sacrifice, I wouldn't have my father today. It always seemed strange that Xizhi got along with everyone except Lu Yunzheng, who she treated coldly. When I asked her if he bullied her, she firmly said it was out of respect for me, since he was my fiancé. I never doubted her words. But it was laughable. Until the downfall of my family, I didn't know that Lu Yunzheng and Xizhi had been secretly together behind my back. He even destroyed my entire family just to marry her openly. The thought of it made me tremble with anger, and I wanted to take a sword and stab him right then. But I knew better. There were bigger forces behind my family's downfall, and Lu Yunzheng couldn't have done it alone. I needed to find the real mastermind. That's why I pretended to be shocked earlier. I didn't want Lu Yunzheng to know I was reborn too. I planned to use him to uncover the truth. But first, I had to make my parents see Xizhi's true colors before it was too late. Mother, wait. I quickly stopped her from continuing. My mother, thinking I still cared for Lu Yunzheng, felt both heartache and frustration. She tried to comfort me, saying he wasn't worth it and that we should let him go. But Lu Yunzheng, seeing my supposed affection, hesitated for a moment. He probably thought if Xizhi had never appeared, he could have married me. Still, he remembered how I fought back before dying in my past life. He would never accept me again. My father, always protective, assured me that Lu Yunzheng wasn't worthy and promised to seek justice for me. He was furious, vowing not to let this betrayal slide. I saw Lu Yunzheng's face change when my father spoke. He was scared. In our past life, he only married me because he was afraid to offend my family. Now, he wanted to completely sever ties with us. Stepping closer to him, I saw fear flash in his eyes before he quickly covered it up. He tried to act sincere, offering any compensation, but said he never had feelings for me. Before he could finish, I slapped him hard across the face. He staggered back, shocked. I declared our engagement over and made it clear that my family would announce his unworthiness to everyone. However, I didn't stop there. I warned him to stay away from Xizhi as well, making him visibly nervous. He tried to insist he would still marry her, but I coldly reminded him that his reputation was already ruined. My mother supported me, telling him he was no longer welcome in our house. But when he mentioned Xizhi again, his desperation was clear. I saw an opportunity. I suggested that we call Xizhi to talk to him directly and make things clear. My parents hesitated, worried about Xizhi's feelings, but my mother agreed. She sent someone to bring Xizhi to the hall, ready to put an end to this once and for all. When my mother spoke gently about informing Xizhi, I felt a mix of emotions. She still trusted Xizhi completely, calling her second miss as she always had. As my parents scolded Yunzheng, I quickly whispered something to my maid, Baiji. Her eyes widened in shock, but I held her hand firmly, nodding with determination. Baiji had been with me since childhood. She was brave and loyal. Without hesitation, she left to carry out my instructions. Returning to my mother's side, I forced a smile and told her I was worried about Xizhi, so I sent Baiji to comfort her. My mother, touched by my concern, promised to support me, even saying they would care for me forever if I chose not to marry. Hearing her words, I felt a sharp ache in my heart and leaned into her shoulder, wanting to stay by their side forever. Meanwhile, Yunzheng's eyes were fixed on the entrance, eagerly waiting for Xizhi. I could tell he was longing for her, remembering how, in our past life, I followed him and saw her watch him die with tears in her eyes. His love and pity for her were stronger than ever. Finally, Xizhi arrived. She looked delicate and sorrowful, with red-rimmed eyes and hurried steps. She appeared so fragile, and everyone pitied her. Seeing her, Yunzheng couldn't hide his feelings, calling out to her with deep affection. She glanced at him briefly before looking away, which only made him more desperate. I watched her closely, searching for any sign that she might have been reborn too. But after a moment, I relaxed. She didn't seem to remember our past life. I decided to observe her more before jumping to conclusions. Xizhi reached me, holding my hand with trembling fingers and telling me she felt sorry for my suffering. Even after everything, I had to admit her acting was impressive. In our past life, Yunzheng was too afraid to break off our engagement, but this time, he did it openly for her. She must be thrilled inside. I played along, shaking my head and saying it was a blessing to see Yunzheng's true nature before marriage. Then, I challenged Xizhi, reminding her that she had always avoided him out of respect for me. I insisted she reject him publicly so we could cut ties completely. At my words, I noticed her eyelid twitch slightly. Was she nervous? She hesitated, and my heart raced. My mother stepped in, reassuring Xizhi that they would support her in refusing him. My father also nodded firmly. I sighed inwardly. My parents still trusted Xizhi too much, just like I once did. But this time, I had proof. As expected, Xizhi suddenly broke into tears, blaming herself and saying she had caused trouble for everyone. My mother quickly comforted her, and Xizhi cried harder, looking weak and helpless. Seeing this, my father grew angrier at Yunzheng for causing such distress. But then Xizhi did something unexpected. She offered to marry Yunzheng. She said it was for the family's honor and to avoid conflict between our houses. Her words were selfless, but I knew better. She wanted this marriage more than anything. I coldly watched as my parents, shocked and concerned, refused her offer. My mother declared that neither of us would marry Yunzheng and that our family would not be bullied. Yet, Xizhi persisted, insisting that marrying him was the best solution to maintain peace. Watching her manipulate my parents with her gentle words, I felt a chill run down my spine. Could she have played a role in our downfall in the past life too? She knew my father too well, and he had no guard against her. I grew anxious, glancing toward the courtyard. Just then, I saw Baiji running toward me, holding a wooden box in her hands. My heart pounded with excitement. Finally, the proof I needed had arrived. Baiji returned with the wooden box, her face pale and hands trembling as if the box weighed 1,000 pounds. When I first sent her, she didn't understand my intentions, but after seeing what was inside, she was completely shocked. She rushed back, her eyes filled with tears. I knew she was heartbroken for me, and I felt a mix of sadness and amusement. I nodded at her reassuringly, and she quickly wiped her tears, determined to help me. Meanwhile, my parents were still comforting Xizhi, who continued to act weak and pitiful. Suddenly, Baiji burst into the courtyard, calling my name in panic. Her cry drew everyone's attention, and I quickly asked what had happened. Baiji explained that when she went to pick up Xizhi, she saw a suspicious maid sneaking around Xizhi's room. The maid ran away when confronted, knocking things off the dressing table, revealing some hidden items. Xizhi, noticing the shift in attention, feigned weakness again, coughing violently. My mother, worried for her, scolded Baiji for causing unnecessary trouble, trying to dismiss the matter. But Baiji, determined, insisted she found something important. Before she could reveal more, Xizhi interrupted with more tears, saying she didn't deserve my parents' kindness and should repay them by marrying Yunzheng. She bowed deeply to my parents, pleading to marry him for the sake of the family's honor. My father and mother were visibly shaken, feeling guilty and indebted to her father's past sacrifice. I knew this was all part of Xizhi's act. She was playing on their emotions, just as she did in our past life. As expected, Yunzheng quickly stepped forward, kneeling before my parents, swearing his lifelong devotion to Xizhi. The sight of their supposed deep love might have fooled me once, but not this time. I couldn't help but find it ridiculous. I remembered how in our past life, he never truly accepted me. Even on our wedding night, he was drunk and avoided me at every turn. Eventually, when I suggested a divorce, he begged and deceived me until the war called him away. Lost in thought, I felt my breathing quicken, remembering the betrayal that led to my family's destruction. My parents were torn. If they agreed to the marriage, it would bring humiliation upon me. But Xizhi's pleas and their old guilt weighed heavily on them. Stepping forward, I pretended to accept it all, telling them not to worry about me. I reminded my mother that she had promised to take care of me forever. My forced smile was filled with sorrow, making my parents' hearts ache even more. Xizhi and Yunzheng exchanged glances, thinking they had finally won. Just as everything seemed settled, Baiji suddenly shouted, "No, this isn't right. Mistress, master, you've all been deceived by second miss." The courtyard fell into silence, and I smiled inwardly. Baiji's sudden accusation shocked everyone, and I quickly asked her what nonsense she was talking about. She looked determined and held up the wooden box she brought, saying she found it in Xizhi's room and that everyone had been deceived by her. Xizhi's face went pale, and for a brief moment, I saw fear in her eyes. But she quickly composed herself, pretending not to recognize the box. She weakly questioned Baiji, trying to appear innocent and distressed. Yunzheng, of course, rushed to her side, angrily defending her and calling Baiji an insolent servant. He even threatened to deal with her himself if my parents wouldn't. But Baiji wasn't afraid. She opened the box, revealing a stack of letters. She declared that they proved Xizhi and Yunzheng had been secretly seeing each other behind my back for years. She cried, saying that I had been terribly betrayed and wronged by the people I trusted the most. My parents, shocked, grabbed the letters with trembling hands and started reading. I acted along, staggering forward to look as well, pretending to be heartbroken. Meanwhile, Xizhi and Yunzheng exchanged nervous glances. This time, they couldn't hide their guilt. Xizhi tried to defend herself, saying Baiji was making things up out of loyalty to me. Yunzheng joined in, calling Baiji a liar and demanding that I control my servant. But I could see the panic in their eyes. They were afraid. I remembered how I first found out about these letters in my past life, after my family had been ruined. Yunzheng's mother had thrown them at me, mocking me and saying he had always loved Xizhi. Every word in those letters was like a knife to my heart back then. But now I had turned the tables. Without a word, I pulled out an item from the box, Yunzheng's family heirloom, an exquisite jade pendant with his family name engraved on the back. I held it up and asked him if he recognized it. This pendant, along with the letters full of their sweet words and plans, was undeniable proof of their betrayal. Xizhi's face finally crumbled. She reached out to my parents, still trying to act innocent, but my mother snapped, shouting at her to stay silent. The betrayal was too much to bear. My parents had loved and cared for Xizhi, and now their trust had been shattered. My mother, furious and heartbroken, declared that Xizhi would indeed marry Yunzheng, but the whole world would know how despicable they both were. With that, she threw the letters into the air, letting them fall around Xizhi and Yunzheng like scattered leaves. Xizhi stepped back in fear. I could see it in her eyes. She knew it was over. Everything she had worked for was falling apart.
And I
finally felt satisfied. After Ji-won said these words, he quickly stepped forward and hugged Shen Jasue tightly, tears rolling down his face. Her years are so innocent. Shen Jasue naturally felt a lot of grievances in his heart, but compared to the hatred of the whole family, these grievances were nothing. Seeing how cruel Ji-won was, Gu Xizhi turned to look at Shen Jingxing, crying with tears in his eyes. Godfather. Shen Jingxing shook his head slowly. He was more heartbroken than anyone else. He didn't understand whether it was he who taught Gu Xizhi a bad lesson, or whether it was human nature that was evil, and even he was tricked by Gu Xizhi. Seeing that Shen Jingxing, who had always loved her, also ignored her, Gu Xizhi was completely confused at this moment. She was afraid. Afraid that once what happened today was revealed, the Liu family would not let her in. After all, without the Shen family, she was just an insignificant orphan girl. Gu Xizhi bit her lip.
No.
She has worked hard for so many years. No matter what, she will marry into the Liu family as the daughter of General Dinghua. Thinking of this, Gu Xizhi slowly raised his head, and the usual softness on his face faded away inch by inch at this moment. Godmother. Gu Xizhi looked at Ji-won, who was standing with Shen Jasue, with a cold look in his eyes. You always say you love me and pity me, but the husband you chose for Sui Sui is Yunzheng, who is a best among men, but the one you choose for me is your natal nephew. Is this what you mean by treating everyone equally?
Sui
Sui can marry the eldest son of the general, but I am only qualified to marry the unknown second son of the uncle's family. Besides, if Sui really has to be Yunzheng, then she should be on guard against me. Yunzheng is careful. Relationships cannot be forced. Yunzheng and I are in love. If you really love me, godmother, what you should be thinking about now is how to let me live in a fair and honest way. Marry into the Liu family. Ji-won's eyes widened with anger when she heard Gu Xizhi say these words confidently. At this moment, she realized how ridiculous her years of hard work were. The eldest nephew is the eldest son of Uncle Zhongyong and has already married. Although the second nephew cannot inherit the title, he is an excellent child with outstanding literary talent and gentle personality. She chose her second nephew after thousands of choices. Once Xizhi married, because of her relationship, her brother and sister-in-law would treat Xizhi kindly, and she would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of her life. She was heartbroken about Xizhi, but it turned out that she was arrogant and looked down on the second son of Uncle Zhongyong at all. Gu Xizhi didn't want to see Ji-won's reaction, so she turned to Shen Jingxing and said, Godfather, you have always been very kind to Xizhi. I know that once this incident comes out, you will definitely be disappointed in me. However, please don't forget that my father lost his life to save you, and my mother left me because of this. It's all because of you that I became a helpless orphan. The ancients said, a drop of water's kindness should be repaid by a spring, let alone a life-saving grace. So, I should be responsible for the current wealth and prominence of the general's mansion. No matter what I do, you are not qualified to come. Accusing me, because my parents earned all this for me with their lives. Apparently, Gu Xizhi had accumulated a lot of resentment in his heart over the years, and it finally came out today. Under the emotion and anger, her beautiful face was slightly distorted, showing a bit of madness. Shen Jingxing had never seen Gu Xizhi like this before, and he was shocked and unfamiliar. Even Liu Yunzheng on the side looked stunned and didn't react for a long time. After all, in the eyes of everyone, Gu Xizhi has always been gentle, soft-spoken, full of kindness to everyone, beautiful and innocent. After Gu Xizhi finished speaking, she felt a burst of joy in her heart, but she soon noticed something strange about Liu Yunzheng, and her expression changed slightly. The next moment, she suddenly bowed and coughed violently again, making her already thin body look even more frail and helpless. Lu Yunzheng came to his senses immediately and supported her with distress. Xizhi, how are you? Seeing Xizhi coughing and trembling all over, with red eyes, no one from the Shen family came forward to care. Lu Yunzheng felt in his heart feeling aggrieved for Xizhi. She immediately looked around and said coldly, "Don't be afraid, Xizhi. Even if the Shen family is ungrateful, you still have me." Ji-won's heart felt really cold after hearing what Xizhi just said. Now, when she was about to speak, Shen Jiasue patted her hand and took a step forward. 1963. Shen Jiasue said coldly. At this time, Xizhi took a break from coughing, and Lu Yunzheng raised his head, frowned, and said impatiently, "Shen Jiasue, what are you talking nonsense about?" Shen Jiasue looked directly at Lu Yunzheng and Xizhi and said slowly, "This is the number of soldiers whose bones were buried in the battlefield in which Xizhi's father, Lieutenant General Gu, died." Lu Yunzheng looked stern when he heard this, and Shen Jiasue continued, "The Shen family has always been grateful for Lieutenant General Gu's kindness over the years. We are also trying our best to compensate Xizhi, which can be said to be heartbreaking and the whole family's efforts. But this is not the reason for Xizhi to stab us in return." Lu Yunzheng was born in Jiangmen. You should know as well as I do that it is the bounden duty of a soldier to protect his family and country. The moment they go to the battlefield, all soldiers put life and death aside. Even if they are buried in horse leather, they have no regrets. It's all farewell. Although it's unlucky, I even said my last words early, because Dad has never set the goal of coming back alive, but only thinks about protecting the country for one more day and killing one more thief. Lu Yunzheng, you. Isn't it the same for my father, General Lu? If you don't have this awareness, I advise you to give up the military attaché career as soon as possible, because you are not worthy at all." Shen Jiasue looked directly into Lu Yunzheng's eyes and spoke loudly. Lu Yunzheng was aroused by Shen Jiasue's fierce momentum, and his expression changed several times. At this time, Shen Jiasue looked at Xizhi again, and seeing that she still looked unconvinced, her tone became colder. "Xizhi, do you know why my father's left arm is missing?"
Sui.
At this time, Shen Jingsheng suddenly stopped him. But Shen Jiasue did not respond to his father, but coldly revealed the truth about that year. "In that battle that year, it was the team led by your father, Vice General Gu, that fell into an ambush. My father heard the news and led troops to the rescue. In order to protect your father's life, his left arm was cut off by the enemy on the spot. Then the army retreated, and the enemy pursued the victory. At this time, Vice General Gu protected my father's retreat, and he lost his life. I say this not to deny your father's kindness, but to prevent you from taking your kindness as a threat and trampling on it with peace of mind. My Shen family is sincere." Xizhi turned pale when she heard this. She lowered her eyes to the ground, panic flashed in her eyes, but she quickly tightened her sleeves and denied in a hissing voice, "You lying. Shen Jiasue, if it is true as you said, that battle that year was my father's fault, and my godfather lost his left arm to save my father. Why do you still feel so indebted and try to make up for it in every possible way? It must be that you still can't let go of Yunzheng and don't want me to marry into the Lu family, so you made up such a lie to deny my father's kindness and want me to give up." Shen Jiasue's face changed after hearing this. There was a hint of disbelief, as if she had only really gotten to know Xizhi in 2 lifetimes. "Lu Yunzheng, do you think so too?" She no longer tried to reason with Xizhi, but turned to look at Lu Yunzheng. Lu Yunzheng's expression changed slightly. When Shen Jingsheng came back from the border with a broken arm, he was curious and asked his father, "Dad, is there any capable person in the army of the Mo country? Uncle Shen has been eaten like this. It's a big loss." My father didn't go into detail at that time, but just mentioned that a general was eager for quick success and was ambushed by the enemy. Uncle Shen's left arm was lost in that battle. When Jiasue saw Lu Yunzheng's ugly expression, she knew that he knew something about the situation and had no worries in her heart. Today, she must drive Xizhi out of the house. "Lu Yunzheng, Don't you have a deep love for Gu Xizhi, and wouldn't you marry her? Okay, then you can take her away today. As soon as Shen Jiasue said these words, Gu Xizhi suddenly raised his head. His face turned pale. Is Shen Jiasue trying to drive her away? If she really left with Lu Yunzheng, wouldn't she have no name and no status? Lu Yunzheng also raised his head, but his eyes widened and he was so surprised that he couldn't wait to ask. Really? Shen Jiasue turned to look at his parents, who had to nod for this matter. Ji-won felt very sorry for her daughter. When she thought of what Gu Xizhi had just said, she felt angry and itched her teeth, and nodded immediately. She can leave whenever she wants. Ji-won, just think that my sincerity these years has been fed to the dog. Shen Jingsheng was more rational after all. He looked at Gu Xizhi with a complicated expression and said in a deep voice, If you are willing to continue to stay in the general, I will ensure that you have enough food and clothing, but you are not allowed to see Lu Yunzheng again from now on. When Gu Xizhi heard Shen Jingsheng's decisive words, his heart felt cold. She pointed at the Shen family with trembling fingers, feeling all kinds of unwillingness and grievances in her heart. She couldn't help crying. You are so heartless and ungrateful. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world? Shen Jiasue looked directly at Huan. In the ecstasy, Lu Yunzheng said passionately, Since Lu Yunzheng loves you so much, he will naturally welcome you into the Lu mansion as his wife. Isn't this exactly what you want? After hearing this, Lu Yunzheng immediately nodded to Gu Xizhi promised. Xizhi, just come with me. If you continue to stay in the Shen mansion, I'm afraid you and I will never see each other again. What's more, after today's incident, the Shen family will no longer be willing to treat you well. I will take you back to the Lu family now and report it to my parents immediately. My parents will understand my sincerity and allow me to marry you as my official wife. Lu Yunzheng's words were sincere, and there was even a trace of pleading on his face. Shen Jiasue did not doubt Lu Yunzheng's sincerity at this moment. She knew that Gu Xizhi would not refuse. After all, today, her hypocritical skin has been torn off. If she continues to stay in the general's mansion, I'm afraid she won't be able to feel comfortable for a moment. Sure enough, the next moment, Yunzheng, I will go with you. Gu Xizhi spoke with a trembling voice, her eyes red, and she looked up. When Lu Yunzheng met, his fragile face was full of trust and admiration. Lu Yunzheng could hardly help but cheer. This time, he was finally going to marry his beloved girl. Okay, let's go. Lu Yunzheng actually took Gu Xizhi's hand in front of the Shen family. Gu Xizhi's cheeks turned red, and he lowered his head shyly. When Shen Jingsheng and his wife saw this, their faces turned dark. Ji-won quickly stepped forward and said, blocking Shen Jiasue's view, seeing the two of them walking out hand in hand, Shen Jingsheng still said the last word of advice. Shen Jingsheng, keep my word. If you stay, the general's mansion will never treat you harshly. Being hired as a wife and concubine, once you step out of this door, your wealth, honor, and disgrace will be tied to Lu Yunzheng alone from now on. You have to think clearly. Gu Xizhi paused slightly, and Lu Yunzheng immediately raised his heart, fearing that Gu Xizhi would regret it. When he wanted to make another promise, Gu Xizhi had already said coldly, Godfather. This is Xizhi, I call you Godfather for the last time. When I see you next time, I will no longer be an orphan, but the eldest daughter-in-law of the Lu family. I hope that by then, General Shen will not hate Yunzheng because of what happened today. If he blocks Yunzheng's path to success, it will be the last trace of love between me and the Shen family. From now on, just pretend that you don't know. When Shen Jingsheng heard this, his blood surged in his heart. He was finally completely disappointed and closed his eyes no longer to hold on. At this time, Gu Xizhi's eyes crossed Shen Jingsheng's and settled on Shen Jiasue. There was a hint of joy in her eyes. She was looking forward to it, wanting to see Shen Jiasue's dejected state about to be laughed at by the whole capital. However, Shen Jiasue just smiled and nodded at her, as if to say, congratulations. Seeing this, she couldn't help but frown. At this time, Lu Yunzheng tightened her hand and urged, Xizhi, let us go. When Xizhi heard this, his brows instantly widened, and he followed Yunzheng away with brisk steps without any regrets. Yeoman courtyard fell into silence as the two left. Who could have predicted the drastic changes in one day? For a long time, Shen Jingxing turned around, looking a little tired, and spoke warmly to Shen Jiasui. Sui, come in. Daddy has something to ask you. Shen Jingxing said, and walked straight to the main hall. Shen Jiasui knew that all this could not be hidden from her father. After all, she was the one who sent Baiji out, and the physical evidence came in time. However, she had no intention of hiding it in the first place. Dad and Mom, there is a fatal disaster in the general's mansion that must be solved. Shen Jiasui followed him in, and Baiji was about to catch up, but was stopped by Ji-wan. Baiji thought Ji-wan was going to ask her about the letter. She was panicking and didn't know how to explain it, when something suddenly stuffed into her palm. Baiji lowered her head and saw that it was the Liu family's heirloom jade pendant. Ji-wan looked cold and spoke quickly. You ordered. Baiji, take this jade pendant and rush to the Liu mansion as fast as possible and tell General Liu and Mrs. Liu everything about what happened in the courtyard today. We must hurry up and get ahead of Liu Yunzheng and the others. Just say that General Liu has taught a good son. This is a marriage that the Shen family cannot afford. Baiji was startled for a moment, and then her eyes lit up. She had learned kung fu from Shen Jiasui, and riding a horse was no problem. She had followed Shen Jiasui to the Liu mansion many times in the past years, so she was familiar with the world. I will definitely live up to my wife's trust. Baiji responded sternly, and then left in a hurry. Ji-wan watched Baiji leave quickly, with a cold expression on his lips. Did Liu Yunzheng think that he could escape unscathed after losing all his years? This farce is not over yet. Now it's Liu Mansion's turn. Ji-wan thought, feeling a little relieved, and was about to walk into the hall when he saw his daughter standing by the door, looking at her with a smile. What if we don't say there is no better mother than a daughter? Shen Jiasui naturally knows her mother's temperament of rejoicing in grudges. Just now, when her mother took away the Liu family heirloom jade pendant from her hand, she had expected this to happen. At this moment, Shen Jiasui couldn't help but think of Mrs. Liu, who was mean and disliked her in her previous life, and thought of the difficult Aunt Zhou in the Liu family. Shen Jiasui had dealt with Aunt Zhou several times. A smart person who really understands people's hearts. Baiji met General Liu and Mrs. Liu very smoothly. General Liu was tall and had a smile on his face. Today, the eldest son went to the Shen family to propose marriage, and he also gave detailed instructions. After that, he was completely satisfied with Shen Jiasui as his daughter-in-law. You know, he had worked hard for this marriage. Mrs. Liu was sitting next to General Liu. She was 36 years old. She was very dignified. But she didn't seem to be having a happy life. Her mouth was always tense, and she looked tired. General Liu was still puzzled and asked with a smile, You have something urgent to ask for, but Sui Yada asked you to come? Baiji shook his head, held up the Liu family's heirloom jade pendant with both hands, and said in a straight tone, By the order of the madam, I return the jade pendant in the palace and pass on the lady's words the general's palace has taught a good son. This is a marriage that the Shen family cannot afford.
What?
General Liu and Mrs. Liu stood up suddenly when they heard this, and turned pale with shock. The backyard of Liu Mansion. Aunt Zhou was lying lazily on the couch, and a beautiful girl beside her was twisting needle and thread. She was the concubine of the house, Miss Liu Yunyao. At this time, the mother and daughter were chatting and laughing, and they were quite happy. At this moment, a servant woman hurriedly walked into the house and whispered, Auntie, what a strange thing. After hearing this, Aunt Zhou slightly raised her upper body and said with a smile, Mother Lin, you are also an old man in the house. It's not like you to make such a fuss. Liu Yunyao also turned her head with a curious expression. Mother Lin was obviously the one who always served Aunt Zhou. She didn't care about the teasing at the moment. She leaned against the couch and said quickly, Auntie, that's amazing. News came from the front that the eldest young master regretted his marriage to the girl from the Shen family today and asked to marry the adopted daughter of General Dinggua's mansion.
What?
Aunt Zhou straightened up suddenly, and even Lu Yunyao on the side also let out a low voice. Mother Lin, are you serious about this? Aunt Zhou's eyes widened, and she asked eagerly. Mother Lin nodded repeatedly. Auntie, it's true. Miss Shen's personal maid is in the main hall at the moment. I heard that she came to return the jade pendant on Mrs. Shen's order. She didn't leave any room for words. She looked like Mother Lin made a severing motion with her hand. Zhou, when the aunt heard this, her beautiful eyes suddenly shone, and she couldn't help but stand up. Okay. I thought that once Lu Yunzheng's marriage to the Shen family was completed, Brother Shen would never be able to get past him in this life. I didn't expect that Lu Yunzheng would ignore the sunshine and make such a nasty move. Seeing that Aunt Zhou seemed to have a problem, Mother Lin quickly asked for instructions. Auntie, what should we do next? Aunt Zhou smiled lightly and said meaningfully, Mother Lin, we won't harm anyone, so as not to damage our moral character and make it difficult for the general. But Lu Yunzheng digs his own grave. Isn't it easy for us to add fuel to the fire and add fuel to the fire? Let's go, follow me and take a look ahead. Aunt Zhou walked a few steps, then suddenly turned back and rubbed Lu Yunyao's head and said with a smile, Yaoer, you're still young, so don't get involved in the affairs of the house. Annie has always acted cautiously, so there is no need to worry. Wait until Auntie comes back. But you should check the pattern you embroider and be more careful. Lu Yunyao nodded obediently. Upon seeing this, Aunt Zhou turned and left. A look of determination flashed across her face. Yaoer, Auntie will definitely fight for a bright future for you and Brother Shen. The carriage stopped. At the door of the Lu mansion, Lu Yunzheng jumped out of the car first, then reached out his hand towards the car, and then a woman wearing a curtain stepped out of the car. Xizhi. After coming out of General Dinggua's mansion, Lu Yunzheng's lips never dropped. Xizhi, we're here. Xizhi raised her head and looked at the majestic General Zhaoyong's mansion gate through the curtain hat. Her heart was ups and downs, and it could be said that she had mixed feelings. She had been to the Lu mansion many times, but every time she followed Shen behind Jiasue, everyone's eyes were on Shen Jiasue. Thinking of this, Xizhi clenched his hands. Yunzheng, think about how to explain to the general and his wife. Already? In the carriage, Xizhi had actually asked once. Lu Yunzheng said that he had his own way to reassure her. But standing at the door of the general's mansion, she still couldn't help but feel worried. After all, General Lu's favorite daughter-in-law was Xinjia, years old. Now that she has left the Shen family, she is betting everything on Yunzheng. Lu Yunzheng took a deep breath, and he knew that there was a storm waiting for him. However, just by taking advantage of him again, he was confident that he could convince his father before he could. The Dingwood General Mansion was doomed, and it would be wise to cut ties with them as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Lu Yunzheng took Xizhi's hand and comforted him in a gentle voice. Xizhi, I will definitely convince my father. My mother has always loved me, and there is no reason why she would not do so. It's just for a while. Maybe you will suffer some grievances. Xizhi felt relieved after hearing this. A momentary grievance in exchange for a lifetime of glory is worth it. She softened her expression and said with full trust, Yunzheng, I'm not afraid with you here. Seeing that Xizhi trusted him so much, Lu Yunzheng was deeply moved and became more motivated. The two of them walked into the Lu mansion hand in hand. As they stepped into the main hall, they ran into Bai Ji, who was about to leave. It's you.
Bai.
Lu Yunzheng and Xizhi exclaimed in unison, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. Bai Ji refused to pay attention to them and was about to leave, but Lu Yunzheng stopped him with a dark face. Stop. What a despicable Shen Jiasue. On the surface, he looks magnanimous and not entangled, but I didn't expect that he still didn't give up and turned around and asked you to rush to the Lu mansion to complain. Does she think that if she lets my father and mother put pressure on me, I will change my mind and marry her? She is so hypocritical and her methods are despicable. It just makes me feel sick. Why doesn't she come herself? Is she ashamed to see Xizhi and me, so she hides behind like a coward? Xizhi was full of grievances, and added at the right time, I don't know what Baiji said. I'm afraid the general and the lady will dislike Xizhi even more. When Yunzheng heard this, he felt a breath of anger in his heart. Which, you didn't distinguish between the superior and the inferior in the Shen family just now, and now you dare to come to the Lu mansion to confuse right and wrong. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you will be more arrogant and take advantage of others' power. Baiji saw Yunzheng raised his hand. She was courageous. She didn't dodge, but straightened her chest and said loudly, General Lu, the eldest son of your family broke the contract first and was unreasonable later. I was ordered to come here to return the jade, but I have to suffer such an insult? Just as Baiji finished speaking, General Lu walked out of the hall quickly. His face was gloomy and he was on the verge of a rage. He opened his mouth in a voice like thunder. You evil creature, come over and kneel down. Yunzheng turned his head and saw his furious father, but there was a trace of trance on his face. He had seen his father fall down in the midst of thousands of troops. Who would have thought that God would give him another chance to let them meet again? Seeing Yunzheng standing there in a daze, Baiji turned around and saluted General Lu again, and then left calmly. In fact, she didn't want to leave, after all. She hadn't seen the excitement yet, but she had already delivered the message and had no right to stay. When Yunzheng saw Baiji stepping out of the main hall, he came to his senses immediately and wanted to stop him again. You are not allowed to go. Who knows how you slandered Xizhi just now? I must keep you to confront you face to face. Aren't you embarrassed enough? General Lu could no longer suppress his anger and took 3 or 2 steps forward. He was so furious that he wanted to teach Yunzheng a lesson. Madame Lu hurriedly chased after him. Her face was pale, her steps were hurried, and she stood in front of Yunzheng. Husband, calm down. Those were just the one-sided words of the little maid. Who knows if she exaggerated? Why don't you listen to what Xing'er says first? General Lu sneered when he heard it. Okay, then I'll listen to what this evil creature has to say. Madame Lu breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this, and hurriedly turned around to grab Yunzheng's hand, and said quickly, Xing'er, tell me what happened today. Wasn't the engagement with the Shen family settled a long time ago? How come you Mrs. Lu actually disliked Shen Jiasue in her heart? This future daughter-in-law was good at martial arts and had a flamboyant personality. She looked restless and had a high family background. She could not be manipulated. She was afraid that she might not respect her as a mother-in-law in the future. But as long as she thought about the marriage between the two families, Zhou would be able to get the help of General Dinggu's mansion, so she accepted it. Who knew that such a mistake would happen today?
Xing'er was also confuset.
If he had changed his mind early, why didn't he come to discuss it with her in advance? If she said it would be correct to marry Shen Jiasue first. If Xing'er really couldn't let go of Xizhi, she was just an orphan. Since she also loved Xing'er, she would discuss with the Shen family and find a day to take Xizhi into the house. Wouldn't it be killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Mrs. Lu's thoughts were racing. Just as she was about to find a way to have the best of both worlds, Yunzheng had already pulled Xizhi to kneel down and said sincerely, Dad, Mom, I broke the engagement without your permission today, which was indeed my fault, but there are reasons for it, and we need to find a quiet place to talk it over. Besides, Xizhi and I love each other. Xizhi is gentle and kind, and is my soulmate, and the one I am determined to spend my life with. Since the cancellation of the engagement with the Shen family is a foregone conclusion, please agree, Dad and Mom, to let me marry Xizhi. We are all sincere. Xizhi had just seen the furious General Lu, and her heart was full of fear. Now that she saw that Yunzheng had indeed kept his promise, she was moved and immediately bowed down with Yunzheng. When Mrs. Lu heard these words, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Sure enough, the next moment, General Lu shouted, Idiot. Mutual love?
Sincerely?
You two are clearly having a private affair without a matchmaker. When Xizhi heard this, her face turned pale and her whole body softened. Upon seeing this, Lu Yunzheng hurriedly helped Gu Xizhi to steady herself, but he could not help feeling angry. His father had always favored his second brother and had been dissatisfied with him a lot. Now, he was so ruthless even to the beloved woman he brought back. Seeing that Lu Yunzheng was still unconvinced, General Lu clenched and unclenched his fists under his sleeves. Finally, he took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and said sternly, "Lu Yunzheng, I took great pains to get this marriage for you, but you are so ungrateful. How can I face General Shen in the future? I don't care what your reasons are. You broke off the engagement today, without authorization. At the very least, it is a lack of personal morality. At the most, it is such a betrayal. Who will dare to believe you when you lead troops to fight in the future? Who will be willing to obey you? If you still have a conscience, follow me to the general's mansion to apologize and ask for forgiveness from General Shen and the old girl." When Gu Xizhi heard this, she immediately grabbed Lu Yunzheng's hand tightly. Lu Yunzheng shook it back without hesitation and retorted, "Dad, these are just family matters. How can they be related to leading troops to fight? Besides, I have already completely offended the Shen family just now. Going there again this time will only humiliate myself. I don't want to be servile to outsiders." General Lu almost laughed when he heard this. "Okay, it seems that you are still cutting off your own retreat. I, Lu Yongzhu, have practiced loyalty and righteousness all my life, and I always keep my word, but I didn't expect to raise a rebellious son like you. Don't you have to marry this woman? Then I might as well tell you that it was her father who was greedy for merit and reckless, and made mistakes and missed opportunities that caused General Shen to suffer the defeat that broke his arm. Her father's sins cannot be redeemed even if he dies 1,000 times. General Shen was kind and righteous and took her in because of his soft heart. That's why she is where she is today. Now that you two have been secretly dealing with each other, and you want to marry her, if other people get to know, they will accuse you of being a heartless beast." Upon hearing this, Gu Xizhi's face turned pale, and she didn't dare to move at all. Lu Yunzheng couldn't stand others slandering Gu Xizhi, not even his own father. "Dad, that's all in the past. No matter what, Xizhi is innocent. Why do you have so much prejudice against her? As long as you knew what kind of person Xizhi is, you wouldn't say that." When Madame Lu saw Lu Yunzheng contradicting his father again and again for Gu Xizhi, her disgust for Gu Xizhi instantly reached its peak. She hated it most when a woman pretended to be weak and acted like a foxy woman. Did Gu Xizhi think that others were deaf and blind and could not see her dirty thoughts? There was also a Zhou in the backyard who was eyeing her covetously, hoping that Zheng'er would make a mistake so that she could raise her illegitimate son. She thought that after marrying into the Shen family, Zheng'er's future would be secure, but she didn't expect that Gu Xizhi would show up halfway and ruin everything. Thinking of this, Madame Lu looked grim and advised, "Zheng'er, if you really like this woman, it won't be too late to take her as a concubine when the girl from the Shen family comes into the house. Why are you so impulsive and have to ruin the marriage of the two families? Your father is right. You should go to the Shen family to apologize now. There is still time for everything. Be a concubine? Make her a concubine?" Gu Xizhi's head was buzzing, and she felt dizzy. The next moment, she could no longer kneel, and the whole person leaned to the side. Lu Yunzheng quickly hugged Gu Xizhi and shouted, "Xizhi." Gu Xizhi dared not speak, but tears flowed down. She looked at Lu Yunzheng with affectionate and resentful eyes, as if saying, "Yunzheng, you just promised me that you would marry me." Lu Yunzheng was panicked and assured hurriedly, "Xizhi, don't worry, I will never break my promise to you. Otherwise I, Lu Yunzheng, am not worthy of being a human being." Lu Yunzheng raised his head and looked directly at his parents, almost pleading, "Dad and Mom, I will not marry anyone else but Xizhi in this life. Now that things have come to this, why don't you fulfill my wish?" General Lu and Madame Lu both gasped when they saw that their son seemed to be possessed. At this moment, a slightly soft voice sounded slowly, "Oh, this girl is very clever. She has bewitched the eldest son and made him disobey his elders." Lu Yunzheng turned his head and saw Aunt Zhou walking towards him not far away, waving a round fan. His brows knitted instantly, but he no longer had the fear he had in his previous life. In his previous life, Aunt Zhou relied on her father as favor, and it caused him a lot of trouble, and his mother hated her very much. But after his father died in the war, Aunt Zhou lost her support and was dealt with by his mother. Lu Yunzheng didn't know how she was dealt with, but when he returned to Beijing from the border, there was no trace of Aunt Zhou in the mansion. As for the half-brother and half-sister, he had never seen it either because he was anxious to see Xizhi. He was too lazy to ask any further questions. Lu Yunzheng was still recalling the situation in his previous life, and Zhou had already walked closer, and he didn't know how long she had been listening in the corner just now. When Mrs. Lu saw Aunt Zhou coming to interfere, she felt something was wrong, and General Lu also frowned slightly. He didn't want to see the infighting in the mansion. Aunt Zhou was smart. She knew what General Lu was thinking, so she didn't target Lu Yunzheng, and her beautiful eyes only fell on Gu Xizhi. She really has a pitiful look. No wonder the eldest young master is willing to give up the marriage in General Dinggua's mansion. If I remember correctly, this girl has come to Lu Mansion a few times with Miss Shen, right? Seeing that Aunt Zhou was acting weird and full of impatience, Lu Yunzheng was also concerned about her father's favor, so he said coldly, "Aunt, this matter has nothing to do with you." Aunt Zhou nodded obediently but said, "I really can't interfere in the affairs of the mansion, but I just took a look for a while, and I have to remind the eldest master. This girl is very scheming and good at acting. You have to be careful, eldest master." Gu Xizhi cried even harder when she heard this. At this moment, she suddenly began to regret it. She didn't expect that Lu Yunzheng suffering some grievances would make her endure so many insults. But now, as her godfather said before leaving, she can only rely on Lu Yunzheng. "Yunzheng, take me away, take me away." Gu Xizhi tightly grasped Lu Yunzheng's clothes, as if she could not bear the humiliation, and even her voice was trembling. She looked like a porcelain doll that would break at any time with her tears in her eyes. To retreat in order to advance, she had no choice but to do so. Seeing Gu Xizhi so fragile, Lu Yunzheng felt a piercing pain. This was the girl he had loved for 2 lifetimes. "Aunt Zhou, you have no right to speak here." Lu Yunzheng raised his head suddenly, his face fierce. Aunt Zhou seemed to be frightened and immediately hid behind General Lu, but she did not stop talking. "Young master, look, you are completely controlled by this woman. She only sheds a few tears, and you are so moved. If she is really as good as you say, she should stay away from you knowing that you are Miss Shen's fiancé. Even if she is moved, she should give up this idea as soon as possible for the sake of propriety and honor. I think she just fell in love with the eldest son because he is a rare talent and has a noble status. This has been planned for a long time. She wants to become the young lady of our general's mansion." This time, Madame Lu did not stop Aunt Zhou. Zheng is now afraid that this woman has possessed him. Someone should come and wake him up. When Gu Xizhi heard this, she felt that her little thoughts were exposed in front of her and she had nowhere to hide. Her face was pale and she bit her lower lip tightly. At the moment when she was ashamed and angry, she quickly convinced herself. People always want to move up. What's wrong with her trying her best to choose a good husband for herself? Shouldn't she just listen to her godmother's arrangement and marry the mediocre second son of the Beau's mansion? Seeing that the situation was not good, Gu Xizhi was afraid that Aunt Zhou would say something even more unpleasant, so she simply tilted her head and fainted. At this moment, Lu Yunzheng was completely panicked. "Xizhi, Xizhi." Aunt Zhou secretly curled the corners of her mouth. "This little trick is really not enough." "Fainted? Young master, pinch the tiger's mouth, press the philtrum. They can wake you up." Aunt Zhou said kindly. "Shut up." Lu Yunzheng shouted angrily and hugged Gu Xizhi horizontally. Gu Xizhi was humiliated this time, and he felt extremely guilty. At this moment, he said to his parents, "Dad and Mom, I will not marry anyone else in this life. As I said just now, the reason I gave up the marriage with the Shen family had other reasons. Mrs. Lu was anxious. worried that Lu Yunzheng would say something irreversible, and urged him. What is the reason? Zheng, just tell me. As long as you can convince your father, everything can be discussed. Lu Yunzheng had obviously made up his mind, and at this moment he took a step forward and said in a low voice, Dad, the General Dinghua's mansion will be destroyed within 2 years. What I did today was to sever ties with the Shen family as soon as possible to avoid being implicated in the future. General Lu shouted angrily before he even finished listening, his eyes full of disappointment. General Dinghua's mansion is in its heyday, and General Shen is in the Emperor's favor. You made up such a lie for a mere goose, Xizhi, Lu Yunzheng. You disappoint me so much. Mrs. Lu looked at her son, whom she had always been proud of, and her face was full of disbelief at this moment. Zheng, what are you talking about? Lu Yunzheng was very anxious. Mom and Dad, if you don't believe it, I can provide more evidence, but you must go to the study first. When Lu Yunzheng said this, he glanced at Aunt Zhou. The matter of rebirth is mysterious. In order to successfully marry Xizhi, he can tell part of the truth to his parents, but he must never let outsiders know. However, General Lu no longer believed a word Lu Yunzheng said. He shook his head in extreme disappointment and advised for the last time, Now you come with me to the Shen family to apologize and send Miss Gu back. As long as the old girl is willing to forgive you, our two families are still in-laws. Even if the marriage fails, at least the affection is still there, so you won't ruin your future. Mrs. Lu also advised, Zheng, listen to your father. This woman is too scheming. Don't be used by her. Seeing that his parents were determined to stop him and Xizhi at all costs, Lu Yunzheng felt heartbroken and desperate. He and Xizhi had already missed each other in one lifetime, and he would not miss it a second time no matter what. Did his parents think that he would not be able to do it without the help of the Shen family? They didn't know that in his previous life, he had accomplished the feat that his father had not accomplished, defeated the Mo kingdom, and became a great hero of the Shang dynasty. And this time, he has the upper hand, which will only make him more glorious and admired by thousands of people than in his previous life. Thinking of this, Lu Yunzheng slowly stepped back a few steps and said resolutely, It is impossible for me to go to General Dinghua's mansion again. In this life, I don't want anyone else except Xizhi. Mom and Dad, if you insist on obstructing, Lu Yunzheng said here, and suddenly hugged Gu Xizhi, strode away, and left. Mrs. Lu was so scared that her face turned pale, and she hurriedly chased forward, shouting in panic, Zheng, what are you doing? Let him go. General Lu shouted loudly. Lu Yunzheng had already stopped, but took another step after hearing this. Mrs. Lu was so anxious that tears came out of her eyes, and she shouted, Zheng, don't be impulsive. General Lu sneered again and again. Lu Yunzheng, don't think that you have grown wings. Without the general's mansion, you are nothing. Lu Yunzheng did not stop and retorted coldly, Dad, you will regret your decision today. Your son has never been an ordinary person. He straightened his back and did not stop all the way, carrying the unconscious Gu Xizhi out of the Lu mansion. Madame Lu cried loudly behind him, but Lu Yunzheng did not turn his head. Aunt Zhou stood obediently behind General Lu. Her face was full of panic, but the corners of her mouth were almost raised. General Dinghua's mansion. Here, Shen Jiasue had treated her past life memories as a dream last night and told Shen Jingsheng and his wife everything. If there was anything to be concealed, it was the days and nights she tossed and turned because of the torment after she married into the Lu mansion and the tragic fight to the death in the Jingxi villa. There was silence in the hall, and Shen Jingsheng and his wife were speechless for a long time. Shen Jiasue was afraid that his parents would not believe him, so he explained quickly, Dad, Mom, Sui really didn't talk nonsense. The letter found in Gu Xizhi's room today is ironclad evidence. Perhaps God couldn't bear to see my entire Shen family perish unjustly, so he sent a message to my daughter in her dream as a warning. You must believe me. Lu Yunzheng's behavior is very different from that in the dream. I suspect that he has had such an adventure as well. I must be on guard against this man in the future. Shen Jiasue looked solemn. She knew that this matter was indeed incredible. Even if her parents didn't believe it, she had to be on guard. Ji-won suddenly came forward at this time. Shun Jasue was about to speak, but Ji-won opened her arms and hugged her. Shun Jasue's face was a little confused, but Ji-won said in a trembling voice, "As long as it is said by Sui, Mother is willing to believe it." Mother was just thinking that in that dream, parents went ahead, leaving Sui alone, leaving the whole family with grievances nowhere to complain. Sui must be very scared. Mother Sui is so strong. If she is powerless to change the situation, how can she be willing to live alone? Mother felt her heart broken just thinking about it. Shun Jasue was stunned at first, then her heart was broken, and tears rolled down her face. She had obviously concealed her grievances and tragic death, but the people who loved you were always worried about you. Not only did her mother choose to believe her, she even worried that she had been wronged in her dream. "Mother," Shun Jasue called softly and couldn't help but buried his head in Ji-won's shoulder and cried out. Ji-won's eyes were red, and she was rubbed on Shun Jasue's back again and again. Shun Zhengsheng also came forward at this time. He rubbed Shun Jasue's head. He was silent, but his movements were very gentle. Although this matter was mysterious and difficult to explain, he knew his daughter's temperament very well and would never say anything unfounded. Could it be that this was really a warning from God that one day his Shen family would end up with the whole family being executed and their bodies left to die without a complete corpse? It is better to believe it than not to believe it. Thinking of this, Shun Jingsheng's face became more solemn. As his daughter just said, Lu Yunzheng was not capable of setting up this shocking situation. Now that he is on guard, he should take the initiative to find out the person behind the scenes. Bai Ji was cautious when he left the Lu mansion and waited outside the mansion for a long time. Only when he saw Lu Yunzheng coming out dejectedly with Xizhi in his arms did Bai Ji smile and rush back to the general's mansion to report. As a result, when he entered the yeoman courtyard, he happened to see Shin Jasue crying and the yeoman marquis and his wife comforting him with gentle words. Bai Ji's heart skipped a beat, and he reported worriedly and quickly told everything he had seen and heard in the Lu mansion. Ji-won snorted coldly when she heard it, and when she knew that Lu Yunzheng did not succeed, she finally had a look of satisfaction on her face. At this time, Shin Jingsheng suddenly said, "Madam, get ready. I think old Lu will come to visit soon." Ji-won's eyebrows raised when she heard this. Lu Yongzhu still has the nerve to come to visit? It would be polite to hit me with a broom. Uncle Zhongyong was also given a title for his military merits back then. He had a casual temperament. Ji-won was raised under the care of Uncle Zhongyong and had a particularly aggressive temperament. But she just had a taste for words. Now that Lu Yunzheng has been kicked out Lu Mansion, this shows Lu Yongzhu's attitude. Moreover, as Sui just said, Lu Yongzhu is short-lived and has less than 2 years to live. I'm afraid there are many hidden things here, and maybe Shin Jingsheng has other considerations. Knowing that his wife was unforgiving on words, she was actually brave and resourceful. They had been loving husband and wife for 20 years, and he knew how to get along with her. He nodded and said fiercely, "In a moment, husband. You should give him some color and see." These words touched Ji-won's heart, and she immediately relaxed her complexion and nodded with satisfaction. Seeing the scene, Shun Jasue couldn't help but burst into tears. At this moment, someone came from outside to report that General Lu and Mrs. Lu came to the door. Ji-won heard this and sneered. "They came so fast. Let them wait for a while." When Mrs. Lu was invited into the inner courtyard, she and General Lu had already been sitting in the living room for a quarter of an hour. There was no tea and no servants to serve. General Lu felt that he was at a disadvantage and remained unmoved. Mrs. Lu, but she was very dissatisfied. When she finally saw Ji-won, she felt angry, but she had to apologize. Ji-won smiled coldly, but her face was stiff. I secretly sighed. After all, like mother, like daughter, no wonder Shin Jasue is not lovable. In this case, is it clear that Shin Jasue is not wrong at all for Zhenger's empathy? Incompetent, even Zhenger's heart can't be won. With this thought in her heart, Mrs. Lu didn't dare to show it at this moment. She let out a breath and said with an apologetic smile, "Sister, you also know that I like Sui the most. You girl, it's Zheng who is unlucky and has no vision. The master has already taught him a lesson. Let me see Sui Yadu and apologize to Zheng in person so that I can feel more at ease." Actually, Mrs. Lu has her own considerations. My husband is really angry at Zheng this time. If this matter is not solved for a long time, I'm afraid Zheng will have less and less status in her husband's heart. Shen Jiasue and Zheng have been together for a long time. She is engaged, and she has been in love with her for many years. Xizhi is one of the most noble young men in the capital. He has beautiful trees and elegant clothes. How can a young girl like Shen Jiasue not be tempted by him? She hadn't given up on Zheng yet and was still willing to marry her, so she went to persuade Zheng to marry Shen Jiasue home even if she threatened her with death. From the outside, it's all harmless. Shen Jingsheng and his wife may try to stop it, but after all, the girl has no control over her mother, so the crux has to fall on Shen Jiasue. Thinking of this, Mrs. Lu became more attentive and kept talking. There were many good words, but looking at that posture, she would feel guilty if she didn't see Shen Jiasue today. Ji-wan was indifferent and even rolled her eyes secretly. Unexpectedly, Shen Jiasue in the inner room suddenly opened the curtain and left. "Come out." When Ji-wan saw this, he immediately stood up and went to meet her. He didn't avoid Mrs. Lu and said bluntly, Sui, you don't have to worry about the friendship between the two families. If we don't want to see you, we won't see you." Mrs. Lu didn't expect Ji-wan to be so ruthless. She secretly gritted her teeth in hatred, but she still couldn't wait to walk over. When she saw Shen Jiasue's red eyes, her eyes instantly lit up. She cried just by looking at this look. It's been an hour or two since Zheng proposed to break off the engagement, and she's still crying like this. Shen Jiasue's feelings for Zheng are not just lingering, but they are clearly deeply in love and can't help themselves. Well, things are finally turning around. Come on. When she becomes Shen Jiasue's mother-in-law, Shen Jiasue will have to live under her hand. Let's see if Ji-wan dares to be so arrogant in front of her. Mrs. Lu thought like this and hurriedly went to pull Shen away. Jiasue held his hand and said, "Girl Sui, I have made you feel wronged." Shen Jiasue first gave his mother a reassuring look and then turned to look at Mrs.
Lu.
Mrs. Lu had a smile on her face, but Shen Jiasue could still see the alienation and reluctance hidden under her smile at a glance.
Strong.
Before the fall of the Shen family in the previous life, she and Mrs. Lu could be said to be in peace. So she always thought that she had met a good mother-in-law until the Shen family suddenly changed, and Mrs. Lu finally showed up. Her true face. Now, as long as Shen Jiasue closes her eyes for a moment, the scene of Mrs. Lu poisoning her and bullying and suppressing her in every possible way will appear before her eyes. She knows what Mrs. Lu is thinking about being so attentive. When he came out of the inner room, he wanted to fulfill Mrs. Lu. "Aunt Lu, what happened today is a foregone conclusion. You don't need to say anything anymore. Please go back," Shen Jiasue said in a trembling voice and withdrew his hand. She was beautiful, especially her eyes, which were bright and energetic. The slightly raised eyebrows added a bit of heroism to her exquisite features. Such an open and bright face made people think she was strong at first glance, so Shen Jiasue lowered her head deliberately. From Mrs. Lu's perspective, she could just see her long eyelashes and her slightly deflated mouth. Yu Mingming, who was always bright, looked full of grievances. Madame Lu's eyes became brighter, and she hurriedly stepped forward, patted Shen Jiasue's shoulder gently, and said sincerely, "Sui girl, that kid Zheng is really a ghost. He is confused, but as a mother-in-law, Aunt knows that he still likes you." When Shen Jiasue heard this, he raised his head suddenly, as if he had received some kind of encouragement. Seeing the scene, Mrs. Lu became more and more sure of what she was thinking and coaxed even harder. "In the past, Zheng almost every day I mention you every day in front of my aunt and say that I won't marry her unless I am you. I think it will take a few days for him to think clearly and regret it. My aunt will drag him here again and ask him to apologize to you in person. Sui girl, are you willing to give Zheng another chance? Shen Jiasue murmured with her thin lips, seeming to be very hesitant. Seeing this, Mrs. Lu immediately added fuel to the fire. Girl Sui, in my aunt's heart, I will only recognize you as my daughter-in-law. When Jiwon heard this, she was so angry that Mrs. Lu had no shame. Her son had just broken the engagement, and now she dared to lie in front of Sui Sui. If she wasn't sure that Sui Sui would treat Lu Yunzheng again, there is no emotion. Everything is planned by Sui Sui. She has already reached out to chase them away. Shen Jiasue finally managed to show a sad expression. She frowned and shook her head. Aunt, please stop talking. When my past sincerity went wrong, from now on, I will have nothing to do with Brother Yunzheng and Mr. Lu. Mom, let's see the guests off. After Shen Jiasue finished speaking, he covered his face and ran away. Looking at the figure from behind, he was really heartbroken. Jiwon was not polite and said coldly, Mrs. Lu, please, where is Mrs. Lu at this moment? She also cares about Jiwon's attitude. It's obvious that Shen Jiasue has no intention of giving up. Now she only needs to persuade Jing'er to admit his mistake in front of Shen Jiasue and Mrs.
Lu is still very happy about this. Confident.
How could Gu Xizhi win Jing'er's heart and surpass her own mother who gave birth to him and raised him? Mrs. Lu said politely and left with her maid. At this time, Jiwon couldn't wait to enter. In the room, Shen Jiasue was applying a cold towel to his face. Sui Sui, why did you refuse to put it on your face before? Before General Lu and his wife came to the door, Sui Sui cried a lot because she mentioned that dream, and her eyes and nose were red. She originally twisted the handkerchief for Sui Sui to put on her face, but Sui Sui said she was not in a hurry. Just now, she's suddenly taking the initiative to come out to see Mrs. Lu. Mrs. Lu was afraid that she was unwilling to give up on Lu Yunzheng. Shen Jiasue removed the scarf from his face and showed a sly smile. In the past life, Mrs. Lu. But in front of her, she kept calling Gu Xizhi good daughter-in-law and scolded her for taking the position of the eldest daughter-in-law of the Lu family and blocking Lu Yunzheng and Gu Xizhi's happy marriage. This time, Shen Jiasue was curious about what Mrs. Lu would do. What about calling Gu Xizhi? What method would she use to force Lu Yunzheng to change his mind? Of course, Shen Jiasue had another consideration in order to break the situation. Lu Yunzheng was not stupid. After he calms down, he will probably still be suspicious of her. She will have to use Mrs. Lu's words to express it. It is best to continue to confuse Lu Yunzheng and let herself take the initiative in the subsequent game.
Xizhi Villa.
Lu Yunzheng didn't want to come here again, because this was the place where he died in his previous life. However, there were not many courtyards under his name, but there were always people taking care of it, so Lu Yunzheng could move in directly. He hugged Gu Xizhi and got out of the carriage and went straight to the side room. When he passed the main hall, he hesitated for a moment, but soon stepped back. There was an old servant in the courtyard, and Lu Yunzheng said quickly, "Go and ask for a doctor." The old servant turned around and left in a hurry. Then he heard Gu Xizhi moan softly and faintly woke up. "Yunzheng?" Gu Xizhi called out, slightly confused, and then his eyes widened as if frightened. "Yunzheng, where are you?"
We.
This villa was once the paradise in Lu Yunzheng's heart, filled with sweet memories of him and Gu Xizhi, so when he was here at this moment, Lu Yunzheng's heart softened, and he immediately apologized softly. "Xizhi, I'm sorry, I have wronged you. This is the villa under my name. You can stay here temporarily." Gu Xizhi sat up straight when she heard this. Lu Yunzheng originally thought that Gu Xizhi would blame him for not keeping his word. Unexpectedly, Gu Xizhi looked at him with worry and suddenly stretched out her hand to push him out. "Yunzheng, it doesn't matter where I stay, but you can't be here. You go back and apologize to the general and the lady." "Yunzheng, I am not worthy of you. I can't block your future and cause you and your son to turn against each other. Everything is still in time. You go back and explain it to the general and the lady and go to the Shen family to apologize to Sui Sui." Gu Shiji said as tears welled up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall.
You don't have to care about me. Don't have to care about me.
When Lu Yunzheng heard this, his heart was filled with love, and he really wanted to hold his entire heart in front of Gu Shiji. He hugged Gu Shiji emotionally and said in a trembling voice, "Shiji, how can I ignore you? I can't live without you. Among the millions of people in this world, I only want you." Gu Shiji listened to the passionate words of love, and tears finally fell. She whispered, "Silly boy," and put her arms around Lu Yunzheng's waist. The two hugged each other tightly, and Gu Shiji's chin rested on Lu Yunzheng's shoulder. However, where Lu Yunzheng couldn't see, the deep affection in Gu Shiji's eyes suddenly disappeared, and she was filled with reluctance.
No.
She couldn't be kept outside like this. She wanted a status and a formal marriage. Lu Yunzheng was still immersed in love, and he promised again and again. "Xizhi, I won't let you wait too long. I will make you the future general's wife, ask for an imperial decree for you, and let you live the best life." Gu Shiji's eyes were filled with thoughts, but she responded gently over and over again. "Yunzheng, I believe you. I believe you." Lu Yunzheng left the Lu mansion in a rage during the day, so it was impossible for him to go back now, so he had dinner with Gu Shiji in the other courtyard. Gu Shiji had no appetite. She frowned as she looked at the delicacies in front of her. After a while, she suddenly murmured, "It's still not right." Although Lu Yunzheng had experienced many twists and turns today, he was satisfied to be with Gu Shiji at this time. Because of the convenience of rebirth, he firmly believed that he would be successful in the near future, and he felt more at ease. Therefore, his appetite was opened at this time. After hearing what Gu Shiji said, he only asked casually, "Shiji, what's wrong?" Gu Shiji put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hand and said in a concentrated voice, "Yunzheng, I still feel a little strange. I hid the letters between you and me very well, and even Bai Lu, who has been serving me, didn't know about it. Could it be such a coincidence that my house was robbed, and the thief turned out the letters and was caught by Baiji? Obviously. Everything was going well, but it was ruined at the last moment." Gu Shiji was full of unwillingness. If those letters had not been discovered suddenly, she was confident that she would be able to convince her godfather and godmother to marry her into the Lu family with great fanfare. Lu Yunzheng slowly raised his head when he heard this, and he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes gradually widened, and even the chopsticks fell to the ground. Gu Shiji was startled and stood up and asked with concern, "Yunzheng, what's wrong with you?" In fact, Gu Shiji wanted to ask one more question. Why Lu Yunzheng said so confidently in front of General Lu today, "General Dingguo's mansion will be destroyed within 2 years." But she was still pretending to be fainted at that time. If she asked it now, she would be exposed. Lu Yunzheng slowly got up, thinking over all of Shen Jiasue's performance today over and over again in his mind. Could it be that she also? But it doesn't seem like it. With Shen Jiasue's impulsive and reckless temperament, and the look on her face that wanted to eat him alive when she died with him, how could she be so calm when they met again? Could it be that he had never really understood her all these years? Lu Yunzheng was hesitant in his heart, feeling that hidden dangers had suddenly arisen, as if he was being watched with a thorn in his back. He wished he could rush to Shen Jiasue right now and get to the bottom of it. "Yunzheng?" Gu Shiji was a little scared. "Yunzheng, what's wrong with you?" Lu Yunzheng suddenly came to his senses. After looking around, he said in a gentle voice, "Xizhi, this villa is under my name. My father and mother will come to find us sooner or later. Let's go after dinner. I will rent a new villa." Regardless of whether Shen Jiasue has lived again like him, this villa is unlucky and cannot be lived in anymore. Lu Yunzheng said this a little suddenly. Gu Shiji didn't understand why, but still nodded obediently. "Yunzheng, wherever you go, I will go." Lu Yunzheng looked at Gu Shiji, who trusted him wholeheartedly. He felt pity for her. After hesitating for a moment, he hid the fact that he was reborn. Xizhi was timid. If she knew that he had died at the hands of Shen Jiasue, she would be scared to sleep and eat unwell at night. Why should he let her worry about it? The most urgent thing is to find an opportunity to try Shen Jiasue as soon as possible. In just one day, the news about the Shen and Lu families spread throughout the capital. Although Shen Jingsheng was General Dinghua and lost an arm on the battlefield, he was still favored by the emperor after returning to Beijing. He was still a favorite of the emperor. After Shen Jingsheng retired, Lu Yongzhu became the mainstay of resisting the Mo kingdom, and the marriage between the two families naturally attracted much attention. But today, Lu Yunzheng came to propose marriage, but took a girl away from General Dinghua's mansion. Later, the two returned to Lu's mansion hand in hand and left in disgrace. Many people in the capital were smart and smelled something unusual at once. General Dinghua's mansion also quickly released the news that Lu Yunzheng was treacherous and unworthy of being a son-in-law, and they took the initiative to cancel the engagement. The Lu family did not refute this and seemed to have accepted it. Those in the capital who were well-informed quickly dug up all the details of the cancellation of the engagement. It turned out that Shen Jingsheng had an adopted daughter, who was said to be the orphan of his subordinates. It was not known whether it was the romantic debt he left behind at the border. In short, Lu Yunzheng didn't like Miss Shen, but was devoted to the adopted daughter and was going to break off the engagement and marry someone else. But General Lu disagreed, and Lu Yunzheng remained infatuated and broke up with his family, leaving with the beauty in anger. People in Beijing spread the rumors with details, saying that the adopted daughter of the Shen family must be a beauty, which is why Lu Yunzheng was infatuated with her. Some people also said that Miss Shen was used to wielding swords and guns, and was an out-and-out tomboy, so it was normal for her to be disliked. The world is really harsh on women. In just one day, Shen Jiasue was rumored to be the one who was abandoned because of her ugly appearance and lack of understanding of romance. As for Lu Yunzheng, he just had another romantic anecdote. However, some people were sensible and angrily accused Lu Yunzheng of being unfaithful and having an affair with someone else, which was not what a gentleman should do. When it comes to Xizhi, they say that the Shen family raised an ungrateful person who robbed the legitimate daughter of her marriage. Anyway, there were many different opinions, and the private affairs of the two families were completely exposed. General Dinghua's mansion. After Shen Jiasue finished practicing a set of spear skills, she returned to the house sweating profusely. She picked up the tea on the table and drank it all in one gulp, feeling extremely refreshed. After marrying into the Lu mansion in the previous life, Lu Yunzheng was indifferent to her. Her mother-in-law thought it was inappropriate for her to play with a spear in the yard and sent the maid to talk to her several times. In order to keep things quiet, she put away the spear, but she didn't know that it would never see the light of day again. When she returned to the house just now, she saw the spear standing on the rack at a glance. She felt itchy and ran to the yard to dance with it. Her hands are a little rusty. No problem. No one can come to arrest her in the future. Shen Jiasue was feeling happy, and at this time Baiji came in from outside with an ugly face. Seeing Shen Jiasue looking over, she quickly restrained her expression and forced a smile. Shen Jiasue raised her eyebrows. Did you hear something? Seeing that her young lady knew the whole story, Baiji's face immediately fell and she said angrily, "Young lady, I really want to sew their mouths shut." Shen Jiasue loosened his clothes and walked towards the inner room, smiling. "Then you'll be busy. There are so many mouths in the capital, you'll have to sew them till the end of time." Baiji felt that her young lady did not know the seriousness of the matter and could not help sweating profusely. "Young lady, you have no idea how ugly the rumors they spread are." Of course, Shen Jiasue knew. In her previous life, when the Shen family was wrongly accused of treason, countless insults and curses were thrown at them. She went to the gate of the general's mansion and saw that the ground was black and red, and countless chicken blood and dog blood were splashed on it. She, the young lady of the Shen family who was spared because of her marriage, was cursed countless times with the most vicious words. 3 people make a tiger, and accumulated criticism can destroy a person. If she really died in front of the gate of the general's mansion because of this, she would be truly stupid. Goodbye, Ji, if you care about them, you'll get angry to death first. Come and help me put my hair up, so that I can go take a bath. Bai Ji stared at Shen Jiasue as she walked into the inner room with an easy look on her face, and she couldn't help but stand there in a daze. She always felt that the young lady was weird today, not the same as before. Early in the morning of the next day, Shen Jiasue opened her eyes from her sleep, and after a moment of daze, she suddenly lifted the quilt, stood barefoot in the room, and looked around. At this time, her face really didn't look good. Bai Ji heard the noise and walked into the room. She was startled when she saw this scene, and asked hurriedly, "Young lady, what's wrong with you?" Shen Jiasue put her hand on her chest and just murmured, "Great, great. Everything yesterday was not a dream." She really went back to the past, and was standing in her boudoir. "Bai Ji, freshen up immediately. I'm going to pay my respects to my mother." She wanted to see her mother well before she could feel at ease completely. Bai Ji looked at it carefully and saw that Shen Jiasue was indeed fine, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. After washing up, Shen Jiasue couldn't wait to go to the main courtyard. After having breakfast next to Jiwan, life finally felt at ease. Shen Jingsheng was going to the court in the morning and was not in the house at the moment. The mother and daughter were talking about themselves when suddenly Bai Shuang came in a hurry. "Report, Madam, Miss Bai Mu is outside asking for a meeting. Shen Jingsheng and his wife have one son and one daughter. Their legitimate daughter Shenjia is 17 years old and good at martial arts. Their legitimate son Shen Jiaheng is 15 years old and good at writing. Now Shen Jiaheng is studying in the Imperial College and Bai Mu is Shen Jiaheng's servant. The Imperial College has regulations, and students in addition to field holidays and holidays, there are usually only 10 days off, that is, rest on the 1st and 15th day of each month. Although there are many children of high-ranking officials in the Imperial College, no one dares to damage the Imperial College because the Emperor emphasizes learning and respecting teachers. Today is the 21st. Logically speaking, Bai Mu should stay with Shen Jiaheng in the Imperial College." Ji Wan and Shen Jiasue looked at each other and knew that Shen Jiaheng was in trouble in the Imperial College. "If I'm wrong, I'm afraid it's related to the breakup of my engagement with Lu Yunzheng yesterday. Let someone come in quickly." Ji Wan ordered quickly. Soon, Bai Mu hurried into the courtyard. He did not enter the house. He only stood outside the door and reported loudly, "Madam, the young master was bullied in the Imperial College."
"What?"
Ji Wan was a protector of shortcomings, so he quickly walked out and said with a cold face, "Bai Mu, please tell me carefully, what is going on?" Shen Jiasue followed suit, with an eager look on his face. Bai Mu was about to speak when he heard the sound, but when he looked up and saw Shen Jiasue, he suddenly became mute. Seeing this, Shen Jiasue didn't understand anything, so he just quietly said, "Bai Mu, tell the truth and don't hide a word." Bai Mu clenched his hands uneasily, and when he saw the lady beside him also nodded, he boldly spoke. "Early this morning, rumors spread in the Imperial College, saying that the young lady was despised by the young master of the Lu family and was broke off the kiss. Of course the young master didn't believe it, so he argued with those people. It's also that their words were too unpleasant. They said that the lady is ugly and looks like a man. No wonder Mr. Lu fell in love with someone else. The young master couldn't get angry, so he took action. There were many people on the other side, and they were coming and going. The young master received a lot of beatings. The servant stepped forward and was unable to stop him. Seeing that the situation was not good, he did not dare to stab the eunuch. After all, it was the young master who made the move first. He was afraid that he would inevitably be punished, so he came back to report to Madame Ming. The more Bai Mu spoke, the lower his voice became. His eyes were erratic, and he seemed a little guilty. Shen Jiasue frowned when he saw this and immediately asked, "Who did Brother Heng hit?" The Shen family is already a prominent figure in the capital, and ordinary people would not dare to talk and belittle her wantonly in the Imperial College. Although Brother Heng is young, he is well organized in his actions. He must have taken action only when others said too much.
Listen to Bai Mu.
It means that the other party has a large number of people, so it seems that he must have a good background. Is it because Bai Mu was worried that the supervisor would favor him, So he rushed back when he saw that his lady hit the nail on the head? Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief and said truthfully, "The other party." The other party is the young master of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. The young master hit him on the bridge of the nose and bled a lot. Shen Jiasue thought in his heart the first person to mention is the Minister of Civil Affairs, that is the Cui family. Cui Shongshu's daughter is the current concubine Shu, the biological mother of the second prince. No wonder Bai Mu feels guilty. It turns out that the other party is a relative of the emperor. Good fight. After hearing this, Ji-won gave a low drink, looking very satisfied. What's wrong with the minister of the Ministry of Personnel? His son was the first to speak evil words, and even if he was brought before the holy sage, the Cui family would not be able to get away with it. It will be a while before I go to court. I'm going to the Imperial College. Ji-won said. Feng Huo was about to walk out.
Mom.
Shen Jiasue hurriedly stopped his mother. Mom, don't worry. This is just some resentment between the younger generations. It's fine if I go. If you go, this matter will be different. There are powerful people all over the capital, and the young people are very energetic. It is inevitable that there will be some disputes between them. As long as they don't go out of their way, the elders will usually turn a blind eye. The same is true today. If mother goes, it will cause a big fuss. Ji-won frowned when he heard this. How can this be done? There are so many rumors in the capital now. If you go there every year, I'm afraid you will hear some unpleasant things. Ji-won naturally understands this. She doesn't want Shen Jiasue to be harmed, so she has to step in. When Shen Jiasue heard this, he took Ji-won's hand and said with a smile, Mom, what about you? I underestimate my daughter too much. Others' ridicule and slander are like wind blowing around me. If I care, then I am playing into other people's hands. Moreover, some people say that my daughter is ugly and resembles a man. Shen Jiasue opened his arms and walked around in front of Ji-won, his eyebrows curved. I'm going here today to make the rumors collapse. Ji-won looked at Shen Jiasue carefully and again. Seeing that she was really calm, he finally nodded. When Shen Jiasue saw this, he wanted to leave with Bai Mu. The defense of men and women in the Shang dynasty was not strict, but ordinary people it is true that a lady does not go out often, but Shen Jiasue, as a general's daughter and a martial artist, does not care about this, and Shen Jingsheng and his wife are not willing to restrain her, so she has always been able to come and go freely in the Imperial College. Of course, she couldn't get in. Even if Ji-won went away, according to the rules, she couldn't step into the gate of the Imperial College. However, Shen Jiasue, who was at the center of this rumor, was sure that as soon as she showed up, the people who laughed at her would come out. Let's see what she looks like. Shen Jiasue had already stepped out of the house, and Ji-won suddenly stopped her again. Don't worry, let's change clothes first. Shen Jiasue was confused when he heard this. Changing clothes? At this time? Mom, Brother Hung might still be beaten. Ji-won waved his hand, but now he was not in a hurry. Since he is a descendant of the Cui family, they are all human beings. Even if they don't keep their mouths shut, they will be measured in their actions.
Hänge vel naughty.
How dare they call you ugly? I have to let them open their eyes and see how our family has become an empire every year. Come on, my mother has cut a lot of autumn clothes for you, and they were delivered just yesterday afternoon. Ji-won said, not allowing Shen Jiasue to refuse, and pulled her towards the inner room. Shen Jiasue. Bai Ji followed happily to serve, wishing that his young lady would beat others severely.
Face. Bai Mu.
Young master, I didn't see anything, but madam still loves you very much. Shen Jiaheng wiped his nose hard, making the back of his hand turn red. His hair was also messed up, and his fine brocade clothes were crumpled into shape. He was obviously in a mess, but his face was full of anger. He persuaded, Brother Hung, why don't we take a step back first, so that the hero will not suffer the immediate loss? Hearing this, Shen Jiaheng immediately glared back at the young man and said angrily, Cousin, don't try to boost other people's morale. This Cui Mingju speaks evil words and insults my sister. I won't let him go no matter what. The cousin Shen Jiaheng was talking about was Ji Shui, the third son of the Zhongyong family that Ji Yuan originally planned to tell Gu Xizhi. Seeing that Shen Jiaheng couldn't persuade him, he couldn't help but shake his head. Hengdi has been a follower of cousin Sui since he was a child, and he couldn't listen. Others said that my cousin was not good at all. Now that she is older, she has become more protective of her. What can she do? Pamper her. Ji Shui stretched out his hand and wiped Shen Jiaheng's nose. Shen Jiaheng screamed in pain, but he laughed. Said, "You will show off. If we fight again later, you will hide behind me and I will carry it for you. When you see the opportunity, you will take action and punch Cui Mingjue again." Hearing this, Shen Jiaheng raised his head suddenly. Because of the pain, tears were still welling up in his eyes, but he did not forget to say in a loud voice, "Cousin, you are so loyal."
Yixui.
Just kidding. If he goes home and lets his parents know that he is sitting idly by, they will have to beat him to death. While the two brothers were mumbling here, the people on the other side had already started to make a commotion. The leader was a 16-year-old boy with handsome eyebrows and eyes, but at this time, a handkerchief was covering his nose, so his full appearance could not be seen clearly. Looking at his appearance of being surrounded by stars, it was obviously Cui Mingjue, the grandson of Cui Daoyuan, the Minister of Personnel. At this time, there was also a young man standing between the two groups. He had a thin face and a strong bookish air. He was Lu Yunzheng's half-brother, Lu Yunzheng. Just now, Shen Jiaheng did not believe that Lu Yunzheng would cancel the engagement, so Cui Mingjue dragged Lu Yunzheng out and asked him to testify. But Lu Yunzheng had been staying in the Imperial College and was not close to his own brother. How could he know about the cancellation of the engagement yesterday? So he shook his head and said he didn't know. Later, the two groups fought, and Lu Yunzheng couldn't avoid it. By chance, he was punched by Shen Jiaheng. Now his cheekbone was black and blue, and he was in a very embarrassed state. Shen Jiaheng was a reasonable man. He knew that this matter had nothing to do with Lu Yunzheng. Seeing that he was still standing there motionless, he raised his voice. "Lu Yunzheng, I will apologize to you later."
Get out of the way first.
Fists have no eyes. As Shen Jiaheng spoke, he looked viciously at Cui Mingjue opposite him. Cui Mingjue was not willing to show weakness and yelled angrily, "Shen Jiaheng, come here. I will just stand here and not move." It hurts so much. I have never been injured so badly in my life. There were many young men around Cui Mingjue, all of whom were elders in the family and were on good terms with the Cui family. When they saw Cui Mingjue speak, they all echoed. It was Shen Jiaheng who started it today, and everyone saw it clearly. Even if the supervisor comes soon, he will not escape punishment. That's right, it's an indisputable fact that Lu Yunzheng broke off the engagement with his sister. The news has spread all over the capital. Why, you are not allowed to say she is ugly. That's right, I also heard that her sister is 5 feet tall, with a broad back and strong waist, and as strong as an ox. She is a female Yiksha. Ha. As soon as these words came out, the whole room burst into laughter. Cui Mingjue couldn't help but frown when he heard this, but when he saw Shen Jiaheng's eyes turned red with anger because of these few words, he relaxed his eyebrows proudly. The affairs of the Shen and Lu families have spread all over the capital. He is almost sick from being idle in this imperial college. What's wrong with joking with people around him? Then Shen Jiaheng rushed up to him like a mad dog and punched him without saying a word. Did he think that Master Cui was a vegetarian? Seeing that Cui Mingjue didn't say anything to stop him, everyone thought that he had touched his heart. In order to show his courtesy, they said more and more unpleasant things. That Lu Yunzheng is from the Wuqingbingma division. I saw him from afar when he was patrolling the city once. He was indeed majestic and handsome. I guess he has been dissatisfied with this marriage for a long time. Hey, who can ask Shen Jiaheng if his adopted daughter is as beautiful as a fairy? Even if she is not as beautiful as a fairy, she must be 100 times better than his sister. Otherwise, who would give up the daughter of a general and marry an adopted daughter? It must be unbearable. No wonder Miss Shen has never participated in the spring banquet in recent years. I think she has this self-knowledge and hides away and dares not see anyone. Ha, Brother Lu, What you said makes sense. Everyone talked at once, picking out the unpleasant things to say. They didn't care about the truth of the Shen and Lu families' cancellation of the engagement. What mattered was to please the young master of the Cui family. The Imperial College was just a small officialdom. In the future, all of them would more or less serve as officials in the court. The Cui family is powerful now. Who wouldn't want to get close to them as soon as possible? After all, when they enter the officialdom in the future, they may not even be able to touch the corner of Master Cui's clothes. Xizhi is at least 1 year older than Yunzheng and has a more stable temperament, so he advised Yunzheng to take a step back. As a result, at this moment, listening to everyone slandering and belittling Yunzheng, Xizhi suddenly became angry. It is not a gentleman's behavior to talk about people behind their backs. Yunzheng. No, cousin, you have been holding it in for a long time, and this is what you said? What gentleman? It is clearly a group of servile villains who curry favor with the powerful and commit verbal crimes. They look like decent people, but they have read the books of sages into dogs' stomachs.
Xizhi.
Cousin, are you sure you want to say so many dog words?
Is it
too rude? Yunzheng. If someone throws blood at you, do you still open your mouth elegantly to receive it? How did the loyal and brave man's house, which was full of rough men, raise a scholar like my second cousin? Cousin, can we two brothers work together? Yunzheng gritted his teeth and whispered.
Xizhi. Dogs.
Lackeys, come at us, if you have the guts. Don't say bad words to hurt my cousin. Yunzheng looked at Xizhi stuttering when he scolded people, and he was really disappointed. The second cousin had ruined his momentum. He raised his head, pointed at Cui Mingjue with his right hand, and said in a cold voice, Second cousin, the others are just flatterers and bullies. We must catch the leader first. Cui Mingjue, you dog head, apologize to my sister quickly, otherwise this matter will not end. Cui Mingjue was so angry when he heard Yunzheng's ugly cry that he threw away the handkerchief in his hand, revealing a dark blue nose bridge. You are so good, Yunzheng. You think I am afraid of you? Today is not over. Cui Mingjue rolled up his sleeves and rushed over. The young man next to him saw it and followed him to help. Lu Yunzheng's face turned black and he quickly hid aside. Xizhi was really loyal and immediately stretched out his hand to protect Yunzheng, but he didn't touch him when he pulled his hand away. He turned around and saw that Yunzheng had already hidden behind him. Cousin, let's follow the tactics we used just now. You should avoid your nose because it really hurts when you get hit.
Xizhi.
He also did what he said and immediately protected Yunzheng behind him like a hen protecting her chicks. Here they come. Yunzheng shouted, and several fists came from the opposite side. Xizhi's eyes were dazzled, and he felt a pain in his thigh during the shoving, and he cried out, Who is so unethical as to pinch me? In the chaos, the door of the house was suddenly pushed open by someone, and then an anxious voice rang out, Sir, the young lady is here to look for you. Hearing this, everyone in the room stopped what they were doing and looked at the door, only to see Yunzheng's servant coming back and looking at them breathlessly. Yunzheng poked his head out from behind Xizhi, widened his eyes, and asked, Bai Mu, who did you say is here? Bai Mu felt quite stressed in front of a room full of bruised young men. He took a breath and said, It's the girl. The girl came to see you.
She's outside now.
Yunzheng slapped his thigh and said angrily, Who told you to go back and tell your sister? I can handle it myself. Although Yunzheng said this, he didn't dare to let Yunzheng wait for a long time. He waved his sleeves and walked out. Before he stepped out of the door, he suddenly turned back and glanced at everyone in the room. His eyes were cold, and it was obvious that he was serious. Whoever dares to talk nonsense in front of my sister, I will fight him to the death. As soon as Yunzheng left, the room suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at each other. It was Xizhi who reacted first and chased after him, shouting, Brother Heng, wait for me. The rest of the people looked at Cui Mingjue, their eyes full of impatience. They had only heard of the name of the young lady of the Shen family, but had never seen her. Most of what they said today was from other people. But in order to anger Xinjiang, they exaggerated and said something even more unpleasant. Now that they heard that Xinjiasue was really coming, they were very curious and wanted to see how ugly she was, which made Lu Yunzheng break off the engagement at the cost of offending the General Dinggua's mansion. At this time, someone noticed Lu Yunzheng, who was about to leave, and suddenly realized that Lu Yunzheng must have seen Shen Jiasue. "Hey, Lu Yunzheng, have you seen the young lady of the Shen family? What does she look like?" As soon as this was said, everyone cast their eyes on Lu Yunzheng. Lu Yunzheng frowned, feeling unhappy. His aunt had told him to study hard in the Imperial College and become successful in the future with his own ability. He was looked down upon by these people because he was born out of wedlock, so he had always been alone and lived in peace. He didn't expect that Lu Yunzheng couldn't even handle his own private affairs, and it affected him. "I haven't seen the young lady of the Shen family. If you are curious, why don't you go and see it with your own eyes?" In fact, he was also very surprised when he heard about the broken engagement this morning. After all, he had seen both Shen Jiasue and Gu Xizhi. Regardless of their background, appearance, and temperament, he could not find any reason to abandon Shen Jiasue and choose Gu Xizhi. After hearing what Lu Yunzheng said, everyone became more eager to try. "Mingjue, how about? Let's go and take a look? It's harmless to take a look from a distance." Everyone talked one after another. Cui Mingjue had obviously been tempted a long time ago, and he couldn't resist the persuasion. "Okay, I want to see what the female Yiksha of the Shen family looks like." When Cui Mingjue said this, the young men cheered and followed him out. They all looked a little embarrassed, and their classmates looked at them sideways. Soon after they left the Imperial College, they saw Shen Jiaheng and Ji Shui looking into the distance under a locust tree not far away, looking forward to something. Bai Mu rode back to the Imperial College at full speed, but because Jiwon insisted on dressing up Shen Jiasue, she and Bai Ji walked a little slower. At this moment, only the sound of horse hooves could be heard coming from afar, and soon a girl appeared in everyone's sight. Cui Mingjue Ju and his companions were filled with curiosity. They could not help but stand on tiptoe to look in the direction they came from. Soon, they all showed disappointment. In fact, in their hearts, they did not believe that Miss Shen was really as beautiful as a demon. After all, Shen Jiaheng was famous for his good looks in the Imperial College, and he and Miss Shen were born of the same mother. So even if Miss Shen was ugly, she could not be that ugly. They had some expectations in their hearts, but when they saw the real person, they were disappointed. Miss Shen was indeed not ugly, but she was just pretty, which was far from Shen Jiaheng. "Well, go back, go back. Really, only Shen Jiaheng treats her sister as a treasure and fights with us."
It's so funny.
The young men were talking to each other, and Cui Mingjue was also very bored. As they were turning to leave, they suddenly heard Shen Jiaheng shouting, "Sister!" Soon, a clear voice came from afar. "Baiji, why are you running so fast?" Everyone turned around when they heard the voice and saw a horse with shiny fur galloping towards them. On the horse's back, the girl was dressed in a fiery red dress with a heroic look between her eyebrows. At this moment, her thin lips opened and closed, and her face was full of smiles, which was really bright and dazzling. When the horse galloped to the Sephora japonica tree, she pulled the reins with her right hand, and the horse neighed, raised its hooves, and landed steadily. The girl rolled off the horse's back, and her long hair rose up behind her, neat and light. This flamboyant, casual, and vigorous look attracted everyone's attention at once. Baiji got off the horse first, and now she came to Shen Jiasue's side, casually glancing at the group of people not far away, with a mischievous smile on her face. Just now, she saw the Imperial College from a distance, and she suddenly crossed the line, hit the horses with a whip, and ran ahead of the lady. What is this called? Throwing out a brick to attract jade? It seems inappropriate. No matter, the effect is excellent anyway. Look at those young men over there. Their eyes are about to pop out of their heads. Shen Jiasue saw Baiji's expression at this moment, and then she realized her intention and shook her head helplessly. Baiji was as persistent as her mother in letting her be in the limelight. At this moment, she had no time to care about other things, and her eyes were fixed on Shen Jiaheng under the tree. In the previous life, the whole family of General Dinghua was imprisoned, and she racked her brains to get a chance to visit him in prison. At that time, the handsome and cheerful brother Heng was already haggard, but the first sentence he asked when they met was, "Sister, have others made things difficult for you? Has the Liu family treated you harshly?" When beheaded, brother Heng was only 17. The young man with great potential had not yet achieved fame and fortune, nor had he established a family, but his head and body were separated. Thinking of this, Shen Jiasue felt as if his heart was being torn apart. "Brother Heng." Shen Jiasue called softly. His fingertips fell on Shen Jiaheng's dark nose and asked in a gentle voice, "Does it hurt?" Shen Jiaheng was afraid that Shen Jiasue would worry, so he smiled and shook his head. "No, it doesn't hurt at all." Hearing this, tears instantly blurred Shen Jiasue's vision. At the end of the visit to the prison in the previous life, the last words of brother Heng were, "Sister, don't worry, beheading doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all. So, sister, don't worry about me anymore, okay?" Shen Jiaheng panicked when he saw that his sister's eyes suddenly turned red. "Sister, it really doesn't hurt at all, you see," Shen Jiaheng said, raising his hand and pinching his nose hard, shivering in pain. Seeing this, Ji Shui couldn't help but have his hair stand on end. "Brother Heng, you are to yourself, aren't you?" Shen Jiasue couldn't help but chuckled. It was like this in the previous life. Whenever brother Heng and cousin Ji were together, they would always make jokes and often make people laugh. She also knew that her emotions had been fluctuating too much just now, and she was afraid of being noticed, so she quickly calmed down. Shen Jiaheng was worried about the cancellation of the engagement and was about to ask about it, but Shen Jiasue had already raised her hand and patted him on the shoulder. "Sister is okay. I'll tell you the details when I get home. Let's solve the problem in front of us first." The next moment, Shen Jiasue turned and walked towards the group of people not far away. After standing still, he tilted his head and smiled. "I heard that someone is saying bad things about me behind my back." At this time, no one noticed that an inconspicuous green-topped flat-roofed carriage was quietly parked not far away and had been watching for a long time. There was a faint fragrance in the carriage, and two people were sitting opposite each other. The man on the left had white hair on his temples and looked to be over 60 years old. His eyes were slightly cloudy, but his face was kind and indifferent, giving people a kind of wisdom and calmness and insight into the world. At this time, he was still holding a slightly yellowed book in his right hand, but his eyes were looking out through the corner of the raised curtain. The one who stretched out his hand to open the curtain was a young man, sitting opposite the old man. Half of his face was hidden in the shadow, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. Only from the side could we see that he had a high nose bridge and calm eyebrows. It's very rare to see such a high-spirited young man. At first glance, he feels lively, which really makes people happy. At this time, Shen Jiasue just turned over and got off the horse. The old man suddenly smiled and spoke with a deep voice. It can be seen that although he is old, his body is still very strong.
"Well,"
the young man opposite responded indifferently, without saying anything else. The old man, "I told you that I won't ride in the same carriage with you, but you still came up. It's the most boring to be with you, and you also disturbed my interest." The old man put the book in his hand to his side. Although there was a lot of disgust in his words, the smile on his face did not diminish, which showed that he really liked this young man and was very close to him. At this moment, a slightly low voice sounded outside the carriage. "Mr. Lin, sir, I have heard that the one riding the horse is Miss Shen from General Dinghua's mansion." The follower Nanfeng repeated the news he had heard, including the controversy over the cancellation of the engagement between the Shen and Liu families yesterday. At this time, Shen Jiasue was confronting the young men. She asked so bluntly when she opened her mouth, leaving the young men speechless for a while. Seeing that no one responded, Shen Jiasue swept her eyes and fell on the young man with a dark nose in the middle.
"This
is young Master Cui, right?" Cui Mingjue was suddenly called by name. For some reason, her heart tightened. Then she raised her chin and said defiantly, "It's me, young master." "What's wrong?" Shen Jiaheng was afraid that Cui Mingjue would say something unpleasant, so he hurried over. Shen Jiasue, on the other hand, looked calm and asked, "I heard that young Master Cui said that I was ugly and looked like a man?" Cui Mingjue was speechless for a moment. She had never seen a girl question someone face to face like this. When the others saw that Cui Mingjue was frustrated, they dared not stand by and watch. Someone shouted, "Miss Shen, don't come and blame me. The news that the Liu family broke off your engagement has spread all over the capital. Everyone says so. Why don't you care about it?" "That's right. You are pretending to be indifferent now, but you must have cried a lot in secret, right? Other girls would know to avoid the limelight when encountering such things. Now that it is at the center of the storm, Miss Shen has shown up and is asking for trouble." When Shen Jiaheng heard this, he instantly got furious and rushed forward with red eyes. Shen Jiasue reached out with his right hand and firmly grasped the back collar of Shen Jiaheng's clothes. Shen Jiaheng's arrogance disappeared, and he turned back to look at his sister aggrievedly. "Sister, they were the first to speak ill of us." Shen Jiasue's face was gloomy. Compared with the curses in her previous life, these words were really insignificant. But if she didn't stop it, with Brother Hung protecting her like this, she would not be able to study with peace of mind. She raised her eyes and scanned the people in front of her and said in a cold voice, "I, Shen Jiasue, am so ignorant. I want to see what kind of people are spreading rumors and following the crowd. I thought it was just some gossip in the market, and it would be fine if I had heard it or said it, but I didn't expect that in this imperial college that teaches and educates people and is full of sages, there are people who enjoy spreading rumors." Shen Jiasue acted too calm, which made the young men who were not in the right feel guilty, and looked at Cui Mingjue one after another. Cui Mingjue did not want to lose face in front of everyone, so he looked directly at Shen Jiasue and said nonchalantly, "No one is saint. Besides, we were just chatting for a few words." It was Shen Jiaheng who insisted and started a fight first, so the dispute started. "Before Miss Shen lectures us with righteous words, can you discipline your brother first?" Shen Jiasue was obviously also a person who protected her shortcomings. She pushed Shen Jiaheng behind her and sneered, "Chatting? Mr. Cui, there is a dragon spring on your tongue, which can kill people without shedding blood. Have you ever thought that just your careless and joking chat can easily force a person to death?" When Cui Mingjue saw Shen Jiasue pressing on step by step, his face turned cold. "Miss Shen is really exaggerating. Everyone is talking about it, and the whole city has heard about it. Why is Miss Shen so persistent in pestering us? If you have the ability, go and shut up everyone in the city, and then I will admit that you are capable, and it is okay for me to admit my mistakes to you." As soon as Cui Mingjue finished speaking, the young men around him echoed him. "That's right, Shen Jiaheng is really funny. We were just joking around, but he went home to invite people. If Miss Shen gets frustrated here, will General Shen and Madam Shen be here soon?" After beating the younger one, here comes the older one. "Hey, this Shen Jiaheng will act arrogantly in the Imperial College from now on. We can't afford to offend him." Everyone started to make a fuss, laughing and mocking, and the old man in the carriage frowned. He was about to speak, but Shen Jiasue had already scolded him coldly. "Don't speak ill of others. Don't expose others' shortcomings. Don't discuss others' private affairs. I, a woman who practices martial arts, understand these principles. You are in the Imperial College, reading the books of sages and learning the etiquette of gentlemen. Don't you understand it at all? I, Shen Jiasue, don't have such great ability to stop the gossips. I can't control what others say, but you can't. The Imperial College cultivates talented people and promotes the virtuous. You are enjoying the grace of heaven today, so you should practice the way of gentlemen. Otherwise, if you become officials in the future, I am afraid you will be the kind of people who just sit in office and do nothing and receive rewards without any merit." As soon as Shen Jiasue finished speaking, the old man in the carriage's eyes sparkled, and he secretly praised, "What a smart and eloquent girl." Cui Mingjue had never been scolded so mercilessly by anyone, and his face turned red and white at this moment. Others did not expect that the girl from the Shen family was so eloquent. Not only did she remain unmoved after they said so much, but she also responded so confidently. However, how could they let a woman get the upper hand? Inside the carriage, the old man saw that the young men were still not giving in, and he snorted coldly. It's wrong to talk about people behind their backs, and now you're still showing off your quick words. You really lose the face of a scholar. Xizhi, you go. The old man nodded his chin slightly, obviously intending to put an end to this farce. The young man called Xizhi nodded when he heard it, and immediately bent down and got out of the carriage. As soon as he landed, he raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows, with a hint of fatigue on his face. He had constant dreams last night. He dreamed that someone was kneeling outside the Dali temple, dressed in plain clothes, holding a complaint and crying blood. The people around him didn't know why their faces were full of resentment. They threw filth at the person and cursed him as if they hated him to the bone. He could see that the person was a woman, but he couldn't see her face clearly. He saw her mouth opening and closing, but he couldn't hear what she was saying. It's just that she looked hoarse. Obviously, she had a great injustice. Otherwise, she shouldn't have come directly to the Dali temple. He walked closer, but he was always awake in the moment the woman raised her head. When he dreamed again, it was the same scene, back and forth, and finally, he opened his eyes until dawn. The young man was a little absent-minded, and his follower Nanfeng came forward at this time and whispered with concern, "Young master?" He came back to his senses and said lightly that it was okay. When he looked up and walked towards the noisy place, his steps were steady and powerful, and the fatigue between his brows had disappeared. There was still a verbal battle here. Shen Jiasue heard the chattering in front of him, raised his hand and touched the whip at his waist, and couldn't help but daydreaming. If he whipped them with a whip, he didn't know if these tender skin and flesh could withstand it. But blocking their mouths, that was certain. At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Lord Jiang." Shen Jiasue was surprised to see Cui Mingjue's face change and immediately turned to look in the direction he was looking. The man was wearing a dark blue brocade robe, with a slender and upright figure and a handsome face. Compared with the young men present who were still impetuous, he looked to be in his 20s, with a calm face and steady steps. When he got closer, he could clearly see that his sword-like eyebrows were slightly raised, bringing out a bit of coldness that made him difficult to approach. It was him. Shen Jiasue looked dazed. "Hello, Lord Jiang." Cui Mingjue and his group, who had been arrogant just now, as well as Shen Jiaheng and Ji Shui behind them, restrained their expressions and bowed together. Shen Jiaheng thought Shen Jiasue didn't recognize the person, so she quickly reminded him in a low voice, "Sister, this is Lord Jiang Xuanjiang, the Shaoqing of the Dali Temple. He is a disciple of Dr. Lin, and also our assistant teacher." Shen Jiasue nodded gently. Her face was back to normal, as if she had just met him. But how could she not recognize Jiang Sun? In the previous life, the Shen family was in trouble, and all the old friends avoided them. She had nowhere to turn to, and she had knocked on the drum to report to the emperor, and stopped the sedan chair of the Minister of Justice, but she had never seen the emperor. When she was at her wit's end, she suddenly thought of someone, Jiang Sun, the junior secretary of the Dali Temple. The reason why Shen Jiasue knew the name of Jiang Sun was because of a casual chat with Lu Yunzheng. At that time, there was a case of forcing a woman of good character into prostitution in the capital, and the victim was many lives were lost, and after layers of investigation, the Ministry of Justice finally closed the case. As a result, when the files were sent to the Dali Temple, Jiang Sun found out the flaws and insisted on overturning everything and starting over. It turned out that the identity of the person behind the scenes was a royal relative, and the person sentenced was just a scapegoat. Everyone turned a blind eye, but Jiang Sun refused to give up and investigated all the way to the end, offending countless people. Shen Jiasue hated evil and praised Jiang Sun highly after hearing the words, but Lu Yunzheng sneered. "It is easy to break when you are strong." Jiang Sun acted recklessly and made enemies everywhere. If it were not for the favor of the emperor, he would have died countless times. The grace of heaven is unpredictable. If he loses the emperor's heart one day, he will die without a complete body. Although I am on the path of a military officer, I also know that the way to be an official is to be prudent and protect oneself, and be humble. Shen Jiasue argued with Lu Yunzheng for a few sentences, but neither of them could convince the other. But no matter what, she remembered Jiang Sun. He was a good official. Because the case of Shen's family treason involved a wide range of people, the court ordered the 3 courts to hold a joint trial. Shen Jiasue was desperate, and finally, she could only hold the complaint in her hand and ask for help in front of the Dali temple. This move attracted onlookers from the people, and they kept attacking and cursing her, but she didn't care and just shouted loudly, "The emperor's grace is above. My Shen family is loyal to the king and serves the world. We are willing to die on the battlefield and build beams for the prosperous age. We are unwilling to die unjustly under the knife and let the villain succeed. Shen Jiasue, the daughter of the Shen family, is here to complain about the injustice of my Shen family. I implore all the adults to make the decision for my Shen family and restore my innocence." Shen Jiasue didn't remember how long she had shouted that day. Filth poured down from all directions. She was covered in filth and her voice was hoarse. She was about to despair. At this moment, shouts arose all around. She opened her eyes and looked up. In the blur, she saw a scarlet skirt stepping over the filth on the ground and standing firmly in front of her. She raised her head slowly, unable to see the appearance of the person, but only heard a clear voice coming into her ears. "The world is bright. The sun and the moon are shining. Justice is the will, and it is our job to settle cases and eliminate grievances. You don't have to ask for it. Apologize to Miss Shen." The voice in her memory sounded again, pulling the confused Shen Jiasue back to reality. She looked up suddenly, and Jiang Sun had stood a few feet away. He did not look over here, but looked at Cui Mingjue and his group. When these words came out, Cui Mingjue and the others all looked incredible. "Any objection?" Jiang Sun asked calmly. The other young men were angry but dared not speak, and all looked at Cui Mingjue. Cui Mingjue's face turned blue, and his hands were clenched tightly, obviously unwilling to accept it. He could apologize to Shen Jiasue, considering that she was just a woman and came in person to dispel the rumors. He didn't want to bother with women. But if someone pressed his head and asked him to apologize, it would not work. Besides, Jiang Sun was only a few years older than him. In terms of family background, he, Cui Xiaoye, looked down on him as the son of the Earl of Anyang. It was just that the emperor advocated respecting teachers, and he respected Jiang Sun because he was the assistant of Dr. Lin. In fact, Jiang Sun had some luck that ordinary people could not match to get to where he is today. Otherwise, as the son of an earl with no real power, according to common sense, Jiang Sun would just rely on his ancestors to inherit the title of baron and live in Beijing with his tail between his legs. "Mr. Cui, if you are not happy, my master is in the carriage." Jiang Sun did not intend to entangle too much and looked directly at the green-topped carriage not far away. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the field changed their faces, and the young man beside him hurriedly pulled Cui Mingjue's sleeve. When the emperor was still in the palace, Mr. Lin was the Grand Secretary of Wenhua Palace and the mentor of the prince. Later, when the emperor ascended the throne, Mr. Lin wanted to retire, but the emperor was reluctant to let him go. After the emperor's repeated attempts to retain him, Mr. Lin finally took over the position of Bachelor of the Hanlin Academy and also served as a doctor of the Imperial Academy. Although Mr. Lin's official rank was lower than that of the former Grand Secretary, even the emperor called him Emperor's teacher. Therefore, Mr. Lin was respected and highly respected in the prosperous dynasty. Although Cui Mingjue was arrogant, as a child of the Cui family, he knew what was going on. He instantly put away his anger and bowed deeply in the direction of the carriage. Seeing this, the young men around him followed. After standing up again, Cui Mingjue's face was calm. He turned around, bowed to Shen Jiasue, and said sincerely, Miss Shen, today Chui's words were inappropriate and hurtful. They violated the way of a gentleman and failed the teachings of sages. I apologize to you here. In the future, I will strictly discipline myself, be careful in what I say and do, and I hope Miss Shen will be magnanimous. After Shen Jiasue withdrew her gaze from the carriage, she looked at Cui Mingjue, who was apologizing in front of her in a proper manner, and she couldn't help but say in her heart, what a sensible Cui Mingjue, he is so adaptable to the times. He doesn't seem to be reluctant at all when apologizing at this moment. Seeing that a group of young men apologized to her repeatedly, Shen Jiasue stretched out her hand to support them lightly, and the matter was resolved. Now that we have talked about it, it's just some quarrels. I hope you can bear with my harsh words just now. She gave everyone a way out without saying a word. As expected, when these words came out, all the young men relaxed their expressions and even said they dared not, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. When Cui Mingjue looked up, he saw Shen Jiasue looking at him with a gentle smile. In that case, goodbye. At this time, he was very polite, first bowed to the carriage from a distance, then nodded to Jiang Sun, and then turned and left. A group of people followed Cui Mingjue and left together. After walking quite far, the other youngsters dared to approach Cui Mingjue and whispered, Mingjue, have we been taught a lesson by Miss Shen today? It's all because of the rumor. What female demon? Miss Shen is obviously beautiful. What do you think Lu Yunzheng is thinking? Miss Shen is good at martial arts, didn't you see? She's also good at talking. Anyway, I don't deserve such a person. Mingjue, what do you say? Hey, why is your face red? Upon hearing this, the youngsters gathered around with concern. Go to Hades. Hurry up and find something to apply to my nose. Cui Mingjue cursed, pushed everyone away, and hurriedly quickened his pace. At this time, Shen Jiasue turned his head to look at Jiang Sun. Thank you, Lord Jiang. She bowed and saluted Jiang Sun seriously. In the last life, Jiang Sun really did what he said, risking his life for the truth. She was guarding outside the Dali temple, and she had seen Jiang Sun from afar several times. Every time he was in a hurry. Once, she even saw that he had a broken arm. But in the end, except for her, the daughter who married out, the entire Shen family was executed. She never saw Jiang Sun again, until before death. When her thoughts came to this, Shen Jiasue couldn't help but glance at the hem of Jiang Sun's clothes. Before she died in the Jingxi villa, she seemed to have caught a glimpse of a crimson. But she was not sure whether it was Lu Yunjing's blood that blurred her eyes, or she saw something else. At this time, Jiang Sun had turned aside and did not accept her greeting. No need, it was the teacher's instruction, and it has nothing to do with me. He was still as concise as before, and after leaving the sentence, he turned and left. Sister, Lord Jiang has left. Seeing that Shen Jiasue had not stood up for a long time, Shen Jiaheng hurriedly reminded her in a low voice. Shen Jiasue took a deep breath, and when he straightened up again, he had a smile on his face. Okay, it's all solved. Yu, don't be so impulsive in the future. Shen Jiasue said, raising his hand and tapping Shen Jiaheng's forehead. Shen Jiaheng not only did not avoid it, but also smiled and hurriedly responded, Change, listen to your sister. Shen Jiasue saw that Shen Jiaheng responded perfunctorily and couldn't help shaking his head helplessly. Actively admitting mistakes and resolutely refusing to change is the style of Brother Heng. At this time, Shen Jiaheng finally couldn't wait to ask about the cancellation of the engagement. Shen Jiasue didn't hide it and told him everything, which made Shen Jiaheng grit his teeth in anger. Lu Yunzheng, that rascal. I have disliked him for a long time. But I didn't expect that Sister Gu would. In Shen Jiaheng's heart, his sister always comes first. Compared to the affection that Shen Jingsheng and his wife had for Gu Xizhi, who was like their daughter, Shen Jiaheng even had a vague hostility towards Gu Xizhi. After all, in his eyes, Gu Xizhi was here to compete for favor with him. Shen Jiasue saw that Shen Jiaheng was very lively when he scolded people, and it seemed that the injury on his nose was nothing, so he was completely relieved. As for the matter of rebirth, it would not be too late to find a quiet time to slowly tell him about it when Brother Hung returns home after the 10-day holiday. Okay, you and my second cousin go in. I should go back. Mother must be worried at home. Shen Jiasue was not worried that Cui Mingjue and his group would retaliate secretly, just like Mother said. After seeing it today, the children of the Cui family are really smart. If they continue to be stubborn, it will not be as simple as a small fight. Shen Jiaheng was reluctant to leave, and held Shen Jiasue to talk for a long time. At this time, Bai Ji, who was standing by, could not help but ask Bai Mu out of curiosity. Bai Mu, who was that Lord Jiang just now? He looked young, but others seemed to be afraid of him. Bai Mu immediately became alert after Bai Ji asked this question, but before he could speak, Shen Jiaheng had already taken the initiative to take over the conversation. Sister, that Lord Jiang just now is a role model for us young people, and the person my second cousin and I admire the most. Ji Shui, who was standing by, nodded repeatedly after hearing this, and his delicate and handsome face was full of recognition. Cousin Sui, you must not know that when it comes to Lord Jiang, he... On the other side, in the cell, I heard that Jiang Sun was a fool before. Is it true or not? A group of young people sat together, some applying masks, some rubbing their hands. They were Cui Mingjue and his party. At this time, Cui Mingjue was lying on his back on the couch, with a handkerchief covering half of his face, so his expression could not be seen clearly. Someone immediately said, "It's true. Jiang Sun was born a fool. The Anyang Earl's mansion is ashamed of him and hides him very well. But my uncle has some friendship with the Anyang Earl. When he visited him, he saw Jiang Sun twice in the Earl's mansion. He is indeed mentally, and I can't even speak clearly." The people around him gasped when they heard this. "It's true? I thought it was a rumor. How did it get better?"
And
Still like this. The person who took over earlier looked mysterious when he heard this, and lowered his voice and said, "It seems that when Jiang Sun was 10 years old, the Beau's mansion held a banquet, and other children made fun of him and left him alone in the back garden. Maybe he was scared. It is said that he had a high fever. Even the imperial physician was invited with a sign, saying that there was no way to save him. But I don't know how, after 2 days of fever, he got better by himself. And this fever burned away all his stupidity. It was like he had opened his mind. Not only was he smarter than ordinary people, but he also had a photographic memory. He became outstanding all of a sudden. You all know what happened later. Not only was he chosen as the companion of Prince Xianhui, but he also caught the eye of Master Lin and became his only close disciple. It is said that before Prince Xianhui passed away, he admired and was close to Jiang Sun very much and often brought him with him. Your Majesty loves the whole family. Look, Jiang Sun is only a young man, but he has already been appointed as the junior minister of the Dali Temple. What a great favor. The Anyang Marquis' mansion was about to decline, but Jiang Sun appeared, and it really turned around. Everyone was amazed when they heard this. They wanted to say more, but Cui Mingjue suddenly coughed and said in a rare cold voice, "You are not willing to die, and you can mention the Majesty and Prince Xianhui?" The young people were shocked when they heard this, and they felt something was wrong. They stood up and talked about other things. When Prince Xianhui died 2 years ago, he was only 21, leaving behind a little grandson who was less than 3 years old. The Majesty was heartbroken and cried continuously and stopped the court for more than half a month. The oldest among the princes now is the second prince born to concubine Shu. And concubine Shu is Cui Mingjue's aunt. If I hear this again, you will not be allowed to stay in the Imperial College. Cui Mingjue pulled up the handkerchief, and when he spoke again, his voice was cold, completely different from his usual nonchalant demeanor. The young men nodded hurriedly and remained silent. Bai Ji covered her lips with her hands and then suppressed the few words she wanted to say. Shen Jiasue didn't expect that Jiang Sun had such an unusual experience. She was cautious and immediately whispered, "Brother Hung, second cousin, Don't say these words to anyone else in the future. Lift. Shen Jiaheng and Ji Shui naturally understand the importance. If it weren't for Shen Jiasue who was in front of them today, they wouldn't have said a word at all. Okay, go in quickly. Remember what my sister said. We won't cause trouble and we won't be afraid of it. You study hard and study with confidence. Shen Jiasue waved his hands towards the two of them. Shen Jiaheng and Ji Shui nodded obediently. They were about to turn around and leave when Shen Jiaheng suddenly remembered something and stopped in his tracks. Sister, I just accidentally punched Lu Yunzheng. Now that we have broken off our engagement with the Lu family, will the Lu family think that I did it on purpose? I'm not afraid. I'm just worried that Lu Yunzheng is so petty and thinks that you can't let go, sister. Shen Jiasue was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then realized that Lu Yunzheng was Aunt Zhou's son. A glint suddenly flashed in her eyes, and she raised her hand and patted Shen Jiaheng on the shoulder. After Shen Jiasue returned to Dingwood General's mansion, first told all about the turmoil in the Imperial College, and then returned to Chunhua Courtyard after calming down the parents' hearts. Baiji Yanma. Shen Jiasue ordered as soon as he entered the room. Although Baiji didn't understand the intention, he still obeyed obediently. Baiji was shocked when Shen Jiasue sat down on the table and started writing. Miss, you are writing this too. Aunt Zhou from the Lu family? Shen Jiasue nodded. Baiji murmured on his lips, but still couldn't help but persuaded. Miss, the young master made an unintentional mistake. I personally apologize to the second young master Lu in the Imperial College. I think this is enough. Shen Jiasue didn't respond. He waited until the ink on the letter had dried, then put the envelope in his own hands, and then handed it to Baiji. Good Baiji, send it for me. Baiji's big eyes widened when he heard this. You want me to go in person? It's not that Baiji doesn't want to make this trip. She is eager to share the worries for the young lady, but as the eldest maid beside the young lady, she also represents the young lady's face. Not to mention that the Shen and Lu families just broke up because of their marriage. As the legitimate daughter of a noble lady, there was really no need to write a special letter to apologize to an aunt. However, Shen Jiasue obviously had his own intentions. Seeing that he could not persuade his lady, Baiji had to accept the letter honestly, but her little mouth was so pouty. Shen Jiasue couldn't help but feel funny when he saw this. He raised his hand to hold Baiji and said something in detail. Baiji's eyes became brighter and brighter as he listened. When he turned around and left, his footsteps wanted to fly. General Zhao Yong's mansion. When Mrs. Lu thought that the good words she said in front of Shen Jiasue yesterday had worked, she was overjoyed. Look, Shen Jiasue couldn't hold it back and changed his mind.
Come on.
Quick, call people in. The maid on the side heard the words and was about to go out to greet the person. Madame Lu quickly waved her hand and changed her mind. Don't be in a hurry. Go slowly. Leave her alone, and let Shen Jiasue know that this marriage is now hers. Begging for a knot. The maid responded, and indeed she slowed down her pace and walked out slowly. Mrs. Lu's usual attendant was Mother Zhao. Now, with a smile on her face, she said happily, Madam, what did you say? No matter which girl there is, as long as they meet our eldest son, there will be no girl who will not fall in love with him. What's more, Miss Shen and the young master have been engaged for a long time. They have half a foot in our Lu family. How can we be willing to suddenly break off the engagement? Mrs. Lu was convinced and nodded repeatedly. The gloom that had shrouded her face since yesterday finally dissipated. Now, as long as she can hold the man named Gu and persuade Jinger to come back, everything will be perfect. Mother Zhao, has the person been found? Lu Yunzheng is on duty in the military and horse department of the 5 cities. This is a job arranged by General Lu for him. He will be on duty today. Mrs. Lu plans to take advantage of Lu Yunzheng's duty to hide Gu Xizhi in order to force him to do so. Lu Yunzheng obeyed. Upon hearing this, Zhao's mother hurriedly replied, Yesterday, the young master took Miss Gu to the other courtyard in the west of Jing, but left after dinner. The news came back early this morning. The young master pawned the jade pendant he was wearing last night, and he must have rented a new yard. I followed the clues to check, and I think we will have the results in the afternoon. Mrs. Lu really hated iron when she heard that Lu Yunzheng had even used it as a jade pendant for Xizhi. Tell them to hurry up, and this matter will be solved today. Mother Zhou, didn't you see what Zhou Fu did yesterday? With a proud face, she wished this kiss could never happen. Mrs. Lu was about to say more, but someone had already come in to report that Blatilla striata had been brought there. Mrs. Lu immediately stopped talking, straightened her back, and said quietly, "Let someone come in." Bai Ji stepped into the main courtyard and immediately saw the superior Mrs.
Lu.
There was a faint smile on Mrs. Lu's face, which was completely different from the eagerness when she came to apologize yesterday. Bai Ji Fong saluted, and Mrs. Lu couldn't wait to speak. Sui Yata finally figured it out? I said yesterday that she and Zheng were a match made in heaven. Just tell Sui girl when you go back. I am very happy in my heart. I will bring Zheng to the house tomorrow at the latest, and our two families will discuss the marriage affairs. I know Sui Yatu is very strong. It's not easy to get you to come today. If Sui Yata comes in the future, I, as a mother-in-law, will definitely love her and pity her.
Bai Yi.
A match made in heaven? Doan't come to get involved with Our Lady. Mrs. Lu thinks she has said enough about the situation. The person standing opposite is just a maid. She is extremely good. The Shen family was losing face, but Bai Ji always looked indifferent, which made her suddenly feel angry. Why? She couldn't let go of Zheng, so she sent the maid to come to the door, but she wanted to get Xiao. You, Mrs. Lu said again. Bai Ji was the first to speak out. Madam, today I have come to see Aunt Zhou of your house on the order of the young lady. Mrs. Lu's face was full of impatience. Why don't you see me at this point, Mrs. Lu's eyes suddenly widened, and she was stunned and unbelievable for a moment, and the expression on her face suddenly became wonderful. You say, Shun Jiasue asked you to come see that witch? When Mrs. Zhao saw Mrs. Lu, her voice was raised in shock, and she even changed her title, and she hurriedly coughed. Mrs. Lu suddenly came back to her senses, but her face was livid. Bai Ji seemed to have not heard anything, and the respect on her face remained unchanged. She just said he mentioned a few words about what happened in the Imperial College, and then continued. The young lady felt very sorry, so she thought of sending a captive to tell Aunt Zhou. Could she please point out a maid to lead the way? Mrs. Lu clenched her hands tightly on the armchair, leaning her upper body forward, her knuckles turning white. If it weren't for the fact that she still couldn't let go of her marriage to the Shen family, she would have wanted to beat Bai Ji out with a stick at this moment. There is a mistress in the house. No matter what happens to the concubine and concubine, Shen Jiasue insists on seeing his aunt when she reports it to his mistress. Isn't this a slap in her face? Just because the legitimate son Lu Yunzheng has a good job and a good marriage, this rumor is not very tenable. Now that Lu Yunzheng was kicked out of the house because of Xizhi and his marriage with the Shen family was ruined, it turned out that the rumors must be confirmed. What Shen Jiasue did today was a slap in Mrs. Lu's face. Mother Zhao stood aside and rushed to see Mrs. Lu's breathing quickened and her face flushed, as if she might lose her composure at any moment. The maid on the side waved her hand. Bring him over quickly. Bai Ji also knew what was going on and immediately followed the maid out. As soon as she left the yard, she heard the sound of breaking teacups in the house. Mother Zhao on the side was also startled and hurriedly spoke to comfort her, but Mrs. Lu suddenly raised her head. With a ferocious look on his face and red eyes, quickly, find me the man named Gu.
Zheng must marry Shen Yazui.
Must. Only in this way, Zhou Fu will never be able to get past her. And Shen Jiasue. When she becomes her daughter-in-law, she will naturally have thousands of ways to teach Shen Jiasue how to respect her mother-in-law and serve her elders. Bai Ji only halfway through, Aunt Zhou's mother came to pick her up in person. It could be seen that Aunt Zhou was quite aware of what was going on in the house. As soon as Bai Ji stepped into the yard, Aunt Zhou had already greeted her with a smile on her face. He was polite. Bai Ji followed Shen Jiasue's instructions and only said some polite words before taking out the letter from his arms. When Aunt Zhou heard that Lu Yunzheng had been punched by Shen Jiaheng, there was no unnecessary change on her face. Bai Ji took the letter and read it on the spot. She was a little unsure. She knew the letter was written by the lady, but it was just ordinary words. She didn't know what Aunt Zhou meant. After reading the letter carefully, he said warmly, "Miss Shen is so polite. It is normal for juniors to play around, and I am flattered that I let the girl go there in person. Mother Lin Yanma, Miss Shen is so polite, I must not be rude." After a while, Bai Ji carried Aunt Zhou's reply in her arms and was escorted out of the house by Mother Lin. Mother Lin hurried back to the yard and couldn't wait to ask, "Annie, what about Miss Shen? What does it mean?" Aunt Zhou was leaning on the beauty's couch, fanning herself from time to time. She asked instead, "What's going on in the main room?" Speaking of this, Mother Lin was very excited. On the way back, the servant happened to receive the news. She was so angry that she threw a lot of things. She wanted to go out immediately to find the adopted daughter of the Shen family. When Mother Lin said this, she also reacted and said with a surprised look on her face, "Could it be that Miss Shen did this deliberately to anger Madam and provoke Madam to take action against the adopted daughter? But if this happens, Miss Shen will also offend Madam, and if she gets married in the future, her life will be uncomfortable." Mother Lin took it for granted that Shen Jiasue tried every means to deal with Xizhi just to win back Lu Yunzheng. After hearing this, Aunt Zhou put her fan on the couch and sneered, "Mother Lin, do you even think that Lu Yunzheng is it a treasure?" The marriage between the two families was arranged by the general who shamelessly went to the Shen family to ask for it. As the general's legitimate daughter, Miss Shen has a distinguished status. She must be Lu Yunzheng? And she is so smart. Mother Lin was listening attentively when Aunt Zhou suddenly stopped talking, which made her feel itchy in her heart. She had been serving her aunt for 20 years, and she really followed her. A smart and worry-free master. If there is anything wrong with it, it is that my aunt is too smart and seems to be a bit stupid. She always cannot guess what her aunt is thinking. Turning the fan in his hand, he lowered his eyes and smiled. She looks up to me and seems to know me very well. It's okay, my opponent's opponent is my helper. I'm worried that I don't have the strength. Bai Ji hurried back to the general's mansion and went straight to Chunhua courtyard. Shen Jiasue had been waiting for a long time. "Where is the letter?" Shen Jiasue smiled and stretched out his hand towards Bai Ji. Bai Ji was shocked when he heard this, and finally came to his senses at this moment. "Miss, you wrote an innocuous letter to Aunt Zhou, but actually it was just to write to Aunt Zhou." "A reason to write back?" Bai Ji said as he put the letter in his arms with both hands. Shen Jiasue nodded with a smile, opened the letter, and started reading. Bai Ji saw that Shen Jiasue didn't avoid him, so he leaned over curiously. This time it was amazing to see that Aunt Zhou's reply was not simple at all. It clearly stated Mrs. Lu's plan, even the whereabouts of Lu Yunzheng and Xizhi today and tomorrow. Bai Ji couldn't help but widen his eyes and shudder. Baba shouted, "Miss, this." Shen Jiasue folded the letter in her hand and smiled. She had already said that Aunt Zhou was a rare, smart person. She thought that her love for Lu Yunzheng was still lingering, and she hated Xizhi for taking Lu Yunzheng away, but as Aunt Zhou was sober, she would break away from love and see her true intentions. In the last life, General Lu died in battle, and the news was spread back to Lu. At the back of the house, Mrs. Lu cried heartbrokenly, and Aunt Zhou couldn't stop crying. But that night, she saw Aunt Zhou cleaning up the clothes. She didn't call anyone because she knew that Mrs. Lu couldn't tolerate General Lu's death. Aunt Zhou. However, Aunt Zhou was so calm and self-possessed that she couldn't help but ask, "Aunt Zhou, what do you think of General Lu?" After all, General Lu has given Aunt Zhou enough for 20 years. Favor and dignity. Aunt Zhou smoothed the broken hair on her temples and smiled with tears at that moment. "Young lady, the general has given me a foundation and a place to live. I respect the general and love the general, but I have no regrets. I love myself more, and I love my concubine and the general's children. Now that he is gone, I will still live well, and from now on, I will always miss him." Thinking about it now, Aunt Zhou's words still made her feel emotional. Back to the topic, she is like this today if she doesn't show mercy to Mrs. Lu, and Zhou will see that she has completely stopped dealing with Lu Yunzheng and her son. Whether she is seeking revenge or venting her anger, to Aunt Zhou, the enemy of her enemy is friend. Aunt Zhou is very popular in the Lu family. She has her own manpower and sources. If she forms an alliance with Aunt Zhou, it will be easier to deal with Lu Yunzheng. After all, as the eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Yunzheng will one day return to the Lu family. Shen was still immersed in his own thoughts. At this time, Bai Ji asked carefully, "Miss, now that we know Mrs. Lu's plan, what should we do now?" Shen came back to his senses, tapped the letter with his fingertips, and then raised his lips and asked, "Bai Ji, do you still remember where Lu Yunzheng was on duty?" Bai Ji nodded immediately. "Remember, it's the Dongqing Command Department of the 5 Cities Soldiers and Horses Department." Shen nodded Bai Ji's head with a smile, and then said, "Didn't Daddy say yesterday that half of the guards in the front yard would be put at my disposal? Go and tell me what I want and order 2 groups of people to go out. One group of people will keep an eye on the Lu Mansion, and the other group of people will be waiting at the Military and Horse Command Department in Dongqing. Once Mrs. Lu goes out, just send our people to the command department to report to Lu Yunzheng that Xizhi is in danger. Remember, pick someone with a louder voice." Shen thought for a while and added meaningfully, "Mrs. Lu will definitely catch Xizhi while Lu Yunzheng is still on duty. She just wants to let everyone in the command department know that Lu Yunzheng is not only for Xizhi. Xi left his post without permission and completely fell out with his family." Bai Ji's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he nodded repeatedly, not forgetting to make a small suggestion. "Miss, then we have to order someone else, and we will go to Lu Yunzheng to rent it with Mrs. Lu. Listen outside the yard, otherwise we will miss a good show." When Shen heard this, the smile on his face widened a little. "Sure, it's up to you, go ahead." Bai Ji cheered and walked out quickly. Shen leaned back in his chair, his eyebrows slightly curved, but the smile soon faded away. "Don't be in a hurry, just do it step by step. She wants Lu Yunzheng to lose power slowly and then jumping around. He was finally desperate, forcing him to take the risk to find the person behind the scenes to seek cooperation." She waited and uncovered the person's mask. At the beginning of the afternoon, Mrs. Lu was lying on the couch in General Zhaoyong's mansion, and a maid was looking carefully. After rubbing her head, Mother Zhao held a note in her hand and hurried into the main room, saying, "Madam, I found it." Hearing this, Mrs. Lu suddenly opened her eyes, pushed the maid away, and sat up. "Where?" When she asked this question, Mrs. Lu's face was full of sternness. Mother Zhao quickly unfolded the note, and it read, "Ronghua Lane, West Beijing." Mrs. Lu sneered. "Let's go." The maid hurried forward to help Mrs. Lu put on her coat. Seeing this, Mrs. Zhao persuaded her, "Madam, she is just a cheap girl without a father and mother, and she has broken off her friendship with the Shen family. It is enough for you to go as a captive. Why bother making this trip? You didn't close your eyes last night. You should have some rest. I promise to do everything beautifully." Seeing Mother Zhao nagging her, Mrs. Lu's stern expression slowly dissipated, and she couldn't help but sigh. "Mother Zhao, even you know that you love me." The girl named Gu was confused. "Ever since I was a child, I have devoted my heart and soul for him, and I have to always be on guard against Zhou Fu's hidden attacks. Seeing that he is about to survive, he is so ignorant. I have to handle this matter myself. I have to let Jinger come back tonight to admit her mistake to her husband. Tomorrow I can go to the Shen family to apologize. It's still not too late." While she was talking, Mrs. Lu was already dressed. She had made up her mind and boarded the carriage with Mother Zhao and the 4 mothers-in-law who had signed the death contract and left the house. Aunt Zhou got the news immediately, and Mother Lin was so anxious that she sat down. "Auntie, if Madam really succeeds this time, the marriage between the eldest young master and the Shen family may be possible. Should we stop it?" Aunt Zhou looked calm, stuffed a small porcelain bottle into Mother Lin's hand, and said in a warm voice, "Mother Lin, go and take this traumatic ointment to the Imperial Academy. Take a look at Brother Sheng for me, and tell him again, don't get involved in everything, just study with peace of mind." "Mother Lin, Go quickly," Aunt Zhou urged. Mother Lin squeezed the ointment tightly, with a confused look on her face, but she still nodded and went out of belief in her aunt. Until there was no one around, Aunt Zhou sighed quietly and said to herself, Miss Shen is really capable. I didn't expect that she still took advantage of this deal. Even Lin's mother was clamoring to take action. Once something happens to Lu Yunzheng, when they come to think of it, wasn't she the one who was the first to suspect it? It was obviously Miss Shen who did it, but she picked it off completely. Aunt Zhou shook her head helplessly, but soon there was a bright light in her beautiful eyes.
Yes.
If Miss Shen didn't take action today, she wouldn't sit back and watch. In this case, it wouldn't be an injustice. After all, it would be a loss for her to gain a smart and hidden accomplice. All I can rely on are some tricks in the back house. I just hope that Miss Shen will not let her down in the future. When the carriage drove out of General Zhao mansion, the eyes of the people squatting outside the mansion lit up. Third brother, you go with me. Sixth brother, you go to the command department and deliver a message. I'll go back and revive the young lady. Yes. Dongcheng Army and Horse Command Department. Unlike most of the children of high-ranking officials in Beijing who choose to enter the Imperial Academy, Lu Yunzheng, as the son of General Zhao and talented in martial arts, entered the five-city army and horse department early to train. Now, he was a deputy commander of the Dongcheng Military and Horse Command Department. The dispute between the Shen and Lu families caused a stir yesterday. When Lu Yunzheng was on duty today, he was surrounded by his colleagues and subordinates and asked him whether he knew what he was doing. Knowing that in the future he would rise to the top in one step, the springboard of the command department would have to be solid, so they just avoided talking about private matters. Seeing that he had not said anything bad about Miss Shen, everyone actually acquiesced in the accusation of betrayal and praised him repeatedly. It's not only a matter of love, but also a kind. After all, General Dinghua is deeply favored and famous. If he becomes his son-in-law, the strong alliance between the Shen and Lu families will only make Lu Yunzheng's future more promising. But he really gave up a lot of things. Lu Yunzheng was very happy with the praises from everyone and thought that soon he would make a contribution while on duty, and when he caught the eye of that person, he became more and more determined. Without the Shen family, he would still be able to rise to prominence. By then, his father would regret his decision yesterday and call him home angrily. In this way, he could marry Xizhi openly and honestly. As soon as he thought about Xizhi waiting for him in the other courtyard after his shift, Lu Yunzheng felt warm and energetic, stop chatting, and go patrolling the city. Lu Yunzheng urged everyone to disperse, with an upright look on his face, and told him to fulfill his duties. The subordinates nodded repeatedly and flattered Lu Yunzheng again, but when they turned around, each of them had a darkened face. They were not among them. The young man is already over 10 years old. He has worked hard and conscientiously in his life, and he will only become a patrol captain when he is exhausted. However, Lu Yunzheng has already become their deputy commander based on his family background, and this position is not good enough. It was just Lu Yunzheng's incompetence. Everyone was already angry, but the fact that Lu Yunzheng regretted his marriage made them feel even more shameful.
Bah!
It was obvious that he had changed his mind and betrayed his trust. Suddenly, I saw a person running towards me with a panicked look. The patrol officer was responsible for the security of the East City. He thought something had happened, so he immediately stepped forward and asked quickly, "Why are you looking for the commander?" The visitor had already shouted, "The common people are looking for Master Lu, Deputy Commander Lu." Mrs. Lu went to find Miss Gu to trouble her. Miss Gu was in danger. This man also had a really loud voice, but his words were eloquent, so that everyone could hear clearly. All the captains who patrolled the city were shocked when they heard this. They all turned around and saw that Lu Yunzheng's face was ashen almost. Running out. "What did you say?" Lu Yunzheng immediately grabbed the person who was sending the message by the collar, gritted his teeth, and asked. The person looked like he was frightened, his legs softened immediately, and he stumbled and said, "Yes. It's Miss Gu who sent the message." The young one came to ask for help. Mrs. Lu was very aggressive and brought many wives with her. At this moment, Miss Gu is only afraid of
it.
Hearing this, Yunzheng threw the man to the side, grabbed the horse held by a captain, and instantly flew on the horse. Seeing this, the captain's expression changed, and he said kindly, "Deputy Commander, if you want to leave temporarily, you must report to the commander, otherwise you will be leaving your post without permission. Don't forget, you just gave us righteous instructions, and we must fulfill our duties." Of course, the captain did not dare to say these words. However, Yunzheng frowned at this moment, and his mind was full of regrets. Xizhi looked weak and helpless. Just thinking about how his mother would embarrass Xizhi in order to force him to compromise made Yunzheng extremely anxious and confused. "Speak to the commander for me." Yunzheng dropped these words and galloped out. Yunzheng was halfway along the road in a hurry when he suddenly tightened the reins and felt something was wrong. He didn't even know the person who was delivering the message just now. How could Xizhi trust him with nothing? An unrelated foreign man came to ask for help. His father found the position of deputy commander for him. When he first took office, his father warned him that since he got this position through connections, he would naturally be dissatisfied, so he would be more demanding. He fulfilled his duties and convinced his subordinates. His departure not only confirmed the rumors of falling out with his family, but also left his post without authorization, which would only attract more criticism. From this point of view, someone was clearly taking advantage of Xizhi's name, designed to harm him. Thinking of this, Yunzheng frowned and immediately turned his horse's head. But after taking a few steps, he tightened the reins and stopped. What if it was true? Years are different. When he married Shen, he could safely leave her in the back house and ignore her. Apart from the fact that he was not unkind to Shen, it was also because Shen was really rough-skinned and strong. Such a person would never allow himself to be wronged in the slightest. He still had to worry that his mother would not get any good treatment from Shen. However, Xizhi was weak and kind-hearted. If you do, Xizhi will accept it and swallow all the grievances alone. Thinking of this, Yunzheng suddenly gritted his teeth and changed direction again, heading straight to where Xizhi was lying in the other courtyard. On the couch, his expression was tired and worried. Yunzheng rented this yard as a jade pendant. Something happened suddenly yesterday, and he didn't have much cash with him. This incident made Xizhi feel more and more urgent. After leaving the general's mansion, Yunzheng couldn't even let her live a good life, let alone give her the title of a young lady. You must know that before yesterday, she was a pampered young lady in the General Dingwa mansion and was adopted by her godfather. She was so pampered, but now she was trapped in this small courtyard, deserted. No, she had to find a way to get Yunzheng back to the general's mansion as soon as possible. Just as Xizhi was thinking about this, he suddenly heard a loud noise outside the courtyard. Then the sound of noisy footsteps came from far away. Xizhi sat up in shock, and before she could recover, Mrs. Liu had already rushed in with her mother Zhou and her 4 wives. "Sure enough, it's here," Mrs. Liu whispered, with great joy on her face. "Quickly, take the person away." The 4 broad-shouldered women immediately rolled up their sleeves and walked towards Xizhi. The moment Xizhi saw Mrs. Liu, he felt something was wrong. Now seeing himself surrounded by 4 women, he was so frightened that he cried out, "Mrs., if Yunzheng doesn't see me when he comes back, he won't give up." Mrs. Liu sneered when she heard this. "That's just right. After Zheng marries Shen, I will let him see you. But when the time comes, it's hard to say whether Zheng will still remember you." Xizhi didn't have the strength to restrain a chicken. There was no way he could stand up to 4 rough women. He was suddenly twisted to his knees on the ground, unable to move. Mrs. Liu stepped forward step by step, leaned over, and lifted Xizhi up. Looking up at Ji's chin, seeing her slightly messy bun and red eyes, he immediately smiled contemptuously. "Do you think I can't see what you're thinking? You must have used this look to win over Zhenger's heart and make him empathize with you, right? Although Shen is annoying, she doesn't have the scheming and methods like you. When General Dingwa's mansion lured a wolf into the house, General Shen would regret it now." Gu Shiji's arm was so painful from being pulled by her mother-in-law that tears fell from her eyes. When she heard what Mrs. Lu said, she shook her head and denied it. Madam, Xizhi didn't. No? Mrs. Lu's smile gradually turned cold. I entered Zheng'er's bedroom last night. Although he was hidden, how could he hide it from me, a mother? The box with the secret compartment is full of letters you wrote to Zheng'er. I have read every word of it. You took the initiative to write the first letter. You were only 14 years old at that time, but you had such dirty thoughts? Mrs. Lu suddenly waved her hand and gave Gu Shiji a resounding slap. Shameless thing. Gu Shiji was hit to the side of her head, and she felt a burning pain on her face. Her skin was fair, and the slap marks were particularly shocking. She felt like there was a fire burning in her heart. At this moment, she was terrified and nervous.
Scared.
Because she and Lu Yunzheng wrote a lot in the letter. Mrs. Lu leaned over and wanted to say something more. At this time, Mother Zhou quickly reminded her, Madam, take the person away first. When the time comes, you can teach this girl whatever you want. When Mrs. Lu heard this, she came to her senses and waved her hand to the mother-in-law. Take it away. Gu Shiji knew in her heart that once she left this other courtyard today, let alone whether Lu Yunzheng would compromise and marry Shen Jiasue for her, she would have to shed her skin first. So she immediately struggled and begged, Madam, Yunzheng and I are in love, and I had no intention of blocking Yunzheng and Sue's marriage. If you really read the whole letter, you must have seen the words of blessing that I decided to quit. It was Yunzheng who suddenly changed his words yesterday. The words of blessing? Aren't you using retreat as an excuse to advance and playing hard to get? Mrs. Lu spoke coldly, interrupting Gu Shiji's sophistry. She glanced at Gu Shiji's eyebrows and eyes, and her smile suddenly became meaningful. She has a good appearance, but she is really a vicious person. Zheng'er can't see the deep meaning behind your words because he thinks you are beautiful, but I see it clearly. When Gu Shiji heard this, for some reason, her shoulders trembled slightly. At this time, Mrs. Lu spoke softly. When you were 14 years old, you accidentally fell into the water, and Shen Jiasue jumped into the water to save you without hesitation. In your fright, you dragged Shen Jiasue down several times. If Zheng'er hadn't arrived in time, both you and Shen Jiasue would have been in danger. In your letter, you were extremely grateful to Zheng'er, calling him your savior and praising him to the point of being dizzy. This was the first letter you wrote to Zheng'er. Did you remember it? When Gu Shiji heard this, her eyes began to wander, and she did not dare to look directly into Mrs. Lu's eyes. Mrs. Lu slowly curved her lips, leaned close to Gu Shiji's ear, and said very softly, If I'm not mistaken, you can swim. You want to replace Shen Jiasue and become the only daughter of General Dinggua's mansion, right? The last word floated into Gu Shiji's ears. Her pupils suddenly contracted, her breathing became heavy and rapid, and her face was as pale as paper. She opened her mouth, but at this moment, she couldn't utter a word. Mrs. Lu still didn't understand what was going on. She sneered, slowly stood up, and coldly ordered the old woman, Take her away. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a startled shout came from the door. Mother! Mrs. Lu turned her head and looked. When she saw Lu Yunzheng standing at the door with a look of shock and anger, she widened her eyes in disbelief. At this time, shouldn't Zheng'er be on duty at the military command? Lu Yunzheng didn't dare to gamble after all. He avoided the downtown area all the way and hurried back to Ronghua Lane. When he saw a carriage parked at the entrance of the lane, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. When he jumped off the horse and rushed to the villa, he still saw the scene he least wanted to see. Gu Shiji's hair was disheveled, and she was forced to kneel on the ground by two old women. There were still traces of tears on her face, and her left cheek was swollen, with a very clear slap mark. Lu Yunzheng's breath was choked, and anger and heartache surged in his heart. God blessed him and let him live again. Now he has only two wishes. One is to reproduce the glory of his previous life, and the other is to stay with Gu Shiji forever. Unexpectedly, it was only the second day, he almost lost Gu Shiji, and the instigator was not Shen Jiasue, but his mother who loved Xizhi very much in the previous life. Xizhi was already in despair. The deepest secret in her heart was discovered by someone, and this person was Yunzheng's mother, who was originally going to be her mother-in-law. In this way, Madame Lu would definitely do everything possible to stop her from marrying Yunzheng. Xizhi's mind was full of thoughts, but the moment she heard Yunzheng's voice, all her hesitations were miraculously settled, because she realized that everything was not yet settled. As long as Yunzheng stood firmly by her side as always, even Madame Lu would not be afraid. Thinking of this, Xizhi suddenly raised her head and cried to Yunzheng, "Yunzheng!" Her voice trembled, tears flowed down, but she shook her head in an instant. "Yunzheng, I'm fine, don't blame Madame. Madame is doing this for your own good. Madame has never hurt me." When she said this, she raised her head, revealing a conspicuous slap mark at just the right moment. When Yunzheng heard this, he felt extremely pity and guilt, and was resentful and angry towards Madame Lu. He immediately walked over. Madame Lu was furious. This woman is not only scheming, but also good at acting. Does she think that in Jinger's heart, she can surpass herself as a mother? And every word of Xizhi seemed to be excusing her, but in fact every word was accusing her. This was clearly provoking the mother-son relationship between her and Jinger. Thinking of this, Madame Lu was really furious and raised her hand to slap Xizhi again. A gleam of light flashed in Xizhi's eyes for a moment, and she didn't dodge or avoid it. "Mother, what do you want?" Yunzheng had already arrived. He grabbed Madame Lu's wrist, and his voice sounded angry. Madame Lu only felt a pain in her wrist. When she looked up again, she met Yunzheng with a stern look on his face. She was stunned at first, and then her eyes were filled with deep disbelief.
"Xenia, you."
Seeing Madame Lu's shocked expression, Yunzheng came back to his senses a little and immediately let go, but he was still full of resentment in his heart. He didn't expect that his mother would be so persistent and even took advantage of his duty to embarrass Xizhi. Not only did she injure Xizhi, but she also caused him to leave his post. He bent down and saw that the two old women were still holding Xizhi. He immediately became furious and shouted, "Dog captive, get out." How could the old woman dare to offend Yunzheng, and she was so scared that she quickly let go. Xizhi was no longer restrained, and the whole person immediately rushed forward, and Yunzheng hugged her. "Xizhi, how are you?" Yunzheng asked quickly, his face full of worry. Xizhi slowly raised her head in Yunzheng's arms, her face full of sadness and reluctance. "Yunzheng, there is no place for Xizhi in this world
Anymore.
Go away, go back to the general's mansion. I no longer dare to dream of staying with you forever." After Xizhi finished speaking, she reached out to push Yunzheng, but Yunzheng's eyes were red, and he hugged her tighter. "It's my fault, Xizhi, it's my fault. I failed to protect you." Mrs. Lu stood aside, seeing that Xizhi had bewitched Yunzheng with just a few words. She felt the anger in her chest surging, and her eyes went dark. "Jinger, don't be fooled by her. She pretended to be weak this time, just to tie you tightly to her side. She shamelessly wrote a letter to you first, and then she was so vicious that she wanted to get rid of Shen and replace him. If you stay with such a person, you will be harmed by her sooner or later. Shen still has feelings for you. If you go back to the general's mansion with your mother today, everything can be saved. Don't be confused." "Jinger, you mother!" Yunzheng shouted in a low voice, interrupting Mrs. Lu's words. He turned his head, his eyes red, and said sternly, Shen Jiasue, what kind of magic potion did she feed you that you insisted on me marrying her? Xizhi is gentle and kind, and she refused to say a word to you until now. Why can't you tell right from wrong? Why can't you see the good in Xizhi?" Seeing that Yunzheng's eyes were bloodshot and his words to her were cold, Mrs. Lu couldn't help but take a step back. She felt that the child she had loved for more than 10 years was so strange for the first time. Her eyes were red, and she patted her chest and advised earnestly, "Jinger, mother is doing this for your own good. This woman is full of schemes. Look at what you have become for her. Just listen to mother and go back with mother, okay? For my own good? Lu Yunzheng repeated in a low voice, but shook his head at this time. He looked directly into Mrs. Lu's eyes and said in a deep voice, "Mother, you are not doing this for the good of the child, you are doing this for yourself. As long as the child marries into the Shen family, you will feel that you have surpassed Aunt Zhou and will feel proud, right? You have been fighting with Aunt Zhou for more than 10 years, but Dad's mind is not on you at all, and you yourself do not know the pain of love. So why do you have to hinder the child and Xizhi now? If you really want to do this for the good of the child, you should persuade Dad to agree to let me marry Xizhi as my wife. Only then can our family be together." When Mother Zhou heard this, she exclaimed, Young master knows Madam's worries, so why is he still using bad words to provoke her now?" Lu Yunzheng was also angry, and when Mother Zhou yelled at him, he realized that his words were too harsh. He felt a little regretful, and his lips moved. He was about to open his mouth to make amends, but at this time Gu Xizhi trembled slightly. Lu Yunzheng suddenly came back to his senses and hurriedly lowered his head to comfort Gu Xizhi. Madame Lu stared at Lu Yunzheng in a daze, her eyes wide open, and she actually showed a bit of confusion. After a long time, she seemed to react, slowly raised her hand to cover her lips, and a sad smile appeared on her face. As expected, he was her own son, and he knew how to poke the heart the most. She was already middle-aged. Did Jing'er think she still cared about those love affairs? Did Jing'er think that she was fighting so hard for herself? Although the general didn't like her, as long as she didn't make any mistakes, she would be able to sit firmly in the position of the lady. Zhou Fu's son was becoming more and more promising. The general sent him to the Imperial College. She secretly inquired about it and found that Lu Yunqing studied hard and had already ranked among the upper middle level. She did it for Jing'er's bright future, so that he would not be surpassed by a rascal and would not be able to hold his head up in the capital in the future. But in Jing'er's eyes, everything she did was for herself. She, the mother who had worked so hard to give birth to him and raise him, was not as good as Gu Xizhi, who had only known him for a few years. Madame Lu felt a dull pain in her heart. It would be a lie to say that she was not disappointed. But Lu Yunzheng was the flesh and blood that fell from her body after all. Even if he was stubborn at this time, she, as a mother, could not abandon him. Since soft means don't work, then use hard means. Thinking of this, Mrs. Lu leaned over, grabbed Lu Yunzheng's collar and said coldly, "Jing'er, go back with your mother. It doesn't matter if you don't understand your mother's painstaking efforts now. You will understand it in the future." Gu Xizhi didn't say a word, but trembled all over, clutched Lu Yunzheng's collar with both hands, and silently asked him to stay. Lu Yunzheng half knelt on the ground, with his beloved woman in his arms and his beloved mother behind him. For a moment, he felt extremely painful. Gu Xizhi was better after all. She suddenly let go of her hand, smiled at Lu Yunzheng with tearful eyes, and advised tenderly, "Yunzheng, go back. Maybe it's fate that you and I are not destined to be together. In the next life. If we can meet again in the next life, I hope you and I will be well matched and there will be no obstacles." Even Gu Xizhi herself didn't know that her words, "next life," just hit the softest part of Lu Yunzheng's heart. Because for him, this is already the next life. At the same time, this sentence also reminded Lu Yunzheng that he thought of a way to persuade his mother. He gently let go of Gu Xizhi and soothed her in a gentle voice. "Xizhi, don't be afraid. Wait for me here. I have a way to persuade your mother." Seeing Lu Yunzheng let go of her, Gu Xizhi's heart tightened, but she had to force a smile, nodded gently, and pretended to trust Lu Yunzheng wholeheartedly. Lu Yunzheng then raised his head and looked at his mother. "Mother, I have something to say to you." Mrs. Lu thought that Lu Yunzheng had finally woken up and immediately responded eagerly, "Jing'er, as long as you are willing to go back with your mother, you can say whatever you want." Lu Yunzheng did not answer directly, but looked at Mother Zhou on the side again. "Mother Zhou, take good care of Xizhi. I want to talk to my mother alone. If I know that you hurt Xizhi, I will never forgive you." Mother Zhao's heart sank when she heard this. She is an elder by the madam's side, and she also raised the young master in her arms. She never expected that today she would be warned so mercilessly by the young master. But Mother Zhou kept her status upright. Although she felt that people were cold-hearted, she did not show it on her face, but looked up at Madame Lu. It was not until Madame Lu nodded that Mother Zhou respectfully replied yes. Lu Yunzheng gave Gu Xizhi a comforting look, and then took Madame Lu to his bedroom in this villa. Nothing happened between him and Gu Xizhi last night. This was Gu Shiji's intention, and he was willing to respect Gu Xizhi and wait until the two of them got married to perform the Zhougong ceremony. Zheng, what do you want to say to your mother? Madame Lu frowned slightly, but she naturally gave her son enough patience and opportunities. Lu Yunzheng looked around, his face gradually becoming solemn, and then he asked in a deep voice, Mom, do you believe me? Madame Lu nodded without hesitation. Of course, I believe you. Lu Yunzheng slowly exhaled, and then lowered his voice and said, Mom, I actually lived again. Madame Lu slowly opened her eyes. Lu Yunzheng roughly told her about his experience in his previous life, but some details were really important, so he didn't dare to tell Madame Lu, lest it ruin the plan. After he finished speaking in one breath, he looked at Madame Lu expectantly. He thought, this time, Mother should accept Xizhi, right? You know, in the previous life, Mother was most satisfied with Xizhi. Who knew that the next moment Madame Lu's face turned pale, and she raised her hand and slapped Lu Yunzheng. Lu Yunzheng was caught off guard, and his whole body leaned to the side. When he turned around with his face covered in disbelief, he saw Madame Lu's eyes full of tears, and she pointed at him with trembling hands.
You.
How could you become like this? In order to be with Gu Xizhi, you not only lied so much without blinking, but also cursed your father to die on the battlefield. Even if your father favors Zhou Fu and your half-brother, even if I blame him and annoy him, he is a hero of the Sheng dynasty. I only hope that he will live a long life without illness or disaster, and that he'll focus on defending his country. Lu Yunzheng, you disappoint me so much. Are you still my Zheng? Mrs. Lu scolded angrily, tears rolling down her face. In the end, what was wrong? How could her proud son become like this? Gu Xizhi. It must be Gu Shiji's fault. That witch. Mrs. Lu felt a pain in her heart. She was cold all over, asked herself again, and finally, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, she blamed all the faults on Gu Xizhi. She was unwilling to admit that her son was so unbearable inside. Thinking of this, she grabbed Lu Yunzheng's sleeve and said almost pleadingly, Zheng, go home with me. Go back to the general's mansion. As long as you admit your mistakes, your father will definitely forgive you. And Shen Jiasue, I went to see her. She cried very sadly because you broke off the engagement. She loves you deeply. As long as you say something soft, she is willing to marry you. This Gu Xizhi, Mother will not make things difficult for her. Just send her away first. When you marry Shen Jiasue and everything is settled, you want to take her back and make her a concubine. Mother will not ask, okay? Lu Yunzheng lowered his eyes and looked at Madame Lu. Hearing that every word she said was still about Shen Jiasue, and she was unwilling to fulfill her own wishes, his heart was also cold. He told his mother all his biggest secrets, but his mother didn't believe him at all. In this world, except Xizhi, even his mother didn't understand him. Lu Yunzheng's expression slowly turned cold, and he pulled his sleeves back from Madame Lu's palm little by little. He shook his head, and his voice was cold and disappointed. Mother, I didn't lie, but you don't believe me at all. I'll tell you one last time. I won't marry unless I'm lucky enough to be married, and I'll definitely make a name for myself and prove it to you and Dad. After saying this, Lu Yunzheng walked around Mrs. Lu, who was standing there in a daze, and left quickly without any regrets. He had already opened the door, but at this moment, Mrs. Lu suddenly shouted sharply, Son, don't you even care about your mother's life? Lu Yunzheng's face changed drastically, and he turned around suddenly, just in time to see Mrs. Lu holding the corner of the table with one hand and holding a hairpin with the other. The tip of the hairpin was now facing Mrs. Lu's neck. She really used force, and the place where the hairpin tip pressed against was sunken and white. Yunzheng's face turned pale in an instant, and at this moment he felt a sense of powerlessness climbing up his heart, making him extremely tired. "Mother, why are you doing this? You know clearly that I can't bear to see you get hurt." Madame Lu was weak all over, tears streaming down her face, and she said in a sobbing voice, "Jing'e, Mother is doing this for your own good. It's like this, don't you still want to go back with Mother?" Yunzheng was in great pain and entanglement, but the one who was favored was ultimately fearless. He looked at Madame Lu deeply, left a last word, and turned and left. He said, "Mother, if you die, the child will follow you." Seeing Yunzheng striding out, Madame Lu shouted, and suddenly exerted force on her hands, and a sharp pain spread on her neck. She was still gambling. But Yunzheng never looked back, let alone stopped. Ding-dang, the hairpin fell to the ground. Madame Lu slumped at the foot of the table, her eyes empty and her heart dead. When Mother Zhou hurried over, she saw Madame Lu in this embarrassed and desperate look. She was sharp-eyed after all, and she caught a glimpse of the blood on Madame Lu's neck and immediately cried out in a trembling voice, "Madam! Madam!" Madame Lu took a long time to come back to her senses. When she met Mother Zhao's distressed eyes, Madame Lu felt a pang in her heart, and tears rolled down her face instantly. People are all made of flesh and blood. She and Mother Zhao were only master and servant, but after more than 20 years of getting along, Mother Zhao was loyal to her, protecting her and respecting her. Zheng'er was her own son, but he stabbed her so mercilessly. Mother Zhao hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe Madame Lu's tears and asked worriedly, "Madam, we are now?" Madame Lu shook her head, stood up with the help of Mother Zhao, and murmured, "Go back, go back." Mother Zhao was shocked when she heard the words, knowing that Madame was really hurt by the eldest young master this time. Madame Lu staggered a little and walked all the way to the gate of the courtyard. She actually had a last glimmer of hope in her heart, but until she walked out of the other courtyard, Yunzheng never came out to see her. Mrs. Lu finally gave up, and with the help of Mother Zhao, she walked out of the alley without looking back, got on the carriage, and left this sad place. Behind the window, Yunzheng and Xizhi watched Mrs. Lu's back through the gap. Xizhi frowned slightly. If Mrs. Lu was really convinced, she shouldn't look like this. Yunzheng couldn't help but sighed. For some reason, after his rebirth, except for successfully taking Xizhi out of General Dinggua's mansion, everything else went wrong, making him exhausted. Xizhi observed her expression and immediately comforted her softly. "Yunzheng, there are no parents in the world who are not good. Although the madam is very tough today, I know that she has your best in her heart. Don't be angry with the madam. Find a time to talk to the madam in a few days. The madam will definitely forgive you." Hearing this, Yunzheng retracted his gaze and took Xizhi into his arms, sighing helplessly, Xizhi, what do you think I should do so that others can see your good side?" As he spoke, Yunzheng gently stroked Xizhi's flushed cheek and asked, "Does it hurt?" Xizhi shook her head and was about to smile and say it didn't hurt, but the muscles on her face moved and she hissed in pain. Yunzheng frowned, feeling distressed. "You are still trying to be stubborn. I will bring back some plasters from the command center in the evening." At this point, Xizhi suddenly came to her senses and asked hurriedly, "By the way, Yunzheng, didn't you go on duty? How come you came back so timely?" Yunzheng had already thought about this matter in his mind, and he immediately told Xizhi about someone going to the command office for help. Upon hearing this, Xizhi immediately shook her head. Yunzheng had already made up his mind and said in a deep voice, "If I'm not mistaken, the person who sent the message should be sent by Aunt Zhou."
Aunt Zhou?
Xizhi was stunned at first, and then she reacted. Yunzheng had never concealed the situation in the Lu mansion from her, so she had long known that Aunt Zhou was a big worry for Yunzheng and Madame Lu. It seems that Madame Lu was not careful in her work and asked Aunt Zhou to find out the news. And Aunt Zhou was the person who was most reluctant to see Yunzheng and the Shen family get married, so she tried to stop it. Yunzheng and Xizhi thought of the same thing, but at this time he was relieved. Xizhi, no matter what, if Aunt Zhou hadn't acted in time this time, I would have to part with you. Xizhi also secretly felt lucky in her heart and hurriedly urged, Yunzheng, you should go back to the command center quickly. You will be punished for leaving suddenly while on duty. Yunzheng shook his head, not really caring. After hesitating for a moment, he said a little mysteriously, Xizhi, don't worry, I won't stay in the military command center for too long. Things will soon turn around. Yunzheng originally wanted to reveal the fact that he was reborn to comfort Xizhi, but thinking of Madame Lu's reaction just now, he still killed this idea. If Xizhi didn't believe him either, he didn't dare to think. Soon, Yunzheng came out of the villa and mounted his horse to rush to the command center. It took at least more than an hour to come out this time. Mother is really... Yunzheng's thoughts were racing, and while he felt resentful, he thought of Shen, whom Madame Lu had mentioned several times. According to Mother, Shen still had delusions about him, and it didn't seem like she had come back again. In any case, I have to try her myself before I can feel at ease. On the other side, after Yunzheng left the villa, the Shen family guards who were squatting in the dark immediately rushed back. Soon, Shen waited for Baiji's vivid retelling. Miss, when Madame Lu left the villa, she seemed to have lost her soul, and there seemed to be blood on her neck. I don't know what Yunzheng and Madame Lu said in the room to force Madame Lu into that state. Yunzheng was a skilled martial artist, so the guards did not dare to get too close to him. When Shen heard this, he had a guess in his mind. Presumably, Yunzheng confessed his rebirth to Madame Lu. He thought that this would allow Madame Lu to accept Xizhi, but it was obvious that Madame Lu did not believe it at all. Look, this backfired. How can a treacherous person expect others to believe in him unconditionally? Especially since Yunzheng has done so many extraordinary things for Xizhi. Yunzheng may not realize that he has hurt the person who loves him the most in this world today. This plan has been completed, but Shen still can't relax. In her previous life, she remembered that not long after Yunzheng proposed to her, he was transferred from the Wuqing Bingmasi to the Jingwei of the Wujuan Dedufu as a centurion, and then climbed up all the way. Yunzheng never told her what the opportunity for promotion was, but unfortunately she didn't have more curiosity at the time to ask Yunzheng. Therefore, in this life, in order to stop Yunzheng's road to fame, she can only keep testing, starting from exacerbating the dissatisfaction of the people in the Bingmasi with Yunzheng. Shen was thinking deeply, and Jiwon suddenly came in from outside the yard, holding a note in her hand. Mother? Shen immediately stood up to greet her. The mother and daughter walked into the inner room hand in hand, and Jiwon handed the note to Shen and said with a smile, Sui, open it and take a look. Shen couldn't help showing curiosity. He took the invitation and unfolded it. He lowered his eyes and glanced. It turned out to be an invitation to a flower viewing banquet. Jiwon looked at Shen expression calmly. With the status of General Dinggua's mansion in the capital, the general's mansion has always been invited to banquets held by those dignitaries. But because Shen already had an engagement and was not really interested in these banquets, she had never participated. After all, the flower viewing banquet is said to be elegant, but in fact it is an opportunity for the younger generations to see each other. Seeing that Shen did not seem to resist, Jiwon said in a gentle voice, Sui, this flower viewing banquet is led by the Princess of Rome, and the date is set for the first day of the new year. Hunger happens to be home that day. How about you take him to see the world? Jiwon said this tactfully. How could Shen not understand her mother's painstaking efforts? She turned her head and saw her mother's cautious look. Her heart softened, and she couldn't bear to let her down. Okay, I'll listen to Mother. I'll go and take a look. Shen smiled and responded crisply. Yunzheng hurried back to the East City Command Center, and his subordinates had not returned from patrolling the city yet. Someone saw Yunzheng and hurriedly reminded him, Deputy Commander, the commander has told you to look for him immediately after you come back. Yunzheng nodded and walked quickly towards the command office, his brows furrowed quietly. The commander of the East City Bingmasi is Lin Zhouji, a man of imperial examination background, in his early 40s and a serious person. Working under him, as long as you perform your duties conscientiously, everything will be fine. But he left his post today without saying goodbye, and I'm afraid he's going to get into trouble. Logically speaking, as the son of General Zhou, he came to the Bingmasi for training, and he shouldn't be afraid of a mere commander. But Lin Zhouji is no simple matter either, because he is a low-key person, so few people know that he is the nephew of the imperial teacher Lin Lao. Commander. When his thoughts reached here, Lu Yunzheng also came to the outside of Lin Zhouji's office.
Come in.
A deep and low voice came from inside the house. As Lu Yunzheng pushed the door open and walked in, an inkstone fell to his feet without warning. With a clang, the clerk who was working at the desk nearby was startled. Lu Yunzheng was almost hit by the inkstone, and he was immediately furious. Even his father had never given him such a cold look. But he was in the wrong after all, and now he suppressed his anger and respectfully admitted his mistake. Commander, I was. Humph. A man snorted coldly and stood up from behind the desk. He was born with a handsome appearance, bright eyes, and his official uniform made him look particularly majestic. It was Lin Zhouji, the commander of East City. An official should be fully aware of the weight of his responsibilities and fulfill his duties. Only in this way can he live up to this official uniform and the trust of the court. We should distinguish between public and private affairs, abide by our duties, and keep our hearts. Only in this way can we move forward steadily and benefit the people. Deputy Commander Lu deserted his post without permission first, and then failed to distinguish between public and private affairs. It seems that my East City command is too small to accommodate the son of your General Zhou. Lin Zhouji's words were very serious, and not only Lu Yunzheng, but even the clerk beside him changed his face quietly. The clerk didn't know Lin Zhouji's background, and he was worried about his own commander. Although the rumors of Lu Yunzheng's discord with General Zhou were rampant, he was his own son after all, so how could he really sit back and watch? Lu Yunzheng's face was already ashen, especially when he heard footsteps behind him, turned his head and found that it was his captain who was returning from patrolling the city. He didn't expect that Lin Zhouji would be so ruthless. Seeing Lu Yunzheng's unconvinced look, Lin Zhouji was also full of displeasure. He didn't want to mention Lu Yunzheng as private affairs, but since ancient times, people cannot stand without trust. Not to mention Lu Yunzheng's personal morality, he is still confused in official affairs. He is really unworthy of the task. Today, I will exercise the authority of the commander to reprimand you, order you to correct your mistakes, and fine you 1 month's salary as a warning to others. The veins on Lu Yunzheng's forehead jumped when he heard that. As soon as he opened his mouth, Lin Zhouji turned away with his hands behind his back and said in a cold voice, "If the deputy commander is dissatisfied, let General Zhou find a better job for you." Lu Yunzheng clenched his fists, anger surging in his eyes. He had been smooth sailing since he was a child. Except for his father, who was strict with him, everyone respected and praised him. This was the first time he was humiliated like this, and in front of his subordinates. "You." The harsh words were almost about to come out of his mouth, but at the last moment, Lu Yunzheng suddenly sobered up. No, he couldn't be impulsive. He had to use the identity of deputy commander to enter that person's vision. As long as he could get in touch with the East City Army and Ma Division safely like in his previous life, he would be able to leave the East City Army and Ma Division soon. Why bother with Lin Zhouji at this time? Lu Yunzheng's thoughts became clear, and he suppressed his anger immediately. He took a deep breath, then bowed and said in a deep voice, "The commander is teaching me a lesson, and I accept the punishment. In the future, I will distinguish between public and private affairs and perform my duties conscientiously." Seeing that Lin Zhouji had nothing else to say, Lu Yunzheng turned and left, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. A mere Lin Zhouji actually made things difficult for him and looked down on him. Just wait. When he becomes successful, those who bully and humiliate him now will be trampled under his feet. When the captains patrolling the city saw Lu Yunzheng turning around and leaving, They hurriedly put away the contempt in their eyes and were as respectful as before. At the beginning of the Sioux hour, Lin Zhouji walked out of the government office and rode home. Old Lin wanting never married in his life. Lin Zhouji was his nephew, like a biological son, and the whole family had always lived with old Lin. After dinner, Lin Zhouji immediately ran to Hanbai courtyard and unexpectedly saw a man in the hall. Xizhi. Lin Zhouji showed a look of joy and immediately sat down opposite Jiang Sun. When Jiang Sun had his coming-of-age ceremony at the age of 20, old Lin personally crowned him and gave him the name Xizhi, which means to be upright and fair. Lin Zhouji was obviously very familiar with Jiang Sun. Seeing that he was thinking about the chess manual, he went to look at the chessboard in front of him and chatted. "It's almost midnight. Are you going to stay here tonight?" Jiang Sun raised his head from the chessboard. The orange candlelight reflected on his face, a little warmer than usual.
Yeah.
Since Jiang Sun became Master Lin's close disciple, he mostly stayed in the Lin mansion when he was not on duty. Master Lin felt sorry for his disciple running back and forth, so he directly cleaned up a room in the Hanbai courtyard and gave it to Jiang Sun. Lin Zhouji was obviously used to Jiang Sun's temper. Knowing that he didn't talk much, he didn't care. He just joked, "It doesn't matter if you don't go back to your home." Seeing that Jiang Sun didn't respond, Lin Zhouji touched his nose, worried that he had touched Jiang Sun's sore spot. He felt a little annoyed and quickly changed the subject. "Xizhi, you know about the cancellation of the engagement between General Dinggua's mansion and General Zhaoyong's mansion that has been making a lot of noise these days, right?" Before Jiang Sun could answer, Elder Lin came out from the inner room and said in a calm voice, "Zhouji, do you also like to chat about these gossips?" Lin Zhouji hurriedly stood up and gave his uncle a seat with a smile on his face. "No, it's just a coincidence. The son of General Zhaoyong is exactly my deputy commander. Today he..." Lin Zhouji briefly mentioned what happened to Liu Yunzheng today, and then shook his head. "This Liu Yunzheng is arrogant and impetuous. In my opinion, it may not be a bad thing for General Dinggua's beloved daughter to break off the engagement with him." Upon hearing this, Elder Lin hummed and nodded. "It's indeed a coincidence. I met the little girl from the Shen family early this morning. She was full of vigor and vitality, which was really likable. Unlike some people who are lifeless at a young age." Jiang Sun. "Teacher, Brother Zhouji, I'm going to rest. It seems that something is not right. It is better to withdraw as soon as possible." Jiang Sun raised his body but was pushed back by Lin Lao, and then a note was thrown into his arms. "Take a look," Lin Lao said meaningfully. Jiang Sun frowned slightly, unfolded the note and glanced at it, and immediately said, "No." Lin Zhouji leaned forward curiously and glanced at it, then sighed. "The flower viewing banquet at Prince Rong's mansion. I also received the news today. It is said that this time it is led by Prince Rong's wife herself. Most of the dignitaries in the capital will go. On the first day of the new year, people from the West City Command may be borrowed to strengthen patrols. Prince Rong's mansion is located on Shuntian Street in East City." Lin Lao had expected Jiang Sun's reaction. He raised the corner of his mouth and said calmly, "You are not a child anymore. It's time to get married." Jiang Sun put the invitation on the table and said in a calm voice, "Teacher just said that your disciple is still very young." Old Lin. Seeing that Jiang Sun had already stood up and walked out, Old Lin became anxious and immediately went to get the invitation, while shouting, "Xizhi, this invitation is what the Emperor wants your master to hand over to you personally. You have to go to this flower-viewing banquet whether you want to or not. Your master advises you to find a girl you like as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the Emperor directly grants the marriage, it will not be up to you." Lin Zhouji. "Uncle, Xizhi has gone far away." Hearing this, Old Lin raised his head and could not even see the shadow of Jiang Sun. He was so angry that he threw the invitation to the ground, stomped his feet, and cursed, "This traitor, traitor, little rascal." Lin Zhouji. "Be careful. The best plan is to run away." Lin Zhouji shrank his neck, and before he took 2 steps, Old Lin suddenly patted his shoulder from behind and smiled with a mouthful of white teeth. Zhou, my good nephew, Xiuji is on good terms with you. You go and persuade him, and say it is the emperor's will. Be good and go. Lin Zhou. On the second day, when Lu Yunzheng was on duty, he heard Lin Zhou announce the flower viewing banquet at Prince Rong's mansion. As the deputy commander of the East City Command, Lu Yunzheng had to lead a team to patrol the city that day. Lin Zhou didn't want to mention yesterday's events again, but thinking that the matter was of great importance, he took the opportunity to remind Lu Yunzheng alone when everyone left. Lu Yunzheng responded respectfully, and he didn't look resentful at all. Seeing this, Lin Zhou nodded and left. Lu Yunzheng bowed to see him off. When he looked up again, his eyes were bright. The time has finally come. When he returned to the villa after work that night, Lu Yunzheng mentioned the flower viewing banquet to Xizhi. Xizhi raised her head when she heard the words, and envy and desire inevitably flashed across her face. It must be a very lively occasion. She responded softly, but stopped talking when she thought of her current situation. In the past, every time the general's mansion received invitations to various banquets, she was very eager to attend. But Shen never had the intention to accept the invitation. She didn't understand why Shen was not tempted by such an opportunity to make friends and meet the world. She had advised him implicitly several times, but Shen only knew how to wield swords and guns, which was really not worthy of being in a refined place. He also said that he could not fit into such an occasion, so he simply did not go. She wanted to persuade him again, but was worried that it would be too deliberate, so she gave up the idea. Now, if she wants to participate again, unless she becomes the young lady of General Zhaoyong's mansion, it is probably impossible. Lu Yunzheng sat opposite Xizhi, and seeing her lost expression, he suddenly felt guilty and soon thought of something. His eyes brightened slightly. The next day, Lu Yunzheng was off duty and brought back two people. Brother Yunzheng, aren't you putting yourself too hard? Is it okay to live in this yard? Yes, Yunzheng. Why didn't you come to us earlier? If I knew you were in such a difficult situation, I wouldn't have stood idly by. Xizhi had been counting the hours waiting for Lu Yunzheng to get off duty, and when she heard the voice, she immediately lifted her skirt to greet him. Yunzheng! When she looked up, she unexpectedly saw two unfamiliar faces. At this time, there was a person standing on each side of Lu Yunzheng. The one on the left was a boy of 16 or 17 years old. He was wearing a purple brocade robe embroidered with cloud patterns, a white jade belt around his waist. His eyebrows and eyes were gentle and handsome, and he was still smiling. The right had eyebrows like willows, a bright look, and a light purple long skirt embroidered with gold thread. Her movements were so colorful that people could not take their eyes away. What is amazing is that the two boys and girls look very similar. If you look closely, they seem to be carved out of the same mold. Xizhi was stunned at first, and then her eyes lingered on the girl's exquisite long skirt, and she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. But she soon regained her smile and asked in surprise, Yunzheng, who are these two? Lu Yunzheng walked quickly to Xizhi and said with a smile, Xizhi, let me introduce you. These two are my good friends, the prince and daughter of Baoang Marquis' mansion, Fingyu and Fingji. When Lu Yunzheng said this, Xizhi immediately remembered. It was said that there was a pair of twins in the Marquis of Baoang mansion, and the whole family loved them like their own eyes. But she had never heard Lu Yunzheng mention it, and it turned out that he was so close to the twins. Xizhi greets Prince Ning and Miss Ning. Xizhi came back to her senses and immediately greeted them in a soft voice. Yunzheng and I are good friends, Miss Gu. There is no need to be polite. Ning Fingyu raised her hand and gave him a light support, with a flash of surprise in her eyes. 2 days ago, she heard that Yunzheng was furious for the beauty, and when she saw him today, she felt that this woman had a beautiful nose and red lips, like a willow swaying in the wind, and she was indeed extraordinary. Xizhi slowly stood up, and when she raised her eyes, she accidentally met Ning Fingyu's eyes. She did not miss the fleeting surprise, and her heart skipped a beat. Miss Gu, I heard from Brother Yunzheng that you are more than a month older than me, so I will call you Sister Gu. At this time, Ning Fingji poked her head over. Her eyes and eyebrows curved, and it was obvious that she was much more lively. Gu Xizhi quickly regained her composure and smiled at Ning Fingji. Then Xizhi has taken advantage. In this case, how about I call you Sister Fingji? There is a word Ji in our names, which shows that we have some fate. Ning Fingji nodded repeatedly when she heard it, and immediately took Gu Xizhi's hand, saying with a smile, I was happy the first time I saw Sister Gu. As they talked, they walked inside arm in arm. Seeing the smile on Gu Xizhi's face, Lu Yunzheng felt relieved and said softly to Ning Fingyu beside him, Fingyu, then I'll trouble you and Sister Fingji to take more care of Xizhi for me. Yesterday, he noticed the desire on Gu Xizhi's face, and today he specially found the Ning brothers and sisters, just to ask them to take Gu Xizhi to the flower viewing banquet. Shen Jiasue never goes to such occasions, so there is no need to worry about running into them. Now that he has the care of the Ning brothers and sisters, he has no worries. Ning Fingyu suddenly came back to his senses when he heard Lu Yunjing's voice. He quickly retracted his gaze from Gu Xizhi and said with a smile, Yunzheng, are you still unsure about my work? When the time comes, I will definitely bring Miss Gu back to you safely. Good brother. Lu Yunzheng put his arm around Ning Fingyu's shoulders and led him inside. Don't think this is a simple place for us to stay. Let's have a good talk. After seeing off the Ning brothers and sisters, the villa returned to peace again. Gu Xizhi leaned in Lu Yunjing's arms and said softly, Yunzheng, thank you. She didn't expect Lu Yunzheng to be so thoughtful and considerate of her. She was truly touched. But Lu Yunjing shook his head and said, Xizhi, I'm sorry for having wronged you these days. Don't worry, we will be able to return to the general's mansion soon.
How soon is soon?
Gu Xizhi opened her mouth, thought about it, and swallowed the question.
Yeah.
She responded softly. But for some reason, Ning Fingyu's handsome face flashed before her eyes. After coming to the capital from the north, she has been living in the Dingguo general's mansion. She went to the Zhaoyong general's mansion with Shen Jiasue, or went to the southern suburbs for an outing. Thinking about it this way, it seems that the only foreign man she has contacted is Lu Yunzheng. She always thought that she had only this one choice. At this time, Lu Yunzheng gathered his arms and held Gu Xizhi tighter. Gu Xizhi's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly lowered her eyes to cover her mood. At this moment, she felt panic, guilt, and a hint of inexplicable expectation. Lu Yunzheng was completely unaware of Gu Xizhi's hesitation. He lowered his head slightly, rubbed Gu Xizhi's head gently with his chin, and his eyes were shining. This flower viewing banquet is very important to him. Whether he can soar to the sky like in his previous life depends on this. October 1st, sister. Sister. Shen Jiasue had just packed up when Shen Jiaheng came looking for her impatiently. Today was the 10-day holiday of the Imperial College. Shen Jiaheng rushed home after school yesterday. After dinner, he pestered his sister to chat for a long time. Shen Jiasue turned his head to look at the door when he heard the voice. He was shocked to see the dark circles under Shen Jiaheng's eyes. Brother Heng. Shen Jiasue stepped forward, took a closer look, and sighed for a long time. Did you not sleep last night? Last night, she told Shen Jiaheng everything about her rebirth. She did not pretend to be dreaming, but directly told Shen Jiaheng that she was reborn. Shen Jiaheng was stunned at the time. When he returned from Chunhuayuan, he looked dazed, and even his steps were weak. Shen Jiasue felt very sorry. After all, Shen Jiaheng was only 15 years old. But she soon hardened her heart. In the face of disaster, she and brother Heng must stand up, and together with their parents, they will support the Shen family and change their fate. Sister Shen Jiaheng called softly, and his eyes were quietly red under the gaze of Shen Jiasue. But the next moment, he took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Sister, don't be afraid. This time will be different. Shen Jiasue curved his lips and smiled and responded, yes. Today is the day when Prince Rong's mansion holds a flower viewing banquet. After lunch at home, around 3 p.m., Jiwan took her 2 children out. In the carriage, Jiwan and Shen Jiasue whispered about the banquet. Shen Jiasue listened carefully. Although she agreed to attend the flower viewing banquet just to comfort her parents, she must not make mistakes at the banquet. She had already thought about it. After meeting the elders with her mother, she would find a secluded place and sit until the end of the banquet. When the carriage arrived at the intersection of Shuntian Street, it was congested in front of it. There were too many people attending the banquet today. Prince Rong is the brother of the current emperor. He is a close friend and brother to the emperor. Although he is a fief, he has never left the capital. This time, the wife of Prince Rong took the lead in organizing the banquet. Everyone who received the invitation felt honored, and few refused. Ji Yuan lifted the curtain and took a look, then simply took Shen Jiasue and his sister out of the car and walked there. When they arrived at the door and handed over the invitation, the servant saw that it was from General Dinggua's mansion and hurriedly smiled and welcomed the person in. Prince Rong's mansion covers a large area. Although there are many people in the mansion today, it does not seem crowded at all. Everyone is talking in low voices together, and servants are standing along the way. Everything is in order. Ji Yuan and the other two were led all the way to the main hall. Because Shen Jiaheng was a foreign man, he only bowed outside and was taken to the men's guest area. Ji Yuan led Shen Jiasue into the reception room. Shen Jiasue raised his eyes and saw the young lady in a crimson purple brocade dress sitting in the main seat. Her eyebrows were like crescent moons, her eyes were like clear springs. She was really beautiful, but for some reason, she seemed to be covered with a layer of light sadness. Ji Yuan pulled Shen Jiasue to kneel and bow, saying respectfully, "Your wife and daughter pay respects to the crown princess." Shen Jiasue followed suit, and her heart skipped a beat. It turned out to be the crown princess, no wonder. Crown Prince Xianhuai was both virtuous and talented, kind and loving, but he was born with deficiencies and died 2 years ago when he was only 21. The crown princess and Prince Xianhuai were a young couple, and they were deeply in love. No wonder she was now filled with sadness and could not show her face. When she stood up, Shen Jiasue looked for an opportunity and could not help but look at the crown princess again. If she remembered correctly, the crown princess would die in a few months. In her previous life, she was shocked when she heard the news. After all, the crown princess was really young. Later, she learned that the crown princess could not let go of Prince Xianhuai, and she died of excessive worry. At this time, Ji Yuan took Shen Jiasue to greet the Princess of Rong, who was sitting next to the crown princess. Princess of Rong was in her early 40s, with a gentle and smooth face. At this moment, she was smiling, and her eyes were full of tenderness and kindness. She was really dignified and elegant. "Madam Shen, please stand up. This is the beloved daughter of General Shen and Madam Shen, right? Come forward." Princess of Rong waved to Shen Jiasue. Shen Jiasue hurried forward, lowering her eyebrows slightly. Very respectful. "Your servant greets the crown princess and the princess." Princess of Rong responded lightly, and after carefully looking at Shen Jiasue, her eyes lit up. Rumors are indeed unbelievable. This girl from the Shen family has red lips and a pink face. She is clearly born with a beautiful face, especially this pair of eyes, which are clear and lively, as if they can really speak. I don't know where Huaizhen heard some gossip from, and he is very displeased with the girl from the Shen family. Princess Rong believed that she had seen countless people and would not be wrong. She thought her daughter was prejudiced against Shen Jiasue. What a kind and good child. I'm afraid it's too restrictive for you here. Let's go to the west courtyard. Huaizhen and the others are all there. It's very lively. As soon as Princess Rong finished speaking, a maid was waiting to lead the way. Shen Jiasue smiled and said yes. Seeing her mother nodded, she followed the maid out. Before leaving the courtyard, she took a last look at the crown princess on the main seat, a beautiful life that would disappear in the near future. Among the ladies who were talking and laughing, she was really young and really silent. Shen Jiasue couldn't help but frown. It has been more than 2 years since the death of Crown Prince Xianhuai. Although the crown princess still has sadness in her eyes, she has survived the most difficult times. She has a little grandson who is less than 5 years old. How could she die of excessive worry and grief? Although Shun Jasue was doubtful, she could not interfere in the affairs of the royal family. She could only sigh and turn away. On the way to the west courtyard, the pavilions and towers were scattered everywhere, with winding corridors and lush flowers and trees, showing luxury and elegance. Halfway through, Shun Jasue said to the maid who led the way, "I will not go to the west courtyard. I will rest in the pavilion in front. You can go by yourself."
You don't need to wait on me.
The maid's face changed slightly when she heard this, and she actually persuaded her. "Miss Shen, the west courtyard is full of flowers and the scenery is better. Why don't you go and have a look?" Shun Jasue glanced at the maid with a little surprise when she heard this. The maid looked like she was eager for her to go to the west courtyard. Coincidentally, she was a rebel and didn't want to go to the west courtyard today. Shun Jasue waved her hand. "No need. This place is very good." As she said, she walked straight forward. The maid looked a little helpless and turned her head to glance behind her. Shun Jasue ignored her, but before she took a few steps, she heard urgent footsteps not far away, and there was no sign of stopping until she was behind her. Shun Jasue listened to the sound and identified the location. When she found the right time, she suddenly turned sideways and saw a person in a pink skirt passing the place where she had just stood and rushing forward. She moved her fingers, but gave up the idea of helping her and watched the person fall to the ground with a thump. The moment the cry of pain sounded, the maids of the two princes' mansions turned pale and came forward to help. At the same time, the attic window on the other side of the lake was full of people watching the excitement, led by Cui Mingjue. "Look, isn't that Miss Shen? Hey, it really is." She was never seen attending these banquets before. Why is she here this time? "Brother Zhou, don't you understand this? She was engaged to the Liu family before, but now that the engagement has been broken off, she has to look for a new husband, right? Then you all have to be careful. If she is favored, you can't escape." Haha, Brother Zhou is too flattering. She is the daughter of the general's mansion after all. I used to think she was ugly, but it turns out that she has a face like Zhang Furong. I'm afraid she'll look down on us. That's indeed fair. Among us here, Mingjue is the most suitable one in terms of family background.
Haha, Mingjue, right?
Someone jokingly bumped Cui Mingjue's shoulder. "TSK, get out." Cui Mingjue was full of impatience and took a step aside with disdain, but his eyes were always looking at the figure across the lake. At this time, someone stepped forward with surprise. "Hey, isn't that Ningfengyu's sister? How did she get into a fight with Miss Shen? Look at how she rushed forward just now. I'm afraid she did it on purpose. Did Miss Shen offend her? It's going to be a good show." After Ningfengji was helped up, she looked at her bloody palms, and her eyes were red with pain. Who would have thought that Shun Jasue seemed to have eyes on her back and dodged so quickly? She originally wanted to drag her down with her. "Miss Ning, are you okay?" The two maids on the side were very frightened. After all, Miss Ning and the princess had a very good relationship. Ningfengji glared at them and stretched out her hand. "Do I look okay like this?" The two maids begged for mercy upon seeing this. "Miss Ning, please forgive me." Shun Jasue took a glance and found that it was just a little scratch, which was not painful for a martial artist like her. She carefully looked at the girl in front of her, and after confirming that she didn't know her at all, she walked away. Ningfengji was too lazy to say more to the maids. She turned her head and saw that Shun Jasue was about to leave. She immediately stepped forward to block her way, glaring and angrily said, "Why did you push me?" Shun Jasue. She even looked back, suspecting that the girl in front of her was talking to someone else. "It's you." Ningfengji pointed at Shun Jasue with a righteous look on her face. Shun Jasue raised his eyebrows. It turned out to be someone who came to make trouble. "Who are you?" Shun Jasue asked with her head tilted. She was curious about who she had offended. Ningfengji raised her chin slightly. "I am the lady of Baoang Marquis' mansion, Ningfengji." "Oh, it turned out to be Miss Ning. What's the matter?" Shun Jasue opened his eyes slightly and asked innocently. Ningfengji choked when she saw Shun Jasue pretending to be harmless, but soon remembered her purpose and said more sternly, "Why did you push me just now? Don't deny it. the maids in the prince's mansion saw it. Shen Jiasue looked at the two maids when he heard it, only to see their eyes wandering, and finally nodded in unison after Ning Fingji snorted coldly. Shen Jiasue became more and more curious. She didn't even know Ning Fingji, so she really didn't know why she deliberately targeted her. And since the maids in the prince's mansion dared to give false testimony, it seems that this is also the intention of Princess Huaizhen? See, she said that she didn't like to come to such occasions, but she would never eat this loss. Shen Jiasue put away his joking mentality and said in a light voice, "Miss Ning, let's not talk about the fact that you and I have no grudges in the past or the present. Even if there are grudges, I am too lazy to use such unpresentable means." "You just said I pushed you?" Shen Jiasue said, looking around, and suddenly walked towards the rockery on the side. Ning Fingji was afraid that Shen Jiasue would escape, so she followed him step by step. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Shen Jiasue's right hand on a big stone of the rockery. The big stone looked at least 70 or 80 kilograms. Shen Jiasue turned his head and said with a smile, "Miss Ning, if it was really me who pushed you, it would not be as simple as a few scratches." Shen Jiasue said, bending his arm slightly and exerting more force. With a loud bang, the big stone was pushed to the ground by Shen Jiasue so effortlessly, and it rolled twice. Ning Fingji and the two maids were so scared that they screamed and retreated. The young men in the attic opposite. Wow, at this time, Shen Jiasue walked straight to the big stone again, smiling and said, "Of course, it is extremely rude to destroy the host's things when visiting." The next moment, as everyone was stunned, Shen Jiasue leaned over, picked up the big stone in his arms, and then put it back in place. "Ning Fingji, maid. Young men, wow." Cui Mingjue raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and actually smiled at this moment. Shen Jiasue clapped his hands and dusted his clothes. Seeing that Ning Fingji's face turned pale with fear, he walked up to her with a smile and said softly, "Miss Ning, do you believe it now? If I really pushed you, you would be in the lake now." Seeing Shen Jiasue coming so close, Ning Fingji quickly stepped back a few steps to distance herself. She stammered with her thin lips for a long time before she stammered out a few words. You are still a woman. You are rude."
Weird,"
Ning Fingji said as he was about to turn around and leave. But Shen Jiasue frowned, and his voice became cold. "Miss Ning, are you leaving now? You have wrongly accused and slandered me without any reason. You must give an explanation, right?" Ning Fingji saw Shen Jiasue's frowning and cold face, and she couldn't help feeling scared, but she was confident that Shen Jiasue would not dare to do anything to her, so she straightened her back and snorted coldly. "What? You are allowed to wrongly slander others, but others are not allowed to wrongly slander you?" Shen Jiasue was stunned when he heard this. When will I, as soon as the words came out of his mouth, an incredible thought suddenly flashed through Shen Jiasue's mind, and he tentatively said, "Are you standing up for Gu Xizhi?
Or
Lu Yunzheng?" She had never attended any banquets in Beijing, nor had she offended anyone. Thinking about it, only Gu Xizhi and Lu Yunzheng had a grudge against her. When Ning Fingji saw Shen Jiasue mention these two people, she became more confident and immediately took a step forward to confront Shen Jiasue. "Look, you admit it." At this moment, Shen Jiasue finally realized no wonder. Ning Fingji thought he was right, and immediately became indignant and scolded Shen Jiasue. "Shen Jiasue, Sister Gu's father died to save your father, so she became an orphan and lived under the care of others. But not only are you ungrateful, you are also jealous of her good looks and your parents' love, so you bully and suppress her in every way. You knew that she and brother Yunzheng were in love with each other, but you shamelessly intervened, using the power of the general's mansion to force brother Yunzheng, trying to break up the couple. But people like you would never have thought that even if you pestered him in every possible way, brother Yunzheng only had Sister Gu in his heart, and he was even willing to fall out with Uncle Lu in order to stay with Sister Gu forever." "Humph, Shen Jiasue, I didn't know before that there were people as ungrateful and shameless as you in the capital." Shen Jiasue blinked his eyes and listened patiently to the end. It was not until Ning Fingji shut up that Shen Jiasue showed interest, tilted his head, and asked with a smile. She told you so? Isn't that the truth? Ning Fingji was shocked to see that Shen Jiasue could still laugh after being exposed in front of her. Shen Jiasue did not rush to deny it but asked, Gu Xizhi is here too? Ning Fingji thought of the brute force Shen Jiasue had just displayed and immediately became alert. What do you want to do? Sister Gu has already taken the initiative to leave General Dinggua's mansion. Are you still unwilling to let her go? I tell you, my brother and I have been entrusted by Brother Yunzheng to not let you touch a hair of Sister Gu today. Shen Jiasue saw Ning Fingji's reaction and knew that Gu Xizhi must have participated in today's flower viewing banquet. Sometimes, even she really had to admire Gu Xizhi. If it were someone else, how could they dare to appear in front of people openly after betraying their sisters and secretly making deals with others? But not only did she not shy away from it, she even uttered eloquent words to confuse right and wrong and fooled everyone around. Of course, it was also because Gu Xizhi and Lu Yunzheng really understood her in the past, and they were sure that she would not want to attend such a banquet. By then, the truth was just a mouthful from Gu Xizhi, and she was sitting at home when dirty water came to her, and she became a notorious villain in the capital without realizing it.
What if she came out to defend herself at that time?
I'm afraid that there will be very few people who believe her, and even people don't care about the truth anymore. They just follow the crowd and treat it as a pastime after dinner. When her thoughts came to this, Shen Jiasue was stunned because she suddenly figured out some things in her previous life.
No wonder.
In the previous life, after she married Lu Yunzheng, she attended several banquets in the capital as the young lady of General Zhaoyong's mansion. But for some reason, other ladies didn't. Being unwilling to get close to her made her feel isolated and excluded. At that time, she thought that it was because she never attended banquets and was not familiar with others. Now that she thinks about it, she was probably already notorious in the capital at that time, and she had been laughed at and ridiculed countless times in secret. If she had not thought of coming to the flower viewing banquet today, Gu Xizhi would have succeeded again. Thinking of this, Shen Jiasue was immediately furious. There is only a thief who can steal for 1,000 days, but you cannot guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Since Gu Xizhi is so keen on confusing right and wrong, she will treat her in her own way and make her never have the face to appear in front of people again. Is Gu Xizhi in the west courtyard? Shen Jiasue asked with a cold face. Ning Fingji saw Shen Jiasue's look and wanted to retreat more and more. She shook her head. Sister Gu doesn't want to see you. The princess is in the west courtyard.
You.
Do and think about it. Shen Jiasue thought about it carefully. It seemed that the maid was going to take her to the west courtyard. Gu Xizhi would not dare to meet her in front of others and might have already avoided her. It is not easy to find someone who wants to avoid her in such a big prince's mansion. In this case, it is better to provoke her. After Shen Jiasue knew what was going on, he sneered. Don't want to see me? She probably doesn't dare to see me. Ning Fingji immediately spoke up to protect her. Even if you are as strong as an ox, in this prince's mansion, the princess is the boss. Why shouldn't Sister Gu dare? Because what she said was all lies, and she has played all of you ladies in the palm of her hand. Once she confronts me, she will be exposed and naturally dare not see me. Seeing that Ning Fingji was about to refute, Shen Jiasue raised his hand in time to stop her and said in a calm voice, You don't have to argue with me here. I'll be waiting for you in the pavilion beside. Go and call Gu Xizhi. It would be better if you can ask the princess to support you. I will have a debate with Gu Xizhi in front of you. How about it? Don't be impatient, let me guess first. Shen Jiasue curled his lips, and based on his understanding of Gu Xizhi, he listed them one by one. If I'm not mistaken, when you go to find Gu Xizhi, she will definitely say generously forgive others when you can, and don't bother with me.
Or
she will use the excuse that seeing me will remind her of the past, which will only increase her sadness, so it's better not to see her.
Or, well,
she may just pretend to faint. After Shen Jiasue finished speaking in a serious manner, he waved his hand at Ning Fingji, who seemed a little dazed. Miss Ning, go ahead. But we have agreed that I will wait for you in the pavilion. Ning Fengji was stunned, then turned around and suddenly reacted, stomping her feet. Why should I listen to you? Shen Jiasue raised his chin at her and patted the big rock beside him. Ning Fengji was frightened and her face flushed immediately. She said harshly, Shen Jiasue, you wait. When the princess comes, see how you can be so violent. She lifted her skirt, followed by two maids, and walked away dejectedly. Shen Jiasue raised the corner of her mouth slightly and walked towards the pavilion not far away. But at this time, Sister Shen Jiasue turned his head when he heard the voice and saw Shen Jiaheng coming out from the corner. Brother Heng, what are you doing here? She went to meet him, but soon stopped. Because there was another person beside Shen Jiaheng, wearing a dark bamboo embroidered robe with a stern face. It was Jiang Sun. Shen Jiasue couldn't help but wonder, why was Brother Heng with Jiang Sun? The next moment, he saw the two of them turn aside and respectfully make way. Shen Jiasue's heart trembled, and then a young man in a royal blue brocade robe came out, holding a child of about 6 years old. The young man wore a golden crown, and Shen Jiasue never looked at his face, but only looked at him. She looked at the jade-inlaid brocade belt tied around the young man's waist. On it hung a jade pendant with a dragon pattern, symbolizing the identity of the visitor, a prince. However, Shen Jiasue's eyes were soon attracted by the 6-year-old child next to him. He wore a small purple-gold crown on his head, and a crimson-purple brocade robe with a rui pattern made his skin white and tender, and his eyes bright. At this time, his steps were brisk, and the exquisite jade pendant hanging on the jade belt around his waist jingled. He also saw Shen Jiasue, and at this time his eyebrows curved, and 2 dimples appeared at the corners of his mouth, and he opened his mouth and said, I just heard the young master of the Shen family call you sister. So this is the girl of the Shen family? Shen Jiasue was obedient and saluted immediately. Your servant Shen Jiasue greets His Royal Highness Prince Xiang and His Royal Highness the grandson of the emperor. The current emperor has 3 sons. Prince Xianhui is the eldest and left behind a grandson, Zhao Yuanya. The second prince, Zhao Huilong, was born to concubine Xu and was named Prince Rui. The third prince, Zhao Huixiang, was born to concubine Chen and was named Prince Yang. Shen Jiasue had heard a little about court affairs in his previous life, so he was sure that the young man in front of him was Prince Yang. Because Prince Yang was closest to the prince, and also very close to Yuanya's grandson. Miss Shen, please stand up. We're just taking a leisurely stroll today. There is no need to be polite. Zhao Huixiang raised his hand slightly. Although Shen Jiasue did not look up, she could tell from such a gentle voice that His Royal Highness Prince Yang was indeed a good-tempered person. At this time, Zhao Huixiang leaned over slightly, smiled, and said to Zhao Yuanya, You've been running for a long time, take a rest. Zhao Yuanya looked around, saw the pavilion in front, and nodded immediately, okay. I'll listen to my third uncle. He jumped forward on his own, and the 4 little eunuchs behind him hurriedly followed. Shen Jiasue immediately stepped aside, but unexpectedly at this time Zhao Yuanya suddenly turned his head and invited with a smile. Sister Shen, will you come too? Shen Jiasue was stunned at first, and then accepted with a smile. She didn't dare to refuse the invitation from the emperor's grandson, but fortunately, Brother Heng was also there, so it was not considered a violation of the rules. The emperor's grandson and his entourage walked in front, followed closely by Jiang Sun. Shen Jiasue looked straight ahead and waited until Shen Jiaheng was shoulder to shoulder with her before she took a step. Before she could speak, Shen Jiaheng suddenly came closer, lowered his voice and asked, Sister, why did you suddenly move the stone just now? Shen Jiasue. Did you all see it? Shen Jiaheng covered his lips with his hand and whispered, It was Lord Jiang who saw it first, and I followed his gaze. Shen Jiasue looked up immediately after hearing that and saw Jiang Sun passing by the big rock just now. He turned his head and seemed to look him up and down. Shen Jiasue. The pavilion was very spacious. Zhao Huixiang and Zhao Yuanya sat down, and the others stood aside. Shen Jiasue dared to raise his eyes at this moment, and looked at the royal family in front of him calmly. His Royal Highness Prince Yang and the little grandson of the emperor are worthy of being uncle and nephew, and their eyebrows and eyes are quite similar. Zhao Huaixiang raised his hand to take the handkerchief from the little eunuch and wiped the sweat off Zhao Yuanya very familiarly and did not forget to remind him, "It's okay to indulge yourself now, but when you go to the front later, don't forget your dignity." Zhao Yuanya is still young, and he might feel uncomfortable in the palace. His eyes rolled around, and he nodded vaguely. "Well, Year will listen to third uncle." Such perfunctory words fell into Zhao Huaixiang's ears, and he just shook his head dotingly, without saying much. Instead, Zhao Yuanya leaned into his arms and said in a coquettish way, "Third uncle, Year is a little hungry." Upon hearing this, the little eunuch on the side immediately brought the food box over. Except for the food at the formal banquet, the royal family would not eat other things casually, and the little grandson of the emperor was still young, so he had to be more careful. The little eunuch opened the food box, revealing exquisite pastries of various kinds, neatly stacked inside, which showed that they had been protected very carefully along the way. Another eunuch came forward and washed Zhao Yuanya's hands carefully. "Eat this." Zhao Yuanya reached out his hand, took out a piece directly from the food box, put it in his mouth and took a bite. His round eyes brightened. "Third uncle, this tastes good. Year likes it. Third uncle will eat it too," Zhao Yuanya said, handing the cake directly to Zhao Huaixiang's mouth. Zhao Huaixiang couldn't bear to disappoint Zhao Yuanya, so he took the cake with a smile and ate it in front of him. Zhao Yuanya's eyes were indeed bent with laughter, and he turned his head to look at Jiang Sun behind him, then shook his head. "I remember that the master doesn't like sweet food the most. Does the young man of the Shen family want to eat it?" Shen Jiaheng waved his hand subconsciously. He loved sweet food when he was a child, and he was also naughty at that time. He secretly hid a lot of it in the room and ate it all in one breath, resulting in a toothache for half the night. His sister found the court doctor and scared him severely. Later, he never liked to eat sweets again. Zhao Yuanya couldn't hide his disappointment when he saw this, and looked at Shen Jiasue again. "Where is the sister of the Shen family?" Shen Jiasue had not expected that the little grandson looked so innocent and lively, which was very different from what she had imagined. It was obvious that he had been very well protected over the years. Shen Jiaheng had already refused, so Shen Jiasue naturally did not want to spoil the little grandson's fun, and immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, "I would like to try it." Zhao Yuanya was very happy to hear this, and personally handed a piece to Shen Jiasue. After this round of questioning, Zhao Yuanya had already eaten 2 pieces himself, and Zhao Huaixiang quickly signaled to the eunuch to take the food box away. Zhao Yuanya was still not satisfied, and suddenly pulled Zhao Huaixiang's sleeve and said with a smile, "Third uncle, this cake is really delicious. Year is going to send it to Mother to eat. Mother loves sweet food the most." The child really said what he wanted to say, and he wanted to leave immediately after he came up with the idea. Seeing this, Zhao Huaixiang had no choice but to follow, and Jiang Sun also stepped out. Shen Jiaheng hesitated for a moment, and Shen Jiasue stood up after paying his respects and immediately pushed him lightly. "Brother Heng, follow me." She was still worried that Ning Fingji and the others would not dare to come with Prince Yang and the emperor's grandson here, and it was just right for them to leave now. But Brother Heng must not be left behind. First, he was a foreign man, and second, with his protective spirit against his sister, she was really worried that he would be mad. It goes without saying that before the misunderstanding was resolved, Princess Huaizhen would not have a good face for her. Shen Jiaheng was naturally obedient, nodded when he heard it, and followed Jiang Sun step by step. I don't know what he said to Jiang Sun when he looked up, but he just said a light which made his eyes shine and his face full of joy. Shen Jiasue suddenly reacted at this time. It must be because of the conversation between him and Brother Heng last night. After talking about the things in the previous life and mentioning Jiang Sun's kindness, he followed Jiang Sun eagerly today. After returning home today, he has to talk to Brother Heng in detail and be more restrained. It's okay for others, but Lu Yunzheng must not be able to see any clues. Thinking of this, Shen Jiasue sat back and couldn't wait to pour a glass of water from the stone table. In fact, she doesn't like sweet food either. She always feels sticky in her mouth after eating. Today, the prince's mansion is holding a banquet, and there are royal relatives and dignitaries everywhere. Therefore, fruits and tea are placed in pavilions and towers everywhere, and special personnel are arranged to replace them in time. Even if Princess Huaizhen wants to deal with her, she must be waiting for battle in the west courtyard. This pavilion was just her impromptu idea, so there is no need to worry. Thinking of this, Shen Jiasue began to wander in his mind, and decided that no matter where he went in the future, he would carry a letter between Lu Yunzheng and Gu Xizhi. If anyone said nonsense, he would throw the letter in the other person's face. Thinking of that scene, Shen Jiasue couldn't help laughing. At the same time, the Pillow Xia pavilion adjacent to the west courtyard, Ning Fengji hurriedly walked into the attic, shouting, "Sister Gu? Is Sister Gu here?" Yes, Sister Fengji, I'm here." Gu Shiji's slightly hasty response came from the attic. Ning Fengji lifted her skirt and immediately went up to the attic, but she didn't expect that it was her brother who came out to greet her. "Brother? Why are you here too?" Ning Fengji was still thinking about Shen Jiasue in her heart and didn't worry too much, but asked casually. Ning Fengyu looked calm and smiled. "Didn't you promise Yunzheng to take good care of Miss Gu? I came to see you, but I didn't expect you to be away." Ning Fengji took her brother's arm, pouted her lips, and complained bitterly. "Brother, you don't know. I just want to see that Shen Jiasue. I have never seen such a shameless person." As soon as the brother and sister entered the living room, Gu Xizhi had already stood up to greet them. She was wearing a light pink silk skirt today, with a light gauze on the outside. When she walked, the light gauze fluttered, as light as a cloud, which really set off her. "It's just that I don't know if it's a little stuffy in the attic. There is a hint of red on her cheeks, and her ears are slightly red." Ning Fengji walked in a hurry and didn't notice Gu Shiji's abnormality at all. Instead, Gu Shiji's eyes were erratic, and she glanced at Ning Fengyu inadvertently. Ning Fengyu looked calm and sat aside. At this time, Ning Fengji had already held Gu Shiji's hand and said indignantly, "Sister Gu, I finally know how miserable you were in the past. That Shen Jiasue is shameless and wants to confront you face to face. Since she won't cry until she sees the coffin, we might as well invite the princess and bring all the young ladies to see her, so that everyone in the capital can see her true face." Gu Shiji's eyes flickered when she heard this, but she frowned slightly, put on a tolerant look, and said softly, "Sister Fengji, forget it. Even if Shen Jiasue is unkind and unjust, my godfather and godmother have raised me after all. Give her a way out in front of others. Since everyone already knows her true face, let's save some face this time, which will be regarded as the friendship between me and my godfather and godmother." Gu Shiji spoke in a high-sounding manner. She thought that Ning Fengji would praise her for her magnanimity and tolerance as before and stand up for her. But she didn't expect that this time, after Ning Fengji heard it, she suddenly froze in place. "Fengji, what's wrong with you?" Gu Shiji saw Ning Fengji acting out of character, feeling vaguely uneasy, and hurriedly asked. She really didn't expect that Shen Jiasue would actually come to the banquet this time, when she had been indifferent to all her persuasion in the past. She originally thought that if Shen Jiasue didn't come, she could just make up a few words, and with Ning Fengji's support, she would naturally be able to turn the tables. But now she has put herself on the spot. For now, she must not go to see Shen Jiasue anyway, otherwise, once she is exposed in person, she is afraid that she will no longer have a place to stand at these banquets in the future. Here, Ning Fengji thought of what Shen Jiasue had just said because of Gu Shiji's words. However, she shook her head and quickly convinced herself. Sister Gu's generosity and kindness are beyond doubt. Otherwise, how could Brother Yunzheng be so devoted to Sister Gu? Shen Jiasue is indeed cunning, and he was almost fooled by her. Ning Fengji came back to her senses, shook her head seriously, and advised quickly, "Sister Gu, when dealing with a despicable person like Shen Jiasue, being lenient and generous will only make her become more aggressive. Don't be afraid. I will stand by you. And so will the princess. The princess hates evil and can't stand people like Shen Jiasue. She will definitely support you." Gu Shiji frowned when she heard this. This Ning Fingji really makes people love and hate her. What she loves is that she is stupid and easy to fool, but what she hates is that she is too nosy and stubborn. She exhaled slightly, softened her tone, and said, Fingji, I know you treat me the best, but the moment I left General Dinggua's mansion, I decided not to see Shen Jiasue again. Whenever I see her, I will think of my miserable and depressed days in the past. I got rid of her with great difficulty. Out of sight, out of mind. I don't want to cause trouble for myself anymore. Xizhi stroked her chest gently, thinking that her words were sincere, but when she looked up after she finished speaking, she saw Ning Fingji staring at her with a very strange look on her face. Xizhi's heart skipped a beat, feeling inexplicably uneasy, and asked in a low voice, Sister Fingji, what's wrong? Ning Fingji opened her mouth and was a little confused at this moment. Is it that Shen Jiasue is too powerful and knows Sister Gu too well? Or,
No way.
Ning Fingji clenched her hands, and in order to verify what she thought in her heart, she became more stubborn. Sister Gu, she is wrong, and she is also bad. She dares to be so confident. Why do you have to hide from her? Why not clear her name in front of everyone this time? Uncle Liu and others are too prejudiced against you. If the news gets to the Liu mansion, it will be good for you, Sister Gu, right? Xizhi could never have imagined that Ning Fingji was so persistent, and every word she said was reasonable. If she refused again, it would seem that she was guilty. She bit her lower lip, unable to hide her panic. At this moment, she could not help but look at Ning Fingyu for help. Ning Fingyu met Xizhi's gentle gaze, and thought of the faint fragrance that penetrated into her nose when he helped her up just now. She couldn't help but be moved, and immediately spoke out to rescue her. Sister, forget it. Miss Gu was weak and bullied in the Shen mansion before. It is understandable that she doesn't want to see Shen Jiasue again. Ning Fingyu's words seemed to evoke Xizhi's sad memories. Her eyes turned red, and she almost cried. Seeing that her brother had spoken, and seeing that Xizhi looked like she was about to cry, Ning Fingji changed her mind and slowly stopped thinking. Okay, that's all. It must be that Shen Jiasue was too cunning. She almost got used by her, and ended up hurting Sister Gu. Seeing Ning Fingji finally give up, Xizhi couldn't help but let out a long sigh and secretly felt lucky. Thanks to Master Ning for speaking for her. Thinking of this, Xizhi glanced at Ning Fingyu again. This time there seemed to be a different meaning in her eyes. Ning Fingyu met this shy and timid gaze, and she felt a surge of heat in her body. It was an unprecedented sense of freshness and excitement. You know, this Xizhi is the girl that Yunzheng would rather break up with his family than not be with. This time, their eyes met, but Ning Fingji, who had come to her senses, saw it. She finally felt a little strange in her heart. Because she suddenly realized that before she entered the attic, there were only her brother and Xizhi here. Of course, she didn't believe that there could be anything between her brother and Xizhi. After all, her brother was a decent person and was a close friend of brother Yunzheng. As the saying goes, don't get close to your friend's wife and don't covet her beauty. Ning Fingji thought so, and doubts came to her mind, and Shen Jiasue's words just now echoed in her mind. The first two reactions of Xizhi that she predicted came true, leaving only the last one. If. She meant if she, the eldest lady of the Baoang Marquis mansion, was really deceived and misled the princess. Once the truth came out, Ning Fingji was afraid that she would not be able to survive in the capital. Thinking of this, Ning Fingji suddenly became nervous and spoke again. Sister Gu, Shen Jiasue just said that he would wait for us in the pavilion. If we don't go for a long time, I'm afraid she will find the west courtyard by herself and then make trouble in front of the princess. It will be difficult to explain. I've thought about it. Why don't we go together so that she won't have the heart to quibble? Ning Fingji thought that this suggestion was very reasonable. If Xizhi continued to make excuses, it would be really suspicious. Xizhi's heart had just settled down, but now it was hanging high again. She was upset and couldn't help but feel regretful at this moment. If she had known, she would not have come to the banquet today. Sister Gu? Ning Fingji stepped forward. Xizhi was really out of options. She rubbed her hands, and suddenly her whole body shook, as if she was having trouble breathing, with one hand on the corner of the table. Ningfengyu stood up suddenly when she saw the scene, and couldn't help frowning. "Sister, what's wrong with you today? Miss Gu said she doesn't want to see you, so why are you pressing on with all that?" At this time, Ningfengji's face turned pale. She swallowed her saliva, ignored her brother's questioning, and stared at Xizhi, and took another step forward. Xizhi's face gradually turned pale, and the whole person leaned weakly, and the next moment he fell back, without warning. Ningfengyu was agile after all. Seeing that something was wrong, he walked over quickly and supported Xizhi at once. But Xizhi's eyes were closed at this time, as if she could not bear Ningfengji's repeated coercion, and she had fainted. Ningfengyu's face changed when she saw this, and she was about to blame Ningfengji, but she didn't expect her sister's face to be even uglier. "Sister, you." Ningfengyu was also confused. Ningfengji saw that Xizhi not only made excuses in every possible way, but also her every move was exactly as Shen expected. What else was there to not understand? She stomped her feet and gritted her teeth. "Xizhi, you." The next moment, Ningfengji turned around and ran out. She had no time to expose Xizhi. Today, she brought Xizhi to the prince's mansion. The princess had heard about the cancellation of the engagement between the Shen and Lu families, so she was always rude to Xizhi. She was full of trust in Xizhi and couldn't bear to see her being misunderstood by everyone, so she defended Xizhi in front of the princess and belittled Shen Jiasue. She had a friendship with the princess, and Xizhi was the one involved, so the princess naturally believed her, so she asked someone to check the family, who responded to the invitation. When she heard that Shen Jiasue was also here, she said she wanted to teach her a lesson. Who knows? Who knows? Ningfengji hurried and finally came to the west courtyard, but she didn't expect that the place was deserted. She quickly grabbed a maid to ask, and learned that the princess had been waiting for her for a long time and didn't come back, so she went directly leading everyone to look for Shen Jiasue. She suddenly felt dizzy and almost lost her balance. Xizhi was going to kill her. Ningfengji's heart skipped a beat, and she hurried to the pavilion. Here, Shen Jiasue had seen the scenery and drank the tea. Seeing that Ningfengji was still not coming, she couldn't help but feel surprised. She had just blocked Xizhi's way out with her words. Could it be that Ningfengji was fooled? It seemed that she had to go to the west courtyard by herself. Thinking of this, Shen Jiasue stood up decisively. It was too unfair in her last life. She didn't want to suffer any grievances in this life. No matter who it was, no one could throw dirty water on her. Shen Jiasue had just walked out of the pavilion, and then she heard lively footsteps not far away. Her eyes lit up slightly, and she looked over. Sure enough, she saw a group of girls walking towards her aggressively. On the attic opposite the lake. "Wow, isn't that Princess Huaizhen? Hey, Brother Yike, look, is that your little sister? Oh, why is my little ancestor here too? What's wrong with them? Look at that direction. Are they all going to find Miss Shen? Let's just watch the show." Miss Shen is the most powerful talker. We have all experienced it. These people may not be able to do anything to her. Brother Lu, you don't know this, right? Princess Huaizhen is notoriously difficult to deal with. Miss Shen may not be able to get the upper hand. Just wait and see. If no one helps today, Miss Shen will suffer. "Hey, Mingjue, where are you going?" As soon as these words came out, everyone turned their heads and saw Cui Mingjue walking downstairs. Such a lively show. Of course we have to get closer to take a look. Cui Mingjue said this nonchalantly, but his steps were not slow. Upon hearing this, all the young men showed their approval and followed Cui Mingjue down. "Let's go and take a look." Shen Jiasue saw the girl who was surrounded by the crowd at the front. She was wearing a silver-red brocade dress, with curved eyebrows and almond eyes. Maybe because she had been raised in the palm of her hand, her eyes were full of confidence, and even revealed a sense of pride. When he got closer, Shen Jiasue discovered that there was a cinnabar mole in the middle of her eyebrows, which was very eye-catching. There is no doubt that this is Prince Rong's beloved daughter, Princess Zhao Huaijin. When the other girls looked at her, Shen Jiasue could not tell their identities at all. He only felt that this was the real cluster of flowers, no matter what exotic flowers and plants you had at the flower viewing banquet could compare to it. Everyone seemed, however, they also saw Shen Jiasue in the pavilion, and they all showed surprise on their faces. At lunch today, they all heard Xizhi say that Shen Jiasue had a mean face and rude manners, and his words were so sure that he must have seen the real person with his own eyes. Xizhi, who was standing by at the side, also agreed with this statement. But looking at the person in the pavilion now, her eyes are bright, her nose is straight, and her waist is bound by a pearl-studded brocade belt, which makes her figure lighter and her spirits more high. Could it be that Shen Jiasue was guilty and had been scared away by Xizhi, and the person in the pavilion was someone else? Just as the girls were puzzled, a maid quickly walked to Zhao Huaijin and whispered, "Princess, that is the girl from the Shen family." Shen Jiasue recognized at a glance that the maid who spoke was the one who had just led the way for her. She just didn't know why Xizhi and Xizhi didn't come together. When Zhao Huaijin heard that the person in the pavilion was the real host, he immediately raised his eyebrows and sneered. Shen Jiasue couldn't break the rules, and now he took the initiative to come forward, kneeling and bowing. "Your servant Shen Jiasue greets the princess." She was about to stand up, but Zhao Huaijin lowered his eyes and said coldly, "Did the princess ask you to stand up?" Hearing this, Shen Jiasue paused slightly and remained on his knees without moving. The other girls saw this scene and covered their mouths with their hands and laughed. The princess hated evil the most. It would have been fine if Shen Jiasue had not come to the banquet today, but since he was here, he should not think of getting away easily. At this time, Zhao Huaijin slowly raised his steps, with scrutiny and contempt in his eyes, and slowly walked around Shen Jiasue. Until the laughter of the people behind him grew louder, Zhao Huaijin spoke lightly. "General Dingwa defended his country with an iron will, but it's a pity. If an ordinary person was treated like this in public, he would have been ashamed and angry to death, and he would not have been able to stand still." But Shen Jiasue remained motionless, and at this time he took over Zhao Huaijin's words leisurely. "May I ask the princess, what a pity." Zhao Huai really didn't expect Shen Jiasue to be so shameless. He remained calm until this moment, and immediately scolded him coldly. It's a pity that he didn't teach his daughter well, and raised an ungrateful, bullying, and vicious villain who drove the orphan girl away for jealousy. The girls behind him heard the words and joined in. "That's right, Shen Jiasue, don't think we don't know the ugly things you did. That's right, the victims have come to the princess, don't try to quibble. Look, she can still laugh. I've never seen such a shameless person." No wonder Miss Gu was forced into a desperate situation by her. Everyone was talking at once, their indignant looks as if they had regarded Shen Jiasue as an unforgivable person. Shen Jiasue listened silently and did not refute. Zhao Huaijin saw that Shen Jiasue was speechless, so she raised her hand. Everyone behind her fell silent. She stepped forward, lifted Shen Jiasue's chin, raised her lips and sneered. "Miss Shen, you've been exposed and you are speechless, right? Did you hear what everyone said? We have already known your evil deeds clearly. This princess despises people who are hypocritical in their life. I didn't expect that you were born with a good appearance, but the inside is rotten. If you know you are wrong, this princess will not make it difficult for you. Go back to the Shen mansion and confess to General Shen, and take Miss Gu back. Also, don't show up in front of this princess in the future. I find it disgusting." After saying this, Zhao Huaijin couldn't wait to retract his hand, and the maid beside him hurriedly handed him a handkerchief. Zhao Huaijin immediately wiped his fingers again and again, as if Shen Jiasue was really dirty. The girls behind him echoed, "Yes, tell her to go back. General Dingwa's mansion is also a misfortune." After Zhao Huaijin wiped his hands, he threw the handkerchief into the maid's arms and turned away. It was really boring. Xizhi and Xizhi spoke so highly of Shen Jiasue. She thought he would be so capable, but in the end he was still timid and silent. Everyone turned around with Princess Huaijin. They came and went quickly. But at this time Shin Jasue slowly stood up and asked loudly, "Princess, everyone says, is this it?" Hearing this, Zhao Huaizhen paused and turned to look over. At this moment, she had already determined that Shin Jasue was a despicable person and thought that she was still trying to flatter him, so she couldn't help but feel impatient. "Shin Jasue, this princess has already given you enough face. If you don't leave, this princess will kick you out. If you go out this way, in front of everyone, I'm afraid you won't be able to stay in Beijing in the future." Shin Jasue was not afraid at all when she heard this. She swept her eyes around everyone present and suddenly said meaningfully, "The princess is of noble status, and the ladies are also from wealthy families. I'm afraid this is the first time for you to be a knife in someone else's hand, right?" Shin Jasue just showed weakness on purpose to let everyone speak freely. Xizhi was certain that she would not come to the banquet and knew that she had few friends in the capital, so she distorted the facts at will, not worrying that anyone would expose her. Besides, she also calculated that the princess and the girls were all proud and would not bother to run to her to ask for the truth. In this way, black and white would be reversed, and from now on she could appear in front of people openly. What Shin Jasue wants to calculate now is the pride of the princess and the girls. How sharp their words were just now, how angry they were. When the truth came out, they knew how thoroughly they had been used by Xizhi. Now, she's going to add the final fuel to the fire and completely set up Princess Huaizhen. She said that Xizhi would never be able to appear in front of people again in the future. "What do you mean by this?" Zhao Huaizhen's face was gloomy at this time, and the others looked at each other. Shin Jasue spread his hands. "I have letters between Lu Yunzheng and Xizhi in my house. If you are interested, I will order someone to copy them into a collection and send them to your houses. What do you think? I'm just worried that some of the words are unbearable to read and will pollute your eyes." Shin Jasue's face was full of innocence, and he was even eager to try. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. "Shin Jasue, what nonsense are you talking about? You are such a bad person. Are you going to force Miss Gu to death?" "That's right. What letters? She just made them up when she went back. Who knows whether they are true or false?" Shin Jasue's face, which was originally smiling, suddenly sank when he heard this. "So, you all know that a bad person is someone who forces people to death. Then today, the princess and everyone came to question without knowing the truth. Aren't they trying to force me to death?" Zhao Huaizhen couldn't help but sneer when he saw Shin Jasue was so sharp-tongued. "You don't dare to admit what you did? I know Fengji's character best. She will never speak something without any basis. Although Miss Gu was wronged, she still refused to blame you in front of us today. But you slandered her for private dealings?" Shin Jasue found it more and more ridiculous when she heard this. She was full of confidence in her heart, and her words became more and more sharp. "I've heard that the princess hates evil and is a person of true temperament, but after seeing her today, she is just like this." When these words came out, everyone present widened their eyes in fear. How dare Shin Jasue? Coincidentally, at this moment, Cui Mingjue and his party also arrived at the end of the path. When they heard Shin Jasue's words, their faces all changed. "You know, Princess Huaizhen is famous for her violent temper, but she has restrained herself in recent years as she got older. If she is really annoyed, it would be terrible." Sure enough, because of Shin Jasue's words, Zhao Huaizhen was so angry that his face turned red. But Shin Jasue not only did not avoid his sharp edge at this moment, but he became more and more sarcastic. "Since the princess wants to intervene in the feud between me and Xizhi, she should be fair and selfless. Now she listens to one side and believes it, and accuses me harshly. Isn't this bullying? What the princess just said about ungratefulness is a matter of the previous generation. Let's not talk about it for now. Let's talk about the fact that I broke up the couple. Lu Yunzheng and I got engaged when I was 11 years old, and Xizhi entered the general's mansion the following year. How come after they fell in love, I, his fiancée, became the intruder? Lu Yunzheng had already fallen in love with someone else, but he didn't dare to cancel the engagement for fear of my father's power. He couldn't let go of his love for Xizhi, and the two of them secretly exchanged letters for many years. On the day of proposing marriage, Yunzheng rashly broke off the engagement, but pretended to be deeply in love. If my maid hadn't accidentally seen those letters, my Dingwa general's mansion would have planned to help them get together. We didn't make the truth public before because we were grateful for the kindness of the previous generation and for the relationship with Xizhi over the years, so as to leave her and Yunzheng with the last bit of dignity. But not only did she not know how to behave herself, she even went to the flower viewing banquet to confuse right and wrong, forcing me into this desperate situation today. Princess, I am not as noble as you, but I was born in a military family, so naturally I am rude and reckless, and full of blood. No matter how you are favored by heaven, you come to scold me today without knowing the whole story. Even if you talk to the Emperor or Prince Rong, I am not afraid. If the princess still doesn't believe it, you can find Xizhi now, and I will confront her face to face and tell everyone the truth. I am afraid that she is guilty and has found an excuse to leave the house. It's a pity that the princess and the other ladies have been trampled by her for justice, and they are driven by her without knowing it. Today they come to ask for a scolding from me, making us resent each other and retaliate against each other. Shen said this in one breath, and she finally felt relieved. She was right about today's matter. At most, she would offend Princess Huaizhen. She might as well make a big fuss and let everyone in the capital know about it. This would protect her and the general's mansion. I don't know if it was because she was too excited at the moment. Shen only felt a faint heat in her body, making her blood boil. Shen voice had fallen, but the scene was silent. Zhou Huaizhen had never been scolded in person like this. At this time, her pretty face was blue and white, and she didn't utter a word for a long time. The other girls behind her and the young men at the end of the path were even more chest-heaving, with horror on their faces.
Crazy.
Shen might be crazy. No wonder she had never been seen attending any banquets before. I'm afraid that General Dingwa and his wife were holding her tightly, afraid that she would offend people. But at this time, Shen seemed to have no sense at all, and urged again. Princess, my voice was too soft just now. Didn't you hear clearly? It's okay. As long as you order someone to call Xizhi, you will know that you have indeed done something wrong. Shen said, raising his hand to wipe his forehead. For some reason, it seemed to be getting hotter and hotter. Everyone.
She really dared to say that.
Zhou Huaizhen's face turned completely red at this moment. She clenched her hands and turned her head to look at the others. Although they were silent, they could not hide their interest in their eyes. They were clearly watching a show. This discovery made Zhou Huaizhen embarrassed and ashamed. Her breathing became heavier and faster. Finally, she couldn't lose face anymore, so she rushed forward a few steps and raised her hand to Shen Jiasue. How dare you talk to this princess like this? Shen Jiasue was feeling the heat being suffocating and unbearable. When she saw Zhou Huaizhen coming towards her, she felt annoyed and grabbed Zhou Huaizhen's wrist without thinking. Unexpectedly, such a strong force would make her feel dizzy. The heat in her body instantly dispersed, and her mouth suddenly became dry, and her hands and feet became weak.
No.
Shen Jiasue shook her head, and Zhou Huaizhen instantly came back to his senses from his shame and anger. Because at this moment, Shen Jiasue's palms were extremely hot, and when he held her wrist tightly, it was like a branding iron. The two of them were in a stalemate for a while, neither of them moving. Everyone thought that the two were competing secretly, and for fear that the matter would get out of hand, they dared not stand idly by and walked forward to push Shen Jiasue away. Cui Mingjue, who was not far away, saw this and frowned tightly. After hesitating for a moment, he trotted over. He was about to shout to stop him, but at this moment, a man hurried over from a distance with a panicked face, shouting, Princess!
Princess! Wait!
We were deceived by Xizhi. At this moment, Shen Jiasue seemed to have thought of something and suddenly turned his head to look at the pot of tea on the stone table in the pavilion. When everyone turned around, They saw Ning Fengji's face was pale, and she was waving her hands anxiously. Maybe she was walking too fast. A tuft of hair slipped out from her bun and hung on her forehead. Everyone subconsciously made way for her. Ning Fengji came over breathlessly, and when she looked up, she saw that Princess Huaizhen and Shen Jiasue had met. She felt panic in her heart.
No, princess.
Ning Fengji almost cried as soon as she spoke. Everyone had heard what she had just said, and now they asked in unison, "Miss Ning Fengji, what do you mean when you said we were deceived by Gu Xizhi?" Zhao Huaizhen also turned his head to look at her. Perhaps he had realized the truth at this moment, and his almond-shaped eyes were wide open. Ning Fengji swallowed her saliva and then said in a panic, "Princess, sisters, I'm sorry, I was also deceived by Gu Xizhi. I just went to find her to confront Shen Jiansui, but she made excuses and didn't even dare to see Shen Jiansui. I knew something was wrong, so I came here immediately." Ning Fengji still didn't know the truth. She just realized that something was wrong with Gu Xizhi, but everyone present could hear what Shen Jiasue said truly just now. Now combined with Ning Fengji's words, so Gu Xizhi really had a private transaction with Lu Yunzheng and betrayed him first?
No wonder.
No wonder Shen Jiasue just said that they were all knives in the hands of others. Gu Xizhi distorted the facts and used their kindness to fight for her. Now they have wronged a good person and behaved in an ugly way. Aren't they being played around by Gu Xizhi? As soon as this thought came to mind, the girls stomped their feet and waved their sleeves, their faces blushing with anger, and they dared not look Shen Jiasue in the face again. You know, what they just cursed was really ugly. Ning Fengji, what's wrong with you? We all believed in Gu Xizhi's words because we trusted you. That's right, you didn't even find out the truth in advance. How dare you vouch for Gu Xizhi in front of us? Do you know that the princess just now? Ning Fengji was accused by everyone, and she was so aggrieved that she couldn't say anything. Now her tears were falling. She was not on guard against Gu Xizhi because she believed in Brother Yunzheng's character and vision. Besides, Gu Xizhi's words were well-organized and well-founded. How could she know that there were people in the world who were so scheming and didn't tell a word of truth? She looked at Princess Huaizhen timidly with tears in her eyes and said in a trembling voice, "Princess, it's my fault.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to everyone." Zhao Huaizhen closed her eyes. Her face flushed red at this moment. She really wanted to dig a hole in the ground to crawl into. She had a great reputation in her life, but this time she fell into a bad situation. No wonder Shen Jiasue accused her of bullying others. Daddy always said that she was innocent, but she was impulsive and reckless, which was the most unacceptable in the royal family. She had been obedient and restrained, but she could not change the impulsiveness in her bones. Today, she made half of the young men and women in the capital laugh at her. She had noticed Cui Mingjue's quick approach just now, and there was a group of young men behind him who were peeking out to watch the show. The girls were really angry, and they were all ashamed and angry at the moment. Where is Gu Xizhi? Bring her here. Yes. In the final analysis, she is the most despicable one. How dare she make fun of us all? If someone like her dares to appear in front of me again in the future, I will scold her severely. Ning Fengji originally wanted to tell everyone that Gu Xizhi was in Jinxia Pavilion at the moment, but when she thought of her brother being there too, if someone saw them, bad news would spread. She gritted her teeth in anger. Her brother was on Gu Xizhi's side just now. When today's matter is over, she will definitely settle accounts with Gu Xizhi and let her brother and Brother Yunzheng see her despicable true face. But now, the most urgent thing is...
Princess, I'm sorry.
Ning Fengji felt ashamed and regretful. She hurried to Zhao Huaizhen and called out pitifully with red eyes. Zhao Huaizhen took a deep breath, feeling angry and helpless. Ning Fengji was deceived first, and she listened to one side and believed it, and the two made mistakes on top of mistakes. Fengji, I'm really going to be killed by you. You don't have to say sorry to me. Talk to Shen Jiasue. Ning Fengji also realized her mistake. But as soon as she thought of Shen Jiasue's sturdy appearance of moving stones with her bare hands just now, She was afraid that Shen Jiasue would punch her in anger, so she shrank back in fear and trembled and dared not step forward. Zhou Huaizhen was really disappointed to see this. I asked you to apologize, but you are still dragging your feet. She gritted her teeth and dared to take responsibility. Then she raised her voice in front of everyone. Shen Jiasue, this princess is not someone who knows she is wrong and does not admit it. Today is my fault. I apologize to you. Just tell me what compensation you want, and I will take it all. But Shen Jiasue just lowered his head and never said a word. Zhou Huaizhen thought that Shen Jiasue was taking advantage of her at this moment, and his arrogance rose again. But when he thought that he was indeed at fault first, he suppressed his anger and slowed down his tone. Shen Jiasue, this princess has already apologized to you. You can say it straightforwardly. I see that you were not shy just now. Let's solve it quickly. Shen Jiasue still didn't respond. Zhou Huaizhen frowned, and everyone was confused and didn't dare to speak. Shen Jiasue? Seeing that Shen Jiasue hadn't responded, Zhou Huaizhen finally realized something was wrong and shook his wrist. The next moment, Shen Jiasue staggered. Zhou Huaizhen was startled and couldn't help but let out a low cry. Cui Mingjue was already close, so he reached out his hand, but saw that Zhou Huaizhen had already supported Shen Jiasue and withdrew his hand as if nothing had happened. At this time, Shen Jiasue finally raised her head. Everyone looked at her, but the next moment they all screamed in surprise. Shen Jiasue's cheeks were flushed, and her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. The most horrifying thing was that a line of blood suddenly flowed out from the corner of her lips. You. Zhou Huaizhen was close, and when he saw the blood, he was so scared that he stuttered. Shen Jiasue's breathing was hot, and her thoughts were a little confused at this time. She shook her head vigorously and suddenly raised her hand to grab Zhou Huaizhen's shoulder, her tone sharp and cold. Princess Huaizhen, that water. Did you tamper with the water? She bit her tongue and barely kept her sanity. At this moment, her limbs felt like they were burning. Even if she was innocent in her previous life, she knew about before getting married. How could she not know that something was wrong with her now? Zhou Huaizhen only felt a sharp pain in her shoulder. Shen Jiasue's strength was so great that he almost crushed her bones. She was shocked and scared. She pushed Shen Jiasue out with all her strength and shouted angrily, Shen Jiasue, what are you crazy about? I don't know what water you are talking about. Shen Jiasue's whole body was so soft that she couldn't withstand Zhou Huaizhen's push. The whole person retreated again and again. Be careful. Cui Mingjue gave a low shout and stepped forward in time. He was also very sensible and just opened his palm to support Shen Jiasue's back. Shen Jiasue immediately used the force to stand firm, and Cui Mingjue withdrew his hand. Miss Shen, what's the matter? He had been standing behind Shen Jiasue and only now saw her face. He instantly realized that something was wrong, and his face changed. Not to mention the conspicuous bloodstains at the corners of Shen Jiasue's mouth. At this moment, her cheeks were flushed and her eyes were blurred. Where was the clear and upright spirit when they met last time in the Imperial College? Shen Jiasue's red lips were slightly open, her breath was hot and disordered, and she couldn't help shuddering when she heard a male voice behind her ears. She turned her head and saw that it was Cui Mingjue. She was so scared that she raised her hand and pushed him hard, and she stepped back again and again. Don't come over. Cui Mingjue was caught off guard and was pushed back a step. When he looked up again, his eyes were full of surprise. The Cui family is a big family. How could he not understand the secrets of the inner house at his age? Shen Jiasue looked like he had been drugged. He had just been in the attic opposite the lake and had seen all of Shen Jiasue's actions, so at this moment, he also looked at the pavilion first. Was it the pot of water? At this moment, Shen Jiasue only felt that her heartbeat was unusually clear, and it seemed to ring in her ears again and again. Her consciousness began to become confused, and all kinds of charming pictures even emerged in her mind involuntarily. That was the Su Nu Jing that her mother stuffed into her before she got married. She had read it all in one breath with shyness and novelty. Cui Mingjue withdrew his gaze from the pavilion and looked at Shen Jiasue again. The worry in his eyes was originally hidden in his heart. A strange look flashed across his face. His family was looking for a suitable wife for him. He couldn't make the decision on his marriage, and his grandfather and cousin must have already considered it. Shen Jiasue had been engaged to Lu Yunzheng and then broke off the engagement, so she was definitely not considered by his grandfather and cousin. If he went forward at this moment, Shen Jiasue would have lost his mind, and if the two of them crossed the line in public, they would be tied together. If he had to get married, he wouldn't mind Shen Jiasue.
Right?
This thought only flashed through Cui Mingjue's mind, and he was also frightened. Everyone had never encountered such a scene, and now they looked at each other. Some smart people had guessed it, but they didn't dare to step forward to get involved. Cui Mingjue was confused, and finally, he sighed slightly, walked to Zhao Huaizhen's side, lowered his voice, and said, "Princess, Miss Shen looks like she has been poisoned by a foul drug. After all, she is the legitimate daughter of General Dingguo's mansion. If today's incident becomes a big deal, I'm afraid it will be embarrassing for Prince Rong's mansion." Zhao Huaizhen's eyes widened when he heard this. "What did you say?" Prince Rong has few concubines, and the position of Prince Rong's wife is stable, so the backyard of the prince's mansion has always been peaceful. Moreover, as the apple of Zhao Huaizhen's eye, she has always been carefully protected. She has never seen such a thing as a foul drug. "Princess, you'd better take her away quickly. If Miss Shen loses her manners today, I think General Dingguo will not let it go." Cui Mingjue frowned and urged Zhao Huaizhen when he saw that she had not reacted yet. How could Zhao Huaizhen not know the seriousness of the matter, and hurriedly walked to Shen Jiasue. "Shen Jiasue, how are you? I'll take you away first." At this moment, Zhao Huaizhen couldn't help but complain in his heart. No wonder Shen Jiasue asked her if she had done anything in the water just now. It turned out that she was drugged. But she didn't know anything. How could she, a dignified princess, use such despicable means? The sound that came and went rang in her ears, and Shen Jiasue slowly came back to her senses. There were double images in front of her eyes. She saw in a trance that it was Zhao Huaizhen who pulled her arm. Shen Jiasue shook her head. This sturdy medicine was very powerful. At this moment, every inch of her skin was clamoring for desire, and even the touch of a woman was unbearable. It was too late. Zhao Huaizhen was about to pull Shen Jiasue away, but she suddenly broke free from him and then staggered forward. The direction was...
Ah!
Amid the shocked shouts of the crowd, plop Shen Jiasue jumped into the lake without hesitation. "Quick, someone come quickly.
Save people."
Zhao Huaizhen was stunned at first. Then he reacted, his heart leaping into his throat, and he hurried over. The surroundings were in chaos. Cui Mingjue clenched his fists and followed. At this moment, someone grabbed him from behind. "Mingjue, I'll go. If you go down, Shen Jiasue will rely on you. Let go." Cui Mingjue shouted coldly, shook off the hand of the person who came, and stepped forward again. Zhao Huaizhen had already reached the shore. Her heart was beating like a drum, and she bent forward. Cui Mingjue caught up with her, and it seemed that he was about to jump in to save people, but at this moment a person suddenly emerged from the lake. Who else could it be but Shen Jiasue? The cold lake water greatly relieved the heat in her body, and Shen Jiasue finally regained her sanity. She raised her hand to push away the wet hair that was blocking her face, and saw the pale Zhao Huaizhen on the shore, and Cui Mingjue who was standing there. "I can swim, no problem." Shen Jiasue opened his mouth and shouted, paddling in the lake with his hands, with only his head showing above the water. Seeing this, Zhao Huaizhen patted his chest repeatedly and finally let out a long breath. Cui Mingjue slowly stood up, his face calm, and there was no sign of him wanting to jump into the water to save people. Shen Jiasue knew that using lake water to suppress the heat was only a stopgap measure, and that the foul drug needed medicine to be completely removed from the body. She wiped her face and shouted to Zhao Huaizhen, "Princess, please persuade everyone to leave, so that I can come ashore." Zhao Huaizhen had calmed down by now. She nodded, turned around and said to everyone in a serious tone, "Go somewhere else, don't spread what happened today." Before everyone could withdraw, they dared not stay to watch the fun, and they all saluted and left. Cui Mingjue glanced at Shen Jiasue, turned around and left with the young men. "Let's go." He waved his hand, and naturally everyone responded. After a while, the field was clear. Shen Jiasue turned her head and looked around, confirming that there was no one around, and then swam to the shore. She now sees clearly that she doesn't care about reputation, but reputation can indeed ruin a person. If others see her wet appearance today, it will be another trouble. At this time, a maid hurriedly trotted over, holding a cloak in her hand. It was Zhao Huaizhen who instructed her just after she came to her senses, and she came at the right time. As soon as Shen Jiasue climbed up, Zhao Huaizhen shook off the cloak and immediately wrapped Shen Jiasue tightly. "Let's go, change clothes first." Zhao Huaizhen pulled Shen Jiasue over and walked hurriedly. The two of them came to the fork in the road, and seeing Zhao Huaizhen leading her to the road on the left, Shen Jiasue was alert and immediately waved her hand. "Princess, the changing courtyard doesn't seem to be here, right?" When they were walking towards the west courtyard just now, the maid who led the way gave them a brief introduction to the various destinations, and she still remembered it. Zhao Huaizhen saw that Shen Jiasue was on guard and obviously still suspected her, and her face flushed with anxiety. "Would I harm you? Over there is the guest dressing area. There are many people and eyes. I'll take you to the inner courtyard." Shen Jiasue tilted his head to take a closer look at Zhao Huaizhen, and seeing that she looked anxious and not fake, he put away the stern look on his face and followed her forward. Everyone saw her go into the water today, and if anything happens to her again, Zhao Huaizhen will not be able to escape responsibility no matter what. She looks embarrassed now, and it would be a good thing if she could avoid others. Thinking of this, Shen Jiasue followed Zhao Huaizhen and hurried, and sure enough, there were fewer and fewer people along the way, and they really entered the inner courtyard. Zhao Huaizhen was in a very complicated mood at the moment. Today was really a mess, but fortunately no irreversible consequences were caused. But tonight, he would inevitably be severely scolded by his father and mother. Shen Jiasue didn't want to say much to Zhao Huaizhen, but she could feel that at this moment the heat in her body was tending to rekindle again. She took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, "Princess, is there a doctor in the palace? The medicine in my body has not been dissolved yet." Zhao Huaizhen had already considered this and responded quickly, "There are several female doctors living in the inner courtyard, ready to come at any time." Shen Jiasue nodded when she heard it. She felt relieved, but she was also annoyed that she underestimated people's hearts and was not cautious enough. But she really couldn't figure out one thing. Going to the pavilion today was completely a spur-of-the-moment decision, and even she couldn't predict it in advance. How did Zhao Huaizhen foresee it? Did Zhao Huaizhen put drugs in the tea along the way in order to plot against her? It was too stupid to make such a big fuss just to teach her a lesson. If other people were accidentally drugged, Zhao Huaizhen, even as a princess, would be to blame. Shen Jiasue couldn't figure it out, so she was ready to ask directly. Who knew that Zhao Huaizhen was also unwilling at this time and spoke first. "Shen Jiasue, what do you mean by saying that I tampered with the water just now? I am a princess, and I don't even bother to use such filthy things. Did you offend someone else? You were drugged without knowing it and you blame me. Today I was biased and made a big fuss to teach you a lesson. It is true that I was wrong. But if you throw other dirty water on me for no reason, I will never admit it." Shen Jiasue turned her head to look at Zhao Huaizhen when she heard it. Seeing that she was angry, and the stern look between her brows did not seem to be disguised, she could not help but pause. She entered the Prince Rong's mansion today. In addition to the tea in the pavilion, she only ate a piece of cake handed to her by the little grandson of the emperor. When her thoughts came to this, Shen Jiasue's face changed in shock. When she realized that she might have been poisoned by the foul drug, she had traced it in her mind. But the cake was brought out from the palace, and it must have been screened and tested for poison. Moreover, not only she, but also the little grandson of the emperor and Prince Yang had eaten it. She naturally excluded the cake. If she thinks about it now, What if the problem lies with the cake? What if she just suffered from incomprehensible poisoning? What about the disaster of delusion? At this moment, it was like a thunderbolt passing through Shen Jiasue's mind, shocking her so much that her whole body was cold and indescribable. Before the little grandson left, he said that the crown princess liked sweet things, and this cake was delicious, and he wanted to give it to the crown princess. And in the memory of the previous life, it was during these few months that the crown princess followed Prince Xianhui because of excessive grief. Was it that on this day in the previous life, when she was absent, a shocking secret happened at the flower viewing banquet in Prince Rong's mansion, which directly or indirectly took the life of the crown princess? For example, losing manners in front of others, such as catching an adulterer in bed? Thinking of this, Shen Jiasue suddenly shuddered and immediately grabbed Zhao Huaizhen's arm and said quickly, "Princess, the crown princess may be in danger. Go find the crown princess." Shen Jiasue said this too suddenly. Zhao Huaizhen didn't understand, and only felt that she was pinched by Shen Jiasue and it hurt. She shook her hand and said disdainfully, "What's wrong with you? Your hand is too strong. The crown princess is right beside my mother. How could there be any danger?" Here, we're the changing room. Except for the royal family, no one else is qualified to come here. This princess has made an exception for you. Please don't. Zhao Huaizhen's eyes widened suddenly, because Shen Jiasue suddenly raised his hand to cover her mouth. Zhao Huaizhen felt that Shen Jiasue really didn't know what was good for her, and was about to get angry, but saw that Shen Jiasue looked very serious. "Princess, listen." Zhao Huaizhen was full of impatience, and was about to step back to get rid of Shen Jiasue's hand, but there was silence all around, and suddenly, intermittent and faint moaning sounds floated into her ears. Zhao Huaizhen's almond eyes widened, and she immediately turned her head to look into the courtyard. There really was a sound, and it sounded very suspicious. At this time, Shen Jiasue remembered what Zhao Huaizhen had just said. Only the royal family can come here. The crown princess. Isn't she a royal family? Princess, don't make a sound. Shen Jiasue threw down a sentence and immediately walked inside. At a glance, she realized something was wrong. This is a dressing room. Why is there not a single maid standing inside and outside? It seems that she can't call anyone. If it is really as she thought, the crown princess who is plotted inside, then the fewer people who know the better, otherwise the crown princess will really die. Although Zhao Huaizhen didn't know what had happened, he was obedient. Seeing that Shen Jiasue's face changed, he didn't dare to delay, and followed with his lips tightly closed. Shen Jiasue's breathing became heavier and hotter. She shook her head and bit the tip of her tongue again. She trembled with pain and became much more sober. She approached the source of the sound step by step and finally stopped in front of the innermost room in the yard. Zhao Huaizhen followed closely and stood behind Shen Jiasue at this time. Shen Jiasue was worried there was something strange in the room, so she signaled Zhao Huaizhen to hide behind. She suddenly perked up and kicked the door open.
Bang!
There was a loud noise. The moaning sound in the room suddenly became clearer. Shen Jiasue did not dare to hesitate and stepped into the room. Looking into the inner room, she immediately saw a man with a flushed face, and his clothes were messy, and he was leaning on the couch. Perhaps because of the sound, the man turned his head to look at her. Although he was horrified and seemed caught off guard, he did not hide or avoid, and did not even hide his face. Shen Jiasue did not even need to tiptoe to clearly see that there was a woman lying on the couch from this angle. Her face was as red as peach blossoms, and her expression was blurred. At this time, her clothes were slightly open, revealing her red neck. Didn't she look like the crown princess who had only met once? Looking at the man on the couch again, he was acting like a shrewd person. Although he was panicked, he was not panicked. It was obvious that he was waiting for someone to catch him in bed. At this moment, Shen Jiasue felt a chill in her heart. She couldn't imagine how long it took to plan and prepare for this, how many connections had to be made, and how many servants had to be bribed to make the crown princess fall into the trap and be plotted against. Perhaps because Shen Jiasue was too calm, The man vaguely sensed that something was wrong and slowly sat up. At this time, Zhou Huaizhen also followed in. When she saw the scene in front of her, she recognized that the woman on the bed was the crown princess and couldn't help but scream. The man looked back and saw that no one else was coming. Finally, he was sure that something was wrong and stood up suddenly. Shen Jiasue's heart trembled. Before the crown princess escaped, she must not let this person make a big noise. Seeing the man turning around to push the window, Shen Jiasue immediately rushed over and shouted in a low voice, "Princess, leave this thief to me. You take the person on the couch and take good care of her. If she makes any mistake, your Prince Rong's mansion will not be free from responsibility." When she said this, she suddenly slapped her chest fiercely and instantly spurted out a mouthful of blood, and the red heat on her face slowly subsided. Zhou Huaizhen was frightened to death when she saw this scene. But she obviously also knew that today's matter was related to hundreds of lives in the palace, so she immediately ran to the couch and said quickly, "Okay." When the man saw Shen Jiasue approaching, his hands moved faster, and he pushed open the window at once and was about to shout to attract others. Shen Jiasue pulled off her cloak without hesitation and threw it over the man's head. She had a hunch, a very strong hunch. The person who calculated the crown princess was so powerful, and he must have 1,000 connections with the person who framed her Shen family. It might even be the same person. On the other side, about half a quarter of an hour later, Cui Mingjue came back and came to the pavilion by the lake again. This time, he was followed by a middle-aged man with a short beard and a medicine box on his back. Cui Mingjue pointed at the tea on the stone table and ordered the middle-aged man coldly, "Check it." After leaving just now, he was worried that someone would swap the tea on the table, so he did not go far and sent someone to invite the doctor from the prince's mansion. Upon hearing this, the doctor immediately put down the medicine box, poured out some of the tea, and checked it carefully. Seeing this, Cui Mingjue instructed again, "Don't miss not only the tea, but also the pot mouth and the cup edge." The doctor nodded respectfully and immediately got busy. Cui Mingjue put his hands behind his back, looking at the lake not far away, with a frown on his face, and he could no longer see the casualness of his usual days. After a long time, the court doctor wiped the sweat from his forehead and whispered, "Mr. Cui, I have checked. There is nothing unusual about the tea, the pot mouth, and the cup edge." Cui Mingjue turned around suddenly after hearing this, his eyes full of surprise. "Nothing unusual? No foul medicine? Foul medicine?" The court doctor raised his voice slightly and then shook his head with a firm look. "Mr. Cui, if you said other colorless and tasteless strange poisons, I may not be well trained and find it difficult to identify them. But foul medicine is the most potent, and I will never make a mistake." When Cui Mingjue heard this, a look of confusion flashed across his face, and then his whole body shook, with horror on his face. He did not fully grasp every move of Shen Jiasue after entering the palace, but at least under his nose, Shen Jiasue had only eaten the cakes given to her by His Royal Highness the grandson, except for the tea in the pavilion. If the problem lies with the pastries, then His Royal Highness the grandson and the third prince. When thinking about this, Cui Mingjue's face changed drastically. He walked out of the pavilion in 2 or 3 steps and waved to the nearby area. Soon, a man came jogging. It was the man who just stopped Cui Mingjue from going into the water to save Shen Jiasue. Cui Mingjue asked quickly, "Is the second prince sure that he did not come to the Prince Rong's mansion today?" The second prince Cui Mingjue mentioned was the son of concubine Shu, his cousin, Prince Rue. The man was slightly startled when he heard it, and then nodded. "The princess has been ill these days, so the prince postponed today's banquet." "Mingjue, what's wrong?" Cui Mingjue frowned, leaned close to the man's ear, and quickly repeated his guess. The man's eyes widened immediately, full of horror. But he quickly lowered his voice and shook his head to deny, "Impossible, I haven't received any instructions from the prince." Cui Mingjue paced back and forth for 2 steps, and when he stood still again, his face was gloomy. "You go to the Ruewang mansion quickly and report today's events to the prince. Quickly." The man obviously knew that this matter was no trivial matter, nodded, and turned to leave. Cui Mingjue looked at his back as he left, his hands clenched into fists. If the problem really lies with the pastries, Shen Jiasue is afraid that he has suffered an unprovoked disaster, and the little grandson and the third prince are both affected, and the second prince may be suspected. Since the death of Prince Xianhui, the situation in the court and the position of the crown prince have been in turmoil. The biological mother of the second prince, the Rui Wang, is the daughter of the Minister of Personnel, and she is of high birth. The Rui Wang now has the word ELD. To say something outrageous, it is not impossible that the position of the crown prince will eventually fall on the Rui Wang. But Prince Xianhui still has a son, who is really young, but he is a legitimate son after all. Moreover, Prince Xianhui was both virtuous and talented, kind and capable, and was highly respected by the court officials. The emperor also doted on the little grandson, so there were many people who supported the little grandson. Regardless of whether today's events were related to the second prince must not be allowed to fall into a passive position because of ignorance. Cui Mingjue was still thinking deeply, and suddenly there were footsteps coming from afar, and a familiar voice sounded. Cui Mingjue, have you seen my sister? The person who came was Shen Jiaheng with an anxious face. Cui Mingjue came back to his senses immediately, and suddenly remembered that Shen Jiaheng had just been walking with a first grandson, and immediately tried to ask, "What's wrong?" Before Shen Jiaheng could answer, there were suddenly uniform footsteps all around, and there was also the faint sound of swords colliding. Cui Mingjue turned his head suddenly, and saw that the guards of the prince's mansion were standing on every path and under the wall. Each of them had a stern look, and it was obvious that something big had happened. His heart skipped a beat, and he secretly said something was not good. "What's going on?" Cui Mingjue pretended to be confused. Shen Jiaheng glanced at him, and his expression calmed down instead. "I heard that a thief broke into the inner courtyard, and Lord Jiang was ordered to catch the thief. Have you seen my sister? If she was bumped into by these guards, it would be bad." Cui Mingjue knew that the thief was just an excuse. There were many guests in the mansion today, so even if something was stolen, there should be no fuss. Shen Jiaheng was probably instructed by Jiang Sun not to spread any news. Knowing that he could not get to know the inside story, Cui Mingjue was also worried that he would say more and make more mistakes, so he said in a calm voice, "As for your sister, I just saw her being dragged away by Princess Huaizhen." Shen Jiaheng's tense heartstrings finally relaxed a little after hearing this. If his sister really stayed with Princess Huaizhen, she should be fine. Who would have thought that His Royal Highness the grandson suddenly had a high fever, and then His Royal Highness the third prince also felt unwell, and Lord Jiang immediately thought of the pastries. But when he went to investigate again, not to mention the food box, even the nutch who had just held the food box was missing. At this time, he suddenly remembered that his sister had also eaten the pastries in the food box, and he was really scared out of his wits. "Do you know where the princess dragged my sister to?" Shen Jiaheng was still restless and asked again. Cui Mingjue had already started to leave, and when he heard this, he pointed his hand inside. Shen Jiaheng saw that it was the direction of the inner courtyard, and his heart was hanging again. "I heard that the crown princess also ate cakes. Lord Jiang has completely sealed off the inner courtyard. He can't go in to look for her now. Speaking of which, my mother is still in the inner courtyard. I hope nothing happens to my sister." Inner courtyard, changing room. Shen Jiasue was already fighting with the man. She managed to suppress the restlessness in her body after she injured herself, but she knew that she couldn't hold on for too long. So, at this moment, she attacked fiercely and urgently. Fortunately, the man's martial arts were not outstanding, and she forced him to defend himself repeatedly. Here, Zhou Huaizhen has already got on the bed. The crown princess was deeply poisoned by Chinese medicine at this time and was unconscious. As long as Zhou Huaizhen thought that hundreds of lives in Prince Rong's mansion were tied to her, he felt infinite strength surging from his body and lifted the crown princess onto his back. Seeing that the situation was not good, the man immediately stepped forward to keep her, but Shen Jiasue would never let him succeed. He immediately rushed forward, and his posture was really desperate.
"Go!"
Shen Jiasue shouted. Zhao Huaizhen didn't dare to delay and ran out with staggering steps. Before leaving, she couldn't help but look back at Shen Jiasue. She was pale, wet all over, with messy black hair sticking to her cheeks and blood smudged at the corners of her mouth, which was really scary.
You
better not die. I'll call someone to save you right away. Zhao Huaizhen gritted her teeth and ran out quickly. Unexpectedly, at this time, the man suddenly screamed, "Don't go." Then he jumped out of the window. Zhao Huaizhen was startled and almost fell. Almost at the same time, Shen Jiasue jumped out, rolled on the ground, and quickly stood up, blocking the man and Zhao Huaizhen. She said without looking back, "Go quickly. Don't let anyone see. I have a plan to get out." Zhao Huaizhen nodded repeatedly. As a princess, she had never encountered such a dangerous situation. At this moment, she was shocked and scared, and her eyes were red. But she did not dare to relax at all, and supported the crown princess with all her strength and started walking quickly again. Zhao Huaizhen was naturally familiar with his own backyard and soon disappeared at the end of the path amid the sound of fighting. The man saw that he could not break through Shen Jiasue's obstruction, and his eyes turned red with anxiety, and he shouted angrily, "You are looking for death." Shen Jiasue's expression was cold, and she kept silent. But if the man in front of her wanted to take a step forward, she would definitely attack sharply and make him unable to move forward or backward. She didn't dare to be distracted, because the pain in her chest could no longer suppress the heat in her body. Once she lost her temper, she would be courting death. The sounds of fighting and the shouts of men came one after another. Shen Jiasue saw that no one had heard the sound yet, which further confirmed her guess. The servants around were probably all sent away. Even if there was no traitor in Prince Rong's mansion, it had been infiltrated like a sieve. She quietly calculated in her heart. Thinking that Zhao Huaizhen had walked very far, he dared to exhale a breath of foul air. The man saw that Shen Jiasue's attack paused for a moment and immediately saw an opportunity to get rid of the entanglement and ran out of the yard. He had received orders from his master that today's plan must succeed and not fail. This time he had planned for so long and had wasted so many chess pieces and even arranged people to catch the adulterers in bed, but he didn't expect that the woman in front of him would get there first. Now that the crown princess is missing, the only thing he can do now is to sacrifice his own life and spread the news. The man ran out quickly. Judging from his steps, he was quite familiar with the backyard of Prince Rong, and he walked without any hesitation. When Shen Jiasue saw him running away, she was not panicked at all. Instead, she quickly lowered her body, rubbed her palms heavily on the ground, and then wiped her face. With the wet hair on her temples, her face was dirty and black, and no one could recognize her easily. The man was afraid that Shen Jiasue would catch up with him, so he kept walking and glanced at Shen Jiasue from the corner of his eye. He happened to see her actions and couldn't help but. His eyes were full of confusion. However, he no longer cared about Shen Jiasue and quickened his pace. He knew where those ladies were. As long as he rushed in a panic and called out the crown princess' maiden name, even if the crown princess was not there, he would not be able to escape easily. Sometimes, killing a person does not require actual evidence, and rumors are also a powerful weapon, especially for people who are in high positions and have great power. The more cautious they are, the more they will be. At that time, the master only needs to order people to make up stories and add fuel to the fire, and everything will fall into place naturally. The man was just thinking of a remedy when a loud shout suddenly came from behind him. "Someone come. Someone come quickly. There's a thief. There's a thief." Shen Jiasue hurriedly caught up with him. He was already exhausted. Maybe it was because the foul medicine in his body had taken effect again, or because he had shouted too hard, but his neck had turned red. Rumors can be devastating. How could Shen Jiasue not guess what dirty tricks this man was thinking? When they were fighting, Shen Jiasue was thinking that he had not heard of the scandal of the crown princess in his previous life, so someone must have controlled the situation. However, the crown princess was probably still caught in bed, so she had to die. The little grandson and the third prince had eaten cakes before. Since Jiang Sun was accompanying him, Shen Jiasue didn't believe that he was unaware of it. She was not present in her previous life. If there was anyone who could control the situation in time, Shen Jiasue believed that this person must be Jiang Sun. If he had taken action, the first thing he would do would be to surround the backyard of the prince's mansion to prevent the news from leaking out. So she shouted at this time to attract the guards of the prince's mansion and catch the thief. As for deliberately smearing her face, don't forget that her body is still wet. Now, her life and her reputation are very precious. The grievances of the Shen family have not been investigated clearly. Even if she wants to save the crown princess, she has to take care of herself first. So far, Shen Jiasue has done everything she can. She can feel that every breath she exhales becomes hot. The drug is so strong that it is probably not an ordinary thing. She didn't dare to stop shouting until footsteps were gradually heard around her. She was refreshed and took a breath. Here. There is a thief here. Come and catch him. Shen Jiasue just finished speaking, and then she heard a sharp shout. Sir. Here. Clang, clang, clang. Shen Jiasue knew without looking up that this was the sound of a spear. If she had a spear in her hand today, she wouldn't have to be so embarrassed. Catch him alive. A cold shout followed. Knowing that the thief could no longer cause any trouble, Shen Jiasue felt relieved and felt the heat and fatigue sweeping over her. She didn't care anymore and leaned against the bushes beside her and sat down directly. Hu Shen Jiasue lowered her head and exhaled breath after breath of hot air. Only then did she realize how hard she had hit herself with the palm she had just used. Every time she took a breath, her chest was torn with pain. Shen Jiasue was in a daze, and suddenly she felt a shadow appear in front of her eyes. She raised her eyes slightly and caught a glimpse of a black hem. Miss Shen. The voice was clear and very familiar. Shen Jiasue shuddered and hurriedly stepped back a few steps. Don't come over. She really didn't have the strength to control herself now. The next moment, something covered her head. Shen Jiasue looked up in confusion. While the warmth surrounded her body, her eyes were already dark. A faint fragrance penetrated into her nostrils, like the scent of ink. Sir, the man hit the gun blade and committed suicide. We found someone on the other side of the wall. A subordinate hurriedly came to report and suddenly found that his master had taken off his coat, and he was stunned. He leaned forward slightly, and then he found that there was a person behind his master, covered tightly by the coat. What did you find? Jiang Sun frowned and asked in a cold voice. The subordinate immediately focused his attention and stood solemnly and said, People from the East City Military Command were found on the other side of the wall. They seem to have been wandering outside the wall for a long time. Jiang Sun raised his eyes slightly when he heard this. Where is the leader? The subordinate bowed and replied, I have asked, and it is Yunzheng, the deputy commander of the East City Command. I heard that he is the son of General Zhou. Shen Jiasue's mind was already wandering at this time. She didn't know if she had suppressed her passion for too long, and it suddenly broke out at this moment. She didn't feel how the desire was surging, but it almost burned her. Just when her thoughts were confused and she didn't know where she was, the three words Yunzheng suddenly drilled into her ears. Shen Jiasue shuddered all over, as if she had returned to the day when she and Yunzheng died together. That day, she followed Yunzheng to the Jingxi villa and saw him holding Gu Xizhi in his arms with great care and saw Gu Xiji's bulging belly. She gritted her teeth and walked forward quietly, and suddenly heard Yunzheng say triumphantly, Shen Jiasue is really stupid. He has written to me several times, asking me to defend and plead for the Shen family. How could she know that I had to travel 800 miles to present the evidence of the Shen family's crimes to His Majesty? Xizhi, be patient. I will soon be able to welcome you to the Lu mansion in a grand manner. At that moment, she was shocked and her heart was broken. Shen Jiasue had long forgotten her past and present lives at this time. She only felt the hatred surging in her heart, almost burning her through. She pounced forward fiercely and shouted angrily, Lu Yunzheng die. Jiang Sun turned around when he heard the voice, but was knocked off balance by Shen Jiasue before he could react. My lord, be careful. The subordinate on the side was startled and drew the knife from his waist. After Jiang Sun stood still, he moved his feet and covered Shen Jiasue behind him tightly. Then he ordered in a cold voice, Let's go. No one is allowed to approach. Tell Princess Huaizhen that the person she is looking for is here. Please send someone to pick him up as soon as possible. The subordinate was stunned at first, then instinctively lowered his eyes and looked, and saw a wet and dirty skirt behind Jiang Sun, and the original color could no longer be distinguished. He was startled, and then he realized that the voice he just heard was indeed a female voice. The subordinate was also smart, and immediately put away the knife, bowed and stepped back, and said with understanding, Yes, I'll go right away. I didn't hear anything. Jiang Sun couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard the second half of the sentence, and finally shook his head lightly. He had encountered an assassination attempt last year and suffered serious injuries. The next day, the teacher sent 4 followers named East, West, South, and North Wind respectively. When he met Miss Shen in the Imperial College that day, he was followed by South Wind, and today he was followed by North Wind. North Wind was born in the military and has high martial arts skills. He often stays by his side when he goes out. When North Wind's figure could no longer be seen, Jiang Sun turned around and saw that most of his outer robe had been pressed under Shen Jiasue, but her head was still covered. Jiang Sun hesitated for a moment, but still squatted down and called softly, Miss Shen? Snap! Shen Jiasue suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Jiang Sun's wrist that was resting on his knees, using all his strength. Jiang Sun frowned, not only because of the severe pain in his wrist, but also because Shen Jiasue's palm was burning like charcoal. At this time, Shen Jiasue slowly raised her head. Her outer robe gradually slipped off, revealing her miserable face. Her eyes were blurred, her will almost collapsed, but she still relied on the overwhelming hatred to hold on. Lu Yunzheng, pay for your life. I want you to pay for your life. Shen Jiasue gritted his teeth, and his voice was hoarse. When Jiang Sun heard this, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he suppressed his thoughts, leaned forward again, and spoke in a deep voice. Miss Shen, Jiang Sun, I'm pregnant. The real princess will send someone to pick you up immediately. Jiang Sun. Shen Jiasue murmured and repeated. Her thoughts suddenly changed, as if she was in front of the Dali temple again. She was in a panic and was begging on her knees. She raised her head with difficulty, but her vision was as blurry as in her previous life, and she couldn't see the face of the person in front of her clearly. Her eyes were sour. Mr. Jiang. That's right. Jiang Sun responded calmly. Shen Jiasue finally let go of Jiang Sun's wrist. She wanted to say something, but she was already lying down without any strength. Jiang Sun lowered his head slightly, just in time to see Shen Jiasue stretching. His right hand on the ground had slender fingers, but there was a thick callus on the inside of the index finger. It was the mark left by years of handling weapons. He glanced at his wrist again. The severe pain had disappeared, but a clear mark was left on it. 5-finger red seal. What is the deep hatred between Lu Yunzheng and the Shen family? If it was just about breaking off the engagement, Shen Jiasue wouldn't have said the word pay for life. Jiang Sun's thoughts were flowing, and he saw that Shen Jiasue seemed to be gone. To save people, he hesitated to help her sit up. At this moment, a noise came from not far away. My lord has an order. No one can pass. I came here to look for someone on the order of the princess. The voice of the visitor was urgent. It was a female voice, but she refused to announce her home. Jiang Sun heard the voice, raised his robe again to cover Shen Jiasue's face, then quickly stood up and backed away, and said in a loud voice, Let them in. After a while, footsteps approached, and it was a lady who moved swiftly and looked eager. She saw a person lying on the ground at a glance, and her face turned pale in an instant. Jiang Sun took a step forward, shielded himself between the two of them, lowered his eyes and quietly asked, Madam, stop. May I ask who you are looking for? No wonder Jiang Sun is so cautious. The thief's plan failed today, and the most critical person is Shen Jiasue. Now that he has met him, he must protect Shen Jiasue no matter what. I am her mother. The visitor almost burst into tears. It was Jiwan. Just now she was sitting in the backyard chatting with the ladies, when suddenly the nanny next to Princess Rong came to look for her. She couldn't help but murmur in her heart when Princess Rong told her about the backyard with an ugly look on her face. When what happened, she was so frightened that she immediately went out to look for him. Like Jiang Sun, he never mentioned Shen Jiasue's name. What happened today was not a trivial matter, and it would be best if Shen Jiasue could clean it up. He couldn't stay out of the matter. The less people knew about her involvement, the better. When Jiang Sun heard this, he looked at Jiwan's face more carefully. Seeing that she didn't seem to be hypocritical, he immediately nodded and gave way, his eyes red, and he took a few steps. She stepped forward, opened her robe, and saw Shen Jiasue's helpless and weak appearance. Tears immediately rolled down her face. She leaned over and hugged Shen Jiasue, still covering her tightly with her robe. Really? Jiang Sun raised his hand and pointed forward. Madam, go out from here and turn left at the second intersection. There are people already there.
Ivan nodded.
He had no intention of talking to anyone else. He just said thank you and left in a hurry. Jiang Sun waited until Jiwan's back was out of sight before he stepped out of the path. At this time, there were people guarding the place. Bei Feng stood next to a male corpse, and when he saw Jiang Sun, he immediately stood up and said, Sir. Jiang Sun waved his hand, walked to the male corpse and squatted down, stretched out to gently touch the man's chin, temples, behind the ears, and neck, and said softly, Tell me about the situation just now in detail.
Come.
Bei Feng immediately squatted down and narrated in a deep voice. Shen Jiasue, as called just now, was very timely. The palace guards moved upon hearing the sound and soon caught up with the man. At this time, the man had been forced near the palace wall, and he saw unable to move forward. Bei Feng suddenly flew up towards the palace wall, trying to escape. Seeing this, Bei Feng immediately threw out the long knife in his hand, and because he wanted to catch him alive, it only hit half of the man's thigh. After leaning out of the courtyard wall, he fell back in pain. Knowing that he had no way to escape, he jumped straight towards the guard's spear and killed himself. Hearing this, Jiang Sun nodded and stood up at this moment. He checked carefully and found that this person was not wearing a human skin mask. Bei Feng then stood up, and Jiang Sun said again, You just said that the people from the Dongqing Military and Horse Command have been lingering outside the wall for a long time? Bei Feng nodded immediately, yes. When my subordinates saw that the thief wanted to run out, they were worried that there would be someone outside to help him, so they went out to check. I didn't expect to meet the people from the Military and Horse Command head-on. Only then did I learn that they were patrolling the city today and had walked back and forth outside the prince's mansion several times. Jiang Sun lowered his eyes and pondered for a moment. His face showed no trace of emotion, and he just said lightly, Let their deputy commander come to see me. There is a small hall at the side door of Prince Rong's mansion, which has been carefully tidied up now. Lu Yunzheng walked in from the side door. Even though he had carefully restrained himself, he still couldn't hide the gloomy look on his eyebrows. He looked forward to today. I have been looking forward to the opportunity for several days, but I don't know what went wrong. The adulterer who was having an affair with the princess never escaped from the courtyard wall like in the previous life. He was only able to capture the adulterer. His eyes were gradually appreciated, and he rose to fame all over the world. Now, everything is ruined. How could I leave the military command and go to the Beijing Guard station without that person's help? Your Excellency is waiting for you inside. Bei Feng stood outside the hall and stretched out his hand to Lu Yunzheng. Lu Yunzheng took a deep breath and immediately suppressed all the chaotic thoughts. When he heard that Jiang Sun wanted to see him, Lu Yunzheng admitted that he was panicked for a moment. Because of his rebirth, knowing that he had the opportunity to reach the sky today, he could not help but be impatient, fearing that he would miss the opportunity, so he and his subordinates stayed outside Prince Rong's mansion for a long time. After all, patrolling the city was his duty as a military commander, and others might just say a few words. He could be put off. But Jiang Sun was different from others. In his previous life, when he had not yet emerged, Jiang Sun's name was well known in the capital, and he was praised for his uprightness. He is afraid of the powerful and praises him like the blue sky. But there are countless people who love him, so those who hate him are destined to hate him. Even that person has always regarded Jiang Sun as a thorn in his side. When he returned to Beijing from the border, I heard that Jiang Sun was implicated in the Shen family case and had lost his favor. You should know that Jiang Sun was stubborn and had offended countless people. How many people wanted to kill him, so Anyangbo took advantage of the opportunity and added insult to injury. Worried that Jiang Sun would suffer as a result, he simply imprisoned him in the palace and asked the emperor for a long leave. When he heard the news, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. The evidence of the Shen family's treason was solid, and everyone avoided him, except Jiang Sun. To do the opposite, Jiang Sun had nothing to do with the Shen family. Yunzheng didn't believe that anyone in this world would do this for someone who had nothing to do with him. After thinking about it, there was only one possibility. He is also a person who seeks fame and reputation, just like those pedantic censors who do everything possible to make a name in history. He despises Jiang Sun's behavior and feels that this person is very hypocritical, but he has to admit that Jiang Sun is really resourceful, smart, and capable. When they got here, Yunzheng had already entered the hall. Jiang Sun was sitting in the upper position, looking down at his wrist. Hearing the footsteps, Jiang Sun looked up at the person coming. Well, as expected, he is a man of great talent and talent. Yunzheng, the deputy commander of the Dongcheng Military and Horse Command Department, comes to see Mr. Jiang. Yunzheng saluted respectfully. Even though his background was the same as Jiang Sun's, Jiang Sun was far luckier than him. Now he has become the young minister of Dali Temple. Whenever they meet, he has to salute obediently. Originally, he would not have to wait more than 2 years. He could surpass Jiang Sun, but something unexpected happened today, which disrupted his pace. Yunzheng felt unwilling to accept it, so he heard Jiang Sun snort and asked directly, "Deputy Commander Liu, do you know what the prince is today? Something happened to the house?" Yunzheng nodded immediately after hearing this, but there was just the right amount of confusion on his face. "I just heard the sound of swords and swords clashing in the house, but I don't know the details. There is a thief in the house, and he has been killed." Jiang Sun replied calmly. Yunzheng raised his eyelids when he heard this, but he was worried that he would appear strange. He quickly lowered his head and respectfully apologized. "It's not good for me to patrol the city. Please forgive me." Yunzheng knew very well that the person who was executed was not the so-called thief at all, but the traitor arranged by that person. At this moment, the crown princess was probably dying of shame and anger. Jiang Sun's eyes were clear and clear. Staring at Yunzheng looked at it for a moment, shook his head and said quietly, "Today's incident was impossible to prevent. Deputy Commander Liu has already fulfilled his duties, so why should he be guilty? Now that the thief is dead, Deputy Commander Liu can rest assured." Next, Deputy Commander Liu will have to pay more attention to the surroundings of the prince's mansion.
Go.
Yunzheng was relieved to see that Jiang Sun had not asked about his stay outside the mansion. He secretly laughed at himself for overestimating Jiang Sun.
He
was nothing more than that. "This is my duty. Please rest assured, sir. I'll take my leave." Yunzheng bowed again. At this time, he finally felt relieved. He took a few steps back and turned to leave. But before he took a few steps, Jiang Sun's voice suddenly rang again. It was also God's will. It was such a coincidence that Deputy Commander Liu was right outside the mansion wall. I think even if the palace guards fail, with the deputy commander here, they will be able to catch the thief. Yunzheng was relaxed, but when he heard these words suddenly, his eyes widened instantly, and he turned his head to look at Jiang Sun. He had something on his mind, so he felt that these words were meant to imply something. Jiang Sun's eyes flashed when he saw this, but his face was calm. Seeing Yunzheng suddenly lose his composure, he just tilted his head slightly in confusion. Yunzheng immediately came back to his senses, and hurriedly lowered his eyes to cover up his gaffe, but his heart was pounding. He should have been more vigilant. Jiang Sun was not that simple.
What did he mean by this?
Did he guess something? Or does he have the same great fortune as himself? Deputy Commander Liu, what's wrong? Jiang Sun frowned slightly and asked in confusion. When Liu Yunzheng raised his eyes again, he still couldn't see any thoughts on Jiang Sun's face. He slowly clenched his fists, exhaled a breath of depression, and said respectfully, "It is my honor to share your worries, Your Excellency. I'll take my leave." "Well, go ahead." Jiang Sun had already lowered his head and no longer looked at him. Liu Yunzheng gritted his teeth secretly and left quickly without stopping. Only then did Jiang Sun slowly raise his head, stroking the bruise on his wrist from time to time, his eyes showing deep meaning. "This Liu Yunzheng. My lord, the Emperor's grandson has woken up, and His Royal Highness Prince Xiang wants to see you." Seeing that Liu Yunzheng had left, Beifeng immediately came in to pass on the message. Jiang Sun stood up after hearing this and strode out. On the other side, Chaoyun Courtyard. Shen Jiasue had a good foundation after all. After taking the right medicine, he woke up in just an hour.
Sui.
Ji Wan's eyes were red. Seeing this, she immediately leaned over with a look of concern. Shen Jiasue blinked, and it took a while for her to come back to her senses, and she called softly, "Mom." Her voice was still hoarse. Sui, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere else? Does your chest hurt? Are you still hot? Ji-won asked quickly, reaching out to touch Shen Jiasue's forehead. Shen Jiasue immediately shook his head and said with a smile, "Mom, Sui is fine, Tai. How are the others? Has the thief been caught?"
"Where
is this?" Before Ji-won could answer, a pair of anxious footsteps came from afar and came to the side of the couch. Wake up, you scared me to death." Shen Jiasue looked up and saw Princess Huaizhen crying and laughing as she rushed towards him, as if she had become a different person. Shen Jiasue sorted out the key points in Zhao Huaizhen's inverted sentence order and emotional speech. This was Zhao Huaizhen's Chaoyun Courtyard, and she was lying in a side room. The crown princess was lying in the main room, and she was safe and sound at the moment, and the Princess of Rome was accompanying her. As for her, she was brought back by her mother, and Jiang Sun was guarding her at the time. Hearing this, Shen Jiasue's heart skipped a beat. Just now she felt like she had a long dream, in which she dreamed of Liu Yunzheng and Gu Xizhi, and also dreamed of Jiang Sun. She was not sure if she had said something wrong in front of Jiang Sun. Zhao Huaizhen saw that Shen Jiasue was suddenly stunned, and thought that she had not recovered yet, so he wanted to get up and find the court doctor to check again. Shen Jiasue came to her senses, immediately grabbed her, and asked quickly, "Princess, no one saw you when you came back, right? No bad words were spread, right?" Zhao Huaizhen shook his head. "Don't worry, I was very careful along the way, and no one saw her." Saw her appearance. Shen Jiasue felt relieved when he heard that. That's great. In this way, the crown princess' life should be saved. Zhao Huaizhen was sitting beside the couch, and seeing Shen Jiasue's face was still pale, he felt mixed emotions, and suddenly stood up. "What's wrong?" Shen Jiasue saw that Zhao Huaizhen's face was inexplicably serious, and his heart was in knots. Could it be that there was an oversight somewhere? Zhao Huaizhen's expression was solemn, and the next moment he bowed deeply to Shen Jiasue and said sincerely, "Shen Jiasue, my mother just said that you are a great benefactor of my Prince Rong's mansion. Please accept my greetings from Zhao Huaizhen." Shen Jiasue found it incredible when he saw this, and hurriedly leaned over to help. "Princess, there is no need to do this. Your servant does not deserve this courtesy." But Zhao Huaizhen stubbornly completed the ceremony, then slowly stood up. Only then did Shen Jiasue realize that Zhao Huaizhen already had tears in his eyes, his face full of panic and fear. "Shen Jiasue, you don't know. You don't know how vicious the thieves' plan is. Do you know who was originally led to the dressing room besides the crown princess?" Shen Jiasue was stunned at first, then slowly widened his eyes.
Could it be?
Zhao Huaizhen knew that Shen Jiasue should have guessed it, so he nodded lightly and said with a look of fear, If my brother hadn't happened to come out of the men's dressing room and saw the eunuch leading His Royal Highness Xiang Wang to the women's dressing room at the fork in the road, it would have caused a huge disaster. In this way, it is not only the loss of God's favor. I am afraid that the destruction of Prince Rong's mansion will not be enough to atone for the sin. When Shen Jiasue heard this, a complete thread suddenly flashed through his mind, stringing together everything that happened today. Therefore, the initial target of the person behind the scenes was the Crown Princess and His Royal Highness Xiang Wang, or in other words, the position of the Crown Prince. The person the Crown Princess and His Royal Highness Xiang Wang are least guarded against is the little grandson of the emperor. If the little grandson of the emperor handed over the cakes, they would not refuse at all. A crown princess and a prince, if they were really found lying on the same couch, the crime of filthiness is one, and betrayal of the late Prince Xianhui is the second. In any case, the two of them would not survive. And the little grandson of the emperor has such a notorious mother, and he wants to inherit the throne? I'm afraid it's as difficult as ascending to the sky. What horrified Shen Jiasue the most was that the person behind the scenes saw that His Royal Highness Xiang Wang had not gone to the women's changing room, and he was able to change his plan in time and replace him with another man. What kind of heaven-reaching means was this? This shows that it is always in control of the overall situation, watching everyone's movements. Shen Jiasue didn't know who it was, but judging from the final beneficiaries, all the spearheads were pointed at His Royal Highness Prince Rui, whom she had never met. But Shen Jiasue didn't dare to jump to conclusions. This pool of water was too deep, and she couldn't touch the bottom at all. And were the entire Shen family in the previous life one of the lonely boats in this pool of water that was swaying in the wind and rain? Shen Jiasue was thinking about it, and a maid came to report outside the door. "Princess, the nobleman wants to see Miss Shen." Zhou Huaizhen hurriedly responded when he heard the words, and turned his head to look at Shen Jiasue. "Can you walk?" Ji-won had just avoided it, and now she heard the report and walked over quickly, just in time to see Shen Jiasue lift the quilt without hesitation. Although his chest still hurt slightly, and even his limbs were soft, Shen Jiasue looked as if nothing had happened and smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm a rough person. Mother, Sui Sui will come back soon." Ji-won was worried, but still nodded with a smile. "Okay, Mother will wait for you here." There was a faint fragrance burning in the main house, and the servants were sent out. When Zhou Huaizhen and Shen Jiasue came to the bedroom, they saw the Princess of Rong sitting by the couch, holding the Crown Princess' hand and whispering something. Hearing the footsteps, they both turned their heads to look over. Shen Jiasue didn't dare to look directly at the Crown Princess, but just knelt respectfully. Before she could salute, a gentle voice sounded. "No need to salute. Come here and let me see." Zhou Huaizhen heard the words and pulled Shen Jiasue to the couch. The Princess of Rong had already stood up and made room for her. "Miss Shen, I heard from my aunt that it was you and Huaizhen who saved me." Only then did Shen Jiasue lower her eyes and look at the Crown Princess. Although the Crown Princess looked pale, her eyebrows were gentle, and there was a smile on her lips. She took the initiative to reach out and pull Shen Jiasue to sit down beside the couch. "No need to be so formal. If it weren't for you today, I would have no choice but to die to atone for my crime and prove my innocence." Perhaps noticing the worry in Shen Jiasue's eyes, the Crown Princess smiled softly and spoke in a gentle voice. At this time, the Princess of Rong took Zhou Huaizhen out, leaving the inner room alone to Shen Jiasue and the Crown Princess. Shen Jiasue was very clear-headed and did not relax because of the Crown Princess's closeness. Instead, she respectfully assured, "Your Majesty, I guarantee with my life that I will not leak a single word of what happened today." The Crown Princess saw Shen Jiasue's serious expression and burst out laughing. "What, Miss Shen, do you think I want to repay kindness with enmity and kill people to silence them?" Shen Jiasue hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands. "Your Majesty, I don't mean this." The Crown Princess also shook her head. At this time, the smile on her face faded a little, and she looked at the azure bed curtain and whispered, "Miss Shen, you are still young, and you may not know a mother's determination to protect her child. Since today's plan has not killed me, then in the future, I will live for a long time, for the sake of my children and for the sake of the deceased. When mentioning the deceased, deep sadness overflowed from the crown princess's face, but she quickly suppressed it. Miss Shen, in addition to thanking you for calling you here this time, I also ask for your cooperation. Lord Zhang. His Highness regarded Mr. Zhang as a brother and sister during his lifetime, so I also believe in Mr. Zhang. If Mr. Zhang asks about it then, Miss Shen does not need to take care of me. She only needs to tell Mr. Zhang exactly what you just saw. Shen Jiasue looked at the crown princess's calm expression after the sudden change, and realized that she was not as weak as he thought. At that moment, she felt respectful and admirable in her heart, and nodded lightly. My lord, please remember your majesty's advice.
Word.
It happened that at this time, Zhao Huaizhen entered the inner room and said in a low voice, Mother, Master Zhang sent someone to ask about Miss Shen's situation. Hearing this, the crown princess smiled at Shen Jiasue. Shen Jiasue stood up to leave, feeling uneasy in her heart. She just wasn't talking nonsense in front of Zhang Sun, was she? The honey-colored curtain between the screens was lowered. Shen Jiasue sat in the inner room, and Zhang Sun stood in the outer hall. This was where Princess Rong arranged the conversation. Because it was about the royal family, all the maids around her had withdrawn. Shen Jiasue did not take the initiative to speak, but spoke through the curtain. Sha stared at a tall and blurry figure outside. Miss Shen, I would like to ask what happened in the dressing room just now. Shen Jiasue saw the figure and bowed politely to her. She quickly stood up, knelt down, and returned the salute. Master Zhang's words are serious, and I will tell you everything I know. Zhang Sun straightened up slowly. The voice coming out of the inner room was clear and steady. Compared with the time when he was on the trail just now, his anger had disappeared. He frowned slightly and said softly, If Miss Shen doesn't mind, could you? Starting from when I was waiting for the pavilion to say goodbye. Shen Jiasue nodded. She knew that Zhang Sun was really capable. Perhaps a word or an action that she thought was insignificant was the key to Zhang Sun's eyes. Therefore, she never concealed anything and told everything.
Come.
At dusk in autumn, the surroundings were quiet. A cool breeze passed through the hall, and the veil fluttered slightly. Zhang Sun caught a glimpse of it and immediately looked away. Turned away. Mr. Zhang, this is the case today. After Shen Jiasue finished speaking, he picked up the tea at hand and drank it all in one gulp, suppressing the itchiness in her throat. The to her chest caused her internal injuries, and she wanted to cough from time to time. Zhang Sun nodded. He nodded and bowed to Shen Jiasue again. Thank you, Miss Shen, and please have a rest. After he said this, he turned around and walked out. Unexpectedly, Shen Jiasue didn't expect Zhang Sun to walk so fast. He stood up hurriedly and shouted in a low voice, Master Zhang. There are too many mysteries in her mind, and the person who committed the crime today may be related to the disaster in the Shen family. She really wants to know if Zhang Sun has a clue. Zhang Sun stopped after hearing this, tilting his head and waiting for Shen Jiasue's next chapter. Shen Jiasue hesitated and sighed. It was about the royal family. Even if she rescued the princess today, Zhang Sun would not be able to comment, but it would appear that she was too eager and would only make others suspicious. If Zhang Sun could really find out the person behind the scenes this time, he would definitely not let that person go unpunished. Zhang Sun heard Shen Jiasue sighing and saw that she was silent for a long time. After thinking for a while, he took the initiative to speak. There are some things. Maybe Miss Shen wants to know. If the Shen family and Lu Yunzheng really have a deep hatred, Miss Shen should want to know Lu Yunzheng's movements. He was once entrusted by His Highness to protect the little emperor's grandson. Today, Miss Shen saved the crown prince, which is also a favor to him. Shen Jiasue suddenly came back to his senses after hearing this, and heard Zhang Sun say quietly, when the thieves were being executed, Lu Yunzheng, the deputy commander of the Dongqing Army and Horse Command Department, was on Shuntian Street separated by a wall and had been wandering for a long time. I called out Deputy Commander Lu's name when I saw Miss Shen unconscious. Now I venture to mention it. Please don't take offense to Miss Shen. When Shun Jasue heard this, he suddenly looked shocked. Did she really talk nonsense when she was unconscious? Apart from Lu Yunzheng, I wonder if she missed anything. Shun Jasue was feeling worried, and suddenly after realizing it, Lu Yunzheng appeared today. No one else knew, but she was extremely sure that Lu Yunzheng was reborn like her. So, Lu Yunzheng had already known that something big was going to happen in Prince Rong's mansion today? No, it was not a question. Lu Yunzheng must have known it. He even knew exactly which direction the thief would escape from Prince Rong's palace. This meant that Lu Yunzheng had already colluded with the person behind the scenes. Was he here to meet the thief today? Wait, maybe? Another possibility. She had never figured out what was the reason why Lu Yunzheng was transferred from the military command department without warning and was promoted to the position of Prince Rong in his previous life. Lu Yunzheng happened to capture the thief outside the mansion when he was patrolling the city, so he got into the eyes of the people behind the scenes, and then he started his unimpeded official career. So in this life, Lu Yunzheng, who had foreseen the opportunity, took the risk and wandered outside early, for fear of missed the opportunity. Thinking of this, Shun Jasue's eyes couldn't help but light up. If the latter guess was true, then, because of her appearance, the culprit would have been killed before he could escape from the house. Ruined Lu Yunzheng's plan and gained the upper hand. If Miss Shen has nothing else to say, I'll take my leave. Jiang Sun saw that Shin Jasue didn't respond and walked away again. Unexpectedly, at this time, Shin Jasue suddenly lifted the curtain and shouted, "Master Jiang." Jiang Sun stopped again and turned around to meet Shin Jasue's face unexpectedly. He was slightly surprised, but saw that Shin Jasue did not shy away from suspicion and walked towards him step by step until he was 3 steps in front of him. Yuan Kai stood still. Shin Jasue was hesitant at first, but seeing Jiang Sun's upright and gentlemanly appearance and thinking of the news he had just told him about Lu Yunzheng, Shin Jasue still couldn't hold back his compassion and ventured to speak. "Jiang sir, people's hearts are unpredictable and hidden arrows are hard to guard against. Compared with watching the proud man of heaven soar to the top, some people may be more interested in seeing you fall into the quagmire and never recover. I know Mr. Jiang is always cautious and will not make mistakes easily, but where are the people around you? Your relatives, mentors, friends." When Jiang Sun heard this, his expression changed slightly. Shun Jasue lowered his eyes and curtsied. "What I said today is really presumptuous, but I only hope that Jiang only when the adults are safe and sound can they ask for orders from the people." After saying this, Shun Jasue no longer dared to look at Jiang Sun's face, stood up, and left quickly. She remembered clearly that in November this year, a shocking witchcraft incident would occur in Beijing.
Case.
Since ancient times, whenever witchcraft is involved, there will be bloodshed, so she was particularly impressed when she heard that Anyang Bofu was at the center of the turmoil. She didn't know how Jiang Sun dealt with it. The witchcraft case ended with the fewest casualties in history. On the night of November 21st, Anyang Bo's mansion was burned down. Mrs. Anyang and a dozen of her servants were buried in the flames, leaving no trace of their bodies. Jiang Sun is such a smart person, and his reminder today will certainly make him more vigilant, but at the same time, it may also expose his doubts. Although Shun Jasue was worried about this, his eyes remained firm. The secret of rebirth was too weird for her to reveal to anyone except her relatives, otherwise it would be another disaster. But when she was in dire straits in her last life, Jiang Sun was the only one who came to her aid, and she could not repay her kindness.
Today.
The move was inevitable. Perhaps she could investigate the clues to this witchcraft case within her ability. If she guessed correctly, the key to the case lay with Mrs. Anyang Bo. Jiang Sun stood there and watched. As Shun Jasue walked away in a hurry, his brows were furrowed, full of suspicion. She and Lu Yunzheng both had secrets. Today, during the flower viewing party, the inner courtyard was suddenly surrounded by soldiers. Although no news was leaked, the guests were still uneasy. After Princess Rong settled everything in the backyard, she came to the banquet as if nothing had happened and ordered all the soldiers to be withdrawn. She explained that today there were many people and thieves had sneaked in and stole the things given by the emperor. Mr. Jiang is present today, and the thief has been captured. Please forgive me for disturbing everyone's enjoyment. Although all the guests secretly guessed that the matter was not that simple, since the princess spoke in person, it was natural that the flower viewing party would continue. During this period, Ning Fingji secretly went to Jinxia Pavilion, but neither her brother nor Gu Xizhi was seen. Ning Fingji secretly gritted her teeth. Just now, she was laughed at by all the ladies, and she was embarrassed. It's over. Now I can only wait until the banquet is over, then go to the other courtyard to have a good talk with Gu Xizhi and expose her hypocrisy in front of Lu Yunzheng. The flower viewing banquet, which was originally scheduled to end at 3 o'clock in the hour, ended early due to an interruption in the afternoon. All the guests left one after another, and the Shen family stayed until the end. It was Zhao Huaizhen who personally sent Shen Jiasu's carriage into the carriage. The mansion is busy today, so I will ask you to leave first. In a few days, I will go to Shen's mansion in person to thank you. You will be well taken care of. Otherwise, I will be uneasy. In just a few hours, Zhao Huaizhen had already talked to Shen. We are familiar with Jia Sui. Now you, and I don't even call you my princess. Shen Jiasue has already seen that Zhao Huaizhen has no bad intentions, so he will naturally not care about her anymore. Moreover, Zhao Huaizhen has a straightforward personality, which makes this kind of person easy to get along with. She arched her eyebrows and said, "In that case, I will wait for the princess at home." The two waved goodbye and seemed to have become friends. In Prince Rong's palace, Prince Rong and Princess Qin were sitting together, with sullen expressions on their faces and lingering fears in their hearts. The crown princess, the young emperor's grandson, His Highness the Third Highness, and Jiang Sun had already left early. Such a big mistake had been made this time, and the couple were originally going to the palace to face the Holy Spirit. But before Jiang Sun left, he said that he would explain everything to the Holy One. If there was no summons, Prince Rong and his wife would not have to rush into the palace. Now that the decree has not arrived, it is not easy for them to rush into the palace. Alas! Princess Rong couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Your Majesty, can't you really ask for grace from the Holy One and leave the capital as soon as possible to a fiefdom? The water in the capital is too deep. Especially after the death of Prince Xianhui, the undercurrent in the court became more and more intense. Today, the fire actually reached the prince's mansion. Prince Rong was tall, with a round face, full cheeks, and a slightly rich look. There was a hint of gloom between his eyebrows at this time, but his words were quite relaxed. Both staying in Beijing and joining the feudal vassal are a gift from heaven. The Holy One has his own discretion. We, Prince Rong, just want to live a worry-free life. Princess Rong, of course, knew about her husband's difficulties, and after hearing this, she stopped mentioning it and changed her subject. What happened today is thanks to Miss Shen. According to what Jinner said, it was extremely urgent at that time. If Miss Shen hadn't been so skilled in martial arts and brave and resourceful, I'm afraid you and I would be. Prince Rong, after hearing this, she took her princess over and said warmly, "This is the time to thank Miss Shen family. I heard that Jinner and Miss Shen family were still at odds." Princess Rong shook her head. It's all a misunderstanding. It's already happened. Let's get over it. Miss Shen is a generous person and doesn't care about Jinner. Well, speaking of it, Jinner is as old as Miss Shen, but she is not as stable as Miss Shen. Your Majesty, maybe it's time to find a husband for Jinner. Zhao Huaizhen was the apple of their eyes, and he had always been reluctant to let go, so he kept putting it off until today. After hearing this, Prince Rong couldn't help but fall into deep thought. At this time, Princess Rong couldn't help but said, "Your Majesty, today I have met Mr. Jiang, the young minister of Dali Temple. He is really a humble gentleman with a beautiful tree. What's especially rare is that Mr. Jiang is mature and prudent at a young age." Thinking no. Before Princess Rong could finish her words, she was rejected by Prince Rong. "Your Majesty, why is this?" Princess Rong looked puzzled. Prince Rong's eyes were full of emotion, and he patiently explained to his princess, I love this young man very much. Even Mr. Lin is willing to make an exception and accept him as a close disciple. You can imagine how outstanding he is. Prince Rong and Princess Rong heard this. Yen became more and more puzzled. What about the prince? Prince Rong shook his head gently. He is walking an extremely difficult road, where honor and disgrace are uncertain, life and death are unpredictable, and if he makes the slightest mistake, he will. It's inevitable. After hearing this, Princess Rong couldn't help but cover her lips with her hands. Why did the prince say this? Prince Rong closed his eyes slightly, thinking of what he saw in the palace a few days ago. Jiang Sun stood alone in the palace, his crimson official robe as bright as blood, his back straight, and he sternly accused Chong Guogong of allowing his grandson to commit murder and rob civilian girls. Chong Guogong argued with him and used his power to suppress him. After several attempts to argue, he failed, so he made harsh remarks and speculated on Jiang Sun's intentions. At that time, Jiang Sun's words were deafening and enlightening. He said, I would like to be a sharp knife in the hands of the Holy One, so that the officials can govern clearly and the people can be peaceful. Such a person is destined to walk the roughest and most rugged road. Princess Rong couldn't help but be moved when she heard this, and then shook her head. If so, Zhiner really can't walk side by side. At this point, Princess Rong's eyes suddenly flashed, and she came to her senses. Your Majesty, I just had the intention of marrying my true son, so I didn't hear the hidden meaning of the crown princess's words. What do you mean? Prince Rong tilted his head and asked. Princess Rong suddenly stood up and took 2 steps, feeling more and more certain in her heart. Your Majesty, if I'm not mistaken, Your Majesty may have the intention of bringing Miss Shen's family together with Mr.
Jiang.
Just looking at the look on your face at that time, I didn't force it. Perhaps I thought Miss Shen's family was brave and resourceful. I'm extremely against Mr. Jiang. Prince Rong lowered his eyes and thought for a moment, then made a decision. If the Empress has this intention, I will find a time to explore General Shen's tone. However, General Shen may not be willing. Although the Shen and Liu families have divorced, Miss Shen is not at fault in this matter. It's not harmful, but the Anyang mansion is really a mess. Princess Rong couldn't help but nodded when she heard this. Master Jiang is one of a million, but the family behind him is really father, mother, concubine. Zhao Huai's voice came first before the real person arrived. Princess Rong quickly stopped talking and said no more. On the other side, a beautiful carriage stopped outside Ronghua Lane, and a person jumped out of the car. It was Ning Fingji, who was full of anger. She searched all over the prince's house for her brother, but in the middle of the banquet, her brother suddenly sent someone to tell her that as a loyal person, he sent the sick Gu Xizhi back to another courtyard first, and then picked her up before the banquet. Her brother actually left her and sent Gu Xizhi home first? Moreover, today's flower viewing party ended early, and she didn't even wait for her brother to come. Ning Fingji was so angry that he felt that his brother had betrayed him, and he hated Gu Xizhi even more. Today, she must make a scene. Ning Fingji lifted up her skirt and came to the front of the courtyard aggressively. When she was about to raise her hand to slam the door, she suddenly found that the courtyard door was ajar, with a left. Her thoughts changed, and she immediately slowed down, gently opened the courtyard door, and walked in quietly. Mr. Ning, thank you. If it weren't for you today, Xizhi wouldn't know what to do. A soft voice came from inside the room. It was Gu Xizhi. Then, a gentle male voice sounded, Miss Gu, don't be polite. Since I have been entrusted, I have to take good care of you. After a moment of silence, Gu Xizhi said with worry, Sister Fingji, I'm afraid he's angry with me, and this time Mr. Ning sent me home first. Fingji is afraid that he'll be even more. Ning Fingyu immediately took over the conversation and comforted. Fingji is too simple-minded. I was deceived by Shen Jiasue in just a few words, and I will blame you later. It's okay. I'll explain it to Fingji later. Ning Fingji turned red and gritted his teeth when he heard this. Just as she was about to speak out, Gu Xizhi's voice came again. Mr. Ning, I don't blame Sister Fingji. In fact, there are some things. Xizhi exaggerated. You also know that Xizhi is just a stranger. Orphan girl, after the Shen family kicked me out, I felt worried and afraid. Apart from Yunzheng, Xizhi had no other friends. Shen Jiasue hated me for taking advantage of my godfather and godmother. He never treated me. Cold words, no scolding. Fengji is so gentle, I just want to keep her. I'm sorry, I'm too mean, but I just want a friend. Gu Xizhi cried repeatedly. Every last sentence is a confession. Miss Gu, don't be like this. When you cry, it makes my heart. Ning Fengji was so frightened that his eyes widened when he heard this. He didn't dare to stay silent anymore and hurriedly ran up. Go forward and push open the door.
Bang!
Inside the room, Ning Fengyu and Gu Xizhi were startled and both turned to look. Ning Fengji's eyes were red and his whole body was trembling. He pointed his finger at the two of them and was speechless for a long time. I saw Gu Xizhi sitting at the table with a face full of pear blossoms, and Ning Fengyu just bent down and put his hands on Gu Xizhi's shoulders. How can such an intimate act be called innocent? Fengji, sister. Ning Fengyu and Gu Xizhi did not expect Ning Fengji to come so quickly, and both of them were stunned. But they reacted quickly, and hurriedly one turned away, and the other turned back.
You guys.
Ning Fengji's thin lips trembled. She was obviously furious in her heart, but at this moment she couldn't control her tears. Ning Fengyu saw her sister crying, and she was immediately panicked and distressed. She immediately stepped forward and said in a gentle voice, Sister, it's not what you think. Miss Gu is sad and upset. Brother just comforted her a few words. I was thinking of going to the prince's mansion to pick you up right away. When Ning Fengji heard this, she looked up and glared at her brother and said coldly, But you didn't come. Ning Fengyu couldn't help but wonder, didn't the banquet end at 3/4 past the hour of you? I clearly calculated the time. Hearing this, Ning Fengji's mouth pursed, and she felt even more aggrieved. The banquet ended early, and everyone left in pairs, and I was the only one left alone. Because of Gu Xizhi, they no longer played with me, and they all laughed at me. At this point, Ning Fengji remembered the purpose of his trip and immediately glared at Gu Xizhi.
It's all you.
You're a silver-tongued liar, and you lied to me. I trusted you so much, but you used me, and now I've become everyone's laughing stock. Gu Xizhi's face turned pale when she heard this, and she opened her mouth, but tears rolled down first.
I'm sorry, Fengji.
Ning Fengji sneered, and his tone became more and more sharp. What's the use of your apology now? If you had the ability, why did you pretend to faint and avoid it just now, leaving me alone to deal with it? If you really feel sorry for me, come with me now to explain it to everyone. As Ning Fengji said this, he really stepped forward to pull Gu Xizhi. Seeing this, Ning Fengyu immediately held Ning Fengji from the side and frowned, saying, Sister, what are you doing? Miss Gu just told me that she was wrong first, but she just wanted to be good friends with you. Now that she has apologized, why don't you forgive her? Ning Fengji was so angry when she heard her brother's words on Gu Xizhi's side that she shouted, Forgive her when you can? If I forgive her, who will forgive me? Brother, do you know how much ridicule I have suffered today? Now all the ladies in the capital know about Gu Xizhi's virtue. She has adultery without a matchmaker and privately gives things to others. This is a corrupt virtue. And she is also fickle. It is not enough for her to have brother Yunzheng, and now she comes to me. How outrageous. Ning Fengyu's face flushed red, and he raised his right hand towards Ning Fengji in anger. Ning Fengji widened her eyes and said in disbelief, Brother, you want to hit me? You're going to hit me for Gu Xizhi? Ning Fengyu saw Ning Fengji's tearful appearance, his heart softened, and he put down his hand in annoyance. Sister, how can your brother bear to hit you? But you are too unreasonable. After this banquet, everyone will go home. Where are you going to take Miss Gu? Ning Fengji felt sad and cold in her heart at this moment, and she cried, We can go anywhere, even if we have to explain to each family one by one. I just want to let everyone know that I was deceived by Gu Xizhi. Ning Fengji was relentless and tried to pull Gu Xizhi again. Gu Xizhi was caught off guard and staggered, and nearly fell down when she was pulled by Ning Fengji. But she never resisted. She just shook her head with tears in her eyes and said with guilt, "Xizhi, go slowly, I will go with you. I will go with you right now, as long as it can make you feel better. Even if you ask me to go to General Dinggua's mansion to apologize to Shen Jiasue, I will go." Xizhi almost laughed out of anger when she saw Xizhi's hypocritical look. She was so stupid that she thought Xizhi was gentle and kind, weak and beautiful before today. "You are still pretending. It was you who slandered Shen Jiasue, and you stole her fiancé first. Xizhi, do you really dare to go to General Dinggua's mansion to see her?" The two of them pulled and tugged, and the room was instantly in chaos. Ningfengyu saw that his sister was so unreasonable and couldn't stand it anymore, so he brushed Ningfengji's hand away. He helped Xizhi, who was staggering, to steady herself and shouted coldly, "Sister, that's enough. How long are you going to be unreasonable?" Ningfengji lost her balance and took several steps back until her heels touched the threshold, and she barely stood still. She raised her head suddenly and saw that her brother had pushed her away, but was holding Xizhi and whispering comfort. In an instant, she felt as if the sky had fallen. At this time, Ningfengyu also noticed Ningfengji's absent-minded and disappointed look. His heart was gripped, and he hurried forward to comfort her. But Ningfengji seemed to be greatly stimulated, with a sarcastic smile on her lips and tears streaming down. "Brother, are you still Fengji's brother? You pushed me today for a woman you only knew for a few days." Ningfengyu panicked when he heard this, let go of Xizhi and walked forward, explaining quickly, "Sister, brother is not?" "Not what?" Ningfengji suddenly cried again, crying with a grievance and unable to stop. "You just fell in love with Xizhi, didn't you? You two were alone in the Xinxia pavilion today, and you thought I hadn't reacted yet? Don't you understand that a friend's wife should not be bullied? And Xizhi and you have obviously snatched Shen Jiasue's brother Yunzheng. Why are you fawning on my brother and pretending to be weak? You are fickle, disgusting, and hypocritical. What did I say wrong? Ningfengyu, I tell you, I will not forgive you. I will go home and tell my parents what happened today." Ningfengji raised her sleeves to wipe away her tears. She was angry and disappointed. She couldn't stay in this courtyard for a moment. She turned around suddenly, took a step, and suddenly stopped, because she saw Lu Yunzheng at the gate of the courtyard, with gloomy eyebrows and cold expression, walking towards this side step by step. Brother Yunzheng. Ningfengji unexpectedly saw Lu Yunzheng and was immediately at a loss. Inside the house, Ningfengyu and Xizhi's faces changed drastically at the same time. They were not sure whether Lu Yunzheng had heard everything Ningfengji had just said. "Yunzheng." Xizhi was full of uneasiness and hurriedly stepped over Ningfengji to greet him. With a smile on her face, she took Lu Yunzheng's hand and said softly, "Yunzheng, you fell down early today. Are you tired?" Lu Yunzheng slowly lowered his eyes and looked at Xizhi, who was leaning on him with a smile. His eyes were deep, and his emotions could not be seen. Xizhi's heart trembled. If it were in the past, Lu Yunzheng would have greeted her with a smile and asked her about her well-being, but today, he still heard it. Xizhi hurriedly tightened Lu Yunzheng's arm, pretending to be relaxed, and said, "Yunzheng, Fengji may have some misunderstandings about me," so she said those words in anger. Ningfengyu also walked up quickly at this time, smiling and explaining, "Yes, Yunzheng, you know Fengji. She is sometimes silly and likes to say nonsense." Ningfengji originally wanted to save some face for her brother and preserve the friendship between them and Lu Yunzheng. Now seeing that her brother and Xizhi blamed her at the same time, she was immediately furious. Forget it. If the facts are really as Shen Jiasue said, Lu Yunzheng has already had an affair with Xizhi through letters. It can be seen that she has misjudged someone again. It's better to break up the friendship with each other, so as to stop her brother's thoughts about Xizhi. I didn't say anything nonsense. At that time, there were only you and Xizhi in the Xinxia pavilion. When I went up to the attic, Xizhi was still timid, and her cheeks were flushed. Who knows how she flattered you? Sister. Ningfengyu's face changed drastically when he heard the words, and he shouted loudly, But Ning Fingji had made up her mind, and no one could stop her at this moment. Brother, you have spoken for Gu Xizhi again and again. Didn't you fall into her beauty trap? Brother Yunzheng, I won't say much about the grudge between you and Shen Jiasue, but Gu Xizhi has been publicizing in front of others how Shen Jiasue beat and abused her. Fengji asks you, is this all true? Shen Jiasue is as strong as an ox. I have seen it. If she really wants to embarrass Gu Xizhi, I don't believe that Gu Xizhi's soft bones can remain intact. Ning Fingji spoke sternly, his eyes fixed on Lu Yunzheng. When Ning Fingji saw the flash of surprise on Lu Yunzheng's face, she already knew what was going on. What abuse and beating. It's all fake. Gu Xizhi never said a word of truth. Sister, what happened to you today? What nonsense are you talking about? Ning Fingyu quickly grabbed Ning Fingji, his brows knitted tightly, and he looked like he wanted to sew Ning Fingji's mouth shut. Ning Fingji's eyes widened, and he was about to speak again, but Lu Yunzheng suddenly said lightly, "It's getting late, please go back." Ning Fingyu's heart tightened, and he wanted to explain a few words, but Lu Yunzheng had already pulled Gu Xizhi to the side, and the meaning of sending him away could not be more obvious. Ning Fingji couldn't wait to leave, so he grabbed Ning Fingyu and walked out. Ning Fingyu's steps were messy, and he just passed in front of Lu Yunzheng and heard Lu Yunzheng say coldly, "Don't come here again in the future." Ning Fingyu was surprised when he heard that and turned to look at Lu Yunzheng, only to see that Lu Yunzheng's face was cold, and it didn't seem like a joke. Ning Fingyu opened his mouth, but didn't say anything, and was pulled out of the villa by Ning Fingji. The courtyard was still and quiet until the sound of the carriage faded away. Gu Xizhi was confused. Lu Yunzheng had always been gentle and considerate to her, and he had never been so cold and silent as today. She bit her lower lip, and tears came out of her eyes. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Yunzheng suddenly pulled her inside. Gu Xizhi was not mentally prepared and staggered, but even so, Lu Yunzheng did not slow down. Gu Xizhi finally determined that today's incident had become a big deal. If she couldn't appease Lu Yunzheng, she might not even have a place to stay in the future, let alone be a general's wife. Yunzheng, you hurt me. Gu Xizhi cried out in pain, and Lu Yunzheng finally stopped when he heard this. Seeing this, Gu Xizhi slowly walked around to Lu Yunzheng, raised her hands and put them around his waist, and said softly, "Yunzheng, don't you still believe me? Don't you understand my feelings for you? For you, I am willing to leave the carefree General Dingwa's mansion, accompany you to be criticized, let Madame Lu beat and scold me, and then stay in this small courtyard and count the days with my fingers. Yunzheng, isn't this enough to show my sincerity? Yunzheng, I only have you." As soon as these words came out, Lu Yunzheng's whole body was shocked. He missed a good opportunity today, and his heart was already depressed. He felt that the road ahead was dim. Who knew that when he entered the courtyard and heard Ning Fingji's words, he instantly felt deeply deceived and unworthy. He would end up in the situation today because of Xizhi. In his second life, he could have followed the steps and realized his ambitions more easily, becoming a famous major general. But he was reluctant to let Xizhi be like that in his previous life. Not only did he fail to marry Xizhi, he even broke up with his parents, and now he is trapped in this small villa. What he can't stand the most is that he missed the most important opportunity in his previous life. A hint of bitterness flashed between Lu Yunzheng's brows. If he had known this, he would have taken Shen Jiasue home obediently. Shen Jiasue is deeply in love with him, and he only needs to coax her like he did in his previous life, and everything will go well. Yunzheng? Seeing that Lu Yunzheng never responded, Gu Xizhi was completely panicked at this moment.
Could it be?
Could it be that he regretted it? Until this moment, Gu Xizhi suddenly realized that she had no way out, but Lu Yunzheng was still there. As long as he sacrificed herself and admitted his mistakes to General Lu and Mrs. Lu, they would naturally not let their own son suffer. And there was Shen Jiasue. She had been engaged to Yunzheng for many years. Occasionally, when she teased him with a tentative intention, Shen Jiasue would shyly lower her head. If Yunzheng went back to admit his mistake to Shen Jiasue, she might not reject Yunzheng. Thinking of this, Xizhi suddenly looked up and asked in a trembling voice, Yunzheng, do you regret it? You regret choosing me on the day of proposing to you, right? Yunzheng suddenly came back to his senses and immediately concealed the hesitation in his eyes. But he also knew in his heart that Xizhi was a simple person and could not say anything groundless. Perhaps he had been in a bad state for too long this time, which made Xizhi have other considerations. After all, Fengyu was the legitimate son of a marquis. It was also because he was too good to Xizhi, so Xizhi was sure that he would not leave her no matter what. Thinking of this, Yunzheng sighed lightly, although he still raised his arms to embrace Xizhi, but the words he said were meaningful. Xizhi, I have paid too much for you, and I am indeed willing to do it. But I hope you don't make me feel that it's not worth it. Xizhi's heart just settled down when she saw that Yunzheng was willing to hug her, but the second half of the sentence made her face pale and her blood froze. That night, at the Anyang Marquis Mansion. After the carriage stopped at the gate of the Marquis Mansion, a man got off the carriage. It was Jiang Sun who had returned from the palace. Bei Feng was accompanying him and couldn't help asking, Sir, are you coming back to get something or staying in the mansion tonight? I'll stay at home. Jiang Sun left a sentence and walked inside. He went to the main courtyard first. To be precise, there are now 2 main courtyards in the Anyang Marquis Mansion. The Anyang Marquis lives in the east courtyard, and the Anyang Marquis's wife lives in the west courtyard. Jiang Sun went to the east courtyard. When the servant saw Jiang Sun coming, he hurried inside to report. When he came out, he led Jiang Sun to the study in the courtyard. When he arrived at the door of the room, the servant said respectfully, Young master, the master has instructed that if you just want to pay your respects, you only need to bow at the door. The lights in the study were on brightly, and a hunched black shadow could be vaguely seen. Jiang Sun said nothing, stood in the yard, bowed, and said in a calm voice, I greet my father, I hope my father is well. I'll take my leave. After saying this, he stood up and turned to leave. The servant beside him was obviously used to it, and escorted him all the way to the gate of the courtyard. Bei Feng followed Jiang Sun, feeling very awkward all over. When they reached the fork in the road, Jiang Sun suddenly stopped, bowed from a distance to the western courtyard, and then walked away. Bei Feng saw the scene, and wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Seeing Jiang Sun's calm face, he swallowed the words back. Soon, a yellow courtyard came into view under the moonlight. The reason why it was yellow was because the door and walls of the courtyard were covered with talisman paper. Even Bei Feng, a burly and rough man, couldn't help shuddering when he saw this scene. Jiang Sun didn't change his expression and calmly pushed open the gate of the courtyard, only to hear a jingle in the yard. It turned out that there were many bells wrapped above the yard, one end of which was connected to the gate of the courtyard. As long as the gate of the courtyard was opened, all the bells would shake and ring.
Wow, what is this?
Bei Feng couldn't help but exclaimed. At this time, a person came out from the yard. It was Nanfeng, who had been following Jiang Sun before. Seeing Bei Feng's surprised look, Nanfeng followed his gaze and said indifferently, Buddhist banners, haven't you seen them, old Bei? Bei Feng's mouth twitched slightly. He had seen them in temples, but he had never seen anyone put them at home. Nanfeng no longer paid attention to Bei Feng at this time. He walked quickly to Jiang Sun and said respectfully, Sir, the master bought a victorious general the day before yesterday and couldn't let it go. He has been playing with it in the study these days and forgetting to eat and sleep. Madam just went to the Zhou temple yesterday. She left the house at 9 o'clock as usual, had a vegetarian meal in the temple, and returned home at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Having said that, Nanfeng glanced at the 2 bright large banners in the yard and continued, This is what Madam brought back from the Zhou temple yesterday. Jiang Sun responded lightly, and just as he stepped into the house, he suddenly remembered what Shen said during the day. I know that Lord Jiang has always been cautious and will not make mistakes easily, but what about the people around you? Your relatives, mentors, friends. His brows tightened suddenly, and he turned his head and asked, Do you know from whom the master bought the crickets? Where, and how much did he pay? And who did the lady meet in the Zhou temple, and what they said? Do you know everything? Nanfeng was stunned when he heard it. Because the master and the lady have been like this for many years and nothing has ever happened, he took it for granted that there is no difference between now and the past, and did not go into it deeply. Jiang Sun waved his hand when he saw Nanfeng's face. Go and check carefully, don't miss anything. Nanfeng was ashamed and bowed. Yes. After taking a bath, Jiang Sun was the only one left in the room. He walked to a locked cabinet, took out the key to open it, and what caught his eye was a cabinet full of small porcelain bottles. He took out the third porcelain bottle on the upper right with ease, opened the lid, and put it under his nose to smell it. After confirming that it was correct, he sat behind the desk holding the porcelain bottle. There were 2 piles of books neatly stacked on the desk, and a candlestick stood in the middle. Jiang Sun rolled up his left sleeve in the candlelight, revealing a black bruise on his wrist. He dug out a light yellow paste from the porcelain bottle, slowly applied it on the black bruise, and then wiped it off. He really didn't care about this little injury. But the teacher was careful, and if he saw something unusual, he would inevitably ask questions. Once the teacher knew that the black bruise was left by Miss Shen, he was afraid that there would be no peace anymore. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun felt a headache. The teacher was too persistent, obsessed with his lifelong event. He himself was also unmarried all his life, so why did he have to find a wife for his disciple? This old man. Jiang Sun shook his head, but a smile appeared on his lips. The orange candlelight shone on him. When no one was around, he smiled gently, as if this was his true appearance. After carefully locking the porcelain bottle back, Jiang Sun returned to the desk again. The white paper was spread out, his face was cold again, and he picked up the pen and wrote down a few words in order. Huang Sun, Prince Yang, Crown Princess, Prince Rui, and then Shun Jiasue, Lu Yunzheng. As the night deepened, a cluster of fire ignited in the room, and the white paper on the desk just now turned into ashes, leaving no trace. In the following days, Xizhi treated Lu Yunzheng more and more gently, and the 2 of them were in love again, returning to their old ways. There were 1 or 2 times when Lu Yunzheng almost lost control of his emotions, but Xizhi seemed very sober and always held the last line of defense. One day, Lu Yunzheng returned from his duty and suddenly took Xizhi's hand and said in a gentle voice, "Xizhi, the 15th will be in a few days. I will take a day off and take you to the Zhou temple for a walk." Xizhi's eyes lit up when she heard it. She had been staying in this villa for a long time, so she nodded immediately. Lu Yunzheng hugged Xizhi. Seeing her so happy, he felt very satisfied in his heart, and added, "Usually on the 15th of every month, my mother would go to the Zhou temple to burn incense. Xizhi, I want to take this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to eliminate my mother's prejudice against you." When Xizhi heard that she was going to meet Madame Lu, she couldn't help feeling scared, but she also knew that if she wanted to marry into the general's mansion, she had to get through Madame Lu. Fortunately, she had not been idle in the villa these days, and had been thinking about how to please Madame Lu. She actually figured out a way. "Yunzheng, I'll listen to you." Xizhi nodded softly, very obedient. Seeing this, Lu Yunzheng stroked Xizhi's shoulder gently, and he had his own considerations in his mind. Ever since he missed the opportunity to attend the flower viewing banquet, he felt uneasy. What was even more embarrassing was that when he left the general's mansion, he left in a hurry and did not carry much money with him, and now he was short of money. In particular, Lin Zhouji fined him 1 month's salary, which made him even more stretched. He couldn't give up Xizhi, but he had to go back to the general's mansion, and now it seemed that he could only ask his mother for help. The 2 agreed to wait for the 15th day to have an accidental encounter with Madame Lu at the Zhou temple. General Dinggua's mansion. Baiji hurried into Chunhua courtyard and saw Shun Jiasue put down his gun. The internal injuries he suffered on the first day of the new year had been healed for a few days, and they were almost healed. Shun Jiasue's hands were itching, and he couldn't help but play again. "Miss!" Baiji cried out in a low voice, with worry on her face. Shun Jiasue quickly raised her hands and begged for mercy, Baiji, I'm really well now. Please do and tell mother. Seeing that her young lady was indeed rosy and full of energy, Baiji had to swallow the rest of her words and handed over a piece of paper. Miss, didn't you ask someone to check on the wife of the Marquis of Anyang a few days ago? There is news today. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiasue hurriedly took the note and unfolded it. It clearly read, October 15th, Jiakhang Temple. General Dinggua's mansion, main courtyard. Are you serious, my husband? Ji Wan widened her eyes in disbelief. After Shen Jingsheng returned home from court today, he suddenly pulled Ji Wan into the inner room mysteriously. Ji Wan thought that her husband suddenly wanted to be intimate with her and was about to refuse with "we already have 2 children, but Shen Jingsheng said something shocking. Prince Rong actually came to ask if they liked Jiang Sun from the Anyang Earl's mansion. How dare I lie to my wife? Prince Rong also mentioned vaguely that this was the intention of the crown princess. Shen Jingsheng said in a low voice. Ji Wan came to her senses when she heard this. Isn't this the result of what was planted on the day of the flower viewing banquet? When it comes to Shen Jiasue's lifelong event, Ji Wan immediately straightened her face. Husband, this matter still needs to be considered carefully. Although I am a woman, I also know that the relationship between the emperor's grandson and His Royal Highness Prince Rui is probably. If Sui really chooses Jiang Sun, even if our Shen family wants to stay out of it, I'm afraid that others will put us on the side of the emperor's grandson. Besides, this matter depends on Sui's intention. Shen Jingsheng had the same consideration in his mind. In his eyes, Jiang Sun was not a good match for Sui, but, Madam, you may not know, it is such a coincidence that Sui ordered his subordinates to check the news of Anyang Marquis' wife a few days ago. Ji Wan was shocked when she heard it. What do you mean by this, husband?
Could it be that Sui
is interested? At this point, Ji Wan couldn't help but murmur in her heart. She had also seen Jiang Sun on the day of the flower viewing banquet. He was indeed a handsome man, a rare talent, especially since he saved Sui and helped to cover up her identity. Could it be that Sui fell in love with Jiang Sun? Husband, how about I go and ask Sui? Ji Wan also had an impetuous temper and walked out immediately. Upon seeing this, Shen Jingsheng hurriedly grabbed Ji Wan and said in a gentle voice, Madam, don't worry. We just broke off the engagement with the Liu family. Although Sui said that she no longer had feelings for Liu Yunzheng because of the dream, she was still hurt. Didn't Sui ask someone to inquire about the news of the wife of the Marquis of Anyang this time? Let's see what Sui is going to do. If Sui is really interested. At this point, Shen Jingsheng's face flashed a trace of hesitation, but he soon became firm again. If Sui is really interested, we can't let the child suffer, so let's just fulfill Sui. Ji Wan's heart softened when she heard this, and she nodded in agreement. My husband is still thoughtful, so I'll listen to him. We'll put Sui's thoughts first in everything. Here Shen Jiasue had no idea that his parents had caused such a big misunderstanding. He just wanted to go to the Jiakhang Temple on the 15th day. Maybe he could find some clues about the witchcraft case and strangle this disaster in the cradle. 2 days passed like this, and Shen Jiasue suddenly received an unexpected letter. It was sent by Aunt Zhou of the Liu Mansion. The last cooperation was very pleasant, and Shen Jiasue still remembered Aunt Zhou's kindness. Knowing that she had sent a letter again this time, she couldn't help but feel excited. Baiji, the person who delivered the letter hasn't left, right? Baiji replied hurriedly. Miss, he's still here. It's a servant. He's waiting outside the side door. The other end told him not to leave until he got a reply. Shen Jiasue immediately understood. It seems that not only she but also Aunt Zhou thought that they could form a long-term alliance, so she even arranged the way to deliver the letter. Shen Jiasue immediately took the letter and opened it, and saw the extremely beautiful handwriting. It turned out that the last time Mrs. Liu returned from Liu Yunzheng's villa, she was particularly depressed. Not only did she not find fault with Aunt Zhou for several days, but she also hid in the main courtyard and did not go out. It can be seen that she was really hurt by Liu Yunzheng. Maybe it was because the people around her repeatedly advised and comforted her, and it was almost the 15th day of the lunar month, so Mrs. Liu decided to go to the Zhou temple to burn incense and relax. Aunt Zhou mentioned in the letter that Yunzheng would most likely go to the Zhou temple to look for Mrs. Liu on that day. Because he left the house in a hurry and did not bring any money, and now he rented a courtyard outside and raised for a girl like Xizhi, which of the daily necessities, such as food, clothing, silk, and rouge, does not require money? Aunt Zhou herself had a hard life, and it was not until she met General Liu that she lived a life without worries about food and clothing, so she quickly considered this aspect. After Shen put the letter down, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's really no coincidence. She happened to go to the Zhou temple on the 15th day. It seems that she is bound to meet Yunzheng. Thinking of this, a gleam of light flashed quietly in Shen Jiasui's eyes. Baiji went out with Shen Jiasue as reply. She couldn't understand why her young lady valued Aunt Zhou of the Liu mansions so much. If the young lady and Aunt Zhou had any intersection, they had only met a few times when they went to the Liu mansion before, right? Baiji couldn't figure it out, so she didn't go into it. Anyway, it's right to listen to the young lady. Soon, the day came to October 15th. The sky was clear, and the weather was nice, which was a good time to go out. Shen Jiasue came to the main courtyard early in the morning to pay his respects to Jiwan and mentioned his plan to go to the Zhou temple today. Jiwan's eyes flashed when she heard that, and she looked Shen Jiasue up and down, then said with a smile, "Since you're going out to play, you should dress up well. How can you just tie your hair up like this? Don't you still have 3 sets of autumn clothes that you made last time that you haven't worn yet? Mother will choose one for you and tie your hair into a bun. It will definitely look good." Hearing this, Shen Jiasue tilted her head slightly in confusion. Why would she wear gorgeous clothes to go to the temple? One would not allow Shen Jiasue to refuse. She pulled her into the inner room and ordered Baiji to bring the 3 sets of autumn clothes. Shen Jiasue saw her mother busying around, thought about it, and finally swallowed the words of refusal. She still remembered that when she went to visit the prison in her previous life, her mother had become much more haggard. She smiled when she saw her, and her eyelashes were filled with tears. Sway, let mother comb your hair again? At that time, because she had already married and was a woman's wife, she combed her hair. Hearing this, she let her hair down with tears in her eyes. Prisoners were not allowed to keep things privately, so where could there be a comb? Jiwan rubbed her hands on her collar again and again, until the palms and backs of her hands were rubbed red, and then she smiled and said, "Come, mother's hands are not dirty now, comb Sway's hair." Shen Jiasue still remembers the feeling of her mother's fingers running through her hair. Jiwan felt guilty when she saw Shen Jiasue letting her do whatever she wanted. In the past few days, she sent people to inquire about the Anyang Marquis mansion and found out that the family seemed inappropriate, so she felt unhappy. Fortunately, Jiang Sun was a promising man. When he gets married in the future, it would not be difficult for him to move out and live alone. By then, she and her husband would buy a big house for the young couple near the Dingwood General's mansion so that it would be convenient for Sway to go home. Jiwan had already thought so far ahead, and she also thought that Shen Jiasue was going to meet her future mother-in-law today. Even if the mother-in-law was unreliable, Sway could not lose, and she must dress up beautifully. The mother and daughter thought about their own things, and one worked hard, and the other cooperated, and they really got it ready. Shen Jiasue looked at herself in the mirror. "Mom, is it too? No, go ahead and have fun." Jiwan smiled brightly and urged Shen Jiasue to go out. Zhou Temple is the national temple of Shing State, covering a very large area. In addition to the Mountain Gate Hall, Bell Tower, and Dharma Hall, there are also pavilions, corridors, and mountain trails. The front is open to ordinary people, the back is mostly for dignitaries, and the innermost part is only for royal relatives. There are many dormitories in the temple, which are specially for pilgrims and dignitaries to stay temporarily. In short, it is well equipped with everything you need. At about 9 o'clock in the morning, 2 carriages stopped at the mountain gate of Zhou Temple one after the other. The little monk came forward to greet them, and the people in the carriage got off the carriage. If Shen Jiasue was present, he would recognize at a glance that the person who got off the green carriage was Madame Lu. Compared with the last time they met, Madame Lu was obviously much thinner. Although she put powder on her face, you could still see the bottom of her eyes. A light bruise. Madame Zhou was standing by, talking hard about something. Madame Lu pulled up the corners of her mouth and at least showed a hint of a smile. Another lady got off the carriage at the back. Compared with Madame Lu, her cheeks were sunken, her eyes were dull, and she looked more haggard. Especially since she had not covered her face with makeup, her face showed a hint of paleness, as if she had just recovered from a long illness. If you look closely at the carriage, you can see an inconspicuous pattern next to the carriage. It was the carriage of the Anyang Marquis's mansion. Madame Lu and the lady of the Anyang Marquis did not know each other, so the two groups entered the Zhou temple one after the other. At this time, under a tree not far away, a carriage stopped for a long time. Behind the slightly raised curtain were two people. They were Yunzheng and Xizhi. Yunzheng, the madam, is here. Xizhi took a deep breath, knowing that a tough battle was waiting for her. After she finished speaking, she didn't hear Yunzheng's response. She turned her head in confusion, only to see Yunzheng's eyes fixed on a certain place, lost in thought. Xizhi frowned slightly and immediately looked out in the direction of Yunzheng's gaze. She saw two horses coming on the road. The person in front had a pink face and peach cheeks, bright eyes, and a jade hairpin slanted on her temples. It swayed with the swaying of the horse, which was really eye-catching. Xizhi slowly widened her eyes, climbed up the car window with one hand, and used so much force that her fingertips turned white. Shen Jiasue. How could Shen Jiasue appear here? And she dressed so gorgeously. Who is she trying to show off to? You know, Shen Jiasue was very rough before, with a simple black hair, and often wore a scarlet or black riding uniform. How could it be so carefully dressed? Remembering that it was Yunzheng who suggested coming to the Zhou temple this time, Xizhi's heart suddenly lifted, and she turned back abruptly. At this moment, Yunzheng's eyes were still glued to Shen Jiasue, and he didn't move away for a long time. Seeing this, Xizhi was so angry that her eyes turned red, and she pinched Yunzheng's arm hard. Yunzheng couldn't help but cry out in pain, and the curtain was immediately lowered. Shen Jiasue was sharp-eyed and sharp-eared. Hearing the voice, he glanced in that direction. His eyes lingered on the carriage for a while, and he couldn't help showing interest. Could it be Yunzheng and Xizhi in the carriage? She came at the right time. Madame Lu and Lady Anyang were in front, which made it convenient for her to act. At this moment in the carriage, Yunzheng was gently coaxing Xizhi. Xizhi, it's not what you think. I didn't expect Shen Jiasue to come to the Zhou temple. I was worried that she would bear a grudge against us, and this would ruin our plan. You also know that my mother is eager for me to marry Shen Jiasue home. Xizhi heard this, and her jealousy and dissatisfaction instantly turned into worry, and she had no time to care about Yunzheng anymore. She knew how Yunzheng felt about her. Otherwise, he would not have regretted the engagement, let alone forgiven her so easily after the incident with the Ning brothers and sisters. What she is worried about now is whether Shen Jiasue was called by Madame Lu. If so, it might be more difficult for her to convince Madame Lu than she thought. Seeing that Xizhi stopped crying, Yunzheng breathed a sigh of relief quietly, but a look of astonishment still flashed across his face. He did not deny that when he saw Shen Jiasue for the first time just now, he could not help but be amazed. Shen Jiasue never cared about his appearance, and compared with the delicate and gentle Xizhi, he was just like A. But he did not expect that after Shen Jiasue dressed up carefully, to my surprise. Yunzheng even began to suspect that Shen Jiasue came here with his mother just to seize every opportunity to see him. Last time, his mother said several times that Shen Jiasue still had feelings for him, and it seemed that she had not given up on marrying him. Perhaps she got the news from somewhere and knew that his mother came to the Zhou temple today, so she came here to please her. And thinking that she might be able to see him, she dressed up so well. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that she also came to the Zhou temple for no reason and made such a gesture for no reason? At this moment, Lu Yunzheng could not help but straighten his back quietly, feeling elated in his heart, and his vanity was greatly satisfied. He was worried that Shen Jiasue was reborn like him, but now it seems that such a chance chosen by God is indeed not something that everyone can have. Yunzheng, let's go in too. Seeing Shen Jiasue and Baiji also entering the Jiakhang temple, Gu Xizhi hurriedly urged them. Lu Yunzheng came to his senses, took Gu Xizhi down from the carriage, and the two walked in side by side. After Madame Lu and Madame Anyang Bojiang entered the mountain gate, they separated on the left and right. Seeing this, Baiji hurriedly looked at her own lady, not knowing which way to go. Shen Jiasue did not hesitate at all and followed Madame Lu, but kept a sufficient distance so that Madame Lu would not see her when she turned her head. The maids of the Lu family went to the dormitory to clean up first, while Madame Lu took Mother Zhou to the main hall to burn incense. Shen Jiasue waited outside the hall for a while before walking into the hall. Lu Yunzheng and Gu Xizhi came in all the way, and after asking the little monk, they came to the hall where Madame Lu was burning incense. As a result, they saw Shen Jiasue leading Baiji out of the hall from a distance. Gu Xizhi saw this scene and couldn't help but clench her hands secretly, and her heart tightened. Lu Yunzheng's eyes suddenly brightened. Sure enough, his guess just now was not wrong at all. Shen Jiasue really went to see his mother eagerly. When she was engaged in the past, she didn't see how much love Shen Jiasue had for her, but it turned out that she only knew how to cherish after losing. Gu Xizhi took a deep breath, looked up and said to Lu Yunzheng, "Yunzheng, don't go in yet. Let me go and talk to the lady." At this time, Lu Yunzheng's eyes were still looking at the direction where Shen Jiasue left. Hearing this, he lowered his head and said worriedly, "Xizhi, I'm worried that my mother will do you." Gu Xizhi shook her head and said with a smile, "Yunzheng, in order to be with you, for you to go back to the general's mansion, I must get over this hurdle, and no one can help me. Believe me, it's okay." When Lu Yunzheng heard this, he could not hide his love in his heart and nodded gently. There is no doubt that Xizhi is the one he loves in his heart and the one who loves him the most. As for Shen Jiasue, here, Gu Xizhi has already walked towards the main hall. As for why she didn't let Lu Yunzheng follow, it was because she couldn't ruin her perfect image in Lu Yunzheng's heart. There is only one way to convince Mrs. Lu, and that is to be frank and open, to make her feel, and then to move people's hearts with interests. Seeing Gu Xizhi's figure disappear behind the palace door, Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but look not far away again, with a hint of hesitation on his face. After a few breaths, he suddenly raised his steps and chased in the direction Shen Jiasue left. He told himself in his heart that he was just going to confirm whether Shen Jiasue was also reborn. By the way, take a look at Shen Jiasue, who was determined to die with him in his previous life. At the age of 15, how deeply in love is she with him now? Thinking of this, Lu Yunzheng felt a little impatient and hurriedly quickened his pace. After entering the main hall, what came into view was a huge Buddha statue, as tall as a beam. The Buddha statue was solemn, with eyes slightly drooping, and looked at everyone who entered the hall with a compassionate face. Gu Xizhi couldn't help but show awe, and immediately put her hands together and bowed deeply to the Buddha statue. When she looked up again, there was a firm look in her eyes. The world is bustling for profit. What's wrong with her trying her best to find a rich and noble place to settle down and find a person who is devoted to her? As the daughter of a general, Shen Jiasue has been spoiled since childhood. Her marriage with Yunzheng is just icing on the cake for her. Without Yunzheng, there will be other princes and sons to marry her, right? If my Buddha is really compassionate, he will pity her as an orphan with no one to rely on and let her wish come true. Thinking of this, Gu Xizhi slowly put down her hands and walked towards the back hall with a determined look in her eyes. In the back hall of the treasure hall, a unique rhythm of bamboo sticks and bamboo tubes colliding with each other sounded. Madame Lu knelt on the futon devoutly, her eyes slightly closed, holding a stick tube in her hands and shaking it again and again, muttering something. After a while, a stick fell to the ground. Madame Lu exhaled slightly and immediately leaned over to pick it up. Unexpectedly, At this time, a hand reached out first and picked up the stick. Madame Lu was stunned, and she heard Mother Zhou whispered beside her. "It's you?" She raised her eyes suddenly and saw Xizhi, whom she hated so much, holding the stick and offering it to her with both hands. Xizhi. Madame Lu almost gritted her teeth and shouted this name, raised her hand, and waved Xizhi away. Xizhi staggered after being pushed, and Madame Lu was furious at this time. She wanted to open her mouth to scold, but was afraid of offending the Bodhisattva, so the curse stuck in her mouth, her eyes widened, and her face flushed. Mother Zhou hurried forward to calm Mrs. Lu down, but she saw Xizhi walk a few steps to the table and pick up the fallen lottery stick again. Under the angry glares of Madame Lu and Mother Zhou, Xizhi said slowly, "Madam, people often want to use lots to ask about their fate, but Xizhi believes that fate cannot be asked, and fate must be fought for by oneself. Xizhi knows that Madam hates me to the core now, but the matter involves Yunzheng, and we all only wish Yunzheng well. Since we have the same goal, why don't you want to listen to me?" Seeing that Madame Lu was about to yell at her with her finger extended, Xizhi immediately quickened her speech and said quickly, "Madam, you don't have to be angry. If you are still unmoved after hearing what Xizhi said later, then Xizhi will accept the beatings and punishments without any complaints. How about it?" Perhaps it was because Xizhi was too frank and confident. The anger on Madame Lu's face paused slightly. At this time, Mother Zhou on the side immediately advised, "Madam, you also know that this girl is good at sweet talk, and the young master was deceived by her. You don't have to say more to her, lest he fall into her trap again." When Mrs. Lu heard this, she was suddenly awakened, but now she calmed down and asked with disgust, "Where is Zheng? Where is he? Why doesn't he come to see me?" Xizhi glanced at Mother Zhou lightly and then said, "Madam, last time you took advantage of Yunzheng's duty to find the other courtyard, Yunzheng left his post without permission and came back to deal with it, so he was reprimanded by the commander and fined 1 month's salary." When Mrs. Lu heard this, her face changed instantly. "What did you say?"
Zheng have us.
A mere commander dared to reprimand Zheng. How bold. How is Zheng now? Xizhi looked at Mrs. Lu's concerned and nervous look. A smile rose at the corner of her mouth, but it soon disappeared, frowned, and said with heartache, "Yunzheng is now in a very difficult situation. He is running out of money and has to borrow from his colleagues and old friends." In fact, Lu Yunzheng had never told Xizhi about this for the sake of face, but Xizhi was with Lu Yunzheng every day, so how could she not see it? When Mrs. Lu heard that Lu Yunzheng had been in such a difficult situation, even though she was heartbroken last time, she still felt extremely distressed. Apart from her husband forcing her to practice martial arts since childhood, when had her son Zheng ever suffered such hardship? "It's all because of you." Mrs. Lu had never been completely led by the nose, and now she knew that the crux of the problem was with Xizhi. But Xizhi came prepared, so how could she let Mrs. Lu get away with it so easily? She stepped forward and said earnestly, "Madam, all this is indeed Xizhi's fault, but you also saw it last time. Yunzheng and I are truly in love, and no obstacles can separate us. I am willing to accompany Yunzheng to eat simple meals and endure all the contempt with him, but I can't bear to see Yunzheng depressed and frustrated. Madam, have you forgotten how high-spirited Yunzheng was in the past? Madam, why do you want to do such a thing that will make your relatives sad and your enemies happy and push Yunzheng away?" Xizhi became more and more excited as she spoke, and in the end she burst into tears. When Mrs. Lu heard about love, she was furious, but when she heard the last part, she was stunned and couldn't speak for a long time. Seeing this, Xizhi knew that the time was almost right, so she softened her tone and explained the situation. "Madam, after Yunzheng was kicked out, weren't Aunt Zhou and her illegitimate son the most proud? Now you are helping her to force Yunzheng, which is simply hurting yourself and benefiting others. Besides, you always wanted Yunzheng to marry Shen, but Shen is of high birth and has a flamboyant personality. How can she respect you, the mother-in-law, in the future? I'm afraid that the general's mansion will be in turmoil. Yunzheng is a rare talent, and he has General Liu as his father. With his own abilities, there is no need to worry about not being able to be the bravest among the three armies and make a name for himself. Why must he rely on this marriage with the Shen family? Besides, seeing that Madame Liu was already moved, Xizhi gritted her teeth and said, "Besides, Madam, Xizhi is different from Shen Jiasue. You have read the letter written by Xizhi. Xizhi's weaknesses and handles are in Madame's hands. What else do you have to worry about Xizhi?" When Madame Liu heard this, she felt that every word of Xizhi was reasonable and there was nothing wrong with it. Yes, she was being too picky. Zheng was so outstanding that he could soar to the sky even without the help of the Shen family. The most important thing now was to get Zheng back home as soon as possible to repair the father-son relationship with the general, otherwise wouldn't Zhou be proud? And Xizhi was right about one thing. Shen Jiasue was not an easy person to control, but she knew all about Xizhi's dirty thoughts. At worst, she could force Xizhi to be a concubine with letters and then marry a wife of equal status for Zheng. Even if Xizhi refused, when she entered the general's mansion and was in her hands, would there be room for Xizhi to turn over? At this point, Mrs. Liu was really tempted, and Xizhi then threw out the last chip. "Madam, Yunzheng cares about you. He often talks to Xizhi, worried that you'll suffer from Aunt Zhou. Since Aunt Zhou is your biggest worry, Xizhi has a plan that may make Madame rest assured and make Aunt Zhou completely lose the general's heart." Upon hearing this, Madame Liu immediately looked at Xizhi, her eyes shining, but soon she showed doubt. She and Zhou had been fighting for nearly 20 years and had never had the upper hand. What could Xizhi do? Seeing this, Xizhi slowly raised her lips and walked towards Madame Liu tentatively. Seeing that Madame Liu did not reject her, she boldly walked up to Madame Liu and whispered something in her ear. Madame Liu was stunned at first, and then her eyes slightly raised, and her eyes were shining. Mother Zhou also heard Xizhi's whisper. Her eyes wandered, and she felt that it was really disrespectful to the Bodhisattva to plot in the palace. Thinking of this, when she looked up, she saw the Bodhisattva looking down at them with a peaceful face. Mother Zhao's heart trembled and her face turned pale with fear. At this time, Xizhi took a step back, handed the lottery stick she had been holding in her hand to Mrs. Liu, and said with a smile, "Madam, you just drew a very good lottery stick. It seems that the Bodhisattva wants us to get what we want." Mrs. Liu lowered her eyes and saw a vermilion shang written on the lottery stick. She hesitated for a moment, but still reached out to take the lottery stick. Seeing this, Xizhi's mouth curved and smiled like a flower. Mrs. Liu left the palace with Xizhi, just because Xizhi said that Liu Yunzheng was waiting outside. Xizhi was in a good mood at this time. After persuading Mrs. Liu, a big stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. Now she just needs Mrs. Liu to persuade General Liu, and she can go back to General Zhaoyong's mansion with Yunzheng. As for how to persuade General Liu, Mrs. Liu said that as long as she can successfully overthrow Aunt Zhou, this matter will naturally be a piece of cake. At this moment, Mrs. Liu probably thought that she was completely under control, right? Thinking of this, Xizhi raised her lips slightly. Yunzheng could disobey Mrs. Liu once for her, and he could do it a second time and a third time. She had plenty of ways to make Yunzheng devoted to her. Mrs. Liu had just heard Xizhi talk about Liu Yunzheng's recent situation, and she was full of worry and couldn't wait to walk in front. As a result, when she went out of the hall, she saw that it was empty outside, where was the shadow of Liu Yunzheng. Mrs. Liu frowned and subconsciously thought that she was fooled by Xizhi again. But when she turned around and wanted to question Xizhi, she saw that Xizhi's eyes were slightly wide open and she looked more shocked than her. "Where is Zheng?" Mrs. Liu asked impatiently. At this moment, somehow, Xizhi suddenly thought of the scene in the carriage just now when Liu Yunzheng stared at Shen Jiasue. Her heart tightened, and she suddenly turned her head to look at the west path not far away. "Madam, did you see Shen Jiasue just now?" "Shen Jiasue?" Madame Liu looked around, her face full of doubts. "Shen Jiasue is here today too?" "Wait, do you suspect Zheng went to see Shen Jiasue?" Xizhi's face turned slightly pale, and she did not answer, but chased in the direction where Shen Jiasue left. Seeing this, Madame Lu also followed, but because Xizhi walked fast, she and Mother Zhao fell behind a lot. It was not until this time that Mother Zhao found an opportunity to persuade. "Madam, do you really want to join forces with this Miss Gu? I think she is too cunning and lies all the time. I am afraid that you will be calculated by her in the end." These words were really unpleasant to hear, which showed that Mother Zhao really opened her heart to Madame Lu. Madame Lu naturally understood Mother Zhao's heart, but she shook her head. Obviously, she had made up her mind. She is just an orphan. She has nothing except Zheng's love, but how can a woman rely entirely on a man's heart? Zheng is my son. I know him well. His love for Xizhi is real, but who says a man can only have room for one woman in his heart? The stupidest thing Xizhi did was to belittle herself and follow Zheng away from General Dinggu's mansion. "Mother Zhao, take a look." Madame Lu pursed her lips. Mother Zhao looked forward as she was instructed. She saw Xizhi walking hurriedly, looking left and right, unable to hide her anxiety. After all, she got the man with all her heart and soul, so she is afraid of losing him. She guessed that Zheng might go looking for Shen Jiasue. Look how scared she is. Such a woman is beautiful, and men are willing to be fooled, but compared to Zhou, she is really far inferior and can never amount to anything. But I have to say that she has a good brain, and the method she gave is not bad. Zhou has been proud in front of me for 20 years. This time, I will make her fall so hard that she can never get up again. When Mother Zhao saw that Mrs. Lu was so confident, she stammered and could only swallow her words of persuasion. On the other hand, Yunzheng was indeed standing with Shen Jiasue at the moment. Just now, when he quickly caught up with them, he saw from afar Shen Jiasue and Baiji walking in the back mountain. He simply strode forward. His boots stepped on the grass, and suddenly stepped on a rotten wood, making a creaking sound. Shen Jiasue and Baiji turned around at the same time when they heard the sound. The moment they saw Yunzheng, Baiji glared at him and instantly blocked in front of Shen Jiasue. Yunzheng's eyes were inquiring, and they fell on Shen Jiasue's face from beginning to end. He saw that Shen Jiasue was stunned at first, and then his expression gradually became cold, and then he took Baiji's hand and turned away. Yunzheng's eyes flashed, and he caught up with him in 3 or 2 steps. The moment he turned his head, Shen Jiasue raised his lips coldly. Yunzheng really caught up with him, so it seems that he has really had a hard time these days. If he was still as confident as he was on the day he was reborn, he would not have come this time. It was obvious that he had missed good opportunities again, and thought of this shortcut of hers. After coming out of the treasure hall just now, she was always ready. The moment she heard the sound behind her, she guessed that it was Yunzheng who came. Yunzheng was obviously doubting whether she was also reborn. Otherwise, with his martial arts and eyesight, how could he step on a rotten wood if he wanted to approach quietly? It was obvious that he wanted to test her first reaction when she was unprepared. It is a virtue to overestimate your opponent. Regardless of whether Yunzheng has these twists and turns in his mind, Shen Jiasue just thinks he does. At this time, Yunzheng had already walked quickly and blocked Shen Jiasue's way. Baiji was like a cat with its fur standing on end and stopped Shen Jiasue behind him. Yunzheng did not look at Baiji, but stared at Shen Jiasue and smiled faintly. "Why do you act so surprised? Didn't you come here for me today?" As he said this, he looked Shen Jiasue up and down, and she dressed up carefully. Shen Jiasue was so angry that he laughed when he heard this. "Yunzheng, it seems that you are good at being a dog. How dare you show up in front of me? If I were you, I would have dug a dog hole and crawled into it a long time ago and never dared to come out to see people in my life. You and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. If you don't get out of the way, let's fight." Shen Jiasue's expression was cold, and her words were even sharper. When Yunzheng heard this, although his face was gloomy and ugly, he finally felt relieved. This is Shen Jiasue's character. Even if she can't let him go in her heart, when they meet again, she will definitely speak ill of him and curse him to her heart's content. And just now he deliberately stepped on the rotten wood to test it, and Shen Jasue's expression did not seem fake in a hurry. Based on his understanding of Shen Jasue's 2 lives, she definitely does not have this kind of scheming and acting skills. Lu Yunzheng claimed to understand Shen Jasue, but he didn't know that in the previous life, when he was stationed far away in the north and the Shen family was in trouble, Shen Jasue ran around to petition, experienced the warmth and coldness of human nature, and was no longer the same person as before. Seeing Lu Yunzheng standing still, Shen Jasue couldn't help but wonder, where's Xizhi? Why didn't she come with her? This morning, she had clearly received news that Xizhi and Lu Yunzheng went out together. Could it be that Lu Yunzheng actually left Xizhi alone to face Madame Lu? But how could Lu Yunzheng bear to do that? After all, Xizhi and Madame Lu had become enemies in the other courtyard last time, and Madame Lu would not be polite to Xizhi. Or did Xizhi have a way to convince Madame Lu? Shen Jasue was just speculating excitedly when Lu Yunzheng suddenly spoke up. Shen Jasue, I heard from my mother that you wanted to marry me even though you were crying? Why, have you changed your mind? Shen Jasue asked back with sarcasm. Seeing that Shen Jasue did not deny it, Lu Yunzheng knew more about it. Shen Jasue was a person who would never show weakness easily. This kind of strong and stubborn look was really her style. What if I don't change my mind? What will you do? Wait all the time? Since you want to get married so much, why do you have to pretend to be cold at this time? Didn't you find out today that my mother would come to the Zhou temple, so you followed me eagerly to see me? Now that I have fulfilled your wish and am standing in front of you, your pretentiousness will only push me further away. After hearing these words, Shen Jasue knew that her performance in front of Mrs. Lu that day was not in vain. She just didn't expect that Lu Yunzheng's self-indulgent feelings were far beyond her imagination, and he actually imagined so much. She glanced at Lu Yunzheng and sneered. I wait for you? What a joke. What do you mean by coming to me and saying these things today? What? Did you fall out with Xizhi? Hearing the words Xizhi, Lu Yunzheng's eyes flashed with guilt for a moment. After all, he came here without telling Xizhi. Thinking of this, he looked back the way he came with some uneasiness, but then told himself that he was just here to test Shen Jasue. Xizhi and I have a deep affection for each other, which is unmatched by others. I say these words today only because we have known each other for many years. I come here to advise you not to have any unnecessary fantasies about me. Shen Jasue almost sneered when he heard this.
This is really high-sounding.
It's just that he can't let go of Xizhi's tenderness, but he wants the help of her Shen family. He wants both. What a coincidence. I thought it through a few days ago. If you hadn't suddenly appeared, I almost forgot that there was such a person as you in Beijing. If you don't agree, don't say anything more. Get out of the way. Today's meeting probably dispelled Lu Yunzheng's suspicion of her. Shen Jasue originally planned to alienate Lu Yunzheng and Xizhi. But Xizhi was late, and she had lost interest in dealing with Lu Yunzheng. Seeing Lu Yunzheng motionless, Shen Jasue raised his eyebrows and pulled Baiji directly forward. Seeing this, Lu Yunzheng took a step to the left, but when Shen Jasue walked to his side, he suddenly stretched out his arm to block his way and said in a cold voice, Shen Jasue, don't play hard to get. This is the last chance I give you. He loves Xizhi, but the current situation is really unfavorable. Perhaps he can reluctantly go back to the path of his previous life. Shen Jasue turned his head to look at Lu Yunzheng when he heard the words. There was a flash of disbelief in his eyes, but soon he showed interest again. You give me a chance? What about Xizhi? Lu Yunzheng had obviously considered it long ago, and at this moment he said without hesitation, Xizhi will naturally not be wronged. She must be on an equal footing with you. He married Shen Jasue just to correct the deviation that has appeared now. Xizhi is understanding. As long as he explains it well, he believes Xizhi will understand him. You know, Xizhi was willing to follow him in her previous life without any status, but in this life he directly asked Xizhi to be his equal wife. Oh, Shen Jasue responded meaningfully. Lu Yunjing thought that Shen Jiasue agreed so impatiently, and a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had said long ago that Shen Jiasue was just playing hard to get. In that case, you go back and tell your uncle and Aunt Hei. Don't be in a hurry. Shen Jiasue waved his hand, then pointed to the right and said with a smile, "You want to enjoy the happiness of having 2 wives. Why don't you ask her if she agrees?" Hearing this, Lu Yunjing suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart and looked in the direction of Shen Jiasue's finger. He saw Xizhi holding up the hem of her skirt with one hand and supporting the tree trunk with the other, looking over here steadily. People who practice martial arts have excellent eyesight. Lu Yunjing could even see Xizhi's chest rising and falling, her breathing rapid, her face pale, and tears in her eyes when she looked over here. Shen Jiasue raised the corner of his mouth slightly and suddenly added, "Aren't you going to put your hands down?" Lu Yunjing realized then that he had been raising his arm, and from the direction of Xizhi, she might have thought that he was putting his arm around Shen Jiasue. His heart trembled, and he cried out that it was not good. He thought he had plenty of time to come out to see Shen Jiasue this time, but he didn't expect Xizhi to find him so quickly.
Xizhi!
Lu Yunjing shouted and hurried forward to explain. But the next moment, Shen Jiasue raised his foot and tripped Lu Yunjing right on the spot. Lu Yunjing's whole attention was on Xizhi. He was panicked and frightened. He didn't pay attention to his feet and immediately staggered forward. When he stood up again, Xizhi had already turned around and left. He only vaguely caught a glimpse of a piece of her clothes. Lu Yunjing turned around suddenly and shouted angrily, "Shen Jiasue, you said you would give me a chance just now. Why do you ignore it when you see Xizhi?" Shen Jiasue tilted his head and said slowly. Lu Yunjing gritted his teeth and was about to say something, but Shen Jiasue raised his chin in the direction where Xizhi left and said calmly, "If I remember correctly, over there. It seems that we can't go there, right?" Lu Yunjing turned his head and took a look. Then he realized that the direction was the Honorable Treasure Temple that only royal relatives could enter. Lu Yunjing no longer wanted to entangle with Shen Jiasue and ran in the direction where Xizhi left. It was not until this time that Madame Lu and Mother Zhou arrived late. Madame Lu opened her mouth, but before she shouted, Lu Yunjing had disappeared. Shen Jiasue naturally noticed the person coming, and she frowned slightly. This Madame Lu and Xizhi seemed to come one after the other. So, did Lu Yunjing really let Xizhi meet Madame Lu alone? Xizhi coaxed Madame Lu into calling her a good daughter-in-law in her previous life. Shen Jiasue always felt that Madame Lu might have been fooled by Xizhi again. At this time, Madame Lu also saw Shen Jiasue. If it was before today, she would have to endure the annoyance and go forward to coax Shen Jiasue, but at this moment, she just glanced and retracted her gaze. Since Zheng doesn't need the help of the Shen family at all, why should she flatter Shen Jiasue? She still remembers clearly that Jiwan treated her coldly when she went to the Shen family to apologize last time. Mother Zhou advised, "Madam, it seems that the young master is really here to see the young lady of the Shen family. Has the young master changed his mind again? After all, leave a way out in front of others. It would be good if you just nod to Miss Shen." Mrs. Lu heard this and felt that it made some sense, so she looked at Shen Jiasue again. Unexpectedly, Shen Jiasue had already left with Baiji. The two of them walked briskly and seemed to be quite happy. Mrs. Lu's face sank, and she felt even more disgusted with Shen Jiasue. Shen Jiasue brought Baiji to the east side of the Jiakhang Temple. She remembered that the wife of the Anyang Earl had just come in this direction. But when they got here, they only saw the palace, the Dharma Hall, and the dormitories, but they didn't know where they had gone. Baiji was feeling embarrassed, but saw that her young lady suddenly walked up to a little monk who was sweeping the floor, put her hands together, and saluted. The little monk hurriedly put down the broom and saluted Shen Jiasue in return. Shen Jiasue smiled and said softly, "Little master, I just saw the carriage of the Anyang Earl's mansion at the gate of the temple. Is the Anyang Earl's wife here? The lady is my elder. I know she often comes to Guibao Temple. I want to pay her respects now. Little master, do you know where the lady is now?" The young monk looked no more than 8 or 9 years old, with a simple nature. He did not doubt Shen Jiasue's intention, and immediately lowered his eyes and replied, "Female donor, if you are looking for donor Qi, I think he is in the Jiaying Hall now." The wife of the Marquis of Anyang was surnamed Qi. Shen Jiasue got the confirmation and immediately bowed to thank him. As a result, before he took a few steps, the young monk suddenly caught up with him. "By the way, female donor, Donor Jiang, just came. You may meet Donor Jiang when you go there this time. If you want to avoid him, you can go later." Shen Jiasue was secretly shocked when he heard the words and asked hurriedly, "Little master, is the Donor Jiang you are talking about the madam's son, Lord Jiang Xuanjiang?" The young monk nodded. That's right. He was young and obviously a talkative person. Seeing that Shen Jiasue was smiling and very friendly, he explained a little more. "In a few days it will be the birthday of His Royal Highness Crown Prince Shenhui. Many distinguished guests have come to the temple today, and Donor Jiang came with all of them." Shen Jiasue understood what he said, but suddenly he thought of something, and his heart skipped a beat.
Wait.
The nobles that the young master was talking about must be those people in the palace. They actually came to the Jiakhang temple today. You know, Gu Xizhi and Lu Yunzheng were going in one after the other just now. Shen Jiasue didn't care whether they would offend the nobles. No matter how hopeless they were, Shen Jiasue felt it was their retribution. But she always believed that the person behind the scenes was someone from the royal family. Could it be such a coincidence that Lu Yunzheng missed the opportunity at Prince Rong's mansion, but got in touch with that person at the Jiakhang temple? Thinking of this, Shen Jiasue was in a heavy mood, which showed on his face. The little monk thought he had talked too much, and was immediately annoyed. Fortunately, Shen Jiasue reacted quickly and explained in a gentle voice, "Thanks to the young master's reminder, I will go to the Jiaying Hall later." The little monk didn't dare to stay any longer and left in a hurry holding the broom. Bai Ji stepped forward when he saw this. "Miss, what about us now?" Shen Jiasue waited until the little monk turned the corner, then he said without hesitation, "Let's go to the Jiaying Hall." She originally thought that her speculation about the witchcraft case was just her overthinking, and the problem might not be with the Lady of Anyang. But when she heard that all the nobles in the palace had come, Shen Jiasue felt that things were not that simple. In this case, let's go and find out. The two of them searched all the way, and it took about half a minute before they saw the Jiaying Hall. However, the door here was closed, so Shen Jiasue naturally couldn't rush forward and knock on the door. She tilted her head to think about it, asked Baiji to walk away and wait for her in a pavilion on the way here, and then walked towards the Jiaying Hall alone. She did not push the door to enter the hall, but walked around the Jiaying Hall silently. Shen Jiasue did not know much about Buddhism, but she still had some knowledge of the Jiaying Hall. Heard of it? In Buddhism, Jiayin means to guide believers to the Western paradise. Those who would go to the Jiaying Hall were either paying tribute to the deceased or were suffering from pain in their hearts and were seeking shelter and tranquility in the Jiaying Hall. Thinking of the listless and weak appearance of Lady Anyang, Shen Jiasue secretly guessed that it might be the latter. But he didn't know whether Lady Anyang was unfortunately ill or had trouble resolving her worries. Thinking of this, Shen Jiasue had already turned to the back of the Jiaying Hall. There were windows here that could be opened outwards. She passed by quietly and suddenly heard intermittent voices under a half-closed window. She raised her eyebrows and listened. "Others don't know."
Think. Give it back to me.
"Give it back to me." Although the person who spoke was very emotional, he was obviously out of strength. He was also some distance away, so only fragments of his words could be heard. Shen Jiasue thought about it, stood up slightly, looked inside through the window, and vaguely caught a glimpse of a green figure. She was delighted, because the wife of the Anyang Earl was wearing a turquoise long skirt. But she didn't know who she was talking to at the moment. Was it Jiang Sun? Shen Jiasue slightly tilted her head, and indeed caught a glimpse of a blush. It was a scarlet official uniform. Shen Jiasue looked up and immediately saw Jiang Sun's face. Before she could think again, a slap suddenly hit Jiang Sun's face heavily. "Pa, very crisp." Shen Jiasue was so shocked that her eyes widened, but fortunately, she was very calm. without making any sound. Jiang Sun did not dodge or avoid, but took the slap in the face without any resentment on his face. Shen Jiasue was just confused, but at this moment, Lady Anyang suddenly rushed towards Jiang Sun, buried her face in Jiang Sun's shoulder, and burst into tears. At this time, Jiang Sun finally made a move. He slowly lowered his head and looked at Lady Anyang, then raised his hand, as if he wanted to pat Lady Anyang's back, but after hesitating for a moment, he put his hand down. Shen Jiasue didn't know if it was an illusion. She seemed to see sadness and despair on Jiang Sun's face. At this time, Lady Anyang suddenly raised her head, tears streaming down her face, and reached out to touch Jiang Sun's cheek, asking over and over again, "Does it hurt? Does it hurt sooner?" Jiang Sun opened his mouth but didn't say a word. Shen Jiasue really couldn't understand. At this time, a person came from the side and helped the wife of the Marquis of Anyang away. Shen Jiasue didn't see the appearance of that person, but it should be the nanny who served the wife of the Marquis of Anyang, because Shen Jiasue heard a very gentle, soothing voice. "Madam, the young master is wearing an official robe today. He came with the noble. Please don't make things difficult for the young master." Jiang Sun stood quietly for a long time, until the wife of the Marquis of Anyang gradually stopped crying. He bowed and said, "I'll take my leave. Get out." The wife of the Marquis of Anyang suddenly shouted loudly, which was completely different from the way she asked Jiang Sun softly, just now, if he was in pain. Even Shen Jiasue outside the window was almost scared. The sound of Jiang Sun's footsteps gradually faded away, and the sobbing sound was heard again in the hall. Shen Jiasue was completely confused and had to look around in the back hall through the window. Suddenly, her eyes fixed and her face was full of horror. There was only one incense table in the whole back hall, and on the table was a yellow tablet. The name on it was the deceased son Jiang Sun. Shen Jiasue slowly lowered her body and leaned against the back wall. It took her a long time to recover. The deceased son Jiang Sun? Jiang Sun is dead? Then, who was the Jiang Sun she saw? Inside the window, the sobbing continued. Just by listening to it, one could feel that Lady Anyang was heartbroken. Shen Jiasue believed that no mother in the world would set up a tablet to curse her child like this, which showed that there must be something fishy. At this time, she couldn't help but think of what her brother Hung and cousin Ji said at the gate of the Imperial College. It is said that Lord Zhang used to be a fool. Could this be the crux of the problem? Shen Jiasue thought hard and turned around again, confirming that there was no one else in the reception hall except Lady Anyang and the attendant nanny. She watched for a long time and saw that no one had come, so she had to leave with a full heart of suspicion. Now it seems that Lady Anyang is indeed a bit wrong. If she was used by someone and involved in the witchcraft case, Shen Jiasue felt that it was not impossible. I don't know if Jiang Sun remembered her instructions that day and paid close attention to the movements of people around him. While thinking about it, Shen Jiasue rushed to meet Baiji. Baiji was waiting obediently in the pavilion, and when he saw Shen Jiasue returning, he immediately went forward to greet him. "Miss, you've been gone for a long time. Are you okay?" Shen Jiasue shook his head to hide his worry. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Baiji breathed a sigh of relief to see Shen Jiasue was safe and sound, but soon she looked embarrassed again and said hesitantly, "Miss, just now, I saw Lord Zhang." Shen Jiasue turned her head when she heard that, and Baiji immediately explained, "I saw Lord Zhang from a distance and quickly hid behind a pillar. Lord Zhang might not have seen me. Besides, I only met Lord Zhang once when I went to the Imperial College with you that day. I don't think Lord Zhang would recognize me." Seeing Baiji's nervous look, Shen Jiasue raised his hand, patted her shoulder, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, he definitely didn't see you." Although Shen Jiasue comforted Baiji in this way, he was sure in his heart that Jiang Sun must have recognized Baiji. "I reminded him a few days ago in Prince Rong's mansion, and today I followed Anyang Marquis' wife to the Jiakhang Temple. With Jiang Sun's intelligence, I'm afraid he has already guessed something. In this case, Baiji, which direction did Lord Zhang go just now?" Shen Jiasue asked. Baiji pointed to the right front, and when he saw Shen Jasue walking away, he couldn't help but look strange and hesitated to speak. Shen Jasue noticed Baiji's strangeness and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Baiji pinched his hands and said anxiously, "Miss, I just saw that Lord Jiang had a big slap mark on his face."
Could it be?
"You hit him?" Shen Jasue. Following the direction pointed by Baiji, they came to the steel forest of the Jiakhang Temple. Shen Jasue looked up and saw hundreds of stone tablets standing quietly, some tall and majestic, some small and exquisite, and there was no end to them at a glance. Mississippi Baiji subconsciously lowered her voice and pointed to a pavilion in the steel forest. Shen Jasue turned her head and saw an old man writing furiously at his desk. She signaled Baiji to be silent, and then took her in quietly. Shen Jasue had no intention of disturbing the old man, but when she walked near the pavilion, the old man seemed to have eyes on his back and asked, "Are there guests?" Shen Jasue stopped and looked around to confirm that the old man was talking to them. Then she walked around and bowed politely. "I am passing by here. Please forgive me if I disturbed you." The old man raised his head from the desk. Although his temples were gray, he was in high spirits. The moment he saw Shen Jasue, his eyes lit up. A few days ago, when Beifeng came to Lin's house with Xizhi, he also tipped him mysteriously, saying that Xizhi had saved a girl in Prince Rong's house. As luck would have it, 2 days ago, Prince Rong came to look for him. Perhaps knowing that the Anyang Marquis' mansion was unreliable, he came directly to him and asked Xizhi if he was interested in getting married. The girl he mentioned was none other than Miss Shen. He was overjoyed to hear that. After meeting Miss Shen at the gate of the Imperial College that day, he felt that this junior was really likable. Shen Jasue felt strange when she saw the old man looking at her and laughing, and was about to bow and leave. Unexpectedly, at this time, the old man took the initiative to speak. "Miss, are you here to look for Xizhi?" "Xizhi?" Shen Jasue didn't react for a moment. The old man curved his lips and explained, "Xizhi is Jiang's son. He just told me that Miss Shen might come to visit." Shen Jasue then realized that Xizhi was Jiang Sun's pen name, so the person in front of him should be. Junior Shen Jasue greets Elder Lin. Hey, no need to be so polite. Come, sit down." Elder Lin waved at Shen Jasue and pointed to the futon opposite. His face was full of smiles, which made people feel close to him. Elder Lin was highly respected and was Jiang Sun's teacher, so Shen Jasue let down his guard and sat down as he was told. Seeing this, Elder Lin's smile deepened. While stroking the rice paper on the table, he said, "Xizhi wanted to wait for you here." Shen Jasue raised his head when he heard the words and saw Elder Lin patting his own cheek. But his face is so swollen that it is unsightly. If he stays any longer, it will simply embarrass me. So I told him to apply some cold compress first. "If Miss Shen doesn't mind, you can sit with me and old man for a while." The boy just refused to leave. He really doesn't understand a girl's mind at all. How could he let Miss Shen see him in such an ugly state? When Shen Jasue heard that Mr. Lin called himself old man and had a friendly and easygoing attitude, she felt that he was very different from the famous imperial teacher she had imagined. It is an honor for the younger generation to sit with Mr. Lin. Shen Jasue did not dare to be arrogant and responded politely. As a result, at this time, Elder Lin suddenly looked around cautiously. Seeing that there was no one around, he lowered his voice and asked curiously, "Miss Shen, what do you think of Xizhi?" Shen Jasue didn't understand what Elder Lin meant for a moment. After a moment of silence, he said truthfully, "Lord Jiang is upright and willing to plead for the people. He is a good official. That's all?" Elder Lin looked a little disappointed. Shen Jasue thought he had praised too little. After all, Jiang Sun was Elder Lin's only close disciple, and hurriedly added, "I heard that Lord Jiang is very talented and knowledgeable. He is worthy of being your disciple. That's all?" The disappointed expression on Elder Lin's face became more and more obvious. Shen Jasue was obviously panicked then.
"Then, teacher."
Jiang Sun's voice suddenly sounded at this time, which startled Elder Lin. He turned his head and saw Jiang Sun looking at him with an unhappy face. Seeing this, Mr. Lin felt guilty at first, and then snorted. Humph, you don't know how to appreciate a good person. When he turned around and looked at Shen Jiasue again, he smiled gently again. You guys talk, the old man will go to copy the steel. Mr. Lin got up and left, and Shen Jiasue hurriedly bowed to see him off. At this time, Jiang Sun had already stepped into the pavilion and stood opposite Shen Jiasue. The teacher and Miss Shen's maids were all on the side, so it was not considered a violation of the rules. Jiang Sun thought so and stretched out his hand to Shen Jiasue. Miss Shen, please sit down. Shen Jiasue sat down as he was told, but her eyes were fixed on the long table in front of her, not daring to look into Jiang Sun's eyes. She knew in her heart that Jiang Sun must have guessed that she had just peeped out of the window, and she was feeling very guilty at this moment. Jiang Sun saw that Shen Jiasue was looking very uncomfortable with his head down, and he couldn't help but frowning slightly. Just now, he saw Miss Shen looking uneasy from a distance, and the teacher was probably talking nonsense again. Shen Jiang, the two spoke at the same time, and stopped at the same time. I'm sorry, Shen Jiasue decided to remain silent, and Jiang Sun opposite him obviously had the same idea, so there was silence in the pavilion for a long time. The two. In the end, it was Shen Jiasue who lost his temper first and looked up at Jiang Sun and said, "The ancient said, don't look at what is indecent. Today I have overstepped the line and was rude. I would like to apologize to Lord Jiang." When saying this, Shen Jiasue couldn't help but glance at Jiang Sun's cheek, and he could still see some swelling. Jiang Sun did not avoid Shen Jiasue's gaze and also apologized. Teacher is naturally free and easy. If my words were rude just now, I didn't mean any harm. I hope Miss Shen won't blame me. The two were polite. You apologized and I apologized. Elder Lin, who pricked up his ears, said. Shen Jiasue shook his head immediately after hearing this. At this time, Jiang Sun got straight to the point. That day in Prince Rong's mansion, Miss Shen reminded me to be careful of the people around me. Now it seems that she was referring to my mother? Shen Jiasue was at a loss for words. The direction of her behavior was obvious, but she didn't know how to explain it to Jiang Sun. Fortunately, she was a person who knew how to deal with guests. Since Jiang Sun didn't blame her for peeping, she was also very concerned about it. Fong Fong asked, Master Jiang, just now I caught a glimpse of the deceased tablet in the hall, and it seemed to be your name. Jiang Sun did not deny it, but he also raised a question. Miss Shen, in your opinion, under what circumstances does a person's temperament change drastically and he becomes completely different from the other person? Shen Jiasue's expression froze when she heard this, and she knew that Jiang Sun was talking about the sudden enlightenment of his mind when he was 10 years old. She said matter-of-factly, maybe there was a sudden change or a serious illness or just like her. She died once and lived again. It was just the last half of the sentence that she couldn't say out loud. Jiang Sun didn't ask about Shen Jiasue's unfinished words, but spoke very frankly. Said, my mother couldn't accept my changes and thought that I died when I was 10 years old. Shen Jiasue's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, and he couldn't help but raise his eyes and glance at Jiang Sun. In the past, Shen Jiasue never believed in ghosts and gods. If there were gods in the world, how could they watch his entire Shen family die with hatred? Death. But now, she couldn't help but wonder. Is the Jiang Sun in front of her really the original Jiang Sun? Jiang Sun seemed not to see Shen Jiasue's reaction and continued to say quietly, my mother once tried to find the old me. But after a few years, she became desperate, so she set up a death tablet for me in the Jiayin Hall of Jiakhang Temple and often came to accompany me. When Shen Jiasue heard this, he finally found the key. If Mrs. Anyangbo was deceived and claimed that she could use magic to retrieve her former Jiang Sun, she would definitely give it a try. If anyone who was interested at this time would give it a try, it must be easy to use it to find someone to harm others. So it is no wonder that Mrs. Anyang died in this witchcraft case.
Then,
were the servants who were also killed in the fire were innocently implicated? Are they all accomplices arranged by the people behind the scenes? It seems that Miss Shen has a plan. Jiang Sun spoke again, which was regarded as the last test. Seeing that Jiang Sun had confessed so far, Shen Jiasue no longer denied it, but responded with silence. I see. Jiang Sun sighed lightly. Speaking, Shen Jiasue opened his mouth and asked, Master Jiang, how are you doing? Jiang Sun turned his head at this time and glanced far away in the direction of Jiayin Hall. His brows were furrowed, as if he had helplessness that couldn't be overcome. After a long time, he said, Adopt the plan. Shen Jiasue nodded secretly when she heard this. This was the best way she could think of. At this time, Jiang Sun spoke again, but it was for Shen Jiasue. Miss Shen, there are many people in this world. It's hard to tell. I know you have something to hide, so I won't ask. But please, Miss Shen, please be cautious and careful every step of the way. Maybe that person is right next to us. When Shen Jiasue heard such meaningful words, he felt chills running down his spine and chills all over his body. Apparently, Jiang Sun also realized that the person who framed the crown princess and the third highness in Prince Rong's mansion was the same person who was planning to frame Mrs. Anyangbo. Most likely the same person. Mr. Jiang, who is that person you're talking about? Shen Jiasue clasped his hands under the case and tried to make his voice as calm as possible. Jiang Sun shook his head. Seeing this, Shen Jiasue lowered his eyes and took a deep breath. No matter how well she covered it up, Jiang Sun still saw her smile. The corners of her pursed lips revealed her nervousness and concern. He was still unsure about Shen Jiasue's secret, but whether she had guessed in advance that the crown princess was in trouble or her appearance at the Zhou temple today, it showed that she was. She seemed to be trying her best to walk in front of that person. The pavilion was silent for a moment, and then Jiang Sun took the initiative and said, It's not a good place to stay for a long time. Miss Shen, please come back. When Shen Jiasue heard this, he asked, Master Jiang, may I ask which noble people are here today? Jiang Sun hesitated for a moment. Shen Jiasue knew what was wrong when he saw this, and was about to wave his hand when he heard Jiang Sun say in a warm voice, The crown princess, the emperor's grandson, His Highness Prince Rue and Princess Rue, His Highness Prince Xiang and Princess Xiang, and Prince Rong, Princess Rong, and all the maids and chamberlains. Shen Jiasue went through these people in his mind and stood up to say goodbye. Jiang Sun also stood up and walked outside the pavilion. At this moment, Shen Jiasue suddenly thought of something and turned around and said, Master Jiang, today Lu Yunzheng also in the Zhou temple. He chased Gu Xizhi into the Zunrong pagoda. Jiang Sun frowned slightly when he heard this. Lu Yunzheng was also there. After saying this, Shen Jiasue took Baiji and left in a hurry. Mr. Lin waited until Shen Jiasue had gone far before returning. Beside Jiang Sun, he said with a smile, How? Jiang Sun tilted his head and couldn't help but feel helpless when he saw his teacher's cynical look. Teacher, don't talk nonsense in front of others. Mr. Lin was not happy when he heard this. What nonsense? Prince Rong came to me specially to help you and Miss Shen to secure a match. Didn't I ask Miss Shen for you? Jiang Sun's expression changed when he heard this, and he became angry and said coldly, No. Mr. Lin frowned when he saw that his disciple seemed to be really angry. Xiujiyu. Teacher, don't mention this matter again. When he said this, Jiang Sun had already turned around and walked towards Zunrong Pagoda. Mr. Lin took a step forward and was about to retort when he heard Jiang Sun's voice whispered, Teacher, how can a person like me start a family? Mr. Lin's raised hand suddenly stopped. When he saw Jiang Sun walking away without looking back, he couldn't help but slap his thigh angrily. Stubborn. The Honorable Temple of Zhou Temple is not allowed to enter without relatives of the emperor, but Jiang Sun is obviously an exception. He stepped through the mountain gate and walked straight in. Compared with the Yai Temple outside, the sandalwood here is filled with sandalwood, and the palace is majestic. It is more adding to the solemnity and solemnity. The palace maids saw Jiang Sun and greeted him one after another. Jiang Sun walked into the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas without stopping. After the death of Prince Xianhui, the Holy Emperor was devastated and specially built the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas. The golden body of 10,000 Buddhas is enshrined on the wall to protect and conceive the crown prince. At this time, there were only the crown prince, the grandson Zhao Yuanya, and Prince Xiang and his wife. When they heard the footsteps, the four of them looked towards Jiang Sun and noticed him at first sight. There was a strange look on his face. It was obvious that everyone knew what was going on in Anyang House, and they all looked away, not wanting to make Jiang Sun uncomfortable. At this time, a servant came in and asked the masters to come and have a meal. Prince Xiang patted Jiang Sun's shoulder specially, with a look of helplessness on his face, and gently shook his head at Jiang Sun to show his relief. Jiang Sun hurriedly saluted Prince Xiang, lowered his eyes, and said goodbye. When he reached Jiang Sun's side, he did not want to leave and said to the crown princess, "Mother, my child wants to stay a little longer." Hearing this, the crown princess caressed Zhao Yuanya's head, glanced at Jiang Sun, and then nodded her head. "Okay, I'll ask Mr. Jiang to send you over in a moment." Everyone in the palace left, except for Jiang Sun and Zhao Yuanya. Only then did Zhao Yuanya pull Jiang Sun's sleeve and said with worry, "Sir, let me see if you are in pain." Jiang Sun lowered his eyes and saw Zhao Yuanya looking at him with a distressed expression on his small mouth. He couldn't help but feel soft and immediately knelt down. "Your Highness, you should go have a meal." Zhao Yuanya raised his hand and gently touched Jiang Sun's cheek and said aggrievedly, "Madam hit Mr.
Again, didn't she?
I want to ask Grandpa Huang to issue an order to tell Madam not to hit Sir again." Jiang Sun couldn't help laughing when he heard this. "Your Highness, your Majesty takes care of everything. This is my family matter, so you can't disturb your Majesty." Zhao Yuanya shook his head when he heard this. "I can't figure it out. If the husband is so kind, why does the wife not like him? My mother and concubine are reluctant to let me hurt a finger." Jiang Sun saw that Zhao Yuanya actually stretched out a little finger towards him, and the smile on his lips grew thicker. He took Zhao Yuanya's hand and led him to the memorial tablet of the prince. The two stood in silence for a long time. At this time, Zhao Yuanya suddenly raised his head and asked, "Sir, what kind of person is my father?" When Crown Prince Xianhui passed away, Zhao Yuanya was less than 4 years old. In his memory, his father was a man who was bedridden but had a gentle look in his eyes. After he could remember things, he remembered more about Mr. Jiang than about his father. Jiang Sun looked at the lotus seat in front of him, and his eyes were filled with reminiscence. Seeing Zhao Yuanya's eyes full of expectation, Jiang Sun thought for a moment and spoke in a gentle voice. "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is generous and kind, and he loves to laugh. On the day that the Crown Princess gave birth to you, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was so happy that he almost jumped up. He held you in his arms and showed off to me, saying that he had a healthy, fat boy. On the day that your Highness could call you father, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince personally came to the Lin mansion and showed off to me again." Although Jiang Sun's voice was low, it was full of joy and ease. Zhao Yuanya had never heard of such a father. What others had told him in the past was nothing more than self-sacrifice, love for the people like one's own children, and caring for the world. Only the father mentioned by the gentleman was not the crown prince that everyone expected, but an easygoing and ordinary father. "Your Highness." "Very good." After the words fell, Jiang Sun turned his head to look at Zhao Yuanya with a smile on his lips, revealing an extremely gentle look. The son of a close friend, entrusted by him on his deathbed, he, Jiang Sun, would protect him even if he risked his life. Zhao Yuanya did not notice Jiang Sun's gaze. He held Jiang Sun's hand tightly, looked up at the tablet, smiling with tears in his eyes. "Sir, I knew that my father loved me very much." After leaving the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas, Jiang Sun sent Zhao Yuanya to the dining hall. Just as he was about to leave, Ainuch came hurriedly and reported in a low voice, "Sir Jiang, someone has trespassed into the temple and has been arrested. Please make the decision." Jiang Sun raised his brows slightly when he heard this. Coincidentally, he was just about to send someone to look for him. "Lead the way, do you know who he is?" The eunuch responded hurriedly, "Sir, this person claims to be the son of General Zhaoyong." He accidentally trespassed into the temple while looking for someone. The person he was looking for is a woman in green. Our servants have not found any trace of him yet. Jiang Sun paused when he heard this, as if he had thought of something, and whispered a few words to the eunuch. Although the eunuch was confused, he did not dare to neglect it. He nodded quickly and left quickly. Jiang Sun followed behind, and from a distance he saw Lu Yunzheng surrounded by a group of guards with drawn swords. He stopped and hid behind a pillar, then saw the eunuch rushing over and said to Lu Yunzheng in a cold voice, "Today, the princes are here in person, and the temple is heavily guarded. No matter if you're the son of a general, arrest you." The guards around stepped forward immediately after hearing the words. Lu Yunzheng's face changed drastically, and he almost blurted out, "This subordinate wants to see Jiang Sun." Immediately listened attentively, but he didn't expect Lu Yunzheng to stop talking suddenly. At this moment, Lu Yunzheng's face turned pale, and he was really frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Hearing the eunuch mention the princes in person, he almost called out the man's name in a hurry. Fortunately, he still had his reason, and he did not forget that the man did not know him now. When Jiang Sun saw this, he suddenly understood. After meeting Lu Yunzheng in Prince Rong's mansion that day, he guessed that Lu Yunzheng was not completely ignorant of the person behind the scenes. After trying today, the more Lu Yunzheng concealed, the more suspicious he was. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun's eyes flashed coldly. The princes? Which one could it be? Seeing that the guards had already pressed forward, Jiang Sun stepped out at this time and said in a low voice, "Slow down." Lu Yunzheng used to dislike Jiang Sun very much, but when he heard his voice at this moment, his eyes lit up. "Sir Jiang, it's your humble servant, Lu Yunzheng." Jiang Sun pretended to be surprised and frowned. "Deputy Commander Lu, why are you here?" Lu Yunzheng hurriedly explained and said anxiously, "Sir Jiang, please send someone to look for her as soon as possible, and don't let her offend the noble." As soon as Lu Yunzheng finished speaking, a female voice sounded not far away. "Sir Jiang, I am ordered by the princess to send Miss Gu, who accidentally entered the temple back." Jiang Sun turned around after hearing this, and recognized at a glance that it was the maid next to Princess Rue. At this time, a woman in green kept her head down, following behind the maid. Lu Yunzheng's heart was lifted, and when he saw Gu Shiji's figure, he was surprised and happy for a moment and immediately shouted out, "Xizhi." Since it was Princess Rue's intention, Jiang Sun naturally could not disobey it, so he sent someone to send Lu Yunzheng and Gu Shiji out. Looking at their backs, Lu Yunzheng seemed to be humble and trying hard to coax her, while Gu Shiji always turned her head away and said nothing. Seeing this, Jiang Sun suddenly thought, "Are they quarreling because of Shen Jasue?" The thought flashed through his mind and was suppressed by him again. In the carriage in front of the Jiakhang temple, Lu Yunzheng had already sworn to the sky, "Xizhi, believe me, I don't have any personal feelings for Shen Jasue, and everything I do is for the two of us." Gu Shiji raised her eyes to look at Lu Yunzheng and saw that his mouth was opening and closing, but she did not hear a word Lu Yunzheng said. She could no longer remember whether she first approached Lu Yunzheng because she loved him or because she was jealous of Shen Jasue. Maybe it was both. She used all means and finally drew Lu Yunzheng's attention away from Shen Jasue. She thought that Lu Yunzheng was the highest branch she could grasp, the person she could entrust her life to. But later, Ning Fengyu appeared, and then she took great pains to convince Mrs. Lu and made up her mind to be with Yunzheng, but Yunzheng met Shen Jasue privately and had second thoughts. In this case, why can't she? Maybe Gu Shiji was too indifferent. Lu Yunzheng panicked and took Gu Shiji into his arms and said in a trembling voice, "Xizhi, don't be silent, believe me." Gu Shiji slowly raised her hand, then put her arm around Lu Yunzheng's waist and whispered, "Yunzheng, I believe you." Lu Yunzheng thought that Gu Shiji had finally stopped being angry with him and quickly hugged her tighter. However, where Lu Yunzheng couldn't see, there was a strange light flashing in Gu Shiji's eyes. Although there was a flash of entanglement, it seemed that she had finally made up her mind. General Dinggua's mansion. As soon as Shen Jiasue returned to the yard, Jiwon looked for him eagerly and asked with concern and obscure words, "Sui Sui, did you have fun today?" Shen Jiasue tilted her head and thought about it. This trip was not really a pleasant one, but at least she reminded Jiang Sun. With his ability, he would be able to avoid the tragedy that follows. So she smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Ji-won murmured in her heart, "It seems that Sui Sui and the wife of the Anyang Earl had a good meeting?" Shen Jiasue saw that her mother seemed to be in a good mood, so she talked about the scenery of the Zhou temple while slowly drinking tea. Ji-won was a person who could not hide things. Seeing that Shen Jiasue was quite satisfied with the trip to the Zhou temple, she could not hold it back and said bluntly, "Sui Sui, it seems that you really like Jiangsun?" Shen Jiasue was about to swallow a mouthful of tea, but her eyes widened with fright when she heard these words. The tea could not come up or down, and her face turned red. Ji-won thought that Shen Jiasue's thoughts had been exposed by her, and her face turned red. She was annoyed that she was too reckless, but at the same time, she couldn't help feeling happy. Well. Apart from those messy things in the Beau's mansion, Jiang Sun is 100 times better than Lu Yunzheng. Sui, it's okay, mother understands. Ji-won patted Shen Jiasue on the shoulder and smiled teasingly with the expression of an experienced person. Shen Jiasue finally swallowed the tea, and at this moment, she suddenly remembered Lin Lao's unreasonable question, "What do you think of Xiaozhi?" Shen Jiasue was so scared that she stood up suddenly and shouted, "Oh no! Where did this misunderstanding come from?" Shen Jiasue finally explained it to Ji-won. Seeing her mother's face full of disappointment, she couldn't help but laugh. "Mom, please ask Dad to go back to Prince Rong as soon as possible. Lord Jiang and I are really not suitable." Ji-won had actually slowly accepted Jiang Sun as her future son-in-law in the past few days. Now that she found out that it was all in vain, she couldn't help feeling a little depressed. "Forget it. Since Sui doesn't have this intention, mother will ask your father to refuse it." Shen Jiasue nodded repeatedly. She was already thinking about writing a letter to Aunt Zhou to remind her. At this time, Ji-won couldn't help but muttered, "A talented man and a beautiful woman. How can they not be suitable?" These days, she has asked people to inquire about Jiang Sun's character, and the more she inquired, the more she liked him. It is true that, as her husband said, Jiang Sun has too many enemies, and his path is unpredictable, and he may not have a good ending. But their Shen family is a general, and there is Sui's dream. Isn't their head tied to the waist of their pants? When she wanted to marry her husband, her father was not happy, but she married him anyway. Life is only a few decades long, and if you still look back and forth, won't you be bound and unhappy for the rest of your life? She knows her daughter well, and Jiang Sun's way of dealing with people must be the kind of person Sui likes. Shen Jiasue heard her mother's muttering, and she was dazed. She barely imagined herself leaning in Jiang Sun's arms and calling her husband. The next moment, she shuddered and rubbed her arms in fear. Blasphemy. This is blasphemy against Lord Jiang.
Amitabha.
Shen Jiasue quickly chanted the Buddha's name. Ji-won saw Shen Jiasue's expression and knew that she was the one who was too enthusiastic about this marriage. She could only sigh and get up to leave. Shen Jiasue sat there for a while, and after she calmed down, she thought carefully about what she saw in the Zhou temple today. After confirming that there were no omissions, she walked to the desk and wrote a letter to Aunt Zhou very decisively. Although she didn't know what Xizhi had said to Madame Lu, it was always better to be safe than sorry, and it was always right to remind Aunt Zhou. Next, she waited for the news of the witchcraft case. These days, Jiang Sun stayed in Lin's house and left someone to keep an eye on the whereabouts of Lady Anyang. The so-called witchcraft is mostly evil magic that harms people. If it is to make a big fuss, the person being cursed must be powerful. Jiang Sun thought about it and thought that if the person behind the scenes wanted to put him to death, he would have to use his mother to touch the emperor's reverse scale. And the prince's taboo anniversary is next month. Cursing a living person is a crime, and cursing a dead person is even more unforgivable. If this matter is reported to the emperor when he is unprepared, and it happens to be the prince's taboo anniversary, who can bear the emperor's wrath. In order to deal with him, that person wants to kill his mother and the entire Anyang Earl's mansion. Jiang Sun's eyes flashed coldly, and his hands clenched into fists. At this moment, the candles in the room burned out. He just sat there motionless, without getting up to light the lamp, allowing himself to be drowned in the darkness. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, there was a sudden knock on the door outside the house, and a loud voice sounded. "Xizhi, I know you haven't gone to bed yet." Bang! The door was pushed open with force, and the candlelight suddenly broke through the darkness and shone on Jiang Sun. "What are you doing? You're not making any sound. Do you want to scare an old man like me to death?" Elder Lin came in with a bang, put the candlestick on the table, and said angrily, "Humph, did you offend Miss Shen in the Forest of Steels that day?" Jiang Sun raised his head when he heard this, and the gloom in his eyes had not yet dissipated. Elder Lin frowned when he saw this, sat down next to Jiang Sun, sighed secretly, and became a little more serious. "Look, you still don't want to marry. When I pass away, no one will hold the candle for you, or light the way for you. I just got the news today that the Shen family has rejected Prince Rong. Miss Shen doesn't like you. Why are you so disappointing? I am the best judge of people. Miss Shen is 1 in a million. It is your blessing to be with her. Oh, she is really a good girl, but you are disappointing." The more Lin Lao talked, the angrier he became. Seeing that Jiang Sun was sitting there indifferent, he couldn't help but lose his temper. Who knew that at this time, Jiang Sun suddenly got up and walked to the inner room and finally spoke. "That's good. I am not worthy of Miss Shen. Teacher, please give up this thought."
You.
Lin Lao was angry and was about to teach him a lesson, but he was suddenly stunned. "Wait, this sounds not right." He looked up, staring blankly at Jiang Sun's back, and suddenly his eyes lit up. The day soon came to November, during which time the Lu mansion remained calm. The people sent to keep an eye on Lu Yunzheng and Gu Xizhi reported every day, but they did not find any abnormal behavior from the two of them. However, Mother Zhou, who was beside Mrs. Lu, went to the villa twice with a bundle, giving silver to Lu Yunzheng and the others. This made Shen Jiasue more certain that Gu Xizhi must have been recognized by Mrs. Lu that day at the Jiakhang Temple, so he wrote another letter to remind Aunt Zhou. Aunt Zhou specially wrote back to thank Shen Jiasue and asked her not to worry. Shen Jiasue knew Aunt Zhou's ability, so he focused all his attention on the Anyang Earl's mansion. The 9th day of the 11th month. Today is the 3rd anniversary of the death of Prince Xianhui, and the emperor has exempted the morning court. The court officials reported their names and took their duties, but secretly they could not help but sigh that the emperor really loved Prince Xianhui so much that it was hard to let go. Now that the throne of the crown prince was vacant, they would ponder over and over again the slightest movement. You have to know that the emperor is only 45 years old, in the prime of his life, and although the emperor's grandson is young, he will grow up naturally in a few years. If you think about it carefully, with the father-son relationship between the emperor and Prince Xianhui, maybe. Thinking of this, everyone dared not think about it anymore, just do their own things and go home, with their wives and children by their side, warm kangs and warm beds. Wouldn't it be happy? Anyang Earl's mansion, East Courtyard. Anyang Earl Jiang Kaishuo wore a loose blue shirt, one leg bent and pressed under his body, sitting in an awkward position, holding a cricket grass in his hand, teasing it in the cricket tube on the table. The servant Fugue stood quietly by the side, obviously accustomed to the depressed look of Anyang Bo. "I heard that the madam returned home today?" Anyang Bo suddenly asked in a low voice with a sense of nonchalance. Fugue was already drowsy and was startled by the words, and nodded quickly. "My lord, the madam returned home at the beginning of the afternoon, and she must be taking a nap now." Anyang Bo snorted when he heard the words, threw the cricket grass on the table, and leaned lazily on the back of the chair. "It's been 10 days, and she just came back. She might as well pack up and move all her things to the Jiakhang Temple to save her the trouble of running back and forth." Fugue didn't dare to answer, and heard Anyang Bo asked, "Where is the young master? Why haven't I seen him come to pay his respects in these few days?" Fugue glanced at Anyangbo's face and said truthfully, "Young master. Young master has been at Lin Lao's place these days and has not returned home." Anyangbo sneered when he heard this. Okay, he really treats the Lin mansion as his home. Don't go back, just don't go back at all. Anyangbo sat there sulking for a while, then stood up suddenly. "Fugue, take the silver." Fugue hurriedly advised when he heard this. "Master, today is the anniversary of the death of Crown Prince Shen. Although His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has passed away for 3 years and entertainment is not prohibited in the palace, you should at least." "What are you talking about?" Anyangbo raised his hand and gave Fugue a loud slap. "Master, am I such an inappropriate person? Madam has finally come back. Go buy her some of her favorite cakes. Send them to the West Courtyard later and tell them that there are some for everyone in the mansion, and they are not just for her." Anyangbo said as he strode out. Upon seeing this, Fugue hurriedly chased after him and shouted, "Master, at least change your clothes." Anyang Marquis' mansion, West Courtyard. Lady Anyang Marquis sat by the couch with lifeless eyes, stroking the small clothes on her knees again and again. This is the wing room of the West Courtyard, where Jiang Sun has lived since he was born. In a wealthy family like Anyang Marquis' mansion, generally, when a young master reaches the age of 4, he will move to an independent courtyard and live with a wet nurse. But Jiang Sun could not walk independently at the age of 2 and had not yet spoken at the age of 3. The Anyang Marquis and his wife sought medical treatment for Jiang Sun everywhere and finally even invited the imperial physician, but he still diagnosed him with mental retardation. Since then, Lady Anyang Marquis has kept him in the wing room and taken good care of him.
"Sunat, my dear Sunat."
Lady Anyang called out softly over and over again, pressing the old and faded jacket against her cheek, tears streaming down her cheeks. She regretted it so much that her heart was broken. When Sunna was 10 years old, the old lady in the mansion celebrated her birthday. As the mistress of the house, she was a little busy and entrusted Sunna to the care of the servants. But they bullied Sunna for being stupid and didn't care at all. Sunna ran to the banquet in front to find her and was bullied by the children brought by other guests. They laughed at Sunna, pushed Sunna, used willow branches to pretend to be bugs to scare him, sang songs around him, said he was a nuisance, and threw small stones at him. Sunna was terrified, pushed everyone away and ran away, hiding alone in a cave in the rockery in the back garden. The servants were afraid of being punished, so they did not report to her for a long time, but chose to look for her privately. When she came back after finishing her work, 2 hours had passed. Her Sunna, hiding alone in a dark corner, was so scared that he had a high fever and kept calling Mom. After 3 days of severe heat, her Sunna was gone. The one who woke up was not her Sunna at all. She knew it. As a mother, how could she not recognize her own child? In the past 10 years, Lady Anyangbo recalled that night countless times. Even though every time she recalled it, it was like torture. But she still couldn't help thinking, if she had returned to the backyard earlier that day, if she had not handed Sunna to the servants, it would have been better if she had kept Mother in. It was all her fault. Originally, the master had said that she was weak and it was hard to take care of Sunna, so it was the same to let her younger brother and sister-in-law take care of the banquet. But she had suffered too much contempt because of Sunna, and she was too eager to show her status in front of outsiders. She wanted to tell others that even if she gave birth to a stupid son, she was still the mistress of Anyang Marquis' mansion. It was she who killed Sunna. She gave birth to Sunna, but never took good care of him. She even often resented him in her heart, resenting why he was born stupid and made her suffer all kinds of ridicule. Sunna, it's Mother's fault. Mother is sorry for you. Lady Anyang Marquis buried her whole face in her little jacket and sobbed. She was too thin, and the blue shirt was loose on her body. When she bent down, the bony spine of her back was visible. As long as you can come back, Sunna, as long as you can come back, Mother is willing to do anything. Having said this, Lady Anyang raised her head slowly, with a struggle and hesitation in her eyes. But after looking at the wrinkled jacket on her knees, She still reached into her arms and took out a smooth Polonia wood doll with black and red silk threads wrapped around it. When Mother Shen heard the crying in the house stop, she stepped in and saw Lady Anyang clutching the doll in a daze, with a strange color suddenly flashing in her eyes. The next moment, she looked worried and advised gently, "Madam, the monk's words may not be credible. Please think twice." Lady Anyang raised her head and burst into tears. "Mom, I have no choice. If this plan fails, I can only go down to see Sunner and confess to Sunner." "Madam." Mother Shen turned pale when she heard the words and hurried forward to comfort her. "Madam, don't say such things. You are going to make me die of heartache." Hearing this, the tears of Lady Anyang burst even more violently. For the past 10 years, everyone thought that she had gone insane, but Mother Shen was the only one who believed in her and stayed with her. "Mom, whether it's true or not, I'm going to give it a try, even if it's just to let me talk to Sunna, just to say a few words." Lady Anyang stroked the Polonia doll in her hand, repeating the last sentence over and over again, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably, her persistent look like she was possessed by a demon. Seeing this, Mother Shen's eyes fell on Lady Anyang's gray-haired head, with pity and guilt in her eyes, but they were soon replaced by greed. Lady Anyang slowly stood up, her steps slightly staggering, and she stared at the setting sun outside. According to the monk, as long as she used red ink to put eyes on the Polonia wood, and then pasted Sunner's birth date, and finally dripped the blood from her fingertips, she could get rid of the evil spirit. When her thoughts came to this point, Lady Anyang couldn't help shaking. "Mother, mother, mother." He was so restrained. No matter how she beat and scolded him, his face was always calm, and he called her mother lightly. Over the years, she had used countless methods. She had made him drink talisman water, immersed him in a cage, and even invited a witch to exorcise ghosts and whipped him again and again with a whip dipped in water. No matter how he was tortured, he still called her mother after he opened his eyes. That time, he was beaten to death by the whip. She grabbed him and shook him, crying and asking him why he refused to lie to her. If he said that he was Sunner, she might be soft-hearted, and she would learn to deceive herself. But he was so stubborn that he refused to say a word against his will. Tears rolled down the cheeks of Lady Anyang, and she murmured, "Evil spirit, he is an evil spirit." She didn't have to be soft-hearted. He was just an evil spirit that occupied Sunner's body. "Madam, the time is almost up." Mother Shen came forward at this time and gently reminded him. Back then, Jiang Sun had a high fever for 3 days, and he woke up at the beginning of the 3rd day at the hour of Yu. According to the monk, the evil spirit took over Jiang Sun's body at that time. Therefore, the eyes of the doll must be painted at the beginning of the hour of Yu when performing the ritual today. Upon hearing this, Lady Anyang shuddered all over, clenched the doll in her hand tightly, and pressed it against her chest. After standing there for a moment, she finally nodded. Today is the anniversary of the death of Crown Prince Xianhui. Emperor Sheng set up a case in the Qinan Hall to offer sacrifices in person. Jiang Sun Huan accompanied him, and all the members of the royal family were present. Zhou Yuanya stood beside Emperor Sheng, holding his grandfather's hand tightly, his eyes red. Emperor Sheng is already 45 years old. He is tall, and his posture is still as straight as a pine tree. Although there are traces of time on his face, it adds to the majesty of an emperor. At this moment, tears welled up in his eyes, and his face was full of grief. Emperor Sheng has 3 sons. Crown Prince Xianhui is gentle but weak. His Royal Highness Prince Xiang looks more like his biological mother, concubine Chen, with delicate eyebrows and eyes. On the contrary, His Royal Highness Prince Rui looks most like Emperor Sheng. At this time, Prince Rui went up to burn incense. He was dressed in plain clothes, his long black hair was high, with a white jade crown. When he raised his eyes were slightly red, and he called softly, "Big brother." When Prince Xianhui was alive, the 3 brothers had always been very harmonious, at least in the eyes of outsiders. Privately, Prince Xiang and Prince Rui always called Prince Xianhui Big Brother instead of Royal Brother. When Emperor Sheng heard the second son's murmur, his eyes became more sore. To this day, he still often dreams of Huaiji. Zhao Huaiji. This is the name of Prince Xianhui, carrying Emperor Sheng's infinite expectations for him. The sadness spread in the hall, and at this time, the chief Inuch Deshan looked anxious and peeked outside the hall. Jiang Sun stood aside and soon noticed the strangeness of Inuch Deshan. A cold look flashed in his eyes, knowing that he had finally come. That man didn't even know the deceased prince. If you are willing to let him go, you have chosen today. Thinking of this, his eyes swept across the whole place indifferently, but the sadness on everyone's face in the hall was just right, and there was no flaw. Inuch Deshan was anxious. He received a report from the front that Censor Zhang came with a petition to ask for an audience, saying that there was something extremely urgent and he must see the emperor. He has served the emperor for more than 30 years and knows the emperor's temper best. He knows how important His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is in the emperor's heart, and even he dare not disturb the emperor at this time. Inuch Deshan felt embarrassed. Suddenly at this moment, he met Jiang Sun's gaze. He was overjoyed and bowed to Jiang Sun and winked. Lord Jiang is a new noble in the court. His Majesty admires Lord Jiang very much. Because His Royal Highness the Crown Prince repeatedly praised Lord Jiang in front of His Majesty, His Majesty has valued Lord Jiang more and more over the years. If he can get Lord Jiang's help, perhaps His Majesty will not be angry about it. Inuch Deshan was thinking this, when suddenly another little Inuch hurried over with an anxious look on his face and whispered to Inuch Deshan.
Said something.
Upon hearing this, Inuch Deshan's face changed, and he was immediately frightened. It turned out that Censor Zhang in front had waited too long and asked someone to report that the person he wanted to impeach was Lord Jiang Xuanzhang, and the matter involved Prince Xianhui. Inuch Deshan immediately smelled something unusual, and he dared not neglect it anymore. He walked into the hall lightly, walked to the side of Emperor Sheng, and whispered in his ear. Everyone in the hall was attracted to him. Even Zhao Yuanye raised his head and looked at his grandfather with a puzzled look. He was still young, and at this moment he shook Emperor Sheng's hand and asked in confusion, "Grandpa, what's wrong?" Emperor Sheng turned his head and glanced at Jiang Sun at this time. The emperor has ordered, and all outsiders should retreat quickly. A team of imperial guards dressed in bright armor and holding weapons rushed through Chengtian Street, their voices like a bell. Retreat! Retreat! The pedestrians on the street were panicked and dodged to the sides. Someone in the shop leaned out of the shop after hearing the noise, and then shrank back in horror. The imperial guards looked murderous and disappeared at the corner of the street in an instant, leaving only dust on the ground. Everyone was shocked and looked at each other. Soon someone brought back the news that the imperial guards surrounded the Anyang Earl's mansion on Jingtian Street. If you mention the Anyang Earl's mansion, many people don't know it, but when they heard the name Jiang Sun, everyone suddenly understood. It turned out to be the home of Lord Jiang, the Shaoqing of the Dali Temple. The imperial guards surrounded the mansion on the emperor's order, and they came with great momentum. Could it be that Lord Jiang was in trouble? The Earl of Anyang bought a lot of cakes and went to Baoaxuan to pick out a hairpin. Now he was sitting in a carriage and could reach the Earl's mansion by turning a corner. He was playing with the newly bought hairpin in his hand and pretended to be indifferent and ordered, "After you go back, send someone. No, Fugue, you go in person and deliver some cakes to the Lin residence. The boy can take it or not. This hairpin, just send it to the West Courtyard together with the cakes, and don't say I bought it, master." Master. Fugue suddenly turned around and lifted the curtain of the carriage, his face full of panic. Anyang Bo frowned, and before he could open his mouth to teach Fugue a lesson, he saw the imperial guards standing solemnly at the door of the Bo's residence with knives in his corner of his eye. His eyes widened, and the blood on his face instantly faded, and the hairpin in his hand fell to the ground with a ding. The Earl of Anyang stumbled out of the carriage, his face pale. Most of these noble families relied on the merits of their ancestors, and then they inherited the title from generation to generation. Their family's honor and disgrace all depended on the emperor's will. If there was no promising person among the descendants, They were doomed to decline step by step. He inherited the title of the Earl of Anyang, but unfortunately, he was not a good student or an official, so he enjoyed his rich life now. Who would have thought that he had a legitimate eldest son, and he was a fool. He wanted to have another child after that, but what could he do? Neither his wife nor his concubines were pregnant. Seeing that the Anyang Marquis' mansion was declining, his half-brother wanted to adopt his second son to him to support the Anyang Marquis' mansion. He was tempted. After all, Suna was too stupid to inherit the title. If he adopted his half-brother's second son early to cultivate a good relationship, when he passed away, someone would guarantee Suna a life of wealth and worry-free. Who knew that when Suna was 10 years old, he had a high fever, but he was inexplicably opened up. After that, Suna became the undisputed pillar of the Anyang Marquis' mansion, becoming the companion of Prince Xianhui, apprenticing to Lin Lao, and entering the official career. With such a good future, he only needs to keep his tail between his legs and move forward steadily step by step. He refused to listen and wanted to enter the Dali Temple, to overturn old cases, to take care of the people's grievances, and even dared to point at the nose of the Duke of Chonghua and scold him in front of all the civil and military officials in the court. When the Anyang Marquis thought of this, his heart was tightly gripped. Since the imperial guards surrounded the mansion today, it must be the order issued by the emperor himself. That kid must have caused a terrible disaster. He had told Sinner a long time ago that he would kill himself by doing this. I still remember that last year, Suna was assassinated by a masked man on his way home. In the end, he returned home covered in blood, and his face was as pale as paper. Even so, he still refused to learn this lesson. I don't know how this rebellious son is doing now. Could he have been imprisoned? Thinking of this, Anyang Bo felt weak all over, and his eyes went dark. He staggered, but ran to the gate of the Bo's mansion without hesitation. At this time, several people suddenly ran out from the side. They had obviously been waiting here for a long time and stopped him. Anyang Bo was in a trance. He thought that the imperial guards had come to arrest him, but when he looked up, it turned out to be his half-brother and those uncles. Kaishuo. Big brother, there was a noise in his ears. Anyang Bo's half-brother Jiang Kaijing grabbed Anyang Bo's arms and said quickly, "Brother, this time it must be Suner who caused trouble. The imperial guards are here, which shows that the emperor has been angered, and it is irreversible. Didn't my sister-in-law insist before that this Suner was fake and was possessed by a ghost? Brother, just tell the emperor and explain it clearly. Don't let this fake Jiang Sun bring trouble to our family and bring harm to all of us." The uncles and relatives on the side nodded and agreed. Yes, I said it a long time ago. How can a fool suddenly become wise? He must be possessed by a ghost. Either let someone exorcise the ghost or burn him to death, but don't let him implicate our entire Jiang family. The Earl of Anyang was pulled all over the place by the crowd. He opened his mouth and looked at everyone in front of him in disbelief. The year Suner was chosen as the prince's companion, they changed their attitudes one by one and frequently came to the door to make connections, all wanting to push their children to Suner in the hope of using Suner's light to get ahead. What did they say at that time? They said that Suner was a late bloomer and came from behind, praising him for his high talent and promising future, and that he was the hope of the entire Jiang family. Brother, that's what you said, did you hear? Anyway, my sister-in-law never liked him, and this matter is not made up by us. Yes, Kaishuo. Don't be confused. Keeping the Earl's mansion and the title is the top priority. The Earl of Anyang raised his head and scanned every face in front of him with red eyes, only to feel an indescribable chill in his heart. Seeing that others were still trying to pull him, the Earl of Anyang suddenly waved everyone away and shouted angrily, "Get out!
Get out!"
A bunch of profit-seeking, heartless villains. He is my Jiang Kaishuo-san. If you dare to talk nonsense and ruin his reputation again, I will drag all of you down with me even if I die. Everyone was very anxious when they heard this and wanted to persuade him, but Anyang Earl had already rushed out and ran to the imperial guards at the door. When the others saw the long swords in the hands of the imperial guards, they dared not follow them. I am Anyang Earl Jiang Kaishuo. May I ask what has happened to my mansion? Does the Imperial Guards surround the mansion this time with the order of the Emperor? As soon as Anyang Earl finished speaking, a red-armored Imperial Guard with a long sword on his waist walked out of the door. Anyang Earl glanced at his waist badge and knew that this person was the commander of the Imperial Guards, Yunzheng. It turns out to be Commander 1 Lord 1. May I ask where my son Jiangsun is now? The Earl of Anyang raised his head and spoke. Although there was panic on his face, he still looked very calm. Yunzheng raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. It was said that the Earl of Anyang was idle and did nothing, but now it seems that he is not as bad as the rumor said. Since you are the Earl of Anyang, please come in. Yunzheng stepped aside and said in a flat tone. The Earl of Anyang became more uneasy after hearing this, but he stepped in without hesitation. At the door, Fugui hurriedly followed in, but was stopped outside by the Imperial Guards. He cried loudly, with a look of fear on his face, and shouted, "Master! Master!" The Earl of Anyang looked back at Fugui, his eyes suddenly filled with sadness, but he just raised his hand and pointed not far away, and then walked back inside, without looking back. Fugui's tears were streaming down his face, and the blades of the Imperial Guards did not give in, which made him full of despair. Seeing the door of the Earl's house being ruthlessly closed, Fugui stamped his feet in anxiety, and then turned his head to look in the direction pointed by the Earl of Anyang. In that direction was the carriage he had just driven. What happened to the carriage? The next moment, Fugui was stunned.
Wait, just now.
Just now the master let him personally deliver the cakes to the young master at the Lin Mansion. Lin Mansion? Yes, go find old Lin. A glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in Fugui's eyes, and he hurried to the carriage. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of a carriage parked against the wall opposite the Zhou mansion. Perhaps noticing his gaze, the people in the carriage quickly lowered the curtains, and he only had time to see a yellow skirt, which seemed to be a girl's. Fugui thought that someone else came to watch the fun, and in a moment he retracted his gaze and drove the carriage straight to the Lin mansion. In the carriage at the corner, "Miss, Lord Zhang. Will he be okay?"
No.
A clear voice sounded, with certainty in the calmness. On the other side, after Anyang Bo entered the Bo mansion, he thought he would be detained by Wenkongi. At this time, he still believed that the disaster was caused by Jiangsun, and he just wanted to find out more information before locking him up. "Commander Wen, where is my son Jiangsun now? But did he anger the emperor? He is an upright man, selfless and dedicated to his work as an official. He will never do anything wrong. Someone must have framed him. Please, Commander Wen, take me to see His Majesty." Seeing that Earl Anyang was chattering on and on, Yunzheng suddenly stretched out his hand and said in a calm voice, "My lord, please move on and take a look at the west courtyard of your mansion." Hearing the word west courtyard, Earl Anyang was stunned at first, and then his face changed drastically. He didn't even care about Yunzheng and walked quickly inside, almost running in the end. The west courtyard was already a mess at this time. The hour of Yu was approaching, and Mother had already set up the incense table, the futon, and the tributes, and prepared everything. Mrs. Anyang was kneeling on the futon at this time, with a low table beside her. On the table was a talisman paper with Jiangsun's birth date, ground cinnabar and ink, and a dagger. Mrs. Anyang was holding the puppet tightly at this moment, and stretched out her hand tremblingly, dipped the brush in cinnabar and ink, and hung it above the puppet. Seeing that Mrs. Anyang had not put pen to paper for a long time, Mother reminded her softly, "Madam, look at this time, it's time to add the finishing touches." Mrs. Anyang trembled all over when she heard this, and suddenly looked up, asked Mother with red eyes, "Mom, you said, if Sunar's soul returns to the body, where will his soul go?" Obviously, this he refers to the present Jiangsun. Mother noticed the hesitation of Lady Anyang, frowned calmly, then leaned down and said softly, "Madam, you have developed feelings for him, right? After all, he has been calling you mother for 10 years. Although they are not very close, he has always been respectful to you, madam, and never says a word." When Lady Anyang heard this, a fierce struggle flashed between her brows, and the hand holding the pen trembled. Seeing this, Mother continued, "If Master Sooner comes back, perhaps he will become a wandering ghost." Lady Anyang suddenly raised her eyes when she heard this, but Mother immediately said, "But if he doesn't leave, then Master Sooner will be the same. You know, he has occupied Master Sooner's body for 10 years. Hearing this, the face of Lady Anyang became even paler. She slowly lowered her eyes, tears falling one by one, but without hesitation, she picked up the pen to paint the eyes of the puppet. This puppet was given to her by the monk because he saw Lady Anyang's sincerity. I don't know who carved it, but it is very vivid. With the vermilion eyes painted on, it is hard to say who it looks like, but it is really lifelike. I just don't know if it is because the eyeballs are red, so it reveals a hint of weirdness." Mother handed over the talisman paper and dagger. Lady Anyang no longer hesitated, put the talisman paper on the forehead of the puppet, and picked up the dagger to cut her fingertips. Blood overflowed and was dripped on the heart of the puppet. Seeing this, Mother hurriedly reached out to take the puppet and reminded in a low voice, "Madam, you should call Master Sooner." According to the monk, after the blood was dripped, Lady Anyang had to sincerely call out to the person she was calling, and the puppet had to be immediately sent to the incense table to receive incense and tributes. Lady Anyang had entrusted her confidant to Mama, and so naturally she had no doubts. She placed the puppet in Mama An's palm with great care, then clasped her hands together and called out Jiang Sun's name over and over again. She was wavering in her heart, and her brows were furrowed. But as soon as she thought of what Mama An had just said, that her son Sooner had been a wandering ghost for 10 years because he had lost his body, she no longer dared to waver. "Sooner, Sooner, come back and see your mother. Come back and see your mother." Mother turned around, with hesitation and guilt in her eyes. Madam treated her with sincerity. But ever since the young master regained his sanity at the age of 10, Madam has gone crazy, muttering all day that the young master was possessed by a ghost. She was willing to go against everyone and always drove the master out. Madam either hid in the yard or went to the Zhou temple all day long. She had no idea how others laughed at their Anyang Earl's mansion. But she was different. She had a son and a daughter, and because she was there to serve the madam, she would be laughed at whenever she went out. Some time ago, someone came to her house and gave her a large sum of money. She didn't want to betray Madam, but that person knew the whereabouts of her 2 children clearly and used both coercion and inducement. How could a mere servant like her bear this? "Madam, don't you firmly believe that the young master now is a fake, and you always talk about going to find the real young master Sooner? If this servant does this, it will be considered as fulfilling your wish, right?" Mother Anne's hands were also shaking at this moment. She looked back at the wife of the Marquis of Anyang, who was kneeling on the futon with tears streaming down her face. There was a hint of reluctance on her face, but she still reached into her arms. She had hidden a piece of talisman paper in her arms a long time ago, which was given to her by that person. She didn't know whose birth date was written on it, but the person meant that she should use this talisman paper to replace that of the young master's son. Mother gritted her teeth, turned her back to the wife of the Marquis of Anyang, and took out the talisman paper. She was about to reveal Jiang Sun's birth date, when suddenly a loud shout came from the top of the wall. "Evil woman!" The voice of the person who spoke was like a huge bell, and he jumped down like a clever monkey and grabbed Mother Anne's wrist. The sudden change scared Mrs. Anyang. She suddenly opened her eyes and recognized at a glance that the person coming was Beifeng, who was beside Jiang Sun. Mother Anne was shocked and scared, her eyes widened, but soon she screamed. The man was so strong that he almost crushed her wrist bones. Mrs. Anyang was stunned for a moment, and her face changed drastically. She thought of the 15th day at the Zhou temple when Jiang Sun suddenly came to find her. At this time, she subconsciously thought that Jiang Sun had been sending people to follow her and naturally knew about the monk's teaching. He didn't dare to show up, so he sent his subordinates to stop her. Thinking of this, Mrs. Anyang's eyes turned red. She supported herself on the ground and rushed towards Beifeng. Time cannot be delayed. If the puppet is not placed on the table in time, Everything will be ruined.
Son.
My son will never come back. This was the last thought of Lady Anyang. She was almost obsessed and stumbled to grab the puppet. At this moment, another person came from the side and snatched the puppet from the painful Mother An's hand and took away the talisman paper that had not been replaced yet. Lady Anyang stared at the puppet with a fierce look on her face. She looked up at the person who got there first, and it was another follower beside Jiangsun Nanfeng. Lady Anyang had already lost her manners at this moment. She turned around and rushed towards Nanfeng. Unexpectedly, Nanfeng not only did not dodge, but spread out his palm and handed the puppet to Lady Anyang. Lady Anyang hurriedly snatched the puppet and stumbled to the incense table. Because she moved too quickly, her abdomen hit the incense table, and her face turned pale with pain. However, she didn't care about anything else, but just shouted over and over again, "Sooner.
Xonea.
It must be in time. It must be in time." When Nanfeng saw this, he was furious and felt 100 times sorry for his young master. He was sent to the young master by Lin Lao last year, but in less than a year, he saw the lady beat and scold the young master no less than 10 times. How many times did he not see it? The full cabinet of medicine, the young master used it up, changed it, and used it up countless times. Why would a mother be so cruel to her child? After the young master saw through the thieves' evil plan, he set up today's plan. Knowing that the lady was going to curse him with a puppet, the young master not only didn't care, but also repeatedly told them not to tell the lady the truth and not to burden the lady. But how cruel and unfair is this to the young master? Nanfeng admired Jiangsun very much and was convinced. At this moment, seeing that the Lady of Anyang was still kneeling and bowing to the puppet, he couldn't help it anymore and stepped forward and said coldly, "Madam, you are really cruel to the young master. Do you know what this is?" Lady Anyang was in a state of dismay at this time. When she heard the voice, she almost instinctively raised her head and saw Nanfeng waving a piece of talisman paper at her. "Madam, the servant beside you has been bribed. This is the birth date of Prince Xianhui hidden in her arms. If she sticks this birth date on the puppet, do you know what crime she'll be charged with? You see, in a short while, people will come from the palace. They will witness you performing witchcraft with their own eyes and provide solid evidence. If the young master had not seen through the thief's evil plan in advance, this would be a witchcraft curse to harm the late Prince Xianhui, and even killing 9 clans would be a light punishment. Madam escaped today because of this, but do you know what the young master is facing in the palace now? What kind of pressure will he have to endure? How many people will criticize him? Even so, the young master repeatedly told his subordinates not to tell the lady the truth, and to return the puppet to her and not to break her wish. But can someone pity the young master, madam? Do you know how many wrongly convicted people are waiting for the young master to overturn the case? The files on his case are piled higher than a person, and he sleeps later than anyone else at night. Do you know how many sharp knives are waiting to fall on him in secret? Madam, please pity the young master. Don't hit him or scold him, and don't disturb him anymore." Nanfeng said this in one breath, and he felt that the depression in his heart for the past year had finally dissipated a little. He knew that he had violated the young master's wishes. After this incident, he would ask to be punished and then say goodbye, only asking the lady to let the young master go. The wife of the Marquis of Anyang listened to Nanfeng's words in a daze, and she felt as if her whole body was hollowed out and as if something was pulling her down. After a while of dizziness, she slowly turned her head and looked at Mother, and not far away. She opened her mouth, but for some reason, she couldn't say a word. She was very cold and shaking like a sieve. She wanted to gain strength, so she reached out to the incense table, but accidentally swept the puppet on the table. The puppet fell to the ground like this, and I appeared from head to toe. The wife of the Marquis of Anyang widened her eyes and stared at the puppet on the ground. She felt as if she was also shattered with the puppet, and all her thoughts were gone. All gone. At this moment, a cry came from the gate of the courtyard. "Madam!" It was the Earl of Anyang and Wen Qingye who came. They came in such a hurry that beads of sweat even dripped down the forehead of the Earl of Anyang. The courtyard was in a mess. He was used to the incense table and offerings. After all, the West Courtyard had held many rituals in the past. But at this time, the wife of the Earl of Anyang was kneeling on the ground. Her face was pale and sallow, which really scared him. How come she looked much thinner after not seeing her for 10 days? He hurried forward and squatted in front of Anyangbo's wife, but before he could speak, he noticed the cracked Polonia puppet on the ground. The puppet was lying on its stomach, with a yellow talisman paper underneath. Anyangbo suddenly had a very bad premonition. He hurriedly reached out to pick up the puppet, and the moment he turned it over, he saw a bloody talisman paper. Written on it was Jiang Sun's birth date. Anyangbo's whole body trembled violently, and at this moment he suddenly realized that the Imperial Guards surrounded Anyangbo's mansion without any warning, probably not because of Jiang Sun, but because of his wife. Husband. Madam, what is this? Anyangbo's wife's eyes moved with the puppet, but her eyes were empty, as if she didn't hear Anyangbo's voice at all. At this time, Nanfeng came forward, handed another talisman paper to Anyangbo, and whispered something in his ear. Anyangbo was completely frozen in place when he heard this, his eyes wide open with disbelief, his face as white as snow. At this time, when Xingye, the commander of the Imperial Guard, stepped forward, took the puppet from the hand of Anyangbo, and reached out to Nanfeng. Nanfeng handed over the yellow talisman very straightforwardly. The young master had expected that the person sent today must be the Emperor's confidant, the commander of the Imperial Guard, Lord Wen, and he only needed to present all the evidence. At this time, Nanfeng turned around again, pointed at the captured Mama and said coldly, "Lord Wen, this is a witness." Beifeng immediately took the limp Mama and forward. When Xingye glanced at them, turned his head to look at the wife of the Marquis of Anyang, and said in a calm voice, "Madam, you have to come with me too." When the Marquis of Anyang heard this, his limbs suddenly turned cold, and he hurried to protect the wife of the Marquis of Anyang, and said quickly, "Commander Wen, I will go with you." When Xingye frowned and kindly reminded, "My lord, you don't know about this matter. I'm afraid you will have nothing to say when you appear before the Emperor. And Lord Jiang is in a bad situation in the palace now. If you delay here for a moment, I'm afraid Lord Jiang will be in dire straits." Upon hearing this, the Marquis of Anyang's face changed drastically, but after hesitating for a moment, he still stood in front of the wife of the Marquis of Anyang and said quickly, "Commander Wen, my wife has suffered and is unconscious. I'm afraid that things will be even worse when she appears before the Emperor. Can you give me some time to find out the truth? I will go to the palace with you, Lord Wen." When Xingye glanced at the wife of the Marquis of Anyang, who looked as pale as death. Thinking of the Emperor's decree before leaving the palace, he nodded after thinking for a moment. "Okay, my lord, please do it as soon as possible. After all, it's for Lord Jiang." The Marquis of Anyang nodded gratefully to Wen Xingye. "Commander Wen, please move outside the courtyard, and Nanfeng, all of you go out." Since Wen Xingye had agreed, he walked out very straightforwardly. Before leaving the courtyard, he looked back and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. With such a family behind him, it is difficult for Lord Jiang to reach his current position. Only the Marquis of Anyang and his wife were left in the courtyard. The Marquis of Anyang looked at his wife with a haggard face, and his eyes gradually turned red. He didn't know that his wife had been tortured to such an extent by obsession. He bent down and clenched the hand of the Marquis of Anyang, only to feel that it was cold in his hand. He couldn't help but trembled and said, "Madam, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." The Marquis of Anyang's wife was still dull, as if her soul had been out. When the Earl of Anyang saw this, his throat felt sore, and his heart was filled with remorse, almost drowning him. It was his fault that he and his wife had come to this point. "Madam, I'm sorry. I am the most despicable one, and I am the one who deserves to die the most." There were some things that he knew very well. However, he never cared about it and did not dare to think deeply because he needed a smart sinner to support the Earl's house, to restore the glory of the Earl's house, and to clear away his depression for many years. Back then, his half-brother was better than him in every way, but he was lucky enough to be born a legitimate son and inherit the title. But who would have thought that he and his wife gave birth to a fool? He was ridiculed and mocked for this, and wanted to have another child, but he couldn't do it. He felt inferior to others everywhere. Those people coveted the title, and he couldn't help thinking that after his death, Sunner, a stupid child, would not be able to keep such a big earl's house, and he was afraid that he would not even have a good end in the end. As a cowardly and incompetent father, he didn't even dare to bother with the kids who bullied Sunner on the day Sunner got into trouble. At this time he came. The first time Sunner woke up, he noticed something was wrong. Although Sunner was stupid before, he was taught the rules very well, but when he woke up this time, he not only forgot the rules, but also couldn't recognize all of them. Although he became fluent in speech, many of his words and behaviors were very strange, and he often looked terrified, guarded everywhere, and kept muttering, "Go back, go back." The imperial physician said that Sunner might be like this because of the stimulation. But how could he not recognize his stupid son? Sunner today is nothing like Sunner before. About a month later, he seemed desperate, slowly calmed down, and gradually showed his extraordinary talent and ability. The lady couldn't accept it, but he was immersed in the vanity brought to him by Sunner. He had face, and others would look up to him from then on. It was from this time that he completely abandoned the real Sunner and drifted further and further away from his wife. Thinking of this, Bo felt indescribable pain in his heart. He was cowardly, selfish, vain, and cruel. He didn't dare let his wife know, and he also noticed that Sunner was different. He just wanted to maintain the status quo, so he allowed others to spread rumors that his wife had gone insane, just to make Jiang Sun's identity legitimate. Over the years, he would occasionally dream of Sunner, dreaming that he staggered towards him, stupidly calling him daddy and grinning at him. He dreamed that Sunner stuffed candied haws and sweet cakes into his mouth, shouting, "Daddy, sweet. Daddy, eat." Sometimes when he came back from outside, he was very angry and would push Sunner away heavily. But Sunner would run towards him even after he fell, pushing him away again and again, and sticking to him again and again. What a fool. So foolish that she couldn't understand the disgust on his face and thought he was playing. She ran towards him again and again with a smile and full of love.
Daddy, Mom, Sunner is cold.
This was the last sentence Sunner said to him when he had a high fever. Thinking of this, Bo could no longer hold back his tears. He crawled down with his upper body, knelt in front of Bo's wife in an almost apologetic manner, and cried so hard that his whole body trembled. At this time, Bo's wife finally responded. The crying sound entered her ears. She lowered her eyes to look at Bo, and seeing her husband's remorseful look, she immediately understood everything.
So you had already?
She pulled the corners of her mouth and suddenly laughed softly, and the laughter became louder and louder, even drowning out Bo's crying. She laughed at Bo, laughed at herself, laughed at fate, and laughed at the absurdity of the past 10 years. Bo looked up and saw his wife laughing almost crazily. He felt sad and frightened and hurried to pull her hand. Bo's wife did not avoid him. She lowered her head and looked at Bo with tears streaming down her face. She slowly stopped laughing. After a long time, she said in a hoarse voice, "You don't have to do this." In terms of meanness, she was even worse than her husband. Over the years, everyone laughed at her for being crazy. How could she not know?
She didn't care.
She just wanted Sunner to come back. But she had known for a long time that Sunner would not come back. She just couldn't accept that Sunner died because of her negligence, and couldn't accept that the last words she left for him were, "Sunner, mother is really tired. You should be obedient and sensible. Don't show up in front of people today, okay?" She thought he was embarrassing and a burden. Before leaving the house, she left Sunner to the servants. Sunner chased after her step by step, grabbed her arm, and begged, "Mother, Sunner wants mother." But she was thinking about the upcoming banquet, and she didn't want to lose face today, so she pried Sunur's hand open without hesitation and asked the servants beside him to catch him. "Watch him closely. If the young master runs to the upcoming banquet, you'll be in trouble." Her last instruction was not to ask them to take good care of Sunur, but because she was still worried about her own face. Perhaps it was because of this sentence that the servants didn't dare to look for her after Sunur disappeared. Then, she left without looking back, leaving Sunur in the room on the door and calling her desperately, "Mother! Mother! Don't abandon Sunur." The lady of Anyang no longer felt heartache. Her heart was hollowed out, and she had no thoughts left, so she naturally could not feel the pain. The moment Sunur opened his eyes, she realized something was wrong. When Sunur looked at her before, he was always full of joy and dependence, but Jiang Sun was different. There was only strangeness and fear in his eyes. The first few days after waking up from the high fever were the nights she personally kept watch for Jiang Sun. She heard Jiang Sun wake up from his dreams again and again, screaming something, and then he stayed up all night. She couldn't sleep at night. She knew then that Jiang Sun didn't come here voluntarily. He wanted to go back and almost went crazy, and was in a trance for more than a month. But this couldn't change the fact that he occupied Sunur's body. So she began to try various methods. She originally thought that Jiang Sun would resist and run away, so she asked the servants to hold him down. But later she found that he never resisted, even if he was immersed in a cage with water over his head, almost drowning him alive. He would not struggle at all. She felt like she was going crazy. Sometimes she even thought how good it would be if it was a shameless person who took Sunur's body. Then she wouldn't feel guilty, wouldn't go to see him secretly, wouldn't feel more and more reluctant, and would be in so much pain every time she hit him. She knew that Jiang Sun was innocent, and he didn't want to leave his parents and relatives and face a crazy woman like her. But if she didn't do something, she would feel that she had completely abandoned and betrayed Sunur. She was tired of the torture day after day, and this time, she almost killed him and the whole family of Anyangbo's mansion. "Forget it," Mrs. Anyangbo raised her eyes, and suddenly her thoughts became clear. She calmly told Anyangbo everything she had encountered in the Jiakhang temple during these days. Anyangbo listened carefully, but for some reason, Mrs. Anyangbo's calm appearance made him panic. After Mrs. Anyangbo's voice fell, her energy and spirit seemed to be drained all at once, and the whole person withered and instantly aged a lot. Go and rescue him. Since he is prepared, it will not be too late," Lady Anyang said, slowly propping herself up, staggering but never stopping, and walked into the room without looking back.
"Madam,"
Anyang called out in a trembling voice, and hurriedly caught up. Lady Anyang turned around, looked at Anyang, and suddenly smiled very lightly, and said in a gentle voice, "Master, this is our fate." After she finished speaking, she broke away from Anyang's hand, and when she turned her head, tears were already streaming down. "Bring him back to see me. I have something to say to him," Lady Anyang added, and continued to move forward. Just at this time, Wenqingye saw that Anyang had not come out for a long time outside the courtyard, so he urged, "Master, it's getting late." The Earl of Anyang turned his head suddenly. Seeing that it was almost dark, he did not dare to delay any longer. "Madam, wait for me. I will bring Sunur back, and we can talk about it together." The wife of the Earl of Anyang nodded gently. The Earl of Anyang turned his head every 3 steps and left the yard. He then ordered the maids who were huddled aside, "Go in and stay with the madam." He looked at Nanfeng again and said quickly, "Nanfeng, you stay here and don't go anywhere." Nanfeng hurriedly agreed. The young master had already ordered him. Seeing that the 4 maids had entered the house, the Earl of Anyang breathed a sigh of relief and said to Wenqingye in a serious tone, "My wife has told us all the causes and consequences. Commander Wen, let's go to the palace to see the emperor immediately." The news of the siege of the Anyang Marquis' mansion spread throughout the capital, and there was no shortage of people outside the mansion watching the excitement. However, no one dared to get close, and they just stood far away, whispering. At this time, creaky, the door of the Anyang Marquis' mansion suddenly opened. Everyone hurriedly stood on tiptoe to look, and saw several people stepping out, climbing onto horses, and a woman was taken to a carriage, and the group galloped towards the direction of the palace. Seeing this scene, many people in front of the mansion scattered. Obviously, all of them came to inquire about the news. Although Jiang-sun is only the Shaoqing of the Dali Temple now, he is deeply appreciated by the emperor, and he is allowed to accompany the emperor's grandson often, so naturally he is different from ordinary people. Officials are different. In the carriage in the corner, Shen Jiasue only lifted a corner of the curtain and looked out. Seeing that the Earl of Anyang could still ride a horse into the palace, Shen Jiasue knew that Jiang-sun was really on guard this time. As soon as she felt relieved, she felt hungry and immediately asked the driver to turn around and go back home. On the way, Shen Jiasue's brain was not idle. The big mistake in the previous life had already been made. I don't know what method Jiang-sun used to save the Earl of Anyang's mansion, but the wife of the Earl of Anyang is definitely going to die. Even if she was used by others, it is a fact that she used witchcraft to offend Prince Xianhui, which is the most intolerable thing for the current emperor. This time, the wife of the Earl of Anyang should be able to survive. Right? Thinking of this, Shen Jiasue suddenly thought of what Jiang-sun said to her in the Forest of Steels that day. My mother couldn't accept my change, and thought I died at the age of 10. Lady Anyang Bo regarded this witchcraft as a life-saving straw, hoping to recall Jiang-sun in her heart. If she not only knew today that the witchcraft was fake, but also that she was used by the traitor and almost harmed the entire Anyang Bo family, she wouldn't be upset, right? Thinking of this, Lady Anyang Bo's pale and tired face and her thin and weak body flashed through her mind, and she had a bad premonition in her heart. But she changed her mind and thought that Jiang-sun would not be so careless. He would definitely protect Lady Anyang Bo. Put yourself in her shoes and think about it. If it was her who was planning, she would not even let Lady Anyang Bo find out the truth, so that she could reduce the burden in her heart and prevent her from thinking about it. Perhaps she was overthinking. The carriage was driving smoothly on the way back to the palace. It had gone a long way when suddenly an urgent voice sounded in the carriage. Turn around and go to Anyang Bo's mansion. Shen Jiasue still couldn't rest assured. Human life was at stake. At worst, it would be a wasted trip. Anyang Bo followed Commander went all the way to the palace gate and happened to meet another team of people galloping from the opposite direction. The leader was also the Imperial Guard. Seeing Commander Wen from afar, he hurriedly dismounted and saluted. Commander, the people are back. Anyang Bo stretched his neck and saw that there was a carriage parked not far away. At this moment, 3 monks were escorted down from the carriage one after another. Anyang Bo already knew that his wife was deceived and used by the monks of the Jiakhang Temple. At this moment, he was furious and cursed inwardly. Black-hearted thief, bald donkey. Under the leadership of Wen Qingye, the group hurried to the imperial study. At this moment, the mind of Anyang Bo was no longer able to accommodate other thoughts. He could not wait to see Jiang-sun and see that he was safe and sound. After being an estranged father and son for 10 years, he could no longer explain his feelings for Jiang-sun, but at least no matter when, he hoped that Jiang-sun would be healthy and safe. A summons came from the imperial study. Anyang Bo hurriedly tidied his appearance, took a deep breath, and stepped in. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. The Anyang Bo mansion had long been in decline. Although the Bo mansion was also eligible to participate in the palace banquets in previous years, his seat was not enough for him to see the emperor's face clearly. Moreover, he was a timid person. When the emperor walked past him, he wanted to put his face on the ground. Anyang Bo's thoughts were in a mess, but when he saw the person kneeling in the hall, all his wild thoughts came to an abrupt end. In the huge imperial study, Jiang-sun was the only one kneeling, and no one knew how long he had been kneeling. Earl Anyang stepped forward quickly, lifted up his skirt, knelt beside Jiang-sun in an orderly manner, and saluted respectfully. Your Majesty, I am your humble servant. Emperor Sheng waved to the side, and a man came forward. It was the censor Zhang Xian, who came to the palace to report. He was 56 years old this year with a gaunt face, and he always looked serious and stern in front of people. At this time, he held a letter in his hand and spoke coldly to Earl Anyang. Today, a secret letter was delivered to the censorate, reporting that Jiang Sun, the Shaoqing of the Dali Temple, practiced witchcraft in the mansion of Earl Anyang and cursed Prince Shenhui. May I ask Earl Anyang, is this true? Although Earl Anyang was prepared in his heart, he was still shaking with fear in the solemn atmosphere of the imperial study. He couldn't imagine that if Jiang Sun hadn't sent Beifeng and Nanfeng to guard the west courtyard early, once the doll was pasted on Prince Xianhuai's birth date, even if he was framed, his Anyang Earl's mansion would be implicated today. He glanced at Jiang Sun, but Jiang Sun never looked at him. He just knelt straight all the time, his expression calm, as always. Seeing this, Anyang Earl seemed to have found his backbone, and his heart suddenly calmed down a lot. He took a deep breath and told everything that happened in the mansion in the afternoon. He added, "Your Majesty, my wife has lost her mind. She has often done some weird and absurd things in recent years. This is why the thieves took advantage of it and framed the Earl's mansion and my son Jiang Sun. Please investigate." After Anyang Bo finished speaking, he knelt on the ground for a long time without daring to get up. Jiang Sun always lowered his eyes, but his eyes were fixed on the feet of the people beside him. There stood the king of Rui, Zhao Huilong, the king of Xiang, Zhao Huixiang, and the grandson of the emperor, Zhao Yuanye.
Just now,
Zhang Yushi complained to him with a letter, and Commander Wen was ordered to rush to Anyang Bo's mansion. However, not only His Royal Highness, but also the two princes did not hesitate to stand up and plead for his character. King Xiang said that he was well known, and His Royal Highness was known as Mr., which caused the Holy Emperor to look at him meaningfully. This time, the thief's plot did not succeed, and it all depended on Miss Shen's reminder. Otherwise, even he would be in trouble. If you can't react in time, you can only make up for it.
So,
the thief must be very surprised at this moment. Thinking this, Jiang Sun became more focused when he saw His Highness taking a few steps forward excitedly. Young, now full of joy and anger, said, "Grandpa Huang, Year knows that Sir will never hurt his father." His Royal Highness King Rui moved slightly, while His Highness King Xiang remained motionless. Jiang Sun saw their reactions and remained silent. Emperor Sheng was even more unfathomable. He has not said a word so far. This suddenly, he looked at Wen Qingye. Wen Qingye understood and nodded gently to Emperor Sheng, confirming that what Anyang Bo said was true. Inuch Shun. Inuch Fushin stepped forward to take it, and his expression suddenly changed after just one glance. He carefully presented the evidence to the case, Your Majesty. Emperor Sheng raised his hand to take it, and the moment his eyes touched the doll, his eyes as deep as the abyss ignited with raging anger. Bang! He slapped the imperial case suddenly, and the sudden sound echoed in the imperial study room, and the palace suddenly you could hear a needle drop. Emperor Sheng's eyebrows were gloomy. He raised his eyes and slowly scanned the people in the hall, and sneered for a long time. Okay. He could tell at a glance that the puppet was carved after Jir. But now it's Jiang Sun's birthday and horoscope. Jiang Sun, are you guilty? Emperor Sheng suddenly shouted in a low voice. Uncle Anyang thought that his words were enough to prove that Jiang Sun was framed. Now seeing that Emperor Sheng was still furious, his face was as white as paper and his body was shaking uncontrollably. He opened his mouth, holding back the big beads of sweat on his forehead, and wanted to say something, but in extreme panic, he let out an inarticulate whimper. Wei Chen admits his guilt. At this time, Jiang Sun's calm and straightforward confession came to his ears. Anyang Bo's heart trembled. He didn't know where the courage came from. He suddenly raised his head and cried out, Your Majesty, the Holy One clearly found out that Quanzi was innocent.
It was.
The minister and his wife were stupid and blunt, and could easily be taken advantage of by others. That's why. Yes, the Royal Forest Army remanded the Jiakhang Temple. The bald donkey enters the palace. Also, there are also the slaves and maids around my wife. Your Majesty, they are all witnesses. I beg your majesty to investigate clearly. If you want to be convicted, it is also the crime of the minister and his wife. It has nothing to do with the dog, your majesty. Anyangbo was so frightened that he burst into tears. He was his head while talking. He was really embarrassed. But his heart to protect his son was really seen by everyone in the palace. He was always faceless. Jiang Sun, who changed his expression, finally cast his eyes at Uncle Anyang beside him. At this moment, a look of disbelief appeared on his face, because he had never thought about it or expected it. In this world besides the teacher, there are others who are willing to protect him. After the brief accident and surprise, Jiang Sun quickly collected his thoughts and spoke respectfully. Your Majesty, I know that I am guilty, and the crime is that I am humble and insignificant. The body implicated His Highness the Crown Prince, and almost disturbed the peace of His Highness's body. A humble minister has no place to regret, and death is not a pity, but the thief is so mad that he cannot be forgiven. I also ask the Holy One to summon witnesses, find out the thief, and make peace with today's affairs. Your Highness will make the decision. When Emperor Sheng heard this, his eyes wandered around Jiang Sun's face several times, and then he glanced at his two sons who dared not say a word. Then he said coldly, pass. When Qingye withdrew and quickly escorted Mother An and a monk in. Mother An was already so frightened that she couldn't move her legs. She was dragged in. There was no need for anyone to ask. When she saw the scene in the royal study room, she thought that the person sitting in the seat was the 9-5 Supreme Being. She trembled and revealed everything she knew. However, when she asked about the person who was coercing her and what he looked like, Mother An couldn't tell. The man didn't reveal his identity, and his face was covered with a scarf. He knew the whereabouts of his two children, so Mother An didn't dare to ask more questions. It was also expected. Among them, it is enough to prove that Mrs. Anyangbo was indeed plotted, and she was the closest person to her. It is really sad and ridiculous. There were 3 monks who were escorted into the palace just now, but now only one is in the palace. When Anne's mother was outside, she identified the monk in front of her as the eminent monk in Mrs. Anyang's mouth. At this point, the whole thing was full of weirdness, but the eminent monk still stayed in the Jiakhang temple after teaching him the art of witchcraft. Isn't he waiting for someone to catch him? Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, the monk actually told the whole story of how he deceived Mrs. Anyangbo, and the tears on Bo Anyang's face were not completely wiped off. Now, seeing this monk so calm and arrogant, he opened his mouth in shock. What on earth is going on? At this time, Emperor Sheng looked cold and pointed at the Polonia puppet at hand and asked, Who gave this to you? And who instructed you to do this? The monk didn't have any fear when facing Emperor Sheng. He glanced at the people in the palace and finally raised his hand and pointed at one person. That was standing aside His Royal Highness Prince Yang. When Zhao Huaixiang saw this, he felt warm for the first time in front of everyone. His expression shattered. His eyes widened slightly, with a look of disbelief on his face. The next moment, he knelt down to Emperor Sheng and denied in a loud voice, Father, I am not a son. The eldest brother treats his sons like brothers and sisters. The love is so deep. How could I do such an unconscionable thing? Besides, why do you need to frame Mr. Jiang? My son is innocent, father. At this time, everyone turned to look at Zhao Huaixiang and saw that his face was red, and he even seemed a little at a loss in his desperation. Emperor Shen lowered his eyes to see his son. The pure concubine was of too low a birth, and if she hadn't been born among the concubines in the harem, there were too few heirs, and it was not even her turn to become a concubine. Xiang'er obviously knew this, and had always followed Jir in the past, but now Ye was getting close to him, but she was too late to see Xing Emperor staring at her. After not speaking for a long time, Zhao Huaixiang was really panicked. He turned to look at the monk and scolded him coldly. What evidence do you have to prove that I ordered you to do this? The monk tilted his head when he heard the words. It was not obvious just now, but now he showed a gangster spirit. This kind of virtue does not look like a monk. I'm afraid he was a desperado who licked blood with the tip of a knife. It's not you?
Then.
That's the prince next to him. The monk raised his hand and pointed at King Rui very casually. King Rui's expression suddenly changed, his eyes also widened, and he shouted angrily, "You are biting and biting indiscriminately, and you are talking nonsense. Father, this matter has absolutely nothing to do with my son." Zhao Huailong also hurriedly knelt down to Emperor Sheng. At this time, the two brothers were side by side. When they looked at each other, they both saw the suspicion on each other's faces. The hall suddenly fell into a strange silence. What the Hades is going on? Zhao Yuanye was confused. At this time, he was the only one who could break the silence without any scruples. He instinctively looked at Jiang Sun to find the answer. He absolutely did not believe that his two imperial uncles would curse his father. However, Jiang Sun's eyebrows were lowered at this time, as if he was thinking about something, and he did not look at him. Zhao Yuanye looked at Emperor Sheng helplessly and called out softly, "Grandpa Huang?" Emperor Sheng frowned. Wen Chengye, who was beside him, was always accompanying him. When he saw this, he immediately stepped forward. He twisted the monk's arm and pressed it on an unknown acupuncture point, causing the monk to scream in pain.
To be honest,
Wen Chengye's expression was cold and stern, and he exerted all his strength on his hands. The monk was in unbearable pain. His face instantly turned red, and he shouted quickly, "Wealth is so hot and cold, and our flesh and blood are so jealous. In those days, we could fight to death over a mountain. Lu, let alone Tianjia." Wen Chengye never expected that this monk was so bold that he dared to identify randomly based on just a mere thought. Just now he almost thought that His Highness Prince Xiang was. "You haven't recruited him based on the truth." Wen Chengye exerted another force, and the monk almost leaned forward in pain. He hurriedly searched his intestines and stomach and said quickly, "I don't know. I originally thought that the man just wanted to drive a wedge between Mrs. Anyang Bo and Jiang Sun's mother-son relationship, and took the money to do it. But I didn't expect that he secretly prepared the horoscope of the prince's birth date and used it to change the situation, but he didn't let me know about it, so I didn't even have a chance to escape. I thought that even if I die this time, I would ask a prince to be buried with me." With a click, the monk's arm was twisted and broken by Wen Chengye. He screamed in pain and collapsed to the ground, with cold sweat on his forehead. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Huaixiang and Zhao Huailong hurriedly looked up at Emperor Sheng and said in unison, "Your Majesty, please investigate thoroughly and clear our son's name." There were people kneeling on the ground in the imperial study. There were witnesses and evidence, but in the end, they couldn't find the person behind the scenes. Wen Chengye went to ask the monk again, but the monk was already weak from the pain. Seeing that Wen Chengye was about to step on his hand, the monk couldn't help but screamed, "Kill me if you want, cut me up if you want, just give me a quick death." That person wanted Jiang Sun to die, and I was just doing it for money. As soon as these words came out, it reminded everyone present. No matter what means that person used, it was obvious that the ultimate goal was to kill Jiang Sun. But Jiang Sun had offended too many people, and there were indeed quite a few people in the capital who wanted to kill him. As a result, it was just such a coincidence that at this time, a nutch outside the palace cautiously reported, "Your Majesty, Duke Chonghua is outside the palace gate to ask for an audience." Now, if you say who in the capital hates Jiang Sun to the core, Duke Chonghua is definitely on the list. His grandson robbed women and killed people. He thought he could do whatever he wanted with power, but he didn't expect to meet Jiang Sun. Now, the grandson of Duke Chonghua is still in prison, waiting for the final conviction. The incident in Anyang Marquis' mansion has just happened not long ago, and no news has been released yet. Duke Chonghua rushed here to add insult to injury. At the first moment, almost everyone couldn't help but suspect Duke Chonghua. At this time, Jiang Sun finally raised his eyes. But there was an undercurrent in his eyes, and a sharp light passed through. What a clever trick! It turns out that even the scapegoat has been arranged. Duke Chonghua is already in his 60s, and it is obvious that he has always been pampered, with a round belly supported by the jade belt around his waist. Now he walked quickly on the palace road, his belly swaying slightly, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Today, the imperial guards surrounded the Anyang Earl's mansion without any warning. He sent many people out to inquire, and after getting the news, they immediately went to the palace to ask for an audience with the emperor. At his age, he should be enjoying his old age in his mansion. He was working so hard all this time for his beloved grandson. His grandson just liked a girl and wanted to take her into his mansion. He also gave the girl's husband enough money. But the old man didn't know how to appreciate it and insisted on making a fuss. The grandson just pushed him lightly, but the old man deserved it. He hit his head on a rock and died. How small is it? Looking around the capital, which young master is not like this? But Jiang Sun insisted on making a fuss and put his grandson in the imperial prison and sentenced him. Duke Chonghua has been thinking hard these days, looking for ways to rescue his grandson, but the Dali Temple minister, as Jiang Sun's immediate superior, can do nothing about Jiang Sun. He also went to look for Prince Rui, but Prince Rui always kept the door closed. After going back and forth, his hair is almost white, and suddenly an opportunity comes from the sky. Jiang Sun is seeking his own death. Thinking of this, Duke Chonghua walked faster, and when he arrived at the door of the imperial study, he hurriedly wiped his forehead and neck with a brocade handkerchief and tidied his appearance. Announce. The door of the palace opened, and the voice of Anuch Fushan was heard. As soon as Duke Chonghua raised his eyes, he saw the Earl of Anyang and Jiang Sun, father and son, kneeling in the palace. The Earl of Anyang looked embarrassed, and his back was wet with sweat. Duke Chonghua was overjoyed when he saw this, because the news he had heard was correct, and the Earl of Anyang's mansion was really going to be finished this time. He hurried into the palace, knelt down and saluted, and then spoke with emotion. "Your Majesty." This old minister was shocked to hear that Jiang Sun, the Shaoqing of the Dali Temple, condoned his mother to practice witchcraft in the mansion and cursed Prince Xianhui. He is really unscrupulous and deserves to be killed. How can such a hypocritical and two-faced person be worthy of the position of Shaoqing of the Dali Temple, and how can people believe that he is impartial and fair in enforcing the law? Your Majesty, my grandson is still in prison because of Jiang Sun's abuse of power. I ask your Majesty to choose someone else to re-examine the case and give justice to my grandson. After Duke Chonghua finished speaking, Emperor Shen kowtowed deeply behind the case. He originally thought that Jiang Sun had brought about his own destruction, and what he asked for today was reasonable and sure to succeed, but after he finished speaking, there was no sound in the hall for a long time. Duke Chonghua couldn't help but feel uneasy, so he bravely looked up and saw Emperor Sheng's cold eyebrows and eyes, looking down at him. Duke Chonghua was frightened and kowtowed again. Your Majesty, I don't know where this old minister is Chongqing. I have already ordered people to block all news in the Anyang Earl's mansion. How did you know about witchcraft? Or is it that you, Chongqing, have connections everywhere and even my imperial guards are nothing in your eyes? Emperor Sheng said slowly, rubbing the yellow talisman with the birth date of Prince Xianhui into his palm. Upon hearing this, Duke Chong suddenly raised his head, and his pupils trembled. The siege of the Anyang Earl's mansion was known to everyone in the capital, and he sent many people out to get information. Not long after, everyone brought back similar news, all about witchcraft. He was eager to save his grandson and thought that the witchcraft had already spread in the capital, so he found it so easy to find out. So he hurried into the palace. When he reached this point, Duke Chonghua suddenly felt a chill on his spine. His mind was churning, and he immediately turned his head to see the reactions of the people in the hall. Jiang Sun was still as calm as ever, and the Earl of Anyang was indeed in a mess, but his tears had already stopped at this moment. The two princes looked at their noses and hearts, and all lowered their heads to look at their feet. Only His Royal Highness, the grandson, stared at him straight. Duke Chonghua was not stupid after all, and he slowly reacted at this moment. He opened his mouth, his heart sank, cold sweat rolled down his cheeks, accumulated to his chin, and finally fell to the ground with a plop. Everything that happened next seemed to be a natural progression. Emperor Shen gave an order on the spot, sending Commander, went to search the mansion of Duke Chonghua. It was obvious that some clues would be found. Duke Chonghua knew nothing about anything, cried, and cried out that he was wronged. But now, the case was pointed at the mansion of Duke Chonghua, and the clues also stopped at the mansion of Duke Chonghua. Duke Chonghua had lived a life of wealth and never thought that this day would come. He was so scared that he was shaking all over and couldn't even speak completely. Emperor Sheng waved his hand, and Inuch Deshan understood and sent people to pull Duke Chonghua out. Duke Chonghua immediately struggled violently, crying loudly, "Your Majesty, I am innocent. Even if you give me 100 or 1,000 courages, I would not dare to offend His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." The voice of Duke Chonghua gradually faded away. Looking at the direction, he should be sent to the imperial prison. The palace suddenly became quiet. Emperor Sheng raised his eyes and suddenly looked at his two sons standing beside him. The emperor's heart is as deep as the abyss. No one can know what Emperor Sheng is thinking at this moment. The silence continued to spread, making people uneasy, and their throats tightened. In this depressing atmosphere that was almost suffocating, Emperor Sheng suddenly threw the puppet in his hand out with great force.
Bang!
It fell in front of Jiang Sun. "Father, calm down. Grandfather, calm down. Your Majesty, calm down." The voices cascaded up, and everyone in the hall knelt down again. Prince Rue and Prince Yang were affected just now, and now their foreheads were touching the bottom, not daring to breathe. Jiang Sun lowered his eyes, and when his gaze touched the face of the puppet, a trace of sadness overflowed from his eyes. At this time, Emperor Sheng finally spoke. Everyone stepped down. Jiang Sun, stay. Everyone was as if they had been pardoned. Only the Earl of Anyang heard this, and hurriedly turned his head to look at Jiang Sun, his eyes full of fear. Jiang Sun turned his head away and shook his head gently at the Earl of Anyang. Everyone came out one after another. Even Inuch Fushin tiptoed out of the imperial study, closed the door of the palace, and stood guard outside the palace. At this time, in the imperial study, Emperor Sheng slowly got up, walked in front of Jiang Sun, and said in a light voice, "What's the matter?" Jiang Sun was still kneeling, shaking his head gently. The minister dare not make a rash judgment. He reached out his hand, picked up the cracked Polonia doll, and wiped it gently with his sleeve. Emperor Sheng stared at Jiang Sun's actions and suddenly asked out of the blue, "Do you doubt me?" If others heard this, they would be terrified. But Jiang Sun just shook his head and said, "I dare not make a rash judgment." Emperor Sheng was stunned at first, and then he chuckled. After a long time, he said meaningfully, "What the monk said just now is right. It is true that the rich and the noble are fickle, and the flesh and blood are full of suspicion." Jiang Sun did not reply, but Emperor Sheng seemed to have been accustomed to it. Not only did he not blame him, but he opened the conversation again. "Duke Chonghua has lost his duty after all. Let him spend some time in the imperial prison before everything comes to light," Emperor Sheng said, turning around and waving at Jiang Sun without looking back. Go back and warn your parents for me, Xizhi. They should not be a flaw in your life." Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun bowed and said goodbye. "I'll take my leave." Footsteps sounded behind him, as steady as ever. At this moment, Emperor Sheng suddenly asked in an ambiguous tone, "Xizhi, are you Jiang Sun?" Jiang Sun paused when he heard this, turned around and bowed again, and said respectfully, "I am the minister of your Majesty." Emperor Sheng. "Get out, Jiang Sun." "Yes." The palace door opened. The Earl of Anyang stood in the distance with his shoulders hunched and his back bent. When he saw Jiang Sun walking towards him in the light, his eyes instantly turned red. The main house in the west courtyard of the Earl of Anyang's mansion. Four maids with pale faces stood together, and they looked young. Perhaps they knew that the Earl's mansion had been surrounded by the imperial guards, so they were now terrified and fidgeting. The strangest thing was that the wife of the Earl of Anyang had been sitting in front of the dressing mirror since she entered the house, and she had never changed her movements, which made them even more scared. The wife of the Earl of Anyang was looking at herself in the mirror. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she last looked in the mirror. The person in the mirror had a frosty white head, sunken cheeks, dark blue eyes, and dull eyes. Such a mean, ugly, and old person was actually her. And Ma, the wife of the Earl of Anyang, spoke in a hoarse voice, but as soon as she called out, she realized that something was wrong and stopped. She laughed at herself, her face showing sadness, and turned to ask the little maid, "How long has the master been away from the mansion?" One of the four maids, who was a little older, responded cautiously, Reply, madam. It's estimated to be an hour." "An hour?" Lady Anyang repeated in a low voice. It had been so long, and no one in the palace had come to summon her, which showed that the master and Jiang Sun were able to deal with it. She was no longer needed. Lady Anyang thought so, and finally stood up with the help of the dressing table. The maid hurried forward to help her, but Lady Anyang shook her head. "I'm tired and need to rest." She waved her hand to push the maid away and walked towards a room with a weak step. The four maids followed closely behind her. Lady Anyang turned around and frowned, saying, "No need to follow." The maids were a little nervous and explained with their hands clenched, "Madam, it was the master who asked us to follow you every step of the way, and we are just following your orders." The Lady of Anyang glanced at them and suddenly walked forward quickly to open the door. The people outside the courtyard heard the noise and immediately turned back to check. It was Nanfeng who was left behind. Seeing this, the Lady of Anyang closed the door and turned around to walk inside, letting the four maids follow her closely. As soon as she entered the bedroom, she was greeted by a strong smell of sandalwood. It turned out that there was an exquisite shrine in the house with a tablet on it, and it was not for someone else, but for my beloved son Jiang Sun. When the four maids saw this scene, they turned pale with fright and shuddered together. Lady Anyang stepped forward, took the incense and lit it very skillfully, and then carefully arranged the offerings, and then stood in front of the shrine and chanted something. The little maids were really scared, because in their eyes, Master Jiang Sun was still alive and well. Lady Anyang's whisper did not last too long. She raised her eyes, stared at the yellow tablet in the shrine, and tears shed again. The next moment, she stretched out her hand and tiptoed, took the tablet down, and then threw it into the copper basin with yellow paper and handwritten scriptures. Whoosh, the fire starter was lit and thrown into the copper basin by Lady Anyang. "Madam?" The maids were trembling with fear, not knowing what Lady Anyang was doing. Lady Anyang did not answer. She squatted down and saw the tablet being engulfed by flames, then burning, and finally disappearing. This was a scar that had not healed for more than 10 years. Sometimes it hurt, sometimes it was numb and itchy, but most of the time it was bleeding. She had wanted to get rid of Jiang Sun, so she used his guilt, softness, and integrity to vent her regret and self-blame again and again. She was deceiving herself, but the scar was honest. It got deeper and deeper until it was embedded in the bones and blood. When the master left just now, she had said, "Let the master bring Jiang Sun back to see her." But how could she still have the face to see Jiang Sun? Saying that was just to give the master reassurance so that he could leave with peace of mind. She should have died long ago. The high fever 10 years ago took Sun's soul and her life. Thinking of this, Lady Enyingbo slowly got up, suddenly raised her foot, and kicked the copper basin towards the bed. Clang, the flames jumped out of the basin, entangled the bed curtains and brocade quilts, and instantly ignited a fire, scaring the four maids to scream. Lady Enyingbo stood in front of them and said sternly, "Go."
Go.
Driven by instinct, the four maids didn't care about anything and ran out together. Lady Anyang looked back and almost couldn't help but walk into the fire, but thinking of Nanfeng outside the yard, she had to turn around and leave. Outside the yard, Nanfeng heard the sound and hurried to check. Seeing the flames leaping in the window, his face changed drastically. He ran forward, opened the door, and faced the billowing smoke. He saw four maids and Lady Anyang running out in a panic. Seeing this, Nanfeng's heart suddenly relaxed, and he said quickly, "Madam, are you okay?" Lady Anyang shook her head, muttering, "Hurry up and put out the fire." The situation was urgent. Nanfeng turned around and ran to the Taiping jar in the corner, which was full of water. The four maids had escaped death, and now they were shivering on the ground, crying and hugging each other. For a while, no one looked after the Lady of Anyang. She stood in the yard in a daze, watching the flames climb up the side room and engulf the place where Sunner had lived. Tears fell one by one, but she turned around and left without any hesitation. She wanted to die in the fire, but she was afraid that Nanfeng would come in to save her. If Nanfeng was burned to death, she would be the last one. Even Hades is not enough to atone for her sins. She didn't kill the maids, didn't kill Nanfeng, didn't kill Jiang Sun, and she alone disappeared with her sins. That was what she wanted now. Even if she was framed and used for the witchcraft incident today, it offended the Crown Prince Xianhui, and I'm afraid that the Master and Jiang Sun may not be able to escape unscathed. If the news of her death spreads to the palace, the Emperor will surely let them go home, because she has already died. Now there is only one worry.
Hvilk så nær?
Not want to see her? After all, she is such a mean and selfish mother. Lady Enyangbo ran on the path in the mansion. She ran so fast. She was so impatient when she thought that she might see her sooner. This was almost the most relaxed moment she had in the past 10 years. She had fantasized about ending it all countless times, and even thought about the place where she would die early. In the front yard, next to the rockery where Sunner hid, there was a pond. She wanted to sit where Sunner hid, talk to Sunner, and then she could jump into the lake calmly and really look for Sunner. To put out the fire, she had to take water from the pond, so that people in the mansion could find her body quickly. In this way, the news of her death and atonement could be passed to the palace as quickly as possible. At this time, outside the Enyangbo mansion, Old Lin, this is just my guess, but after all, human life is more important than anything else. I think that only you, Old Lin, can let the Imperial Guards open this loophole. Shun Jiasue rode a horse beside a carriage, wearing a veil on his head, and spoke respectfully to the carriage window. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing a gentle face. It was Lin Wanting. It turned out that Shun Jiasue had just returned to Anyang Marquis' mansion, and after a careful inspection, she found that the mansion was indeed surrounded by the Imperial Guards. She was worried about the safety of Anyang Marquis' wife, but she had no right to ask those Imperial Guards. After thinking about it, she thought of Lin Lao. She was a straightforward person, so she simply, after untying the horses of the carriage, they galloped all the way to the Lin mansion. Halfway through the journey, her eyes flashed, and she seemed to see the servant following the Anyang Earl. Shun Jiasue still had a good impression of this servant. He had just cried and called the master at the door of the Earl's mansion, and he was much more loyal and righteous than those dog-headed relatives in the Earl's mansion. She had never thought much about the servant's sudden departure just now. Now, thinking back, could it be that he turned back this time to ask for reinforcements? What kind of reinforcements could the Anyang Earl's mansion have? Isn't it just Old Lin? Thinking of this, Shun Jiasue hurriedly turned around and caught up with the carriage. As a result, it was really as she wished. It was Old Lin sitting in the carriage, and there was another middle-aged man who was said to be Old Lin's nephew. So Shun Jiasue followed the carriage back to the Anyang Earl's mansion. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly saw Old Lin in the carriage, suddenly serious, and said in a deep voice, "It's bad. Miss Shen, I'm afraid you really guessed it right." Shun Jiasue's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He turned his head and saw a flame rising from the Anyang Marquis' mansion, illuminating the night. Old Lin hurriedly got off the carriage, accompanied by Lin Zhouji, the commander of the East City Army. Shun Jiasue got off the horse, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. Jiang Sun had clearly been prepared this time, so why did the Anyang Marquis' mansion still catch fire? Recalling what he had heard in his previous life, the Anyang Marquis' wife and dozens of servants were buried in the sea of fire, and no bones were left. Shun Jiasue felt extremely anxious. No one deserved to die, not just the Anyang Marquis' wife. If those servants were innocent, how worthless would their deaths be? Furthermore, once Mrs. Anyangbo died, she couldn't imagine what Jiang Sun would do to himself. After all, Anyangbo's house suffered this time because the thieves wanted to deal with him. She understands this feeling very well. In the previous life in the Western Jingyuan, when she learned that the person who framed the entire Shen family was her husband, Yunzheng, the first thing that filled her heart at that moment was not resentment and anger, but guilt and self-blame. She blamed herself for not seeing his true face even though she and Yunzheng are husband and wife, and because she is married to him, her father is defenseless against Yunzheng. "Miss Shen, follow me into the mansion." Mr. Lin at this time, he spoke in a deep voice without any confusion, which made Shen Jiasui's chaotic mind calm down. The three of them walked towards the gate of Anyangbo's mansion, and the imperial guards guarding the area immediately drew their swords and shouted coldly, "Stop." Lin Zhou stepped forward first, and at this moment, it could be seen that he was really Mr. Lin's relative. Nephew, no doubt. The cold faces and calmness of the two men were exactly the same. He took out his badge and lowered his voice and said, "I am Lin Zhou, the commander of the Dongcheng Army and Horse Command Department. This is Mr. Lin, the Emperor's master. I will enter the palace now." As soon as the Imperial Forest Army heard what the commander was saying, while remaining calm, he even showed contempt. How dare a mere commander come to stop the Imperial Forest Army from doing its work? But then, the words Emperor Master Lin Lao came into his ears. The Imperial Guard's expression changed, and he hurriedly looked behind Lin Zhou. They were all members of the Guardian Saint, so they had naturally met Mr. Lin. Now when they took a look by the firelight, they saw a familiar face. The clash of armor made a sound, and the Imperial Guard put away his sword and saluted. "I have seen Mr. Lin in my humble position." Mr. Lin stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "You are acting according to the order. I will not embarrass you. If the Holy One asks, I will bear it all. This is my nephew's badge. Keep it and make a certificate." Mr. Lin said, taking the badge from Lin Zhou's hand and handing it over. The Imperial Guards in front of him hurriedly raised his hands. "Catch." Seeing this, Mr. Lin tilted his head and asked, "Can we let him go?" The Imperial Guard hesitated for a moment, remembering that before setting off today, the commander had told them not to attack the people in the uncle's house. It seemed that nothing serious had happened. Besides, even the Holy One respects Mr. Lin as a teacher, and now he has the credentials to prove it. Why should he offend others? Thinking of this, the Imperial Guard glanced dutifully at Shen Jiasue, who was wearing a curtain hat, and finally asked, "Who is this?" Mr. Lin had already stepped in, and when he heard the words, he explained in a low voice, "This is my niece." After hearing this, the Imperial Guard didn't dare to care, and immediately stepped aside to make way. Shen Jiasue. When urgent matters arise, it doesn't matter. As soon as the three of them entered the uncle's house, they went straight to the fire. The mansion was first surrounded, and then suddenly flooded, but neither Anyangbo nor Jiangsun was there. Without the backbone, it was really a mess. Lin Zhou grabbed a servant who was running in and said quickly, "In that direction. Where's the water?" The servant had already panicked and had no time to identify the person at the moment, so he hurriedly said, "This is the West Courtyard. It's the West Courtyard where Madam is." Shen Jiasue's heart sank when he heard this. He looked at Mr. Lin and said solemnly, "Mr. Lin, please go ahead." Mr. Lin knew that Shen Jiasue was a martial artist. He nodded, and seeing Shen Jiasue leave in a hurry, he hurriedly added, "Your safety is of paramount importance. No matter what, I and Xizhi will remember your kindness." Shen Jiasue, without looking back, he waved his hand to Mr. Lin. There is no such thing as kindness or unkindness. Human life is the most precious, and she has not repaid Master Zhang's kindness in her previous life. Although Shen Jiasue was busy and walked all the way in, her feet were very fast, but she did not forget to keep an eye on the 6 directions. It was very noisy along the way, and she could hear the cries of maids and mothers coming from all directions. For them, tonight would be like death. Her mind wandered for a moment, and she remembered the scene of the raids on General Dinggua's house in her previous life. When she arrived after receiving the news, she was also stopped by the Royal Forest Army. Just standing outside the house, she could hear the distant crying from inside the house, which was heartbreaking. Jiangsun and Anyangbo were sitting on the carriage returning to the mansion. The father and son were very silent. Anyangbo thought of how embarrassing he had been crying in the palace just now. He blushed and touched his nose, feeling a little at a loss. Jiang-sun was obviously deep in thought. He frowned slightly at this moment, as if there was no one around. When Uncle Anyang saw this, he hesitated to speak. He grabbed his belt and pulled his sleeves, thinking that he would drag Jiang-sun directly to see his wife. It would be fine if the three of them sat down and talked. Anyangbo was thinking carefully when suddenly the car curtain was opened by someone from outside. It was one of the imperial guards escorting them back to the mansion. Master Jiang, Uncle, there are fires shooting into the sky in the direction of the uncle's house. With just the sentence, both Jiang-sun and Anyangbo's expressions changed. Before Anyangbo could react, Jiang-sun had already gotten out of the carriage and said coldly, "Give me a horse." In the night, the sound of horse hooves disappeared in an instant. Uncle Anyang's eyes were dull, but he thought of his wife's meaningful words before he left. "Master, this is our life. Life. When people are gone, everything is really gone."
Horse.
"I want a horse too." Anyangbo felt cold all over, with tears streaming down his face. He even climbed on the horse twice, then clamped the horse's belly tightly and chased after Jiang-sun. Shen Jasue took the fastest way. "When you encounter a wall, climb over it and run if you can." Soon we arrived at an open area, which should be the garden where Anyangbofu entertained guests. With the firelight in the west courtyard, you can have a panoramic view of the scenery without carrying a lantern. There is a small lake in front of you, surrounded by rockery pavilions. At this time, servants kept fetching water from the lake and hurried to the west courtyard with pots and pans filled with water. Time was running out, so Shen Jasue just looked around at his surroundings out of habit and quickly looked away. But suddenly, she paused and looked back again. Just now, from the corner of his eye, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a dark shadow on the lake covered by the shade of trees. Shen Jasue was looking at it intently when he heard a noise coming from behind. Several maids were walking quickly against the flow of people. "Come." Like a headless fly, he grabbed someone and asked eagerly, "Have you seen Madam? Have you seen Madam?" Shen Jasue thought about it when he heard this, and when he looked carefully, he felt more and more that the black shadow, like a person floating in the water. After this thought flashed through his mind, Shen Jasue couldn't help but stamp his feet. Oops. The next moment, she waved her hat and plunged into the lake without hesitation. In November in Beijing, the lake water is already very cold. Shen Jasue swam towards the black shadow with all her strength. Amidst all the chaos, the first thought that flashed through her mind was, she was so hungry. If she had just put some food in her stomach, she could swim faster. Plop! The sound of Shen Jasue entering the water instantly alarmed the people around him. They thought someone had accidentally lost their footing while fetching water, and they were so frightened that they shouted, "Fell into the water." Someone fell into the water. Help! Shen Jasue could no longer hear the sounds on the shore clearly. Her ears were buzzing, and at this moment, she miraculously recalled a long-standing memory. That was when she was 15 years old in her previous life. She, Liu Yunzheng and Gu Xizhi went on an outing in the southern suburbs. Gu Xizhi fell into the water, for some reason. She heard the noise and rushed over, but she did not hesitate to go into the water to save her as usual. But when she swam to Gu Xizhi clung to her as if grasping a life-saving straw, pressing her head and shoulders again and again to use his strength to surface. She had never expected this scene, and she choked on her water several times. She didn't know why, but Gu Xizhi's strength in the water was so strong that she couldn't break free several times. She had never thought much about it before, and thought it was a human instinct to survive. But now that she has seen Gu Xizhi's true face, recalling the scenes that day made her hair stand on end. After his thoughts reached this point, Shen Jasue finally confirmed that there was indeed a person not far away. This time she learned the lesson and swam behind the man before reaching out to pull him. In the dark lake water, she felt a little fear after realizing it. Amitba, human life matters. Shun Jiasue recited a few words silently in his heart and mustered up the courage to hug the man from behind. As a result, the rescued person did not struggle at all. Shun Jiasue's heart trembled. At this moment, all fear was thrown out of the sky. He immediately got angry and swam to the shore nearby. At this time, more and more people were attracted by the shouts. Who fell into the water? Mr. Lin and Lin Zhouji hurried over and asked quickly. But no one present could explain clearly. Lin Zhouji raised his eyes and looked out, and saw a person swimming forward in the lake. When he took a closer look, even he couldn't help shouting, "Uncle, it's Miss Shun." Mr. Lin's face changed when he heard this. Shocked. What a nonsense. What a nonsense. He was already out of breath from walking all the way, and he didn't dare to delay for a moment and rushed towards Shun Jiasue. As a result, at this moment, a figure was one step faster than him and passed by, leaving only a hurried and anxious back. Xiuji. Lin Zhouji on the side widened his eyes slightly, and in an instant his face was full of surprise. Uncle, Xiuji is back. Old Lin looked up and saw Jiang Sun taking off his outer robe while running, and he reached the shore almost at the same time as Shun Jiasue. Shun Jiasue was so tired that he was panting, and he had no time to look up at the person who came. He only felt a black shadow cast down, and hurriedly pushed the person in front of him up.
Quick! Quick!
Help! See if he can be saved.
Come up!
Shun Jiasue felt a strong force grabbing her arm and pulling her up. Hearing the voice, she looked up suddenly and found that the person coming was Jiang Sun. He is back. Shun Jiasue did not dare to delay and immediately used Jiang Sun's strength to push the person who fell into the water and climbed ashore together. The night wind blew, bringing with it the smell of burnt charcoal. Shun Jiasue was in a trance for a moment, and then she felt cold all over. At this time, an outer robe was stuffed into her hand. Shun Jiasue lowered her head and saw that Jiang Sun had turned around and squatted down to check on the person who fell into the water. She didn't care about the distinction between men and women at this moment and quickly spread out the outer robe, wrapped it tightly around her body, and squatted down with him. When she saw the face of the person who fell into the water, even Shun Jiasue couldn't help but let out a low cry. It's really the Lady of Anyang. She was worried that Jiang Sun didn't know how to rescue the person who fell into the water and was hesitating whether to take over. Sir Jiang, you. Jiang Sun didn't look back, just nodded, I will. The next moment, he untied the belt of Lady Anyang and then pressed her forehead and lifted her chin. It seemed that he was cleaning Lady Anyang's mouth and nose. Shun Jiasue had never seen such a way of saving people, and she was shocked and surprised. She knew that Jiang Sun would not joke about Lady Anyang's life, so she widened her eyes and looked at it carefully. At this moment, Madam, the mournful cry came from far away, and the Earl of Anyang ran over in a panic with tears on his face. Seeing his wife lying on the ground with a pale face, the Earl of Anyang shouted in panic, Hurry, hurry, lift the lady up. Pour out the water in the belly. Hurry. Everyone rushed over when they heard the sound, but Jiang Sun folded his hands on the chest of Lady Anyang at this time and said to the Earl of Anyang in a deep voice, Everyone disperse. Father, give mother air. Jiang Sun's voice was so firm that the already panic-stricken Anyang Earl was stunned. His lips trembled and he seemed a little hesitant, but Jiang Sun's expression was always calm and firm, which made Anyang Earl nodded involuntarily. He knelt down, his whole body still trembling uncontrollably, but he listened to Jiang Sun's instructions very seriously, pinched Anyang Earl's wife's nose, and began to breathe.
Stop.
As soon as Jiang Sun finished speaking, Anyang Earl immediately looked up and saw Jiang Sun began to press Anyang Earl's wife's chest again and again. When others saw this, they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Shun Jiasue was worried. She had never heard of Jiang Sun's rescue method. If she failed to rescue Anyang Earl's wife this time and missed the best opportunity, she was afraid that he would. Shun Jiasue was hesitant to speak. At this time, Old Lin stood beside Shun Jiasue without knowing when. seeing Jiang Sun so different from her. It was just an ordinary person's behavior, but Elder Lin's eyes were sparkling, without any doubt in his eyes, only trust from the bottom of his heart. After spending every day together, he knew better than anyone the special thing about his disciple. He tried his best to hide it, but he was already so dazzling. There were many people in the capital who hated and despised him, but it was undeniable that there were also many people who cherished and protected him. They, like this old man, cherished a clear spring in the muddy stream. As for Xizhi, he only needed to be as firm as ever and move forward in his own way. Breathe, stop, breathe. After several times in a row, Earl Anyang was almost in despair, his eyes were red, and he almost wanted to stop Jiang Sun and quickly find another way to save people. At this moment, cough, cough, cough. The eyelids of Lady Anyang Marquise suddenly moved, and then she started to cough violently. Her pale lips gradually regained color, and she coughed up some water. Everyone was amazed to see that Lady Anyang Marquise was really alive. Even Shen Jiasue couldn't help but look at Jiang Sun a few more times. After all, there are always people better than you. What impressed Shen Jiasue even more was that the person who was rescued was his mother. She didn't know how Jiang Sun managed to stay so calm. Just like at this moment, Lady Anyang Marquise was already crying with joy while hugging his wife, but Jiang Sun was still squatting quietly, without even showing his joy. Shen Jiasue was relieved to see that Lady Anyang Marquise had been rescued. She knew that she shouldn't stay for long, so she wrapped her outer robe tightly, stood up, and whispered goodbye to Elder Lin. Elder Lin took Shen Jiasue a few steps out, and seeing her wet appearance, he hurriedly tried to keep her. At least change into clean clothes, and wait for Xizhi to thank you before leaving. You have done him a great favor today. Hearing this, Shen Jiasue thought of the misunderstanding that had arisen a few days ago due to the matchmaking of Prince Rong. She was worried that Mr. Lin had misunderstood her intentions, and she became more and more eager to leave. I was impolite in front of Mr. Lin today. Please don't blame me. As for the great favor, I really don't deserve it. Last time, Lord Zhang helped me, and I just returned his favor. Junior, take your leave, Shen Jiasue said, and while everyone was busy, he walked out quickly. Mr. Lin stretched out his hand and tried to keep her, but Shen Jiasue was gone.
Oh.
Mr. Lin slapped his thigh in a hurry. This girl came and went like the wind, and she couldn't be kept. As a result, at this moment, someone walked past him and chased after her. Lin Zhouji had just huddled behind, fearing that Mr. Lin would ask him to chase Miss Shen. At this moment, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly reminded, Uncle, Xizhi has chased after her. Shen Jiasue walked out of the Anyang Marquise mansion quickly, and then she found that the imperial guards outside the mansion had retreated. Seeing this, she was sure that Jiang Sun had passed this hurdle. The people who came to watch the excitement had already dispersed, and only the relatives of the Anyang Marquise mansion were still outside. They pushed each other, wanting to go into the mansion to inquire about the news, but they were hesitant. So it is said that a person's true character is revealed in times of adversity. This time, the Anyang Marquise also saw the true faces of these relatives. After Shen Jiasue glanced at them, she withdrew her gaze and looked at the corner. She walked towards the carriage in the village. She did not expect that she would be away for so long today, and Baiji and she were both hungry. That honest girl must not dare to leave for a moment, and she did not even know to buy some food first. Thinking of this, Shen Jiasue felt warm in her heart and quickened her pace. After the fire in Anyang Marquise Mansion was under control, the light outside became much worse, especially since the carriage was still parked in the corner, and half of the carriage was now covered in darkness. The closer she got to the carriage, the more Shen Jiasue frowned. She suddenly stopped and called softly, Baiji? If it were an ordinary time, Baiji would have raised the curtain to wait for her. Before she came over, Baiji would have happily got off the car to greet her. Something was wrong. Shen Jiasue secretly clenched his fists and was about to step forward, when the curtain was suddenly lifted, revealing an unexpected face. Yunzheng. Shen Jiasue did not bother with him at the first time, but could not wait to look behind him. When she saw that Bai Ji and the coachman both closed their eyes and leaned against the wall of the car, but their breathing was even, and their chests were rising and falling, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and anger rushed to her heart. Lu Yunzheng noticed Shen Jiasue's gaze and explained lightly, "Just let them sleep for a while."
Get down.
Shen Jiasue's eyebrows were cold, and he shouted in a low voice. Lu Yunzheng saw that Shen Jiasue was wet all over, his hair was stuck to his cheeks, and he was wearing an outer robe that was obviously ill-fitting. He raised his eyebrows slightly. How did it become like this? His tone was so familiar as if nothing had happened before, and he didn't care about Shen Jiasue's anger.
Get down.
Shen Jiasue spoke again. His usually bright eyes were dark, and his voice became calmer. Lu Yunzheng and Shen Jiasue had been together for many years, and when he saw Shen Jiasue's appearance, he knew that she was on the verge of a rage. He shrugged, jumped off the carriage, and walked toward Shen Jiasue step by step until he stood 3 steps away. Shen Jiasue didn't even look at him, and immediately walked towards the carriage, but was stopped by Lu Yunzheng with his arm. "Why are you here?" Lu Yunzheng tilted his head to ask, his eyes flashing with inquiry and suspicion. In the flower viewing banquet held at Prince Rong's mansion a month ago, Shen Jiasue in the previous life did not attend the banquet, but this time, she went. And the adultery of the crown princess that was supposed to happen was completely lost, and the crown princess is still fine. Today, the Anyang Marquis's mansion should have been in trouble because of the witchcraft case. He came here specially to watch the fun, but the Imperial Guards withdrew early. Except for a fire with unknown casualties, even Jiang Sun and Anyang Marquis returned to the mansion from the palace in one piece. Both times were different, and each time, Shen Jiasue was there. This made Lu Yunzheng have to doubt that Shen Jiasue had always been there. She was acting in front of him. She was actually reborn like him, and she had made trouble several times, blocking his way to success and ruining the plan of the man behind the scenes. The moment Lu Yunzheng appeared, Shen Jiasue knew something was wrong. She had considered that Lu Yunzheng might be there today, so she took a carriage and wore a veil. But later, she was worried that the wife of Anyang Bo would commit suicide, so she rode to find Lin Lao in a hurry. It must be because of this trip that Lu Yunzheng recognized her. "Don't worry, stay calm." Shen Jiasue reminded herself secretly in her heart, and then calmly raised her eyes to meet Lu Yunzheng's gaze, and said in a light voice, "Mr. Lu, what position do you have and what qualifications do you have to ask about my whereabouts?" Lu Yunzheng leaned closer to Shen Jiasue when he heard the words. A sinister flash passed through his eyes, and continued to test. "Didn't I promise you last time at the Jiakhang temple? After you returned home, have you mentioned it to your uncle and aunt?" Shen Jiasue was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help laughing out loud. "You agreed, then what about Gu Xizhi? Did she agree?" Mentioning Gu Xizhi, Lu Yunzheng's face straightened. "Xizhi is considerate, so she will naturally agree. You two will live in separate courtyards at that time, so don't disturb her." Shen Jiasue couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. She really loves you so much that she can even tolerate sharing a husband. Lu Yunzheng raised his chin slightly when he heard this, obviously a little proud. "Xizhi and I have a deep love for each other." Before Lu Yunzheng could finish, Shen Jiasue waved his hand away and interrupted. "Since you two are deeply in love, why should I in and make myself unhappy? Besides, my parents have already arranged another marriage for me. If you go out and shout that I will not marry anyone but you, you will ruin my reputation, and you two will never have peace." Shen Jiasue took a step to leave again, but Lu Yunzheng's eyes flashed with disbelief, and he grabbed Shen Jiasue's arm. "How is it possible? Who is it?" Shen Jiasue suppressed his disgust, turned his head to look at Lu Yunzheng, and said in a cold voice, "Can't you tell who it is?" Lu Yunzheng was stunned at first, and then an extremely absurd idea flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, "Jiang Sun?" Shen Jiasue was still hesitant, but this reason was obviously the most reasonable explanation for all his previous actions. It must be harmless to borrow the name of Lord Jiang and not let him know. Thinking of this, Shen Jiasue nodded. At the last flower viewing banquet, Zhangde, young Master Zhang and I have met, and it was Prince Rong who personally sponsored the matchmaking. I am very satisfied with young Master Zhang, otherwise, why do you think I am here today? Having said that, Shen Jiasue took advantage of Lu Yunzheng's daze to pull back his arm and sneered. Lu Yunzheng, did you hear clearly? From now on, we have nothing to do with each other when we get married. When Lu Yunzheng heard this, he found it unbelievable. Shen Jiasue had married him, so she was his. Even if he disliked and hated Shen Jiasue could not marry anyone else. Besides, how could Shen Jiasue get together with Jiang Sun? Wait, no wonder. No wonder she, a person who never attended banquets, would go to the flower viewing banquet at Prince Rong's mansion for the first time. It turned out that she went to see Jiang Sun. How long had it been since he and Shen Jiasue broke off their engagement? Shen Jiasue was so impatient to see the newlyweds. And last time at the Jiakhang Temple, Jiang Sun was there too. So that's it. Today, when she heard that something happened at the Anyang Earl's mansion, she still ran here eagerly, making a mess. Who knows? The outer robe she is wearing is Jiang Sun's. Simply unbridled and shameless. Lu Yunzheng was furious. He turned around and grabbed Shen Jiasue, gritting his teeth and scolded. How could you marry someone else? Hearing this, Shen Jiasue felt relieved instead. It seemed that Lu Yunzheng believed it. She turned around and swung her hand, using all her strength to push Lu Yunzheng, making him stagger. You are the one who broke the engagement, so why can't I marry someone else? Lu Yunzheng, don't think too highly of yourself. In my eyes, Shen Jiasue, you are nothing. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunzheng clenched his fists. His face was covered with frost, his eyes were burning with anger, and he said sarcastically, Shen Jiasue, are you playing hard to get and retreating to advance? Or are you so hungry that you can't marry me that you are willing to marry even someone like Jiang Sun? Shen Jiasue was instantly furious when she heard this. However, before she could refute, a man suddenly walked out of the darkness not far away, with a cold and low voice. I wonder what kind of person I am in the eyes of Deputy Commander Lu? Shen Jiasue was stunned for a moment when she heard the voice. She immediately looked up and saw Jiang Sun walking out of the darkness step by step. The light fell on his shoulders, illuminating his profile. His posture was straight. He had taken off his outer robe and was only wearing a long gown. His eyes were cold, and he was serious. At this moment, Shen Jiasue felt that his face was even colder and more stern, whether it was because of anger or the light. She opened her mouth and suddenly felt annoyed. She was so focused on dealing with Lu Yunzheng that she didn't pay attention to the movement behind her. It was really because Mrs. Anyang had just woken up. She had never expected Jiang Sun to follow her out. She didn't know how long Jiang Sun had been there and how much of the conversation between her and Lu Yunzheng he had heard. Lu Yunzheng turned around when he heard the voice and noticed that Jiang Sun was not wearing an outer robe. He glanced at the black clothes wrapped around Shen Jiasue, and his eyebrows and eyes suddenly darkened, and he was furious. Just now, he thought Shen Jiasue was acting again, but he didn't expect that she and Jiang Sun were really hooking up together. Shen Jiasue had been his wife, and even if he didn't want her in this life, she couldn't marry someone else, and no one else could marry her. Thinking of this, Lu Yunzheng turned to face Jiang Sun and sneered at this time. Everyone says that Lord Jiang is upright and honest, but now it seems that he is just so-so. Lord Jiang, this is my fiancée. Even if I temporarily break off the engagement with her, there is no reason for Lord Jiang to interfere. And this outer robe, Lord Jiang is a man of upright manners, so he should know that this is against etiquette, right? Shen Jiasue was furious. What on earth is wrong with Lu Yunzheng? She immediately stepped forward and was about to punch Lu Yunzheng when Jiang Sun suddenly stepped forward. She paused and saw Jiang Sun walking straight past Lu Yunzheng and coming to her. Shen Jiasue raised his head and met Jiang Sun's always calm eyes, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. At this time, Jong Sun lowered his head slightly and suddenly said warmly, "Miss Shen, you're too abrupt." Hearing this, Shun Jasue couldn't help but look confused. Who knew the next moment, Jong Sun took out a curtain from behind his back. The hat came and was gently placed on her head. The bright yellow gauze spread out instantly, rippling like water waves in the dim light, covering Shun Jasue's face and her upper body. Shun Jasue instantly recognized that it was the curtain hat she had thrown on the shore before going into the water to rescue others. It turned out that Mr. Jiang had picked it up. "It's windy outside. Miss Shen, please get in the carriage," Jiang Sun said in a low voice before taking a step back. Shun Jasue raised her head, Luo Sha blurred her vision, and she could no longer clearly see Jiang Sun's expression at the moment. But the hazy light outlined his outline. Because the Luo Sha was bright yellow, it looked like there was warm golden light flowing around Jiang Sun. This gave Shin Jasue a vague illusion, as if he could see a trace of tenderness in the always cold-faced Jiang Sun. She nodded slightly, but glanced at Lu Yunzheng not far away uneasily, for fear that he would say something bad again. Jiang Sun was very tall. From Lu Yunzheng's perspective, Jiang Sun had almost completely covered Shin Jasue. His raised hand showed that the two of them were very intimate. Seeing this, Lu Yunjing's expression became colder and harder, and just as he was about to step forward, Jiang Sun had already turned around, still blocking Shin Jasue behind him tightly. He looked directly at the angry Lu Yunzheng with cold eyes and said softly, "A few days ago, rumors of Deputy Commander Lu rashly breaking off their engagement spread throughout the capital. I am already aware of the cause and effect. According to my dashing law, from the date of annulment, the marriage has nothing to do with it, there is no temporary annulment, and there is no reason to be entangled after the annulment. And the deputy commander was half-hearted in the first place and treacherous in the second. Such behavior is inappropriate, and his character is bad. I am at a loss. I wonder if I am worthy of the duty of patrolling the city and protecting the people." Furthermore, General Zhao failed to teach his son well and broke the contract with his son. I will send the letter of accusation to the Yeshitai tomorrow. After I want to be impeached, Zhao Yong will be impeached. A brave general will know how to discipline the deputy commander severely and make him change his ways. Jiang Sun would rarely say such a long sentence if he were not in the court or in Dali Temple. Seeing Jiang Sun's threats, Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but change his expression and said coldly, "Master Jiang, do you want to avenge your private interests and bend the law for personal gain?" Jiang Sun heard this and chuckled. "I and the deputy commander have no grudges. If there is no grudge, how can one speak of personal revenge? As for seeking personal gain and perverting the law, what the deputy commander said is not true." Lu Yunzheng gritted his teeth in anger when he saw Jiang Sun was so unwilling to give in. If his father is really impeached because of him, I'm afraid it will be more difficult for him to return home, and Xizhi will also be wronged again. He didn't believe Jiang Sun would seriously like Shin Jasue. The two of them have very different personalities, just like ice and coal in different containers, and there is no way they can come together. I'm afraid Jiang Sun also took a fancy to the power of General Dinggua's mansion and wanted to come up with a drama about a hero saving a beauty. Master Jiang, Shin Jasue only knows how to wield a knife and a gun. He is reckless, and he doesn't know how to be charming. He is not like the other women who can add fragrance to your red sleeves. No one can tolerate her temper except me. We have been engaged for many years. Although we are not childhood sweethearts, we still have a friendship for many years. So you still want her get out?" Before Lu Yunzheng could finish his words, Jiang Sun said coldly. His expression didn't change much, but his anger was clearly visible. Lu Yunzheng's eyes widened slightly when he heard this. In his 2 lifetimes, no one had ever spoken to him like this before. This was simply an insult. What is so crazy about Jiang Sun? He was able to get to where he is today only because he had an imperial master to protect him. In 2 years' time, let's see him fall into the quagmire and seek his own death. Thinking of this, Lu Yunzheng sneered, but before he could speak again, a familiar voice came from behind him. "Deputy Commander, what are you doing here?" Lu Yunzheng turned his head suddenly and saw himself. Lin Zhouji, his immediate superior, had his hands behind his back and was looking at him lightly not far away. Lu Yunzheng frowned and saw Lin Zhouji nodding towards him, motioning for him to come over. He didn't want to leave right now, otherwise it would be like he was showing weakness to Jiang Sun. But when he thought that he would have to be on duty under Lin Zhouji for a long time to come, after hesitating for a moment, his face darkened and he took a step in that direction. But before leaving, he turned his head to look at Jiang Sun and said in a cold voice, "Mr. Jiang, the world is uncertain and the situation is unpredictable. Don't be too frivolous. Everything has not yet been determined." He still wanted to go. Looking at Shun Jiasue, Jiang Sun never moved. He could only vaguely see the corner of the curtain hat. Don't be too frivolous. Everything has not yet been determined. He still wanted to go. Looking at Shun Jiasue, Jiang Sun never moved. He could only vaguely see the corner of the curtain hat. Seeing that Shun Jiasue remained silent, Lu Yunzheng snorted coldly, turned and left. The surroundings suddenly became silent. Shun Jiasue. It turns out that it feels quite good to have Miss Shen. Thank you. Mr. Jiang, what I just said about seeing each other. As I know, these are all expedient measures. Shun Jiasue exhaled slightly after hearing this, and his tense shoulders instantly relaxed. Great, talking to smart people is really not tiring at all. Now that everything was settled, she had to wake up Baiji and the coachman quickly. If she didn't go back, her parents would really be worried. Shun Jiasue was just thinking when he suddenly heard Jiang Sun call softly, "Miss Shen."
Huh?
When someone calls him, he always responds quickly. Jiang Sun paused, his eyes surging, but he was very restrained. After a long time, he only said warmly, "Get in the car quickly. Don't catch a cold." Shun Jiasue nodded repeatedly when he heard the words, and said with a smile, "Jiang sir, please rest assured, what Lu Yunzheng said just now is right. I am used to wielding swords and guns. I am a thick-skinned person, but I am in good health." Jiang Sun frowned slightly when he heard this, and his thin lips moved, but he said nothing. Unspoken. Seeing Shun Jiasue neatly climbing onto the carriage, he paused slightly with his outstretched hand, then took it back and then formally bowed and thanked him. "Thank you for Miss Shen's kindness in saving my mother from danger. Please accept Xiaoji's advice."
Bye.
Shun Jiasue heard the sound and hurriedly turned around to help. The night wind happened to by at this time, blowing up the gauze. The bright yellow color was dyed into warm orange by the light in the distance, but it was not as bright as Shun Jiasue's smile. Jiang Sun raised his head slightly and saw Shun Jiasue leaning forward, reaching out to help his arm. He was so close to him, as if thousands of streams of light were pouring down. "Mr. Jiang, I want to thank you," she said with a crooked eyebrow. The carriage drove slowly towards the end of the street, then turned a corner and disappeared from sight. Jiang Sun turned sideways and watched quietly. It was not until the evening breeze blew and the wet robe on his ferrures felt a chill that he slowly looked away. After Miss Shen got into the carriage just now, she took off her robe and gave it back to him. She said, "When I go back like this, my parents will inevitably interrogate me for a while. If they see it, they will even misunderstand me. I'm afraid it will ruin your reputation and cause trouble to your disciples." She drew the line so clearly. "Is a good thing. We've already gone far. Why can't we bear to leave?" Jiang Sun was thinking like this when Elder Lin's teasing voice suddenly came from behind him. He turned around, his face already calm. Seeing Mr. Lin's eyes full of teasing, he called out lightly, "Teacher." When Mr. Lin saw Jiang Sun's dead look, he waved his hands hurriedly. Okay. I won't say anything anymore, old man, okay? How is it in the palace?" When he asked this question, Mr. Lin suddenly became serious. Jiang Sun shook his head gently and said nothing. When Mr. Lin saw this, he understood everything. He sighed quietly and patted Jiang Sun again. Sun's shoulders. "Okay, you can go into the house. I'm going back too. My old bones are almost falling apart tonight. Disciple sends you." Jiang Sun raised his hand to support Mr. Lin's arm. Mr. Lin threw away his hand in disgust. Go, go, go. I'm not old enough to be cared for yet. Zhou, come here and help me. Jiang Sun. Lin Zhou. Jiang Sun still put Mr. Lin on the carriage. He was bowing to say goodbye when he saw Mr. Lin lifting the curtain. Said sternly to him, Xizhi, as the ancient said, a drop of kindness should be repaid by a spring. Miss Shen saved your mother today. It can be said that the kindness is as heavy as a mountain. Jiang Sun nodded when he heard this and said solemnly, Disciple, I will keep this in mind. At this time, the carriage was already moving. Seeing that Jiang Sun didn't understand what he meant, Mr. Lin immediately stuck out his head and said with a pale face, You are a lump of wood with an elm-headed head. What's the use of just remembering it? You can't repay it, so you should pledge yourself to me. Xizhi, do you remember what I said? Xizhi, you have to live up to your expectations. Lin Zhou in the carriage said. Uncle, if you haven't finished explaining yet, let's stop the carriage and say it slowly, okay? Hearing this, Mr. Lin pulled away and came back, shaking his head repeatedly. No, wouldn't this give that kid an opportunity to refute? I was holding it back and waited until I got on the carriage before I dared to speak. Lin Zhou. Xizhi, I will treat it as your answer. Mr. Lin guessed that he had gone quite far, so he poked his head out and added one last sentence. Jiang Sun, who was still standing there. This old man is too wishful thinking. Let's not talk about his current situation. In this situation, starting a family is just a drag on others, and besides, Miss Shen may not like him. I am very satisfied with Mr. Jiang at this point. Jiang Sun's mind suddenly flashed like this. In a word, he was wasted some time picking up the curtain hat. When he chased him out, he happened to hear Miss Shen say that she went to the flower viewing party to see him. A lot of things did happen that day. At this point, Jiang Sun refused to let himself think about it any longer. Seeing that Mr. Lin's carriage also disappeared into the night, he turned around and walked in quickly. At this time, Fugui hurriedly greeted him. When he came out and saw Jiang Sun, he cried and said, Master, go see my wife quickly. Jiang Sun's heart tightened when he heard this, and he walked quickly towards the east courtyard. As soon as he entered the main room, he heard Uncle Anyang crying and calling for his wife. Jiang Sun couldn't help but change his face, thinking that Mrs. Anyang was waiting. He turned into the inner room and saw Mrs. Anyang Bo sitting on the couch with a blank look on her face. Mr. Anyang was hugging his wife and crying non-stop. Jiang Sun suddenly stopped and turned away, clutching her tightly at this moment. My heart slowly relaxed. Father, mother. Jiang Sun lowered his eyes and saluted. Hearing the voice, Anyang Bo hurriedly stood up, raised his sleeves and wiped away his tears, then pulled Jiang Sun to the bed, cried to Mrs. Anyang Bo, and said, Madam, this is Sunner. Our Sunner. Hearing this, Mrs. Anyang Bo raised her eyes to look at Jiang Sun. Her eyes were full of surprise and a hint of suspicion. After hesitating for a long time, she stretched out her hand to Jiang Sun.
Sun, Xonea?
Jiang Sun frowned when he saw this, but turned to look at Uncle Anyang. Uncle Anyang hurriedly pushed Jiang Sun forward and whispered, Sunner, your mother was like this as soon as she woke up. She forgot many things. My father asked me, but now your mother only remembers that you just celebrated your 9th birthday and has forgotten everything else. Sunna, Lis. Maybe a good thing. Jiang Sun couldn't help but look shocked when he heard this, but at this moment, a hand had been carefully placed on his head, bringing a hint of warmth. Jiang Sun slowly turned around and saw Mrs. Enyingbo leaning forward to look at him slightly. Her eyes, he was so serious and focused, scanning his eyebrows inch by inch, and after a long time, he called out in a trembling voice, Sunner? Are you Sunner? Are you my mother's son? Jiang Sun's throat instantly tightened, and his heart felt like fried oil. At this moment, Anyang Bo gently tugged on Jiang Sun's sleeve. Tears were in his eyes, and he looked at Jiang Sun with an almost pleading look. As if to say, Sunner, please just admit it. Jiang Sun opened his mouth, but before he could respond, Mrs. Anyang Bo rushed forward and hugged Jiang Sun. With his head on Jiang Sun's shoulder, he sobbed and cried, saying vaguely, "Mother's Sunner has grown so big, but why? Why can't I even remember it? Sunner, Mom misses you so much." Jiang Sun could feel that Mrs. Anyang's tears wet his deep clothes. At this moment, his heart was trembling and his eyes were sore. This was the first time in 10 years that his mother had treated him so tenderly. What fell on him was not a slap, not a whip, but a gentle touch. "Sunner, why don't you call me mother? Sunner, can you call me and let your mother hear it?" Mrs. Enyingbo slowly let go of her arms. Tears were already streaming down her face. She looked at Jiang Sun expectantly, her eyes so gentle and full of love.
"Xonea."
Anyangbo hurriedly came up to him, his pleading became more intense. Jiang Sun moved his lips, and the word lingered on the tip of his tongue, weighing more than 1,000 pounds. He lowered his eyes for a moment, and after all, he was unwilling to disappoint the parents in front of him. "Mother." He called softly, as calm as ever, but with a hint of trembling.
"Hey."
Mrs. Anyangbo cried with joy. She hugged Jiang Sun and cried and laughed. Soon she looked tired and couldn't hold on any longer. Anyangbo and Jiang Sun persuaded her to sleep, but she pulled Jiang Sun and looked at her again and again, as if after a long time, Mrs. Anyang could not hold on any more and slowly closed her eyes. When he saw that his wife was fast asleep, he left his maid to watch over her. He took Jiang Sun beside him and walked out quietly. The maid sat on the table beside her, but she was sleeping deep inside the bed curtain. But at this moment, the woman slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were clear, and there was no trace of confusion as before. She wanted to die, but when she was saved, she heard the cry of the master. So heartbreaking. I also heard Mr. Lin's voice. This wise and gentle elder was Jiang Sun's mentor. He leaned into her ear and said softly, "Mrs., if you die today, do you know what kind of abyss Xizhi will be pushed into? A child with such a pure nature will blame all his faults on himself. Madam, sometimes it's rare to be confused. Xizhi is a good boy. You have discovered his goodness a long time ago, haven't you? Take good care of him. Madam, Xizhi, this child, feels so painful." When her thoughts came to this point, tears rolled down from the corners of Mrs. Anyangbo's eyes one after another and oozed silently. She was so confused that she could only use this method to try to make up for the child she had tortured for 10 years. And she hoped that Sunner would be willing to see her after this. Seeing her as a derelict mother, if she doesn't want to, she deserves millions of punishments. She just hopes that Sunner will be reincarnated into a kind and gentle family with a mother who loves and protects him and a mother who is better than her. 8,000 times better mother. After Anyangbo brought Jiang Sun to the study, they were the only two people in the room. He didn't know what to say. The room was silent. At this time, cricket. It was Anyangbo's general, who always wins, who broke the silence.
"Anyangbo."
"Sunner, your mother's current condition. The court doctor just said that she may have been too shocked. Whether she can remember it in the future is another matter. Father thinks that this is also good." As Anyangbo said, he pulled his sleeves and looked at Jiang Sun's face nervously. Jiang Sun lowered his eyebrows, still holding the wet outer robe in his hand, and didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing this, Anyangbo slowly sat on the chair and couldn't help but sighing very long. Today was particularly long, and he felt exhausted. I don't know how Jiang Sun managed to stand there straight without showing any fatigue. He knew that he and his wife owed Jiang Sun a lot. Over the years, his wife had been mean to Jiang Sun, but because he felt guilty towards Sunner and his wife, he always stood by and watched what his wife did. He thought Jiang Sun would know how to protect himself, but he was so submissive and didn't say a word. Once, he secretly went to see Jiang Sun. He was lying on the couch, dying, with whip marks crisscrossing his body and blood dripping. He secretly went to apply medicine to Jiang Sun and heard Jiang Sun murmuring over and over in his dream, "Go home." Thinking of this, Anyangbo couldn't help but look up at Jiang Sun again. He thought those whip marks were so deep at that time, maybe he still had scars on his body. He also thought, Jiang Sun's home, where is it? He opened his mouth but couldn't ask, as if as long as the window paper was not broken, he could still play dumb. You've been tired all day, take a rest early. I heard from Mr. Lin that it was Miss Shen who saved Madam today. Tomorrow I will go to thank her in person. Jiang Sun finally moved when he heard this. He raised his head and said softly, Father, Miss Shen's kindness is in my heart. But today's events should not be spread to outsiders, so as not to ruin her reputation. It's better for you not to go to the General Dinggua's mansion. When Anyangbo heard this, he also felt that it made sense, but how could he be careless about the life-saving grace? He thought about it and said, When your mother is better, she will host a banquet to meet Madam Shen, and then thank Miss Shen in person. This is also a good idea, no? Jiang Sun suddenly raised his voice slightly and rejected Anyangbo's proposal. Anyangbo was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Jiang Sun with a little surprise. In front of him, Jiang Sun rarely had such a tough attitude. Jiang Sun obviously realized that he had lost his composure. He frowned slightly, looking a little annoyed. Father, you also know my current situation. What happened in the mansion today is a lesson for us. Don't involve others again. Father, please stay in the mansion and accompany Mother more during these days. I'll take my leave. Having said that, Jiang Sun bowed and turned to leave. Fugui had been waiting outside until Jiang Sun left, and then he dared to walk in carefully. When he looked up, he saw Anyangbo sitting behind the desk with a gloomy face and hurriedly called softly, Master? Anyangbo came to his senses, remembered Fugui's loyalty, and immediately relaxed his expression. Fugui, today we have to thank you for inviting Mr. Lin in time. Come here, I will give you some reward money. As Anyangbo said this, he went to take out his purse, but saw Fugui approaching with a mysterious look on his face and whispered, Master, I was outside just now and heard you and the young master talking about Miss Shen. You don't know, tonight it is all thanks to Miss Shen. It was she who guessed that the madam might commit suicide, so Mr. Lin came into the mansion in time. Later, you and the young master came back, and I followed you into the mansion. I saw with my own eyes that the young master gave the outer robe to Miss Shen, and then ran out of the mansion chasing Miss Shen. Did you see that the young master was holding the outer robe in his hand just now, which shows that he caught up with Miss Shen? Fugui said with a suggestive look on his face. After all, Anyangbo was an experienced person. He gradually figured out the deep meaning of Fugui's words and couldn't help showing a look of realization on his face. No wonder Sunner reacted strangely when Miss Shen was mentioned just now. He is usually so calm. Thinking of this, Anyangbo couldn't help but stand up and paced back and forth in the room. Suddenly, his footsteps stopped. No wonder Elder Lin wanted to mention Miss Shen alone. This was clearly a reminder to him. He knew that after 10 years of estrangement and mistreatment, he and his wife would never be able to enter Sunner's heart. Now, what he and his wife can do is not to hold Sunner back, at least not to let the Shen family think that his Anyangbo mansion is not worthy of being a husband's home. This matter needs to be considered in the long run. Jiang Sun returned to his own yard. The yellow talismans and bells on the wall were still there, but he ignored them. He walked all the way into the main house and saw Nanfeng kneeling there. He put the outer robe in his hand on the shelf, stepped forward to help Nanfeng, and said in a calm voice, I said, you don't have to kneel. Nanfeng did not dare to stand up, but leaned down and told her everything about how he disobeyed orders today and scolded the wife of Anyangbo. I did something bad and almost killed the lady. My crime is unforgivable. Please punish me, young master. When he heard that the west courtyard was on fire, Jiang Sun guessed that the fault was most likely caused by Nanfeng. According to his plan, tonight should not be so dangerous. At this moment, his face was still calm, and he lowered his eyes to look at Nanfeng and said in a calm voice, Nanfeng, I said that if you make a mistake, you will lose the whole game. Especially now that I am at the center of the storm, any mistake may be irreparable. If you are still emotional, you can go back to the teacher. Nanfeng raised his head suddenly after hearing the words, feeling regretful and ashamed. Master, I won't dare to do it again. No matter how you punish me, I deserve it, but I still want to stay with you. At the end, Nanfeng lost his confidence. He had prepared to resign after receiving the punishment, but when he thought about leaving the master, he was very unwilling and reluctant. Unexpectedly, Jiang Sun leaned over to help him. Nanfeng, I know your temperament and character. You treat me sincerely, and this kind of heart is already very rare. But Nanfeng, you should know that you and I may not be so lucky the second time and get help from noble people. No one is perfect. I won't drive you away this time, but there will be no next time. Nanfeng looked up and met Jiang Sun's stern but gentle eyes. He felt a sour nose and wanted to pour out all his loyalty. The master is the most worthy person in this world. There won't be a next time. Nanfeng nodded heavily, not only to Jiang Sun, but also to himself. All the admonitions were not as profound as making a real mistake. Go and have a rest, no need to serve. Jiang Sun patted Nanfeng's shoulder gently and walked straight to the back of the case. Nanfeng hurriedly followed and started grinding ink. It's so late. Is the young master still busy? Jiang Sun shook his head and said in a light voice, No, just write a letter of accusation. Tomorrow morning, hand it directly to Zhang Yushi. Nanfeng was surprised when he heard it. He didn't know who his young master was going to report. He couldn't help but take a curious look, as if he saw the 4 words Zhaoyong General. Seeing that Jiang Sun really didn't need to be served, Nanfeng was ready to leave. He was a lively person. With a glance, he caught a glimpse of the wrinkled outer robe on the shelf. A closer look revealed that the hem was covered in dirt and was extremely dirty. Master, I'm afraid this outer robe can't be worn anymore. Shall I take it and deal with it? Nanfeng reached out to take it. Jiang Sun raised his head from the table, glanced at it, and lowered his head again. Seeing this, Nanfeng took the outer robe out of the door. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he heard Jiang Sun casually say, Wash it and put it back in the closet. Nanfeng was stunned, and then he realized that the master was talking about the outer robe in his hand. He nodded blankly and looked the outer robe up and down. Aren't there plenty of outer robes like this in the master's closet? Never mind, thrift is a virtue. Just listen to the master and keep it. Lu Yunzheng left the Anyang Earl's mansion with a lot of anger. His thoughts were in turmoil along the way. Whenever he thought that Shen Jiasue might marry someone else, he felt very unwilling and disgusted. He and Shen Jiasue had been married before. Even if they had never consummated their marriage, Shen Jiasue was already his in life and in death. If he had known this, he would not have broken off the engagement. This was the nth time that this thought had occurred to him since his rebirth. Lu Yunzheng was filled with depression when he suddenly heard a cautious voice calling out, Master? When Lu Yunzheng heard the voice, he looked up and realized that he had subconsciously ridden his horse back to General Zhaoyong's mansion. The one who called him was one of the subordinates who often followed his father. His heart skipped a beat, and he looked forward. He saw his father stop and turn his head to look at him. Lu Yunzheng hurriedly got off the horse, saluted his father, and called out somewhat helplessly, Dad. Lu Yongzhu saw Lu Yunzheng standing alone beside the horse. In the dim light, he actually looked a bit lonely. His heart suddenly softened. After all, he was the son he had cultivated with great effort and had high hopes for. But he was used to being strict with Lu Yunzheng, so he sank his face and said in a cold voice, What's the matter? You can't make it outside, so you come back to admit your mistakes? Lu Yunzheng originally wanted to surrender. After all, he is now facing setbacks everywhere, and his life is really not pleasant. But at this moment, Lu Yongzhu provoked him with such words, and Lu Yunzheng took back the soft words that were about to come out of his mouth, and chose to jump on the horse again. Seeing this scene, Lu Yongzhu was immediately furious. He snorted coldly, turned around and walked inside with his sleeves. Lu Yunzheng clenched the reins tightly and hated his father for being so heartless and really ignoring him. He was about to turn his horse around, but Lu Yongzhu's subordinates were loyal after all. They hurried over at this moment, bravely stopped Lu Yunzheng, and advised in a warm voice, Young master, the general is just hard-mouthed but soft-hearted. In fact, The general has been asking us to inquire about the news of the young master these days, and he is also afraid that the young master will be wronged outside. You just need to go up and say a few soft words to the general, and the general will be relieved." Hearing this, Lu Yunzheng looked at Lu Yongzhu's back in disbelief. Dad really cares about him so much? He showed hesitation, and when he saw that Lu Yongzhu really stopped, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he was about to dismount again. But at this time, Lu Yongzhu shouted coldly, 16, you're so nosy? Why don't you come over here? The subordinate Lu 16 was frightened when he heard this, and hurriedly walked away. When Lu Yunzheng heard this, the light in his eyes was extinguished instantly. He still had extravagant hopes. If his father really loved him, how could he have been in his previous life? That's all. Thinking of this, Lu Yunzheng's face gradually turned cold, and he tightened the reins without hesitation, turned around and rode into the dark night. Lu Yongzhu didn't expect that Lu Yunzheng would really leave like this. He turned his head suddenly, a flash of anger flashed across his face, and then a trace of pity came into his mind. Seeing this, Lu 16 couldn't help but sighed secretly, General, since you are worried about the young master. Why did you just? Lu Yongzhu slowly retracted his gaze, and the worry in his eyes slowly emerged. 16. The traders of the Mo Kingdom are still determined to fight with our Sheng Kingdom. Yunzheng is a good candidate to lead troops to fight, but he is impatient and easily gets carried away by his emotions on the battlefield. I don't want what happened to Deputy General Gu to happen again. If Yunzheng can't temper his character and take responsibility, I would rather he live a mediocre life than lead troops to fight but fail to do so, killing the men of our Sheng dynasty and causing the loss of our territory. When Lu Yongzhu said this, a hint of disappointment appeared on his face, and he turned to go into the mansion. Seeing this, Lu 16 couldn't help but sigh. He knew that the general actually had great expectations for the young master. As the ancients often said, a tiger father will have a dog son. How could the general not hope that the young master could carry the flag in his hand, gallop on the battlefield, and defend his country? But to be fair, their brothers all felt that the fact that the young master broke off the engagement with the Shen family this time was really unkind. When Lu Yunzheng returned to the villa, it was already very late. Now that he has the financial support of Mrs. Lu, he no longer has to worry about his livelihood. This is also thanks to the conversation between Xizhi and Mrs. Lu at the Jiakang temple last time. Lu Yunzheng was thinking this when he pushed open the gate of the courtyard. Unexpectedly, there was still light in Xizhi's room. Creaky as if hearing the sound in the courtyard, the door was instantly opened from the inside. Obviously, the people in the room had been waiting for a long time. Lu Yunzheng looked up and saw Xizhi, who was dressed in plain clothes, couldn't wait to greet him. Yunzheng, Xizhi called softly, her eyes flashing with joy in her gentleness. Lu Yunzheng's heart softened suddenly, and the gloom and boredom just now really disappeared at this moment. No matter what, there is still Xizhi in the world who loves him, will keep a light for him, and will look forward to his return. The two hugged each other and sat in the house, very warm. At this time, Lu Yunzheng couldn't help asking, Xizhi, don't you ask me where I went? Xizhi shook her head gently. Yunzheng, I know you are running for our future. That's enough. Lu Yunzheng heard this, and a trace of shame suddenly arose in his chest. Because on the way back, just now, he was still thinking about Shen Jiasue. He gently touched Xizhi's long hair and chose to frankly tell everything he saw and heard in Anyangbo's mansion tonight. When she heard that Lu Yunzheng was going to see Shen Jiasue again, Xizhi's eyes darkened, but it was soon replaced by a touch of ridicule. Men are really. In the past, Yunzheng treated Shen Jiasue like a worn-out shoe and despised her, but now, it turns out that what he can't get is the best. She didn't doubt Lu Yunzheng's feelings for her at the moment, but it was obvious that he could still hold many people in his heart. When one day her beauty fades and her love fades, what will she have left? Equal wife. Xizhi is no longer rare. These days, she has been alone in the other courtyard, and she has thought about many things. She found that a secret she had tried so hard to hide now seemed to have become a killer. Even that person would be tempted after hearing it. When Lu Yunjing finished speaking, Xizhi quickly gathered her thoughts and looked up in surprise. Jiang Sun. Yunzheng, are you saying that the godfather and godmother told Shen Jiasue about Jiang Sun? Xizhi had naturally heard of the name Jiang Sun, a man who was so upright that he was almost stupid. It was said that he offended a duke for an old man and a peasant girl. How much injustice could Jiang Sun put down in this world? It was just for that meaningless persistence that he put himself and the people around him in danger. In this world, it is right to be prudent and protect oneself, and power and wealth are even more irresistible. Yunzheng said that Shen Jiasue and Jiang Sun were incompatible, but her view was exactly the opposite. The two of them were clearly fierce fire and boiling oil, and they were the same inside. Thinking of this, Xizhi's eyes flashed with interest. Jiang Sun's personality is destined to not go far. If Shen Jiasue stays with him, it would be a dead end. Of course, Xizhi will not refute Lu Yunzheng. She just needs to go along with him, because this is what Lu Yunzheng likes most. Yunzheng, what should we do? Are they really going to get married soon? When Lu Yunzheng heard this, he suddenly thought of something, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes.
No.
Lu Yunzheng sat up a little straighter. Shen Jiasue will probably quickly give up. Xizhi couldn't help but look surprised when she heard this. There were several times when Lu Yunzheng would say something very confident, as if he knew something a long time ago. For example, at this time. Give up? Yunzheng, what do you mean? Xizhi asked curiously. After being frustrated when he confessed to Mrs. Lu about his rebirth last time, Lu Yunzheng had decided to keep this matter in his heart forever and would not even tell Xizhi a single word. He didn't want to use this incident to test the people around him again, so as not to be disappointed again. So he shook his head and just said vaguely, I heard some rumors from others, but it's not confirmed yet. Let's talk about it when the time comes. He just heard that Shen Jiasue was going to marry someone else, and he forgot an important thing in his confusion. Jiang Sun's lifelong event. In the previous life, until he returned to Beijing in triumph, he had not heard that Jiang Sun had already started a family, so he didn't think of it at the first time. But after Xizhi asked just now, it reminded him that Jiang Sun would have a marriage to discuss at the end of this year. Although he didn't know how Jiang Sun refused this marriage in the previous life, this time, whether the marriage was successful or not, Shen Jiasue retreated because of the difficulty. After all, the one who fell in love with Jiang Sun was a first-class noble lady. Xizhi saw Lu Yunjing's evasion and frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. What Lu Yunjing said tonight was enough for her to pass on to that person. At this time, Lu Yunzheng came back to his senses and mentioned that he had mistakenly returned to the general's mansion. He couldn't help but ask about the last conversation between Xizhi and his mother in the Jiakhang temple. Xizhi, what did you say last time? Mother is willing to send money recently, but it is all thanks to you to mediate. Xizhi smiled when she heard it. It's just some small plans to relieve Madam's worries. These days have passed, and I think Madam will get what she wants soon. Yunzheng, if Madam pleads for you and lets you return to the general's mansion, you should be submissive to General Lu. Just think of it as for our future, okay? Xizhi raised her head and smiled like the spring breeze in March. When Lu Yunzheng heard this, endless pity welled up in his heart. Xizhi, you will also be wronged in this way. Xizhi shook her head and said with dependence, Yunzheng, I'm not afraid with you protecting me. Lu Yunzheng felt his chest warmed when he heard this, and couldn't help sighing. Xizhi, how can I be so worthy to have you by my side? I'll listen to you, okay? Xizhi nodded gently, and the two of them snuggled together under the candlelight, which was obviously warm and sweet. But there was no tenderness in Xizhi's eyes, only a sharp light flashing. General Dinggua's mansion, Chunhua courtyard. A chew after bathing, Baiji was wiping Shen Jiasue's wet hair. As a result, Shen Jiasue sneezed several times in a row. Baiji felt distressed and worried when she saw this. Miss, I will ask someone to bring immediately. Before she finished speaking, Shen Jiasue suddenly stood up and waved her hand. Baiji, don't wipe it yet. Wait for me to practice boxing, and my body will be hot soon. Baiji. She raised her hand and pushed her young lady back, and said in a rare, strong voice, Miss, you are tired after a night. You should take a rest, and the soup will be here soon. Shen Jiasue looked up at Baiji, and saw that she looked unhappy. After thinking for a while, he put his hands on his knees and sat down obediently. When Baiji saw Shen Jiasue's appearance, she could no longer maintain a cold face. She collapsed and muttered, Miss, look at you. Even if you are in good health, you can't stand this kind of tossing. I feel so distressed when I see you. Shen Jiasue curved her eyebrows and held Baiji's hand. Okay, I'll be obedient, okay? Where's the soup? I promise to drink it all in one gulp, without a drop left. Baiji saw Shen Jiasue being so obedient, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was because the young lady was so good to her that she dared to cross the line like this, but she really didn't understand. Miss, I don't understand. Since you rejected the matchmaker promoted by Prince Rong, it means you didn't like Lord Zhang. Why do you want to do so much for Lord Zhang now? Shen Jiasue was stunned when he heard this. Why did she go to such lengths for Lord Zhang? Probably because, when she was at the end of her rope in her previous life, he was the only one who extended a helping hand to her. Also because, seeing that Baiji was still waiting for an answer, Shen Jiasue did not perfunctorily answer, but sorted out his words and answered seriously, because Lord Zhang is a respectable and admirable person. Baiji, perhaps many people think that Lord Zhang is too pedantic and too stupid, and perhaps even he himself knows that his own strength is too small, but he is still so determined and unswerving. I think he must have a strong heart that ordinary people cannot match, and he is even prepared to die halfway. This heart is bright, and there is no fear of death. Baiji, his kindness. Perhaps those who have received his help will feel it more deeply, because in the last life, the light emitted by Lord Zhang had really shone on her. Baiji saw her young lady's face full of admiration and bright eyes when she talked about Lord Zhang, but she herself was still unaware of it, and she couldn't help but stop talking. Oh, I'm getting off topic. Anyway, Lord Zhang should be helped. A Chu Shen Jiasue dispersed the serious look on his face, and after relaxing, he sneezed again. Baiji came back to his senses, hurriedly quickened the movements of his hands, and couldn't help but sneezed. Last time I heard from the young master and the cousin that Lord Zhang was mentally, and the Anyang Earl, and his wife didn't seem to like Lord Zhang. It's hard for Lord Zhang to have such a temperament. The young lady praised Lord Zhang to the sky. I wonder what kind of young lady will be able to match him in the future. Baiji's words were more or less probing. Madame had told her that if the young lady was close to her, she should pay more attention to her. Shen Jiasue was stunned when she heard this, and then she remembered something. In her previous life, she seemed to have heard someone say that Princess Ning had taken a fancy to Lord Zhang and seemed to want to marry him. She had heard about this and then forgot about it. So why didn't she see Lord Zhang get married later? You know, Princess Ning was not an ordinary person. Shang and Mo had been fighting for a long time, and you in the West had always stayed out of it, so it became the object of the two countries' competition. Later, the late emperor sent the third princess to you to marry, and gave her the title of Zhou. After Princess Zhou went to Yu State, she had a deep relationship with the Khan of Yu State and gave birth to 2 sons and 1 daughter. A few years ago, the Khan of Yu State fell ill and died. It must have been a bloody storm. Princess Zhou pushed her eldest son to the position of Khan. Now that the political situation in Yu State is stable, Princess Zhou misses her homeland and will bring Princess Ning back to the country to live temporarily at the end of the year. This time when she returns to Beijing, Princess Zhou is also thinking about choosing a good husband for Princess Ning and letting her stay in the capital. Yu State is located in the north, which is far less prosperous and pleasant than the capital. Besides, now that their identities are different and the matter involves 2 countries, there are many more things to consider. The princess is also here on behalf of Yu State. Shen Jiasue can roughly understand the twists and turns involved. She guessed a little and heard that Princess Ning did have a crush on Jiang Sun, but she didn't know why it didn't work out in the end. Counting the time, it's only been about a month, right? In her previous life, she didn't attend the welcoming banquet that was said to be very lively, but she won't miss it this time. The person behind the scenes is powerful and will definitely show up at the welcoming banquet. She remembered that in her previous life, Yunzheng also went to join in the fun, and it was after he came back that he told her and Xizhi about the grand occasion of the welcoming banquet in vivid detail. She wondered if Yunzheng would go this time. If he was there, she might as well see how he reacted and see if there was any opportunity she could seize. Shen was lost in thought, and when she looked up, she saw Bai Ji looking at her inquiringly. Bai Ji, what's wrong? Shen asked with a puzzled look on his face. Bai Ji shook her head hurriedly, and seeing that Shen hair was almost dry, she turned around and went out to get the soup. Before leaving, she couldn't help but look back and saw that her young lady was still in deep thought, and she couldn't help muttering. Madam really overestimated her. She couldn't guess what the young lady was thinking at all. The next day, at General Zhao mansion, Mrs. Lu got up early in the morning and learned that Yunzheng had come back last night. She hurriedly sent someone to Lu Shilu to inquire about the news. Lu Shilu also hoped that his general and the young master would be well, so he said some good things. He didn't lie. After the general returned to the study last night, he did sigh for a long time and took out the young master's sword when he was a child and wiped it again and again. After hearing this, Mrs. Lu couldn't help but feel overjoyed. She knew that the master still valued Xizhi the most in his heart. No matter how Zhou Fu's son tried to show his own interests, he couldn't think of surpassing Xizhi. Mother Zhao, hurry up and tell the kitchen to prepare something that the master likes to eat. I'll wait in the front yard today and invite the master to the main courtyard for dinner. Let's strike while the iron is hot and say more good things so that Xizhi can return home as soon as possible. Mrs. Lu was full of energy, and Mother Zhao was also very happy. She hurriedly smiled and agreed, and turned to go out. Mrs. Lu really went to the front yard early and kept those good words in her stomach and turned them over and over again. But after waiting for a long time, General Lu came back from the court half an hour later than usual. Mrs. Lu saw General Lu coming in from outside from a distance, so she hurried forward to meet him. But General Lu had a gloomy face. The moment he saw Mrs. Lu, his brows were immediately knitted, and he turned around and saw that the direction was actually Aunt Zhou's Ningxiang courtyard. When Mrs. Lu saw this scene, her joy was instantly poured with a basin of cold water, and the smile on her face also disappeared. But when she thought of Yunzheng, Mrs. Lu gritted her teeth, still chased forward, and grabbed General Lu's sleeve. General Lu stopped, but refused to turn around. Seeing that General Lu was so annoyed with her, Mrs. Lu felt sour and bitter in her heart, but she still forced a smile and said in a warm voice, "Master, I asked the kitchen to prepare some of your favorite dishes today. Can we have lunch in the main courtyard?" "No need." General Lu's voice was cold and hard. He immediately pulled back his sleeves and walked away again. Mrs. Lu saw that she really couldn't keep him, so she just let it go, but there were still some things she wanted to say. "Master, I heard that last night Xizhi came back." Hearing Yunzheng's name, General Lu froze. But Mrs. Lu was eager to say what was in her heart at the moment, and because General Lu had his back to her, she didn't notice General Lu's abnormality at all, and said to herself, "Master, I know Xizhi best. He must have realized his mistake, but he is a little embarrassed. You know, the child is grown up, and he is a deputy commander outside after all, so he is particularly stubborn and wants to save face. Look, after he gets off duty today, I will call him back, and our family will have dinner together and talk it out, okay?" Seeing that General Lu did not say no, Madame Lu thought that General Lu was also moved, and she became more eager and continued, "Master, Xizhi is the young master of General Zhaoyong's mansion after all. It is not decent to tell others that he has been living outside in a rented yard, and it will hurt your reputation. You don't know that Xizhi has not had a good time these days. As his mother, I see it and feel sad. Besides, the turmoil of breaking off the engagement with the Shen family is over, and we have also gone to apologize. Now everyone is at peace. Why do you still pushing away, master?" Mrs. Lu thought that her words were comprehensive. Now that the old man's anger has subsided, it is really logical to bring Xizhi back as soon as possible. Who knew that at this time? General Lu suddenly said in a deep voice, "It's over." Who said the divorce crisis has passed? Mrs. Lu's heart skipped a beat when she heard that General Lu's voice was not right. She hurriedly walked around in 3 or 2 steps, only to find that General Lu's eyebrows were gloomy, he was clenching his teeth, and the muscles around his cheeks were trembling slightly, as if he was holding back. A gasp of anger. Mrs. Lu was startled, couldn't help but take a step back, and said tremblingly, "Master, what's wrong with you?" "I have tried to persuade the master several times about Xizhi, but I have never seen him so angry." In the end, General Lu couldn't hold back his anger any longer. He took a step closer to Mrs. Lu and said with almost gritted teeth, "You also know that that scoundrel hurt my face? I was really disgraced because of him today. Today morning, Yunzheng accused me in front of the Holy Emperor and all the civil and military officials of the court that I had failed to teach my son well and that he had broken the contract. After going to court, the Holy One even called me to the Imperial study room and scolded me for half an hour. At that time, General Shen was standing by and interceding on my behalf. I really wanted to find it in the ground and crawl into it. I spent half of my life in the army, throwing my head and blood on the battlefield, and was personally praised by the Holy One. Who would have thought that a lifetime of fame would be ruined at the hands of an unfilial son?" At the last sentence, General Lu almost roared, even shouting "I." He knew that Lu Yunzheng's character was now defective, and he, as a father, had nothing to do with it, so he just returned home and did not want to express his anger. He was in a hurry to leave because of his wife, but she insisted on dragging him and speaking every word for the traitor, which made him unable to suppress his anger. When Mrs. Lu heard this, General Lu regretted his engagement because of Lu Yunzheng. After being impeached and reprimanded by the Holy Emperor, her face turned pale with fright, her lips trembled for a long time, and she didn't utter a word for a long time before she stumbled and said, "How? Why is it so serious?" Those censors were so idle that they actually took care of other people's family affairs. This has been a marriage between a man and a woman since ancient times. If it doesn't work out, the two will break up. This has not been the case in every dynasty and generation. Shut up. General Lu saw that his wife not only did not realize her mistake, but also dared to accuse the censor. He was furious and shouted. Mrs. Lu was startled. When she looked up, she saw General Lu's gloomy eyebrows and his cold voice. Drowning a child is like killing a child. He has already lost his temper. If he doesn't repent, his life will be ruined. Go and tell Lu Yunzheng, if he really can't save his face and admits his mistake, he will simply set up his own business and never come back for the rest of his life. I, Lu Yongzhu, am not the only son. I have many people to take over the family business of the general's mansion." General Lu left these words, waved his sleeves, and strode away. Looking in that direction, he was heading to the martial arts field in the mansion. It could be seen that he was in urgent need of venting the pent-up energy in his chest. Mrs. Lu stood there blankly, waiting for General Lu's call. The figure was no longer visible, and then she felt frightened. She swayed and almost fell to the ground. The master had never said such serious words to her. What did he mean? Did he want to give up on Xizhi? Should she hand over the general's mansion to Zhou Fusun? No, she doesn't agree. But the master has always been right. If Xizhi doesn't admit his mistake, I'm afraid the general's mansion really doesn't belong to him. At this time, Mrs. Lu couldn't help but think of the unpleasant experience of her last visit to another hospital. At that time, Xizhi told a big lie without blinking an eye, saying that he had lived a new life and that the master would die in battle in 2 years. Her tone and expression were still so calm. Thinking of this, Mrs. Lu couldn't help but shudder. Even she had to admit that Xizhi had really changed. No, she wouldn't allow their father and son to get married. "Zhou, we can't tolerate the general's mansion falling into the hands of others." At this time, Mrs. Zhou, who had arranged everything, hurried over, but she didn't expect to see Mrs. Lu standing there in despair. She felt nervous and hurriedly came forward to help her. With a worried look on his face, he asked, "Madam, what's wrong with you? Where is the master?" Mrs. Lu slowly came back to her senses, held Mother Zhao's hand tightly, with a hint of coldness in her expression, and asked in a low voice, "Mom, have you done everything you asked you to do before?" Mother Zhao was stunned for a moment, then she quickly came to her senses and nodded repeatedly. "It went very smoothly over there, but madam, have you really decided? After all, Miss Yunyao is innocent." "Innocent?" Mrs. Lu raised her voice slightly. She was not innocent when she was reincarnated into Zhou Fu's belly. "Hurry up and leave more evidence. It must be foolproof. I will never let you pass the general's mansion to Ningxianjuan. Also, prepare some more money. I will personally deliver it to Zheng'er in 2 days. The master is still angry and cannot allow Zheng'er to come back and cause trouble, otherwise the father and son will be even more at odds. After 2 days, when the master's anger has subsided, she will personally go to persuade Zheng'er. If he doesn't come back and admit your mistake, there will be no place for him in the general's mansion from now on." Mrs. Lu had obviously made up her mind. She waved off Mother Zhao's support and walked to the main courtyard with a sullen face. On November 15th, she met the Imperial College again. It was a holiday. Others hurried home after school on the 14th, but Lu Yunzheng stayed in the Imperial College to study for another night. He got up early on the 15th and then hurried home after learning about his son. "As a matter of fact, I didn't wait last night, but I got up early today, rolled out the dough myself, made breakfast, and waited in the house with my daughter." "Auntie, sister." Lu Yunzheng walked into the house, put aside his indifferent expression outside, and smiled. "Second brother." Lu Yunyao came forward, took his brother's arm, took him to the table, pointed to the breakfast on the table, and counted the family treasures. "Auntie made this herself, and Yaoer made it. Second brother, try it quickly."
Taste.
Lu Yunyao was very well protected by Aunt Zhou and Lu Yunzheng. At the age of 15, she was still innocent and romantic. Lu Yunzheng agreed with a smile, sat down, and tasted every food. Aunt Zhou sat aside and looked at their brother and sister. The two chatted about interesting things about the Imperial College, their eyebrows curled up, and they felt very satisfied. Seeing that Lu Yunzheng had a good appetite today, Aunt Zhou got up and went to the small kitchen to refill some porridge. At this time, Lu Yunzheng and his sister were the only ones left in the room. Lu Yunyao lowered her eyes slightly, grabbed the handkerchief on his hand, struggled for a long time, and asked casually, "Second brother, are there still others bullying you now?" Lu Yunzheng shook his head and said with a smile, "Second brother went to the Imperial College to study, and he won't cause trouble." "Sister, don't worry." Lu Yunyao responded softly when he heard the words, and then asked, "Does the young master of the Shen family still have any quarrel with my elder brother?" Lu Yunzheng didn't expect that his sister would suddenly ask about Shen Jiaheng and couldn't help but show doubts on his face. Seeing this, Lu Yunyao's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly explained herself. "Didn't he hit his brother last time?"
Yaoer is worried.
After hearing this, Lu Yunzheng's doubts disappeared. He raised his hand to rub Lu Yunyao's head and said with a smile, "No, it's just a small misunderstanding." Shen Jiaheng apologized to his brother that day. "Since he is above board, my brother will not care about him." Lu Yunyao nodded. Just then, Aunt Zhou came in with porridge, and she stopped talking. About the middle of the day, Lu Yunzheng had dinner, and after packing up, he rushed back to the Imperial College. Aunt Zhou, she looked at her son distressfully, but she didn't say much. She just straightened his clothes and said warmly, "Don't get tired, let alone catch a cold. Remember to go and greet your father before leaving." Lu Yunzheng nodded obediently. "Auntie, don't worry. Children understand. Auntie should also take care of herself." Aunt Zhou patted Lu Yunzheng's shoulder happily, and suddenly there was a smile on her face.
"Xing'er, go see your wagon.
She has prepared a gift for you, but she doesn't dare to take it out." Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but look curious after hearing this, and hurriedly walked to the side room. "Sister?" He knocked on the door. Lu Yunyao came and opened the door, and a doting smile appeared on Lu Yunzheng's face. "I heard from my aunt that you prepared a gift for my brother?" Lu Yunyao's face turned red when she heard this, and she pulled Lu Yunzheng in and handed over a baggage shyly. Lu Yunzheng opened it with a smile and found 2 sets of knee-length clothes, one navy blue and one lake blue. The stitching on the edges looked a bit thick. It can be seen that it was made by Lu Yunyao himself. Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but look surprised when he heard Lu Yunyao say with distress, "The weather is getting colder, brother. Don't work too hard even if you do your homework, especially your knees." Lu Yunzheng picked up the knee-length jacket and looked at it again and again. He couldn't put it down and thanked him repeatedly. But then he saw Lu Yunyao blushing and handing over another baggage. "Any more?" Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but be surprised. Lu Yunyao shook his head, his ears turned red from nervousness, bit his lip, and said hesitantly, "This is. I want to ask my brother to hand it over to the young master of the Shen family." "Xinjiang?" Lu Yunzheng frowned when he heard that. Lu Yunyao hurriedly explained, "I just made an extra set, thinking that there were some misunderstandings between my brother and him last time. I hope that he can take care of my brother more after the misunderstanding is resolved." "Brother, you are introverted. I know you must have no friends in the Imperial College, and we are. Yao just hopes to help my brother make friends and make his life in the Imperial College easier." Lu Yunyao's voice became lower and lower, and she lowered her head when she spoke. When Lu Yunzheng heard this, he realized that he had misunderstood his sister. He felt anxious and ashamed. He hurriedly took over the knee-length shirt and promised with a smile, "Brother will not let my sister down." The brother and sister talked for a while. Lu Yunzheng didn't dare to delay any longer and got up and left. Lu Yunyao accompanied him to the gate of the courtyard. Seeing her brother leaving with a bag, there was joy and expectation in her eyes, as well as a hint of uneasiness.
She
lied to her brother. She made an extra set of knee-length gowns specifically for Brother Zhou. Brother Zhou must be very happy to receive them, right? Thinking of this, Lu Yunyao felt shy and blushed quietly. On the other side, on the carriage, Lu Yunzheng couldn't help taking out the knee-length gown his sister gave him and looking at it again and again. He really didn't have many friends in the Imperial College. People like Cui Mingjue looked down on him for being a rascal, and Shen Jiaheng couldn't play with him because of Lu Yunzheng. Those who were admitted to the Imperial College from local areas with real talents looked down on him, a student who got in because of his family background. In short, neither inside nor outside. But he went to the Imperial College to study, not to make friends. As long as he holds this thought in mind, he can be calm. It's hard for his sister to worry about him and think so carefully. Speaking of Shen Jiaheng, in fact, his sister has met him several times. At the beginning, Shen Jiasue brought Gu Xizhi to the Lu mansion, and Shen Jiaheng also came with him a few times. Maybe they thought it would be more lively with more people, so they also invited him and his sister a few times. Everyone is of similar age, and there were not so many twists and turns in the past. It's quite fun to sit together. Compared with Gu Xizhi, my sister likes Shen Jiasue more. She praised him several times when she went back, saying that the elder sister of the Shen family has a good temperament. The brother of the Shen family is just as good-looking as the elder sister of the Shen family. At this moment, a sentence from his younger sister flashed through Lu Yunzheng's mind. At that time, he thought that this was just a casual compliment from his younger sister, and he didn't take it to heart. But at this moment, he couldn't help but glance at another bundle beside him.
Impossible.
Lu Yunzheng thought so, but he picked up the knee-length shirt that his sister gave to Shen Jiaheng and looked at it carefully until he saw a hand-sewn Yao character in a very inconspicuous corner. His heart trembled suddenly, and he hurriedly picked up the knee-length shirt that his sister gave him, staring at the same place with wide eyes. But no matter how he turned over the 2 sets of knee-length shirts, he never saw the same words. At this moment, the 4 words privately giving and receiving suddenly popped up in his mind. His face turned pale, and he immediately slapped the wall of the car. "Go back home. Go back home, immediately." Lu Yunzheng went back and forth, alarming everyone in Ningxianjuan. Lu Yunyao came out with a worried look on her face when she heard the voice, and asked with concern, "Brother, what's wrong?" Lu Yunzheng walked very quickly into the mansion, sweat oozing from his forehead. He was originally very angry with Lu Yunyao, angry that she had no self-respect and was too bold. But when he saw Lu Yunyao frowning and standing on tiptoe to wipe the sweat off his face, the angry words came to his lips, but were swallowed back by him. Sister, sister. Lu Yunsheng clenched his fists and finally said in a gentle voice, It's okay. I just left a book that I will need tomorrow, and I hurried back to get it. Go and have a rest, sister. Brother will leave soon. Lu Yunyao did not doubt him when she heard it, but advised with heartache. Why don't you stay at home tonight? Lu Yunsheng was so confused at this time that he hadn't answered yet, but Aunt Zhou beside him had already noticed that something was wrong. Sheng'er was a very careful child. Every time he went out, he would pack everything he was going to take early. Over the years, had he ever forgotten anything? She glanced at the sweat on Lu Yunsheng's forehead calmly and persuaded Lu Yunyao to go and have a rest, while she would accompany Lu Yunsheng to the side room to get the books. As soon as the mother and son entered the house, Aunt Zhou frowned and asked, Sheng'er, what's the matter? Lu Yunsheng's lips were pale at this time, and he took out a pair of knee-length clothes from his arms. Aunt, this is what my sister asked me to give to Xinjiang. Aunt Zhou felt something was wrong when she heard this, and raised her hand to take the knee-length clothes, and soon saw the word Yao embroidered in the corner. Her breathing suddenly stagnated, and she said in a trembling voice, Sheng'er, you said, this is what Yao wants to give to the young master of the Shen family? Without waiting for Lu Yunsheng's answer, Aunt Zhou was already unable to stand. Lu Yunsheng hurried forward to support her, his eyes a little sore. Aunt, there may be something hidden in this. My sister is not that kind of person. Aunt Zhou was a capable person after all. She was also too shocked just now, but since the thing had already happened, she knew it very well. Anger and worry would not help solve the dilemma. She took a long breath, slowly stood up and said in a deep voice, Sheng'er, you go. Go back to the Imperial College, don't let any rumors leak out, and don't show any abnormality. Aunt is here, for everything. Lu Yunsheng couldn't feel at ease after hearing this, and was worried that Aunt would punish Lu Yunyao in a rage, so he couldn't help but plead, Aunt, it's okay for me to take a leave tomorrow. I want to go see my sister together. The one in front of him is the child he loves so much. How could Aunt Zhou not know what Lu Yunsheng is thinking? She shook her head gently, and at this moment, a bit of regret appeared on her face. Sheng'er, it's Aunt's fault. No. Lu Yunsheng was very anxious when he saw Aunt Zhou took the blame. But Aunt Zhou patted Lu Yunsheng on the shoulder, her face calm, and continued, Aunt's mistake is that you protected Yaoer too well, making her ignorant of the immensity of human nature. In this world, there are some setbacks that you really have to fall hard before you know how painful it is, and remember not to make the same mistake again. Sheng'er, Yaoer should grow up too. Lu Yunsheng felt very sad when he heard this. Aunt had done so much for them. He choked in his throat and couldn't help shouting, Mom Shu. Aunt Zhou raised her hand and made a gesture to keep quiet, but she couldn't help but welling up tears in her eyes. Sheng'er, you have to abide by the rules even in private so that you can be consistent inside and out. Aunt is just a concubine. You and Yaoer are so good, but you were wronged by being born in my belly. Sheng'er, I have been very strict with you since you were a child. Don't blame me. You are a man, and you can earn fame and stand out through your own efforts. Aunt hopes that one day you can realize your ambitions with your real talents and no longer be burdened by your background, and find a better way out with Yaoer. What I can do is to keep you away from the private affairs of the inner courtyard and the backyard, so that you can study without distraction and be a real gentleman. Speaking of this, Aunt Zhou was already choking up a little. How could she not know how difficult it had been for Lu Yunsheng over the years? This child was too sensible. But the child was going to fly high in the end, and as an aunt, she just wanted to do her best to help him. Go back to the Imperial College. I'm here to take care of everything in the mansion. Don't you trust my ability? Aunt Zhou raised the corner of her mouth and gently pinched his cheek like Lu Yunsheng did when he was young. Lu Yunsheng nodded obediently with tears in his eyes. He naturally knew that his aunt was the most powerful mother. Over the years, he and his sister were able to grow up smoothly, and he was able to go to the Imperial College to study, all because of his aunt's ability. Aunt Zhou sent Lu Yunzheng to the gate of the courtyard, with a smile on her face, and waved to him. As usual, no one could see any flaws. Until Lu Yunzheng's figure disappeared around the corner, Aunt Zhou turned around and said calmly, walking quietly towards Lu Yunyao's door. Lu Yunyao hadn't rested yet, because she was very nervous. It was her own decision to send the knee-length clothes to brother Jiaheng this time, and she didn't mention it in the letter. Did her brother come back because he left the book behind? This is not like her brother's character. Lu Yunyao was just thinking about it, and there was a knock on the door, which scared her. She got up from the bed and opened the door. When she saw that it was her aunt outside the door, Lu Yunyao hurriedly welcomed her in. However, as soon as the door was closed, she heard Aunt Zhou's cold voice, "Kneel down." Lu Yunyao trembled all over, and she felt guilty. She immediately bent her knees and knelt in front of Aunt Zhou. Aunt Zhou saw Lu Yunyao's head down and shrank, and a trace of pity flashed in her eyes, but she soon hardened her heart again, took out the knee-length clothes in her arms, and threw them in front of Lu Yunyao. "Lu Yunyao, do you know what this is?" Lu Yunyao only felt a flash before her eyes, and the knee-length gown that she had just given was in front of her again. She trembled all over, feeling ashamed and guilty. Before she could explain, tears had already rolled down her cheeks. Aunt Zhou did not soften her heart, but stepped forward, leaned down, and spoke word by word with an unprecedented coldness in her voice. "This is a private transaction, which has ruined your brother's more than 10 years of hard study and your more than 20 years of business, and it will push you into an irretrievable situation." "Lu Yunyao, you are so bold. Are you tired of living?" Even though she was furious, Aunt Zhou suppressed her voice and refused to let it out of the house. Lu Yunyao raised her head, her face already in tears. She knelt down and walked a few steps, wrapped her arms around Aunt Zhou's legs, and cried, "Aunt, Yaoer was wrong. Don't be angry with Yaoer. Yaoer will never dare to do it again." When Aunt Zhou saw Lu Yunyao's look, tears started to flow. She had always cherished Yaoer, but who knew that overprotection would lead to such bad consequences and almost ruined Yaoer's life. When she spoke again, Aunt Zhou's voice was also wet, but she still raised her hand and hit Lu Yunyao's shoulder hard. "You child, how could you be so stupid? The precedent of your eldest brother and goose Xizhi is right there. Have you forgotten it? The world is harsh on women. Look at your eldest brother. After that kind of thing happened, he could still swagger to the command department to be on duty. But what about goose Xizhi? After she was driven out of General Dinggua's mansion, she was trapped in a small courtyard and couldn't move. What's the difference between her and a bird in a cage? If she dares to show up in front of people, I'm afraid the spit of others will drown her. Aunt taught you to cherish yourself since you were a child, and you did this? Tell me all the causes and consequences." Lu Yunyao was scolded by Aunt Zhou until her face turned pale. She was full of regret and shame. How could she dare to hide anything? She immediately told everything that had happened in the past few days. It turned out that she had long admired Shen Jiaheng. At the beginning, Shen Jiaheng came to General Zhaoyong's mansion several times with Shen Jiasue and Gu Xizhi. The two of them talked at that time. She felt that the young master of the Shen family was particularly handsome, gentle, and polite. But she knew the gap between her and Shen Jiaheng's status, and never had any other thoughts. This admiration has always been ignored. She kept it in her heart and never told anyone. But a few days ago, she suddenly received a letter from a servant secretly. She knew the situation of her aunt and brother in the mansion, so she didn't dare to hinder them. She wanted to hand the letter to her aunt at that time, but when she turned it over, she saw that the signature was Shen Jiaheng. Her heart was throbbing. After thinking about it, she couldn't help but secretly open the letter to read it. The content of the letter made her heart sway. It turned out that Shen Jiaheng had been interested in her for a long time, and he used to look forward to coming to the Lu mansion with Miss Shen to see her more. But now Shen Xiaoheng, his sister and eldest brother, had fallen out, so he had no reason to come. He could not suppress his longing for her, so he did everything he could to send her a letter. Lu Yunyao was naturally not stupid enough to believe it easily, but there was one thing mentioned in the letter that only she and Xizhi knew. Last year during the Mid-Autumn Festival, the Shen siblings and Xizhi came to the mansion to play and enjoy the moon, and she and her brother were also invited. That night, the moonlight was very beautiful. She was lighting lanterns by the lake, but because she was too absorbed in it, she almost fell into the lake. At that time, Xizhi happened to pass by and barely pulled her up. After she stood firm, Xizhi let go of her hand, and they did not do anything inappropriate. But that night with the bright moon, fresh breeze, and lanterns by the lake, it was hard for her not to be moved, and she remembered that scene deeply. At that time, she was worried that others would misunderstand them without knowing the whole picture, so she looked around and did not find anyone else. So when the letter specifically mentioned this matter, her heart skipped a beat, but she could not hide her joy. She tossed and turned all night, but still mustered up the courage to reply the letter and waited at the same place the next day. Unexpectedly, the person who delivered the letter really came. Aunt Yaoer was wrong, but Yaoer never wrote anything explicit in the letter. Yaoer has not forgotten your teachings, but just expressed gratitude to Master Shen and asked about her brother's situation in the Imperial College. Lu Yunyao raised her head, tears rolling down her cheeks, her nose red from crying, and she was full of fear. Aunt Zhou shook her head when she heard this, her tone still stern. But Yaoer, you still have something in your mind. Otherwise you would not have replied to this letter at all, and you would not have asked your brother to send a knee-length coat to young Master Shen. Lu Yunyao's long eyelashes trembled when she heard this, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across her face. Then countless sorrows in her heart rushed up, and she admitted her mistake again in a trembling voice. Aunt, Yaoer shouldn't be so arrogant. I shouldn't be in love with young Master Shen, and I shouldn't have extravagant hopes. Thinking Yaoer, Aunt Zhou couldn't bear to listen any longer, and immediately bent down, hugging Lu Yunyao in her arms with heartache. Her Yaoer understood everything, but it was difficult for a girl to hide her thoughts, and there were thieves at work, setting up traps and luring her step by step, which made her feel tempted.
Only Zhou.
Aunt Zhou felt so guilty. Family background was a fact in front of her. As the legitimate son of General Dinggua's mansion, Xizhi naturally could not marry Yaoer, and she was even more reluctant to let Yaoer become a concubine of others like her. The two of them were impossible. But Yaoer was really simple-minded, even almost stupid. Xizhi sent someone to send her a letter, and he also got in touch with General Zhaoyong's mansion, still having dealings with her. There were clearly loopholes in this, but Yaoer didn't realize it at all. Aunt Zhou felt pity and anger in her heart. She was sure that this was a calculation. The target was not just Yaoer, but her, Sheng'er, and even the Shen family was involved. Lu Yunyao buried her head in Aunt Zhou's shoulder and cried uncontrollably. She knew she was wrong. Now she was not worried about herself, but aunt and brother. Once the matter was exposed, I was afraid that aunt would be implicated by her, and even her brother. Maybe she couldn't even go to the Imperial College. Thinking of this, Lu Yunyao cried even harder. She raised her head and said in a sobbing voice, Aunt, what should I do? Have I harmed you and your brother? Aunt Zhou sighed, hugged Lu Yunyao in her arms, and said softly, Don't be afraid, Yaoer. Things are not at a desperate situation yet. Aunt just hopes that you remember that from now on you must be more cautious and think twice before acting. In the past, she only wanted to protect Yaoer, but now she realized that she couldn't protect Yaoer for her whole life. Only when Yaoer knew how to protect herself, she could feel at ease. Some time ago, she received a reminder from Shun Jasue that Madame and Xizhi were together. Combined with what Yaoer said today, it was obvious that this was Xizhi's idea for Madame, and the scene between Yaoer and young Master Shen during the Mid-Autumn Festival last year must have been seen by her. Xizhi guessed Yaoer's thoughts and came up with his plan in order to please Madame Lu. Moreover, she and Lu Yunzheng hooked up through letters, so it was expected that he would use such a dirty and despicable method. This matter has been planned for nearly a month. Thanks to Yaoer's persistence, She knew her limits and didn't say anything nonsense in the letter, which is why the lady couldn't find the right time to get angry. But a few days ago, she heard that the general was impeached because of Lu Yunzheng's regret for the engagement, and the lady was scolded by the general. I'm afraid she can't wait any longer. Aunt Zhou explained all these twists and turns clearly in front of Lu Yunyao, and Lu Yunyao's face turned pale, and she felt cold all over. Therefore, the young Master Shen's interest in her was all a false impression created by the lady and Xizhi. If she hadn't decided today to let her brother bring a pair of knee-length clothes for young Master Shen, and her brother hadn't noticed something was wrong, the aunt and her brother would have been dragged into the water by her. Thinking of this, Lu Yunyao couldn't help sobbing and regretted it so much that she raised her hand and slapped herself.
Yaya.
Aunt Zhou held Lu Yunyao's hand distressfully and comforted her softly. It's okay, there's still time for everything. She reached out and hugged Lu Yunyao into her arms, patting her daughter's back again and again, with a cold light in her beautiful eyes. The general didn't like the fighting in the harem, so she never played those dirty tricks of framing others. But just because she didn't play didn't mean she wouldn't. Since the lady had used the trick on Yaoer, if she didn't take action this time, it would be fine. Once she did, the lady would never be able to turn over again. Thinking of this, Aunt Zhou pulled Lu Yunyao up, twisted the handkerchief for her and cleaned her face, and then walked to the desk to grind ink and pick up the pen. Lu Yunyao stood beside her aunt, full of anxiety, regretful and painful like a needle in her heart, not knowing what else she could do in such a bad situation. But she saw Aunt Zhou writing quickly, filling a piece of letter paper with eloquence, and then picking up the pen on the envelope. Lu Yunyao couldn't help leaning over to take a look, and when she saw the words on it clearly, her face changed drastically. Miss Shen personally? Aunt knows Miss Shen?